Please do not come any closer. What you are doing is illegal. Although I am your fiancé, you cannot behave this way. I am the imperial city of the human race. Within an opulent villa, a girl, adorned in pure white silk, exhibited a charming and innocent demeanor. Her fair complexion flushed slightly, and her delicate feet clad in white silk pressed against Gu Qingshuan's chest. The girl, Xue'er, was the sole daughter of a prestigious dragon clan, while the youth, Gu Qingxian, was a prodigious scion of a revered martial arts family among humans. Their two races were embroiled in perpetual conflict, with tensions escalating continuously. Just yesterday, in the presence of representatives from various factions, they had entered into engagement. I have heard that the dragon horns of your kin, when soaked in water, can be used to refine one's vitality. Are you truly unwilling to share such a treasure with me now that we are to be wed? Gu Qingxian remarked, observing the struggling Xue'er in his embrace, a hint of displeasure evident on his countenance. It is not that I am unwilling, it is simply that soaking dragon horns in water is unsanitary. While you are undeniably handsome, how can you make such an outrageous request of me? Xue'er replied, seated upon the bed, her elegant arches supporting her silk-clad feet. Dainty toes stirred slightly, betraying her bashfulness. Despite the boy's strikingly handsome appearance, she was taken aback by his peculiar demand. Now, she found herself at a loss, fearing he might make even more unreasonable requests, her cherubic face awash with feelings of grievance and anxiety. Very well, I shall not drink it for free. Here, take this. I hope you understand that you are on my territory, Gu Qingxian said, misunderstanding her reluctance as an excuse. He retrieved a vial of scrayed body refining elixir from his storage ring and presented it to her, his tone laced with a veiled threat. I really cannot, Xue'er stammered, shaking her adorable little head in fear. Without even taking the time to put on her shoes, she dashed towards the staircase, her bare white silk-clad feet meeting the cool floor. Auntie. Whoa, your son is bullying me. I want to go home, Xue'er exclaimed, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, feeling utterly wronged as she sought to complain to Gu Qingshuan's mother. I could see that moment. Su Zhixiao was downstairs, and if she heard the commotion, Gu Qingxian would undoubtedly face a reprimand. Do not tell on me. Let us discuss this properly, Gu Qingxian urged as he quickly grasped her small hand. Due to the sudden motion, Xue'er's soft form fell against his chest. You, big rogue, she murmured, unable to suppress a shudder. Soft sobs began to escape her lips. Just then, Su Zhixiao caught a faint sound and set down her coffee cup, ascending the stairs. Xue'er, did I hear you call for Annie just now? Came Su Zhixiao's gentle voice from outside the door. Woo. Xue'er was about to respond when Gu Qingxian swiftly covered her soft mouth, decisively rendering her unconscious. Mom, why are you here? It is nothing. She was just looking for water and could not find it. Gu Qingxian steeled himself and began to explain. Is that true? Outside the door, Su Zhixiao sensed that something was amiss. Of course it's true. Now I just finished my bath and am quite exhausted. You should rest soon as well. Gu Qingxian spoke with a resolute tone, as if he had made a firm decision. Qingxian, as your mother, I must advise you that both you and Ling are innocent. Do not allow the grievances between the two families to affect your relationship. Moreover, with the arranged marriage already established, you should strive to strengthen your bond with Ling. Also, you ought to set aside your previous online relationship. In a month's time, you are to marry, and you cannot leave Ling's family in distress. Su Zhixiao urged earnestly from outside the door. The invasion of fierce beasts had become increasingly severe. The human race had decided to allow the most destitute Gu family to engage in this union, a decision that Su Zhixiao initially vehemently opposed. She did not wish for this to occur, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. Mother, it's fine. I'll come to terms with it. He'll rest now, Gu Qingxian replied, a hint of helplessness crossing his face as he sighed softly. Upon first reviewing the information, he had seen the introduction stating that he was to marry a double-spirited dragon girl, fierce and domineering, which had made him feel as though the sky was collapsing. However, upon meeting Xue'er, he discovered that the reality deviated significantly from that description. Despite her pure and adorable appearance, standing at a height of 1.68 meters, she seemed to belittle herself, creating a stark contrast to the initial portrayal. Just know that, sometimes when a young girl is upset, you should be more accommodating. After all, you will soon be a couple, and she is new to your surroundings, feeling quite lost. With that, Su Zhixiao sighed. She had faintly heard Xue'er softly weeping moments ago. Yet, she felt it inappropriate to intervene further, so she could only offer a few words of guidance. At this moment, within the room, Xue'er finally exhaled in relief. On her very first day, she dares to complain. Yichen gaze, filled with a sense of survival, fell upon Long Linger in his arms. The girl's features were exquisitely charming, her soft pink lips slightly pursed, and her delicate brows furrowed, conveying a sense of deep grievance. Whether or not I am allowed to eat the dragon horns is irrelevant. I find myself unable to eat anyway. Yuqingxuan's eyes settled upon the pair of exquisitely crafted dragon horns, glistening like jade upon her fair forehead, each no larger than his thumb, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. He gently lifted Long Linger, placing her on the bed and tucking her in with a blanket. Just as he prepared to sleep on the floor, his gaze landed on Long Linger's slender legs adorned in white stockings. He had heard that sleeping in stockings could impede blood circulation, making it necessary to remove them. Moreover, having worn them all day, they must surely be quite unclean. But how was he to remove them? I suppose I can just look away. Xue'er muttered to himself as he began the task. When Xue'er's hand brushed against her leg, Long Linger emitted a soft hum, her eyes widening in astonishment. You truly are a rogue. Xue'er stood frozen in place, deprived of any chance to respond. Without hesitation, Long Linger unleashed a swift kick with her delicate foot, striking his cheek. A jade foot. With a thud, he collapsed to the floor, the fiery sensation on his face nearly causing him to lose consciousness. I merely intended to assist you in removing your stockings. How could you repay my kindness with such hostility? Xue'er could not help but exclaim. But your hand had already reached my thigh. Long Linger protested, seated on the bed, her gaze innocent and slightly flustered. Is it possible to remove stockings without hands, perhaps with one's mouth? Struggling to rise from the floor, Xue'er's eyes mirrored his exasperation. Upon hearing this, Long Linger finally grasped the situation. It seemed she had overreacted. Yes, I apologize, she murmured, lowering her adorable little head, only to realize something was amiss. But you did knock me unconscious just now. Can we consider ourselves even? Long Linger initiated a negotiation. Xue'er, who was on the verge of feeling touched, froze. He had just found her apologetic demeanor utterly charming. I haven't even gotten close to your dragon horn. I have caused you no harm at all. How can we be even? You started teasing me first, and now you're doing this, Long Linger retorted, her cheeks flushed. Her sparkling eyes fell upon her own delicate feet clad in silk. Yuqing noticed this as well. That I was referring to the dragon horn on your forehead. You can't possibly think. It appeared she truly had misunderstood. I'm sorry. Please don't tell Annie. Long Linger pleaded, her soft hands grasping Xue'er's, her exquisite little face tilted up towards him, her voice tinged with a pleading tremor. Seeing her like this, a subtle smile crept across Xue'er's lips. It was impossible for him to agree. Yet, he could not outright refuse either. What he desired was to keep Long Linger in a state of remorse. I'm fine. The clothes on the table are prepared for you, and I've set out a fresh towel in the bathroom. After your bath, do get some rest, he said, moving to the bedside. He retrieved items from the cabinet, laying them out on the floor. Long Linger felt momentarily lost, uncertain of how to proceed. It turned out she had initially misheard. She had thought Xue'er had peculiar inclinations. Raising her head, she gazed at Xue'er, who had already begun to drift into slumber. The pang of guilt tightened her small hands. What must I do for you to forgive me? After much contemplation, Long Linger spoke softly. I have forgiven you truly. It is of no consequence. Now, hurry and take a bath, Xue'er replied, having already nestled beneath the covers. He merely turned over, brushing his fingers against the red imprints left on his face, his tone pitiful. Well, all right. Long Linger was at a loss for what to do. She could only heed Xue'er's words. Grabbing the shopping bag from the table, she padded into the bathroom, her delicate feet bare. Half an hour later, Long Linger peeked out, and upon confirming that Xue'er still lay on the floor, she stepped out with a sense of relief. How delightful. Long Linger lazily sprawled on the bed. Please turn off the lights. I need to take you back to the Xingyao Martial Academy tomorrow. Can I also train at the academy here? Of course. All the necessary documentation has been taken care of. Surely, you do not wish to remain at home, idling away as a recluse. But your humankind harbors hostility towards my dragonkin. Long Linger expressed her concern. Centuries prior, 3 great races had suddenly descended upon Blue Star. Only the dragon race, with its formidable bloodline and diverse martial skills, had managed to evade death at the jaws of ferocious beasts, even seizing considerable territory from the humans. Though the apparent relations between the two races seemed to be improving, the enmity among their respective peoples remained far from extinguished. "What difference do you perceive between us?" Gu Qingxian inquired earnestly. "I have dragon horns on my forehead, and my hair is white. Though my horns are somewhat diminutive, they are still unmistakable to others." Longlinger gently touched her short yet exquisitely crafted horns, speaking softly. "That pertains to appearance. I am inquiring about your innermost feelings. Surely, you do not resemble those malevolent dragons that revel in slaughtering cities?" "I have no penchant for murder. I merely enjoy sleeping and playing video games." "Well then, simply remain by my side, and I shall protect you henceforth." Gu Qingxian chuckled lightly. For reasons unknown, Longlinger's response struck a familiar chord within him. "I have recorded this. You must not retract your words." Longlinger triumphantly waved her phone, which was in the midst of recording. "Very well, you are rather cautious." The following morning, Longlinger rose early from her slumber. Dressed in a JK uniform, she adorned herself with petite white socks and slipped into her little shoes, approaching the refrigerator with curiosity as she scrutinized its contents. "I seem to have no idea how to prepare any of this." That a look of bewilderment crossed Longlinger's adorable face. "That I will order takeout. It is no trouble," Gu Qingxian assured, sitting up from his makeshift bed. "What is takeout?" Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Longlinger was intrigued. "Our humankind's gastronomic savior," Gu Qingxian explained with a smile. Could a savior truly come to one's doorstep to assist in preparing breakfast? Longlinger felt a sudden surge of respect in her heart, astonished by the advancements of the human race. "Since that is the case, I shall sleep a little longer." Hee. Longlinger smiled cheerfully. She spread her arms and lay down on the bed, relieved that she was still wearing safety shorts. At this moment, Gu Qingxian had already placed an order for takeout. Opening the green bubble, he felt a weight on his heart as he sent a message to the avatar of a two-dimensional girl. This was his online girlfriend, whom he had met a year ago. Although a month ago, due to her poor gaming skills and her tendency to blame him, Gu Qingxian couldn't help but scold her a few times, leading to a temporary breakup out of frustration. Nevertheless, they still frequently shared their daily lives and played games together. Initially, Gu Qingxian hoped for reconciliation and to eventually meet in person, but now that he was betrothed to Longling, it was indeed time to bid farewell to this hard-working little dragon. "Gu Qingxian, why have you been offline these past few days? I have something to tell you. Have you encountered any danger? Wishing you prosperity." Seeing that his messages went unanswered, Gu Qingxian resorted to the allure of a red envelope. "The recipient has claimed your red envelope. I made $100 as soon as I got up. Truly, I am remarkable. I must abscond with the funds." At this moment, Longlinger, lying on the bed, couldn't help but chuckle. Alas, what a big fool. Something felt amiss. "What are you doing?" Gu Qingxian approached the edge of the bed. "Nothing much, just chatting with a good friend." Longlinger hastily concealed her phone, her heart racing. She had been ready to completely sever ties with this person, and now that Gu Qingxian had seen it, he would surely misunderstand her intentions. Observing this, Gu Qingxuan's suspicions deepened. He initiated a voice call. Just then, Longlinger's phone rang. She seemed to realize something. Gazing at the scene before her, Longlinger looked at Gu Qingxian standing by the bed with an expression of disbelief. "Did the big fool just scold you quite fluently?" Gu Qingxian nearly laughed in exasperation. The novice gamer he met a year ago turned out to be a princess from a prominent dragon family. What was even more crucial was that their union represented a marriage between their respective clans. "Do not approach me. There must be a misunderstanding. In our dragon clan, calling someone a big fool is a term of endearment." "It must be so." Faced with Gu Qingxuan's mischievous smile as he approached, Longlinger became visibly flustered. Ding! The lottery system is binding. Completing system tasks or triggering rewards will grant lottery chances. System Task 1. Forcefully kiss Longlinger and teach her a lesson. Reward. Unknown System Task 2. A verbal lesson to make Longlinger acknowledge her mistake. Reward. Unknown. Please make a choice within 10 seconds upon completion of the task. The system will successfully bind, and you will receive a novice gift pack. 10 seconds? Gu Qingxuan's mind was a blank slate. What on earth was happening today? So many bizarre events had unfolded. "I'm sorry." Gu Qingxian decisively chose option A. Taking a deep breath, he firmly grasped Longlinger's delicate hands and pressed his lips against her soft mouth. Longlinger's fair and tender face visibly flushed with embarrassment. This human dared to kiss her forcefully. What a rogue. Long Ling'er attempted to resist, but her entire body felt numb, rendering her powerless. Ding! The lottery system has been successfully bound. The divine talent bloodline has been reactivated. Please check promptly, esteemed host. It was only upon hearing the crisp and gentle tone of the system that Gu Qingxian ceased his actions. Divine talent bloodline. These 6 words exploded in Gu Qingshuan's mind. He could distinctly feel his damaged talent bloodline reorganizing itself along a most perfect path. Before he could revel in joy, Long Ling'er was gazing intently at him. Wah! Daddy, Mommy, someone is bullying me. Long Ling'er cried, her eyes filled with grievance. It was not that she objected to Gu Qingxian kissing her. Rather, the kiss was forced, leaving her no time to truly savor the moment. It felt akin to squandering her first kiss. At that moment, the delivery arrived. Gu Qingxian re-entered the room, carrying 2 cheese lobster pizzas, placing them on the table and opening the boxes. Upon inhaling the rich aroma, Long Ling'er stopped crying, sheepishly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Can I eat? Of course. Gu Qingxian nodded. Can I have 2 servings? Long Ling'er asked earnestly. Gu Qingxian was taken aback. You're not allowed to have breakfast. Consider this your retribution, Long Ling'er stated firmly. Well, all right then. Seeing her savoring the pizza in small bites, a smile involuntarily crept onto Gu Qingshuan's lips. In this light, she appears quite adorable. Chapter 3. The initial announcement of system tasks and the reward of the god-slaying spear. After finishing their breakfast, the 2 arrived at the Starry Martial Academy. As they stepped through the gates, Long Ling'er and Gu Qingxian captured the attention of many onlookers. The Starry Martial Academy, a prestigious institution, is dedicated to providing the finest educational opportunities for the offspring of martial clans and exceptionally gifted individuals from the Dragon Kingdom. Established 666 years ago, it has never seen an exception until now, with the unexpected arrival of a breathtakingly beautiful dragon maiden. The woman beside her appears to be of dragon lineage as well. At that moment, a few individuals nearby noticed the delicate dragon horns adorning Long Ling'er's forehead, unable to contain their whispers. Sensing the multitude of gazes directed at her, Long Ling'er nervously tugged at Gu Qingshuan's sleeve. Are they discussing how to harm me? She asked in a pitiful whisper. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed man approached. Chen Yao stood before them, hands in pockets, surveying Long Ling'er from head to toe. Double-opened door, the sole daughter of a dragon clan? Chen Yao exclaimed incredulously. This is outrageous. The betrothal should have been to the Chen family. However, upon learning that the person before him was a double-open door dragon maiden, he had leveraged his family's influence to decisively shift the engagement to the Gu family. Yet, upon witnessing Long Ling'er's true form as a gentle and sweet school beauty, he felt as though his heart were bleeding. What do you want? Long Ling'er erupted, her formidable aura surging forth as she entered a state of heightened vigilance. You need not worry, Gu Qingxian reassured her. After the awakening ceremony of the spiritual vessel this afternoon, I hope you won't be in a rush to leave. Chen Yao, momentarily stunned by her overwhelming presence, took a few steps back. Once he regained his composure, he redirected his gaze to Gu Qingxian. Is there something you wish to discuss? Young Master Chen, Gu Qingxian responded with a cold smile. You've been causing trouble for me for quite some time now. With the system having granted me a godly talent and bloodline, and with Long Ling'er by my side, it is time to settle both old and new grievances. At that moment, Chen Yao arrogantly stepped closer. Fine. Since you are unafraid of losing face, I shall indulge you. I was the original betrothed to Long Ling'er. You, who suffered severe damage to your bloodline in your youth, do you truly believe you can bear any level of spirit? Do you think you are worthy of Long Ling'er? Does your family still shine as brightly as it once did? Chen Yao boasted disdainfully. His 3 rhetorical questions elicited a laugh from Gu Qingxian. Before he could respond, Long Ling'er could no longer contain herself. Be quiet. What does Qingshuan's matters have to do with you? She exclaimed angrily. The atmosphere fell into an instant silence. Taking Gu Qingshuan's hand, Long Ling'er turned and left. He paused for a moment, gazing at the envious glances of those around him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is this the feeling of having someone backing you? Delightful. Upon entering the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent at the arrival of the 2. Male students cast their eyes upon Long Ling'er, while the female students focused on Gu Qingxian. There's a seat here. A girl with purple hair smiled and beckoned. Come over. This is my high school classmate. Besides having no resistance to adorable creatures, he's quite decent. Gu Qingxian took Long Ling'er's soft, delicate hand and walked over. Nice to meet you. My name is Xue'er, the girl said with an eager smile. I wonder what it feels like to touch a dragon's claw, hee. At that moment, Long Ling'er reverted to a bashful demeanor, hesitating for a long while before finally extending her hand. I am Long Ling'er. It's a pleasure to meet you. Huh. This hand feels just as smooth and fair as I imagined, but there is no other difference? Xue'er was somewhat taken aback. This was different from her expectations. Is there a problem? Longlinger asked nervously. No problem at all. Your hand is beautiful, and your face seems so soft, she continued, her curiosity piqued. Before she could pursue her inquiry further, Gu Qingxian promptly took a seat between the two girls. Xue'er looked at Gu Qingxian, then at Longlinger, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But fortunately, at that moment, the teacher entered the room. The teacher first asked Longlinger for a brief self-introduction, and then proceeded with the lesson, as usual. As she listened to the somewhat tedious cultivation knowledge, a slight daze crossed Longlinger's adorable face. When she turned her head, she discovered that Gu Qingxian had already laid his head on the desk, blissfully asleep. How unfair, Longlinger thought, feeling a flicker of annoyance. How could he sleep without her? She even contemplated reporting Gu Qingxian to the teacher. I cannot fall behind. Due to her habit of removing her shoes before sleeping. Her small, delicate feet were now resting atop her own shoes. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, Xuanyao's figure appeared at the classroom door. Teacher Wang, our instructor asked me to come and fetch a plate, Xuanyao said, standing at the entrance with his hands in his pockets, his gaze assessing Longlinger. Observing his demeanor, Wang Qi clenched his fists in silent anger. If his predictions were correct, it seemed he was here to bully either Gu Qingxian or one of the female classmates. Were it not for his status, Wang Qi would have taken him outside for a stern lesson. Grab what you need and leave quickly. Don't disrupt my class, Wang Qi said impatiently. Hearing this, Xuanyao opened his mouth to retort, but upon seeing the furious expression on Teacher Wang's face, he fell silent. He merely walked to the podium, picked up the plate, and pointed at Gu Qingxian. The moment for the awakening of consciousness is approaching, yet this fellow remains asleep. What a disgrace, especially in front of Miss Linger. Go away. Wang Qi could no longer contain his frustration. With a swift motion of his hand, a powerful gust of wind expelled the student from the classroom. Teacher Wang, won't you do something about him? Xuanyao exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone has witnessed Gu's diligence. What are you saying here? Fearing he might lose his temper, Wang Qi waved his hand to lock the classroom door. Let us continue our lesson. Who among you knows the origins of the spiritual vessel? The ancient fire plan from over 1,000 years ago saw countless heroic ancestors repel foreign invasions with their flesh and blood, merging their energy with technological advancements to secure a formidable opportunity for the descendants of humanity. Xue'er stood up voluntarily, her expression grave as she began to respond. Correct? You may sit down, Wang Qi nodded in satisfaction. Teacher, I have a question. Why do you not discipline Gu Qingxian? At that moment, Longlinger pouted and inquired. You are new here and unaware of Qingxuan's relentless efforts. Had he not suffered that unfortunate incident in his youth, he would undoubtedly surpass 99 of his peers in spiritual awakening. As he spoke, a hint of regret for lost talent appeared on Wang Qi's face. In daily training, Gu Qingxian was always the most proactive, even pleading for extra practice after school. However, his innate bloodline talent had been corroded by a foreign energy, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. No matter how hard he tried, he could not measure up to others. This afternoon marks the 7th day since you entered the Starshine Martial Academy. Following the completion of the spiritual awakening ceremony, classes will be rearranged based on innate abilities. Everyone has put in their effort. Now, all you need to do is maintain a positive mindset. If any students are fatigued, feel free to rest. I have no objections, Wang Qi said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the students displayed expressions of delight. Longlinger chuckled, content as she laid her head on the desk. She had not anticipated such favorable treatment upon joining humanity. Half an hour later, Gu Qingxian was the first to open his eyes, and he was met with the sight of Longlinger's delicate, exposed feet. TSK, how careless of her, he thought, letting out a resigned sigh as he gazed at the slumbering Longlinger. Fortunately, they don't smell. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Ding. System task issued. Task name, the arrogant young master of the Chen family. Task content, using your own strength, shatter Chen Yao's martial heart. Completion reward, God-slaying spear X1. A system task like this. To Gu Qingxian, it was as delightful as an all-you-can-eat feast with no strings attached. This would save him the trouble of searching for a suitable weapon after awakening his divine-grade spirit. Chapter 4, Divine Spirit, Frost Ancestor Dragon. Time was drawing near, and everyone proceeded in an orderly manner toward the awakening square. Qingxian, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you, the teacher called. The holographic projection screen in the classroom was retracted by Wang Qi. Noticing the surrounding commotion, Longlinger awakened. The first sight that greeted her was Gu Qingxian, who was preparing to sneak away without calling for her. Why didn't you call me? She inquired. I couldn't. The teacher asked me to come over for something important. You should put on your shoes and wait for me here for a few minutes, Gu Qingxian explained hurriedly, as Long Linger clutched the corner of his garment. Fine. She pouted, releasing her grip. Wang Qi, standing at the podium, observed this interaction with a smile reminiscent of a proud aunt. If Long Linger could shield Gu Qingxian from any further bullying, it would indeed be a positive development. Is there something the teacher needs? Gu Qingxian asked curiously. Qingxian, if you take this pill during the soul awakening ceremony, it should temporarily restore some of your bloodline abilities, Wang Qi said. Gesturing as a beautifully crafted pill bottle appeared in his hand, which he generously offered. His appreciation for talent was evident. Gu Qingxian was worthy of such gestures in his eyes. Teacher, you should keep this. I've tried similar things before, and they were ineffective. There's no need to waste it on me, Gu Qingxian responded, touched by Wang Qi's gesture but still shaking his head. Well then, let this pill be a welcome gift for Long Linger. Consider it my offering to her, Wang Qi remarked, remembering this point with a smile. With Long Lingo growing stronger, she could surely support Gu Qingxian more. Without giving Gu Qingxian a chance to refuse, Wang Qi's figure vanished from the classroom. Hey, what is that in your hand? Long Linger approached, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Don't be rude like those online. This is a welcome gift from Teacher Wang. After you take it, your bloodline abilities will activate more thoroughly, Gu Qingxian said, lightly tapping her head before handing her the 9-essence spirit pill. A welcome gift? Long Linger's adorable face reflected confusion as she quickly grasped the teacher's intention. He wanted her to assist Gu Qingxian, whose bloodline talents had been compromised, without disdain or bullying. I understand. From now on, you shall call me master, and I will protect you well. Now hurry off to the awakening square. Long Linger exclaimed with a mischievous laugh. Oh dear, she thought. He's even contemplating being dependent. He should aspire to be more than that. A dragon knight is far more alluring. At this moment, in the determination square of the Starry Martial Academy, hundreds of new students sat in eager anticipation, their faces brimming with excitement. You too, come over here, Su Yaoyao whispered. All right, Gu Qingxian nodded. He and Long Linger settled beside Su Yaoyao. At this juncture, a middle-aged man with a scar and clad in a suit slowly approached the podium, where he began to succinctly outline the process of the soul awakening ceremony. Under the guidance of the esteemed instructors of the extraordinary class, everyone proceeded in an orderly manner to awaken their spirit souls. The staff in Lu Kong's hand struck the ground, causing dozens of magical formations in the sky to emit a resonating hum, bursting forth with a dazzling blue light. At that moment, a towering 30-meter energy pillar in the center of the awakening square radiated 4 beams of light, each descending upon one of the awakening platforms. The participants followed suit in an orderly fashion. Wang Qi led the group, addressing everyone, now that Long Linger has consumed the previous 9-element spirit pill. Her curious little head is surveying the surroundings. Gu Qingxian, may I awaken the spirit souls of your human race as well? Long Linger inquired softly. There hasn't been a precedent for this. We shall see. Perhaps, 1,000 years ago, the two races were one and the same, Gu Qingxian replied in a jesting tone. All right then, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you mere mortals shortly, Long Linger said, her enchanting eyes sparkling with anticipation. In terms of physical prowess and bloodline talent, the dragon race certainly held a significant advantage over the humans. Calm yourselves and adjust your mindset. Take a moment to truly feel the resonance with your spirit souls. Now, we shall proceed with the awakening according to my list. The first is Lin Yang. Upon hearing Wang Qi call his name, Lin Yang stepped forward, walking to the center of the awakening platform where a brilliant magical formation blossomed beneath his feet. Ding! Spirit Soul Awakening, Level Fire Attribute Soldier. A line of golden text gradually appeared above Lin Yang's head. A hint of joy flickered across Wang Qi's face as he observed that the first awakened student had attained a level spirit soul, marking a promising beginning. Lin Yang exited the awakening platform, brimming with excitement. With the backing of his family's influence, coupled with a level spirit soul, reaching the Martial King realm in the future would be relatively achievable. Is a soldier's spirit soul already at level? Long Linger's adorable face displayed a look of astonishment. The Fire of Inheritance project from 1,000 years ago required participants to start at least at the Martial King realm, and back then, the general cultivation talent of the human race may have surpassed that of your dragon race, Gu Qingxian explained with a smile, while harboring anticipation for the kind of spirit soul his divine bloodline talent might attract. I shall go next. It was curious how Wang Qi had arranged the order, as Long Linger was ahead of Gu Qingxian. Good luck. I will rely on you, she encouraged. Humph, just watch, Long Linger proclaimed as she gracefully ascended the awakening platform. As her figure stood upon it, an increasing number of gazes converged upon her, their curiosity piqued regarding what spirit soul the sole heiress of the dragon clan would awaken. More significantly, such beauty and charm were a rarity among dragon maidens. As the intense blue light erupted from beneath Long Linger, The temperature in the arena began to drop at a noticeable rate. The sounds of shivering and sneezing composed a symphony of reactions. Seated in a chair, supported by a cane, Lu Kang observed the scene with evident intrigue. "Why do we have a member of the Dragon Clan at our school?" he inquired curiously of the female secretary beside him. "Isn't it that Longlinger who recently engaged in a union with the young master of the Gu family? Yet, from what I know, she shouldn't appear like this. What should she look like then? She ought to be stout, with robust limbs. Ahem. It seems someone has deliberately spread false rumors." He chuckled. This gossip is likely to have severely affected the young master of the Qin family, who was supposed to marry into the Dragon Clan. A rare smile graced Lu Kang's face as he heartily patted the armrest of his chair. Judging by the commotion, it seemed that Longlinger had a considerable chance of awakening a high-level ability. Ding. Level Ice Attribute Spirit, Frost Ancestor Dragon. A line of golden text appeared above Longlinger's head, radiating an intense brilliance that captivated all present. "What the?" Gu Qingxian inadvertently exclaimed. "Indeed, it is I." Longlinger immediately turned her gaze towards Gu Qingxian, and upon seeing his astonished expression, her soft lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Not only Gu Qingxian, but the entire awakening square erupted with gasps of astonishment. In the distance, Lu Kang rose excitedly from his seat. "This girl is truly remarkable. Level. Not a single one has appeared in the entire Dragon Kingdom for a century. If Longlinger can successfully become a martial god, I, as the principal, will undoubtedly bask in her glory. Ahem. Everyone, please remain calm." Next up, Gu Qingxian. Hearing his name called, Gu Qingxian adjusted his demeanor and rose to approach the awakening platform. As he brushed past Longlinger, he playfully pinched her cheek. "While your talent is indeed impressive, it still pales in comparison to mine. After I return home and take a bath, I am ready to become a Dragon Knight," he teased, leaning close to her ear. Upon hearing this, Longlinger's fair and soft face flushed crimson. Once she regained her composure, she retorted, "You rogue. How dare you speak such words to a noble dragon?" Watching Gu Qingxian stride towards the awakening platform, she touched her warm face and proudly pouted. Chapter 5. Verify the Abs has another individual awakened a spirit of level or higher. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Longlinger, another extraordinary phenomenon unfolded at the second awakening platform, where Chen Yao stood. "God-level bloodline talent. I hope you won't let me down." Gu Qingxian reached out to touch the spirit tomb and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying intent to shoot erupted from Gu Qingxian, with ferocious winds sweeping across the entire square. Above the Xingyo Martial Academy, a massive black vortex began to swirl and coalesce, interspersed with lightning that threatened to tear the very fabric of space, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At this moment, all eyes were once again drawn to Gu Qingxian. Ding. God-level spirit, eternal gun god. In the next moment, Gu Qingxian slowly opened his eyes. A blue mark appeared out of thin air, tearing apart and exploding a series of spaces. It directly merged into the center of Gu Qingxian's brow. The spirit tomb before him even manifested minute cracks. What was happening? Lu Kang's secretary couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As far as she was aware, Gu Qingxian's innate bloodline talent had been corroded by an unknown force during his childhood. And logically, it should have been a question of whether he could even awaken his spirit. How could he possibly possess a divine spirit? Chen Yao appeared utterly bewildered. He had brought his companions, anticipating a spectacle of Gu Qingxian's embarrassment at the awakening stage, yet it had transformed into this. One must understand that the rarity of a divine spirit had not been witnessed for nearly a millennium. How could it possibly manifest in Gu Qingxian? Wife. Gu Qingxian staggered towards Longlinger, his voice somewhat feeble. Hearing this term of endearment, Longlinger felt a tinge of shyness, but upon sensing something amiss, she hurried over to support Gu Qingxian. Upon finding solace in Longlinger's embrace, Gu Qingxian succumbed to unconsciousness. "Teacher, what is his condition?" Longlingo anxiously inquired of Wang Qi. Though she maintained a tough facade, she certainly did not wish for any misfortune to befall her fiancé. "Let me take a look." Lu Kang's cane struck the ground with urgency, teleporting to Gu Qingxian's side. "The awakening ceremony has drained his energy. A good rest should suffice for recovery." "That's a relief." Longlingo exhaled a sigh of relief. The performance of this little fellow was truly astonishing. It seemed she and Gu Qingxian were not acting as though they had just become engaged. Lu Kang smiled. "I had previously become acquainted with him online." "All right, principal. May I take him home now?" Longlingo's adorable face revealed a hint of anticipation. Once home, she could lie on her soft bed. A far cry from the hard desk at school. "Yes, I will have my secretary drive you both back." Lu Kang waved his hand, summoning the female secretary responsible for recording to approach. With one possessing divine talent and another with a commendable level of talent, if not for his mobility issues, Lu Kang would have gladly carried them back himself. "Thank you, principal." You are a good person. Long Linger expressed earnestly. No need for formalities. Consider the Starry Martial Academy your home from now on. Keep up the diligent training. Lu Kang smiled contentedly, not allowing pride in his own superior spirit to eclipse his civility. A commendable student indeed. Upon returning home, Long Linger found no trace of Su Zhixiao on the first floor, as she was preoccupied with numerous matters. She carried Gu Qingxian into the second-floor bedroom. It seems rather unfair for you to sleep on the floor like this, yet I am reluctant to do so myself. Long Linger hesitated. Let us sleep together. Long Lingo made a choice that perfectly balanced both sides. After ensuring Gu Qingxian was comfortable, she removed her shoes and, with her delicate, bare feet, climbed onto the bed and positioned herself atop him. I heard you had abs while playing games before, as your fiancé. It's only fitting that I confirm this for myself. Wouldn't you agree? She interpreted his silence as tacit consent. With that, Long Linger unfastened Gu Qingxian's shirt. This was her first experience of such intimate proximity with a male. Typically, she was an unabashed recluse. So this is the sensation of abs. It's quite similar to what is depicted in comics. I expected the tactile experience to be more extraordinary, she mused aloud. Yet the involuntary drool escaping her lips betrayed her thoughts. What on earth does this girl intend to do? Gu Qingxian, though in a deep slumber, remained acutely aware of his surroundings. The saying the nature of dragons is lewd evidently applies to all dragonkin. Fortunately, Long Linger did not proceed further. She merely caught her breath and, satisfied, lay on the opposite side of the bed with her phone in hand. Time slipped by, and eventually, Gu Qingxian awoke. He had experienced a dream, or perhaps something akin to a dream. In it, a man clad in white mech stood tall above millions of ferocious beasts, wielding eternal lightning. With a single shot, he could reduce countless monsters to a torrential downpour of blood and flesh. You're finally awake. How do you feel? Long Linger, watching him from the side, inquired. I'm fine, feeling quite good, Gu Qingxian replied, sitting up and taking several deep breaths. The awakening of his heroic spirit was predicated on the principle that 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Allowing the spirit to bestow perfect blessings and merge with the innate talents of the warrior. Gu Qingxian felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, every cell experiencing a qualitative leap. He pondered whether he could check his attributes. Ding. Loading host attributes now. Name, Gu Qingxian, age, 19. Realm, martial disciple. 9th layer, heroic spirit, eternal gun god, strength, 99,100, agility, 99,100, defense, 85,100, speed, 99,100, initial heroic spirit skills. Thunder Spiral Stab 1. Spatial Binding 1. Cultivation speed, 6 times the normal rate. Special talent. Eternal. Upon entering the eternal space, external time can be paused. Current operational duration, 1 minute. With a mere thought, Gu Qingxian's attributes presented themselves before him in vivid detail. Overall, they were quite impressive. What are you daydreaming about? Long Linger, concerned he might be in a daze, waved a delicate hand in front of him. I was just contemplating a few matters. Gu Qingxian retracted the system panel. Why are you willing to share a bed with me? Long Linger inquired, a trace of confusion gracing her attractive visage. I never claimed I was unwilling, she continued. That seems accurate, Gu Qingxian chuckled lightly. By the way, weren't you supposed to be hindered by your bloodline talent? Possibly unable to awaken even the most basic spirit? Long Linger softly asked. Throughout history, only a handful from both the human and dragon races have reached such a state. Moreover, Gu Qingxian's bloodline talent was severely compromised. Ling Qingxian, came Su Zhixiao's voice from outside. Allow me to open the door. Gu Qingxian's expression dimmed slightly. To celebrate your remarkable performance at the Spirit Awakening ceremony, I have prepared a feast. You both should wash your hands and come downstairs to eat. Su Zhixia said with a warm smile. All right, thank you, Mom, Gu Qingxian replied, scratching his head. He couldn't shake the feeling that Su Zhixia's tone was unusually calm. Any ordinary parent would not react in such a manner upon learning that their child had awakened a divine spirit, yet he dismissed the thought, attributing it to Su Zhixia's evident exhaustion. Auntie, Qingxian deceived me, Long Lingo said, her little face showing signs of grievance as she padded out of the room in her slippers. That rascal dares to bully you? Su Zhixia looked at Long Lingo with a twinge of sympathy. He tricked me into believing his bloodline talent was damaged. And he might not even be able to awaken the lowest grade spirit, Long Linger complained. She could not abide being misled by lies. He didn't deceive you. When Gu Qingxian was 8, he insisted on accompanying his father on a mission, and an unfortunate incident occurred. His father never returned, Su Zhixia said with a gentle sigh. Upon hearing this, Long Linger's delightful face fell into a moment of bewilderment. At that moment, Gu Qingxian had already lowered his head and exited the room. I'm sorry. Long Linger realized her misstep. It's all right, Those events belong to the past. I've long since come to terms with them. Let us go downstairs for dinner. I prepared a variety of dishes to cater to your tastes, Xue'er replied softly. Chapter 6. Once, you used to call me baby at the dining table. Gu Qingxian remained silent, while Long Linger and Xue'er engaged in pleasant conversation. After a few bites, Gu Qingxian excused himself and ascended the stairs. Once he closed the door to his room, he let out a deep sigh. If, as a child, he had not insisted on accompanying his father on that ill-fated mission, perhaps his father would not have sacrificed himself for him, and his mother would not have had to shoulder the entire family's responsibilities alone with grandfather. Sitting on the sofa, Gu Qingxuan's gaze dimmed, burdened by the weight of past events. Even after all these years, the memories still lingered, and he felt a profound sense of remorse. At that moment, Long Linger had finished her meal and approached the doorway. Qingxian, I sincerely apologize for unintentionally reopening your old wounds. I now realize my mistake. Yet Annie has also mentioned that you should move on from those unpleasant memories. Long Linger's gentle voice bore a hint of regret. Ding. Host, please gather your spirits. If you can grow stronger, it is entirely possible that you might possess the ability to alter the past. What? Gu Qingxuan's attention was entirely captured by the system's notification. A look of astonishment gracing his face. System, is what you say truly authentic? Of course. Do not underestimate the divine spirit or this system. With diligent training, it is indeed feasible for you to acquire such abilities. Very well, I trust you. Gu Qingxian nodded affirmatively. After adjusting his mindset, he opened the door, allowing Long Linger, who stood outside, to enter. Can you forgive me? Long Linger gazed at him with a touch of grievance. It's not your fault. I simply haven't come to terms with it yet. Now that I've recalibrated my state of mind, I feel much better, Gu Qingxian replied. A smile gracing his lips. That is more like it. Long Lingo playfully threw herself into his embrace. Downstairs, Xue'er observed this interaction, a radiant smile illuminating her face. It seemed the two were getting along quite well, easing her maternal concerns. With a sigh of relief, she thought, over the years, Gu Qingxian has always been so sensible. I used to worry that my child might face misfortune in marriage. To her surprise, they had met online a year prior. And Gu Qingxian appeared to be remarkably at ease around Long Linger. Is it true that you wish to become a dragon knight? Long Lingo shyly inquired. Now clad in white pajamas adorned with yellow ducklings after her bath. That's a falsehood, Gu Qingxian replied, casting a glance at her and shaking his head. Long Linger's enchanting face momentarily displayed a hint of disappointment. Is it because I am of the dragon race that you find me undesirable? You are overly sensitive. Gu Qingxian's focus remained on Long Linger's attribute panel as he casually responded. Then I suppose you should continue to sleep on the floor tonight. Long Lingo huffed. Lying in the center of the bed. All right, let us share the bed. Perceiving the shift in Long Linger's emotions, Gu Qingxian waved his hand and concealed her attribute panel. Do not come too close. Understood. Gu Qingxian nodded. 3 minutes later, Long Linger, in a state of drowsiness, rolled into his embrace. To be precise, Gu Qingxian had lent a subtle assistance. She looks most adorable while asleep. Gu Qingxian observed Long Linger, who lay peacefully in his arms. A glimmer of affection sparkling in his eyes. Unable to resist, he mischievously extended his hand to gently pinch her soft, fair cheek. No further incidents transpired. Gu Qingxian allowed Long Lingo to rest snugly against him. The following morning, Long Lingo was the first to groggily open her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the remarkably handsome visage of Gu Qingxian. And only then did she become aware of the proximity between them, almost as if they were about to merge into one. They could distinctly hear each other's breath. Untrustworthy humans. Long Lingo shifted slightly, fully aware that it was likely her own initiative that had drawn her closer, yet she stubbornly retorted, "What's wrong with you?" Before long, Gu Qingxian also awakened, his eyes clouded with confusion as he gazed at Long Linger, who sat at the bedside, appearing deeply aggrieved and flustered. She had rummaged through her luggage but found no spare socks. Had she known, she would have packed her belongings herself. It's nothing, Long Linger said, shaking her head defiantly. I'll just wear them for another day. TSK, aren't you going to change your socks? Gu Qingxian remarked with a tone laced with disdain, having clearly perceived her predicament. Of course not, Long Lingo exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. She did not wish for Gu Qingxian to see her as unkempt. I'll take a leave this morning, and we can go to a nearby mall, Gu Qingxian suggested, his smile widening as he observed her adorable demeanor. Can you really take a leave on the first day of class? Long Linger hesitated, feeling that such an action might be inappropriate. You are a spirit of the highest caliber. I am a divine spirit. Do you truly believe the principal would reprimand you for taking half a day off? Gu Qingxian replied as he got off the bed, folding the blankets. To speak frankly, since the awakening ceremony commenced, all students have been distinctly categorized into ranks. Instances of differential treatment are certainly not rare. With that being said, it should be acceptable, right? Long Linger nodded thoughtfully. Put down those little dirty socks, wash your hands, and prepare to embark. After tidying the bed linens, Long Linger continued to wait for herself. Do you find me repulsive? She asked. Not at all. If you don't find me repulsive, then you need to wash. A triumphant smile blossomed on Long Linger's face as she believed she had outsmarted Gu Qinxian. Fine, but ultimately, you're the one who will suffer. Gu Qinxian shrugged nonchalantly, taking Long Linger's small hand into his own. When Long Linger felt Gu Qinxian grasp her hand without hesitation, a blush crept onto her lovely cheeks. She had not anticipated that Gu Qinxian would truly be unfazed. An hour later, Gu Qinxian had amassed 5 or 6 shopping bags, filled with essential items such as dresses. Gu Qinxian, something in your pocket is vibrating quite intensely. Long Linger, nearly glued to Gu Qinxian's side, noticed the sensation at her waist, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Don't eat the sausage just yet. Answer the phone in my pocket. Gu Qinxian was perplexed as to why Long Linger was blushing. Oh, all right. Long Linger shook her adorable little head to rouse herself a bit. Whose call is it? Gu Qinxian inquired. It's a call from Teacher Lu Man. Long Linger answered the phone, and an anxious voice immediately resonated from the other end. Qinxian, have you encountered any danger? Without speaking, indicate danger by pressing 1, and if not, press 2. Unable to comply. Long Linger held the phone in one hand and a grilled sausage in the other, leaving no extra fingers to press the keypad. All right, Teacher Lu. We are not in danger. I have some matters to attend to with Long Linger this morning. Gu Qinxian walked towards a nearby bench in the mall and handed the phone to Long Linger with a subtle tone. Is there another martial arts academy attempting to poach us? As long as you two are willing to stay at Xingyao, I assure you that all top-notch resources will be devoted to you. On the other end of the line, Lu Man misunderstood Gu Qinxian's intention and resolutely urged them to stay. Rest assured, teacher, Long Linger and I will arrive at school on time for the afternoon practical class. I am getting older, and my heart isn't in the best condition. If I do not see you two this afternoon, I might truly suffer a heart attack from the anxiety. All right, I understand. Gu Qinxian was taken aback that the usually aloof and serious ability class teacher would express such sentiments to prevent them from switching schools. After hanging up, the two took a seat on the bench. Long Linger playfully rested one long, slender leg on Gu Qinxian's lap. Why do you still call me by my full name? You used to call me baby online. Why has the term of endearment grown so distant now? Chapter 7. A disdainful glance. At this point, I felt a surge of anger. Although I was not skilled at gaming before, I had always strived to improve. How dare you say I held you back? After our breakup online, you didn't even reach out to me. Long Linger grasped his tie with her delicate hand, gazing at him with an expression of disdain. That was because of the arranged marriage. Cough. Today, I am taking you out shopping as compensation. You can pick whatever you like, and I will foot the bill. What I desire is not this. Long Linger shook her head and formed an expression with her lips. Baby? That is more like it. The corners of Long Linger's soft lips lifted slightly as she leaned in to kiss his handsome cheek. This unexpected kiss left Gu Qinxian momentarily stunned, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto his face. Do you like it? Long Linger's lovely face flushed slightly as she wiped her lips with her hand, haughtily asking. I do like it. At that moment, Gu Qinxian's mind was blank, relying purely on instinct to respond to Long Linger's inquiry. It was the first time Long Linger had seen him in such a state. Indeed, he had never been in a relationship, although she hadn't either. She had read no fewer than hundreds of romance comics and novels. However, I have learned numerous practical techniques, such as the crucial disdainful glance, just now. Without any step in this process, achieving such an effect would have been impossible. Please remove your leg from my body. Gu Qinxian felt his cheeks flush. What should you call me? Long Linger inched closer. Baby. Very well, let us return home. Long Linger gently stroked his hair. At this moment, she appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, she was brimming with excitement. Gu Qinxian held the shopping bags with both hands, allowing Long Linger to embrace his arm as they strolled towards home. After taking a few deep breaths, Gu Qinxian gradually felt his wildly excited mind begin to settle. Upon returning home, the two took a brief moment to refresh themselves before heading back to the Xingyao Martial Academy. In the elite class, Lu Man sat anxiously in the classroom, awaiting the return of the two. Gu Qinxian and Long Linger, seeing you both back brings me great relief. Lu Man's anxious expression vanished the moment she spotted them. I apologize for causing you concern, teacher. Gu Qinxian said politely. Please find a seat. I will now discuss the upcoming practical training. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Gu Qinxian held Long Linger's small hand, nodding gently. As his gaze swept across the room, he noticed two familiar figures, Su Yao Yao and Chen Yao, who was staring intently at him. Come over. Su Yao Yao eagerly whispered. All right. It was no surprise that she had saved a seat for him in the back row by the window. Unbeknownst to them, Long Linger shot a slightly jealous glance, feeling that their closeness was a tad too intimate. After all, he was her man, and she believed it was solely her duty to look after him. Next, we will be heading to the ruins of the level, where the ferocious beasts range from levels 1 to 4. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, we will not easily intervene. The martial artist realms are as follows: martial apprentice, martial master, martial sovereign, martial venerable, martial king, martial emperor, and martial deity, divided into 9 tiers. The ferocious beasts range from levels 1 to 16. Generally, each 2 levels correspond to one realm of the martial artist. For instance, a martial apprentice at level 1 corresponds to a level 1 beast, while a martial apprentice at level 5 can handle a level 2 beast. Currently, the students' levels are predominantly around the 6th tier of martial apprentice, with the utmost limit being a mere encounter with a level 3 beast. Teacher, is it not somewhat unrealistic to throw us, who have just completed our spirit awakening, straight into practical operations? A male student, unable to contain himself, rose to question. It is stated that we will not intervene unless faced with life-threatening danger. This seems rather cruel. Your inquiry is commendable. It is only through immersion in actual combat that you may truly grasp the essence of martial skills, rather than mere superficial techniques. Those who cannot accept this may leave the elite class at once, stated teacher Lu Man, adjusting her glasses with a delicate gesture as she spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the previously eager male student hesitated, his enthusiasm momentarily quelled. Are there any further questions? Lu Man inquired with a smile. None, came the unified response. Very well. Let us proceed to the training room to select our weapons. A faint smile of satisfaction graced Lu Man's face upon receiving the orderly reply. Teacher, I apologize. Someone played a prank and turned off my alarm clock, which caused my tardiness, suddenly announced a male student appearing at the classroom door. Who did that? Lu Man's icy gaze swept across the room. Xinyao slowly raised his hand. Teacher, it was I who did it intentionally. Do not repeat such behavior. As for your tardiness, you shall stand outside until the end of class, Lu Man responded coldly upon recognizing Xinyao. What? The male student standing outside the classroom was momentarily taken aback by her words. If you are unwilling to comply, you may choose to leave the elite class directly. Lu Man stated icily. Observing the unfolding scene, Xinyao wore a somewhat smug expression. Teacher, if I recall correctly, hasn't Gu Qixian also arrived late? You. Lu Man's countenance grew stern. She was taken aback by Chun Yao's audacity and insensitivity. She had initially intended to resolve the matter privately, but it seemed that such an approach was no longer viable. Teacher, I had submitted a leave request to Principal Lu along with Ling Ling this morning. So my tardiness does not apply, Gu Qixian interjected. After he spoke, the classmates in the elite class regarded Xinyao with amused expressions. Xinyao, do you have any further objections? Lu Man's gaze flickered with a glint of frost. And no, I have no further questions, Xinyao stammered, visibly anxious. Then let us proceed to the weapons depot, Lu Man declared, her demeanor having shifted. She had little patience for Xinyao, whose emotional intelligence seemed almost non-existent. While she recognized Gu Qixian as a promising individual, the elite class, comprising only 10 students, entered the weapons depot to begin selecting their respective weaponry. Qixian, which weapon do you think would suit me best? Long Linger asked, momentarily overwhelmed by the myriad of combat weapons available. I am uncertain regarding the specifics of your awakened spirit, but perhaps you might start with a longsword. If it does not suit you, you can always switch later. All right, Long Linger replied, reaching for a finely crafted longsword. Unlike the human race, the Dragon Clan, during their high school years, not only engages in the activation of their innate bloodline talents and the acquisition of human knowledge, but also does not practice weaponry. This is because the bloodlines within the Dragon Clan can be inherited, allowing them to wield various weapons, albeit they must discover the one that most harmonizes with their unique abilities. For instance, Gu Qixian, who has awakened the eternal spear god, can effortlessly choose a spear as his spiritual weapon. Ling Ling, do you not wish to change your attire? Su Yaoyao remarked with concern. Noticing that Long Lingo was still clad in a dress. I have donned safety shorts, it is of no concern, Long Lingo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Qixian appeared somewhat perplexed. He distinctly remembered not purchasing such an item during their shopping excursion that morning. Driven by intense curiosity, he instinctively grasped the hem of Long Linger's dress. What are you attempting to do? This is a public space, Long Linger stammered, her delicate form trembling slightly as she suppressed her embarrassment. Chapter 8. Annihilating the Third-Order Gale Wolf King. It seems we did not buy them while shopping. Did you truly wear safety shorts? Gu Qixian, now aware of his actions, awkwardly released his grip and inquired. I had some in my suitcase, Long Linger retorted. Rolling her eyes, Gu Qixian offered an apologetic smile. Once we enter the level ruins, you must remain vigilant at all times. You may pair up. Think critically when faced with danger. At that moment, Lu Man observed that everyone had chosen their weapons and gently raised her jade hand. Almost instantaneously, A colossal spiritual energy teleportation array manifested beneath their feet, transforming the scenery before them into a vast city ruin. Gu Qingxian was astounded by such a capability. It was no wonder she could become the extraordinary class's ability instructor. This teleportation skill was indeed formidable. Ling Ling, shall we form a team? Xue'er asked, seizing the opportunity as she embraced Long Linger from behind. Next time for sure. Today, you should team up with someone else, Gu Qingxian responded, shaking his head. As this was their first experience in actual combat, he could not bear to let Long Linger stray far from his side. As for Su Yaoyao, she too had awakened a first-level ability. Aside from some superficial injuries, she would likely sustain no significant harm. Su Yaoyao, would you be interested in teaming up with me? At that moment, Chen Yao approached slowly, hands still pocketed, extending an invitation to Su Yaoyao. Why are you seeking me out? Su Yaoyao's expression turned wary. Because I believe your Thunder Spirit Angel is the most powerful among the first-level spirit souls, and I merely wish to collaborate with you, Chen Yao replied earnestly. Within the entire extraordinary class, apart from himself, Gu Qingxian, and Long Linger, no one else possessed a spirit soul exceeding the first level. During the awakening of spirit souls, it had been evident that Su Yaoyao's first-level spirit soul was distinct from the others. Well then, let us collaborate, Ling Ling. Qingxian, you two must also prioritize your safety. Are you certain you wish to team up with him? Gu Qingshuan's cold gaze fell upon Chen Yao in the distance. Rest assured, even if he does not assist, I can accomplish the task alone, Su Yaoyao replied with a smile. Very well. He refrained from further interfering with Su Yaoyao's decision. A few minutes later, Qingxian. Might we find a suitable place to hide? Most have already formed their teams and set off, Long Linger inquired, closely trailing behind him. Ahem, it is still daylight. What do you intend to do? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian scanned the vicinity, ensuring they were alone before quietly asking. There must be numerous surveillance cameras in this desolate area, and several teachers may already be stationed in the monitoring room. The teachers did not specify that we must confront the fierce beasts. We could simply find a place to hide until the task concludes, Long Linger expressed, her beautiful face reflecting some confusion as she voiced her true thoughts. Why? The election for class leader is based on everyone's performance within the ruins, she added, feeling faint at the thought. How could that be possible? Gu Qingxian was astonished. A member of the powerful dragon clan, known for their exceptional bloodline talents, could hardly be associated with such a notion. Perhaps you should team up with someone else. I fear I may hinder you. Long Linger lowered her head, her tone laced with self-reproach. No need to worry, I can manage. You can simply stand by with your eyes closed. And I will devise a way to help you overcome this issue later, Gu Qingxian said, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. He held unwavering confidence in his current capabilities. While most others remained at the 5th or 6th rank of martial apprentice, Gu Qingxian had notably advanced to the 9th rank. You wouldn't find me bothersome, would you? Long Linger raised her delicate face to gaze at him. Of course not. You are my fiancée. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall never find you lacking in any measure. All right, I understand. Long Linger felt a surge of emotion within her heart. She closed her eyes and pressed a kiss to Gu Qingshuan's cheek. At that moment, several teachers stationed in the monitoring room were left speechless, with Lu Man lowering her head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, other students were being thoroughly overwhelmed by the fierce beasts. These two remained here, indulging in their affections, Lu Man fumed. I shall certainly impose a fitting punishment upon them after this task. There is no need for that, Lu Kong remarked, leaning on his cane as he pushed open the door with a cheerful expression. Gu Qingxian represents the human race in his union with Long Linger. Their good rapport is indeed advantageous. Hearing this, Lu Man hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to say no more. At this moment, Gu Qingxian faced Long Linger. A few second-tier gale giant wolves sensed the approach of other creatures and slowly emerged from the ruins. Upon confirming that the figures before them were human, their pupils instantly shifted to a crimson hue. The blue patterns on their white fur erupted with a red glow, radiating a palpable killing intent. Taking 2 steps back, Gu Qingxian declared, "Leave this to me." He tightened his grip on the long spear, pulling Long Linger behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to seize the initiative. With a swift maneuver of spatial binding, he ensnared a second-tier gale giant wolf that had lunged toward him. The spear danced like a dragon, blue currents swirling around its tip, effortlessly claiming the life of the beast, blood splattering in the air, wiping the blood from his cheek. The overwhelming scent of iron ignited Gu Qingshuan's fighting spirit. The remaining gale giant wolves, witnessing this, howled in fury and charged like rabid dogs, their sharp claws poised to strike. Gu Qingxian moved with the grace of a specter, his steps light. As he swung his spear, arcs of electricity crackled around him, each thrust striking true at the wolves' vulnerabilities. Qingxian, be careful behind you. Long Linger, shielding her eyes with her hands, suddenly caught sight of a third-tier wolf king lurking menacingly behind Gu Qingxian. Indeed, The Wolf King was present. Thunder Spiral Strike. Gu Qingxian, as if sensing the danger behind him, swiftly turned and thrust his spear into the belly of the ambushing giant wolf while simultaneously catching Long Lingo as she rushed toward him. I told you to trust me, Gu Qingxian said gently, but you were almost in danger just now. Long Lingo's gaze remained fixed on the threatening Wolf King not far away, her expression one of concern for her partner. Perhaps due to the awakening of her heroic spirit, her fear of blood had diminished compared to the past. We shall face this third-tier Wolf King together. Are you capable? I will give it a try. All right. Gu Qingxian nodded lightly. Facing the third-tier Gale Wolf King alone would indeed be a daunting challenge. After breaking through a significant tier, both physical prowess and combat techniques experienced a qualitative leap. Frost Lotus Blessing. Long Lingo brought her sword close to her forehead, and beneath their feet, a mark of an ice lotus formed from icy currents appeared. An amplification skill? Gu Qingxian felt a surge of delight within. Roaring, the Gale Wolf King sensed the imminent danger and lunged with bared fangs. Gu Qingxian intercepted it with his spear, while Long Lingo seized the opportunity to dart behind it, unleashing several strikes of white sword light across its body. By the time the Gale Wolf King landed again, it was bleeding profusely. Attempting to flee, it found its hind leg injured and unable to support its weight. Beast Crystal Core, here I come. Gu Qingxian hurled his spear with determination. The spear, infused with the essence of lightning, plunged into the body of the third-tier Gale Wolf King, releasing a tantalizing aroma of meat into the air. Ultimately, it concluded with a resounding explosion. Ding! Host has successfully slain the third-tier ferocious beast, Gale Wolf King. Reward points, 30. This system kindly reminds you, reward points can be utilized to enhance the host's attributes or exchanged for a chance at the lottery. Only 30 points? Gu Qingxian felt a tinge of disappointment at this sum. He had previously noted that a single spin of the lottery required a staggering 500 points, implying he needed to vanquish dozens of second-tier beasts. Do you want this crystal core? Long Lingo approached Gu Qingxian, holding a crystal core the size of an egg, her voice laced with a playful tone. No need. You should absorb it. After all, defeating ferocious beasts already grants experience points to augment your attributes. What does it matter if I give her this third-tier beast crystal core? All right. Long Lingo revealed a pair of delicate, white tiger fangs. Chapter 9. The Dual Agreement in the Monitoring Room. Lu Kong wore a satisfied expression, cheerfully inquiring, Teacher Lu Man, what do you think of their performance? Lu Man contemplated briefly before responding calmly. They have quickly grasped the use of spiritual power and, overall, their cooperation is commendable. Students possess talent, but effective teaching is paramount. Teacher Lu Man, please continue to put in your best effort. Understood, Lu Man nodded earnestly, drawing upon her 12 years of teaching experience to identify her students' strengths and weaknesses and devise training plans tailored to their individual needs. For the next hour, Gu Qingxian, alongside Long Lingo, embarked on a map-clearing mode, increasingly mastering their abilities. Damn, what should we do about these golden yuan rabbits' pelts? My storage ring is overflowing. Long Lingo looked at the scattered golden yuan rabbits with a mixture of desperation and urgency in her eyes. They're merely second-tier beast pelts, if we can't store them. So be it. The trial time should be nearly up, Gu Qingxian said affectionately, ruffling her hair. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation array appeared beneath their feet, and they were swiftly returned to the classroom. Just now, during the operation, a student harmed their own companion. That individual should step forward voluntarily. Lu Man's graceful figure stood at the podium, her icy gaze fixating on Xinyao. Realizing something was amiss, Gu Qingxian swiftly scanned the crowd. Xue'er was nowhere to be seen. Teacher, that's not exactly harming someone. I merely wanted to avoid injury myself. It's not my fault Xue'er is so useless. Xinyao spread his hands, locking eyes with Gu Qingxian, awakening a level of heroic spirit and being a scion of one of the 4 ancient families. What did it matter? He simply sought to retaliate against Gu Qingxian by targeting those close to him. Scoundrel! Gu Qingxian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The force of the blow was so great that it produced a faint sonic boom. Xinyao was momentarily stunned by this unexpected strike. One side of his face turned red and swollen, and he could vaguely sense that a tooth had dislodged in his mouth. Pain and anger clouded his reason, prompting him to grab a large knife and charge towards Gu Qingxian. At this moment, the spear held by Gu Qingxian had already charged the thunder spin thrust. Ready to sever an arm the moment Xinyao entered his range of attack. Stop, Xinyao. Do not act recklessly as you did in the past. Lu Man could no longer contain herself. One was a level 1 soul awakener, and the other a god-level soul awakener. To her, both were equally dear. However, if matters escalated, it would be troublesome. A pure aura of pressure emanated from her, nearly suffocating those present. Teacher, how is Xue'er's condition? Gu Qingxian managed to inquire. She has only sustained minor injuries and is currently receiving treatment in the infirmary. Do not worry, Qinyao, you will accompany me to the infirmary shortly. Lu Man replied coldly. Teacher, I can only accept compensation. I cannot bring myself to apologize to Su Yaoyao. With Lu Man's aura of pressure dissipated, Qinyao regained his composure momentarily and spoke with unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Lu Man scrutinized Gu Qingxuan's expression. Noting his dissatisfaction, she shook her head. You must do both. Neither can be omitted. Are you certain, teacher? Qinyao face reflected astonishment at this outcome. Do you require me to repeat myself? A murderous intent flickered across Lu Man's enchanting visage. I do not, Qinyao stammered, stopping short of saying more. Shall we go and take a look together? At that moment, Long Linger, standing beside Gu Qingxian, whispered. Since arriving in the human realm, the first to show her kindness had been Gu Qingxuan's mother, followed by Gu Qingxian himself, and lastly, Su Yaoyao. In times of uncertainty, they had always been there to assist her. Let us go, Gu Qingxian nodded in agreement, eager to accompany them. He had initially worried that Long Lingo might feel jealous, but now that she had spoken up, his concerns dissipated. Why have you two followed us? Lu Man, leading Chun Yao to the infirmary, turned back in confusion upon noticing the pair trailing behind. Teacher, we want to check on Su Yaoyao's injuries. Long Linger's adorable face was etched with worry. It may not be convenient. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider? Lu Man quickly pondered and then offered an excuse with a smile. If Gu Qingxian were to witness Su Yaoyao's true injuries, it would undoubtedly provoke a fierce response from Qinyao. What, I wonder, does the teacher mean by certain inconveniences? Gu Qingxuan's brow furrowed slightly, as he began to grasp the reason behind Lu Man's reluctance. Well, let the two of you accompany us. Qinyao, it's time you took responsibility for your actions. Lu Man was no longer inclined to feign indifference. Let things unfold as they may. Perhaps it would be beneficial for Chun Yao to experience some hardship, to deter him from causing further trouble at school. Qingxian, Lingling, teacher, murmured Su Yaoyao, lying on the hospital bed within the Starry Martial Academy's infirmary, mustering a faint smile for the two. At that moment, her body was swathed in bandages, with a particularly horrifying scar faintly visible on her shoulder. Upon witnessing this, Gu Qingxian clenched his fists tightly. Qingxian, do not act impulsively, cautioned Long Linger, who, noticing the situation, hurriedly placed her soft, white hand atop his. Such a reaction is not wise. There is an old saying among humans. Impulsiveness is the devil. Lu Man, I have consistently pointed out the flaws in your teaching methods. Just look at the injuries on this girl, lamented Linya, the school nurse, with concern. This lad has betrayed his companion, abandoning her in a moment of danger. And I could not reach her in time. Lu Man's voice was tinged with anger as she seized Qinyao by the shoulder, forcibly bringing him to Su Yaoyao's bedside. Su Yaoyao, I recognize my mistakes, Qinyao said, feeling the pressure on his shoulder, enduring the pain with a begrudging tone. No, it's fine. My strength was insufficient. Su Yaoyao replied, lowering her head. Qinyao, I demand that you kneel before Su Yaoyao. Gu Qingxian struggled to contain himself, but ultimately could not refrain from speaking. What? Chun Yao's face registered surprise, swiftly transforming into arrogance. Gu Qingxian, do you truly believe your divine spirit is remarkable? The superior cultivation resources of the Chun family far surpass anything your Gu family can offer. He retorted angrily. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Linya interjected. This young lady needs rest. You two should cease your quarrel. Rather than bickering here, it would be wiser to resolve this privately. Qinyao, I expect to see you at the training ground tomorrow afternoon after school. I hope you will not disappoint me too greatly. You need not go to such lengths for my sake. I should recover in a few days, Su Yaoyao interjected gently. Yaoyao, focus on your recovery. Do not concern yourself with this, Long Linger said, sitting by the bed and offering her peeled orange slices to Su Yaoyao. All right then, Lingling. Let me touch your face. It might alleviate my pain. Consider it granted, but do not apply too much pressure, Long Linger acquiesced, allowing Su Yaoyao, with a beaming smile, to pinch her soft face repeatedly. She playfully challenged, Gu Qingxian, how about you kneel and become my servant if you lose? She chuckled, and if you win? You underestimate the cultivation resources of the Qin family. I may very well match you. Well, you exhibit commendable courage, but should you lose, you must kneel before Su Yaoyao and apologize, vowing never to appear within 10 meters of my sight again, Gu Qingxian retorted with evident disdain. Did he truly believe that a divine-level spirit was a mere jest? Victory was assured, and it would be a waste not to seize the opportunity. Haha, splendid. I ask for teacher Lu Man to bear witness. I shall return to my training now. Qinyao shot Gu Qingxian one last glare before turning on his heel and leaving the infirmary. It was time to employ some of the family's top-secret medicinal concoctions. Since the spirit could not surpass Gu Qingxian, he would ensure an overwhelming advantage in martial resources. Alas, Lingling, Qingxian, You both should return. Take these cultivation resources with you. Lu Man sighed, handing over a storage ring. She was aware of the Gu family's circumstances. For many years, the family's enterprises had been solely managed by Gu Mu Su Ji Xia, who was now stretched thin, in comparison to the vast Chen family. The Gu family fell short in both the extent of cultivation resources and financial means. The upcoming duel at the martial arts arena was likely to attract a significant audience. Chapter 10. Frost Lotus Longsword. There's no need to trouble the teacher. Yao Yao, you should rest well here for the next few days. I will bring some medicine tomorrow morning. I understand. Just come and keep me company with Lingling, she replied. Gu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. Of course. Long Linger interjected eagerly. All right, we shall take our leave. Observing the scene before him, he could not help but smile wryly. Upon returning home, Long Linger carelessly tossed her backpack onto the floor and languidly collapsed onto the plush sofa. Qingxian, how about I let you nibble on a bit of my dragon horn? Long Lingo raised her adorable face to gaze up at him. You can't be serious? Gu Qingxian, who was preparing ingredients to cook, turned around in surprise. When he had initially expressed his desire to taste the dragon horn, Long Linger's resistance had been nothing short of vehement. Now, she was extending an invitation? This was a tremendous stroke of fortune for Gu Qingxian. Long Linger sat up from the sofa and gently touched the crystalline white dragon horn atop her head, which was only the size of a thumb. Perhaps it's best to reconsider. After a year, it may have only grown a few millimeters. If I let you take a bite, it would likely negate years of growth. That is fine. Do you think I will be unable to defeat Chen Yao at the martial arts arena tomorrow? He asked gently. Not at all. Don't misunderstand me. Long Lingo pouted slightly, her cheeks puffing up in playful annoyance. There is no misunderstanding between us. I wish to hear the truth from you. Gu Qingxian reached out and gently patted her small head. I merely wish to alleviate your stress. Long Lingo spoke softly. Rest assured, I feel no pressure at all. Tomorrow, you shall perceive true pressure from Chen Yao's perspective. He possesses absolute confidence in his abilities. Very well, I trust you. Long Lingo obediently nodded. Then playfully wiggled her small feet clad in leather shoes. Please help me take these off. I wish to play a game. All right. Gu Qingxian nodded in agreement. There was no choice. As a fiancé, he could only indulge her. He assisted her in removing the little leather shoes, revealing her petite feet adorned in white socks. At that moment, Gu Qingxuan's hand reached toward Long Linger's waist. Linger, do you have a tail? Gu Qingxian asked curiously. No, we have a pure bloodline, and do not require such things to affirm our identity and status, Long Lingo patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian smiled and nodded, saying nothing further as he made his way to the kitchen with the ingredients in hand. Of course, if you wish to see one, I can purchase a fake dragon tail ornament online. Just as Gu Qingxian immersed himself in cooking, Long Linger entered the kitchen, her small feet bare in white socks. The kitchen was filled with smoke. We shall discuss this later, all right? You entered the kitchen without wearing slippers? Never mind that. Quickly tell me if you want to see it or not. I do. I won't show you. Long Linger mischievously laughed and swiftly darted away. Just a little tease to whet his appetite. She would surprise him when they wed next month. After dinner, the two engaged in a few rounds of games before Gu Qingxian stood up, preparing to head to the training room. Do you think my cooking is lacking? Long Lingo grasped his arm, her beautiful, captivating eyes narrowing slightly. During this time, she had researched various gaming strategies and had noticeably improved her skills. I am going to train. Gu Qingxian smiled. Together, Long Linger resolutely set aside her phone. She must not fall behind. Given the ample space in the training room, it posed no issue for both to practice simultaneously. For Gu Qingxian, the only inconvenience was the restriction on using the system freely. Do your human practitioners require a dedicated room for training? Long Linger stepped into the training room, her fair and delicate feet bare, curiously surveying the facilities within. At the center lay an intricate formation, capable of significantly enhancing the spiritual energy density of the entire space. During her time with the Dragon Clan, Long Lingo had never encountered such a formation. The Dragon Clan possesses a unique spirit-gathering formation within their bodies, said to be inherited through their bloodline. We humans do not have this, hence the necessity for a training room. Gu Qingxian sat cross-legged on the mat, patiently elucidating. So that is how it is. No wonder our Dragon Clan possesses such formidable strength. Long Linger chuckled, mirroring his posture as she settled cross-legged opposite him. Energy circulated within her, conjuring a small magic array before her that shimmered with a cerulean glow. It was resplendent and remarkably practical. Before long, Long Lingo adeptly utilized this array to swiftly refine spiritual energy. Observing this, Gu Qingxian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, truly, a testament to their racial advantage. System. Allocate all my points to my attribute panel. I aim for an unparalleled dominance in cultivation. Beep. Current host point total, 200. To break through to Martial Master Realm requires only 18 points. Does the host wish to allocate all points to the attribute panel? Indeed. Proceed. Gu Qingxian affirmed. Beep. Points allocation in progress. Within the sea of consciousness, Gu Qingxian, with a body of lightning, ventured forth. As his attribute panel surged rapidly, torrents of electric energy surged from the dark void surrounding him. This exhilarating sensation nearly left him in a euphoric stupor. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to the 4th layer of the Martial Master Realm. Reward, Frost Lotus Longsword, possessing evolutionary traits. What do you give me a sword for? Without awaiting a response from the system, Gu Qingxian instinctively exited his sea of consciousness. What were you doing? Upon opening his eyes, Long Linger's exquisite visage graced his sight, her clear pupils betraying a hint of concern. Having just broken through, consider this longsword as my engagement gift to you. With a flick of his wrist, a cerulean longsword materialized in his hand, its blade emanating a white mist upon contact with spiritual force. The hilt, intricately carved with a white lotus, was a marvel of craftsmanship. Let us set this sword aside for now. I have some inquiries to make. Long Lingo pouted adorably. Setting the sword aside, her delicate hands rested upon Gu Qingxian's robust chest, using her body weight to coax him downwards. What do you intend to do? Gu Qingxian complied with a sense of resignation. Chapter 11. The Wu family's young lady. Ruthless in action, how could you directly break through to the 4th layer of the Martial Master Realm in just a matter of minutes? Long Lingo inquired, her long, graceful leg pinning Gu Qingxian down, her expression stern. Such a cultivation speed is utterly suspicious. Even doubling my own pace would pale in comparison. To Long Linger, this felt akin to exploiting cheats in a game, disrupting the balance entirely. This is the cultivation speed of a divine-level spirit. Do you see any issue with that? Gu Qingxian responded earnestly. Is that true? Long Linger's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She had indeed never encountered a true god-level spirit awakening. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within her. Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you? First, bind this Frost Lotus Longsword to your essence as your spiritual weapon. Gu Qingxian deftly shifted the topic. Upon awakening a spirit, the foremost task is to select a suitable weapon to merge with the activated spirit. The initial binding of a spirit weapon can achieve a compatibility of 100 with the awakened spirit, significantly alleviating future challenges on the path of cultivation. Should one later wish to bind a superior spiritual weapon, they must first unbind the current one, which incurs a loss of 15 compatibility. Where did you acquire this weapon? Long Linger's charming face bore a hint of confusion. A weapon of this caliber, particularly one with growth potential, is undoubtedly a rare and coveted find. I unearthed it from the storage ring my father left me. Do you find its quality lacking? Not at all. The quality of this sword is commendable, and I quite like it. However, you currently lack a suitable weapon, so perhaps it is best if you take this sword for now. My awakened spirit is the eternal spear god. Wielding a sword would considerably diminish my strength. Very well, thank you. Long Linger nodded obediently. After a moment's hesitation, her soft lips pressed against Gu Qingxian's in a spontaneous kiss. Surprised by the sensation, a look of delight spread across Gu Qingxian's face. Long Lingo had visibly begun to take the initiative. This is merely a reward for you. We cannot advance further just yet. So best to temper your eager gaze for now. Realizing her impulsiveness, Long Lingo felt her cheeks flush and gently nudged Gu Qingxian. All right. You should focus on binding your spiritual weapon here. Gu Qingxian pursed his lips and rose to leave. Relationships develop step by step. Especially considering Long Linger is a rather conservative girl of the Dragon Clan. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon of the next day. The school bell rang. Do you wish to avoid this? Qinya stepped in front of Gu Qingxian as he prepared to leave the classroom. Upon returning home yesterday, he had consumed 1/3 of the secret elixirs accumulated by the Chun family over the years, resulting in a significant enhancement to both his realm and physique. Attempting to dominate someone like Gu Qingxian, who possesses only spirit talent but lacks top-tier cultivation resources, should pose no challenge under normal circumstances. Young Master Chen, has your mind slipped? Do you not need to exit the classroom to reach the combat arena? Gu Qingxian regarded him with a sympathetic gaze. This is utterly nonsensical. Before Chen Yao could respond, Wang Qianyang approached. Speak to my brother with more respect. Wang Qianyang barked like a watchdog. Enough, if you're headed to the dueling arena, make haste and refrain from causing a ruckus in the classroom. Concerned that a confrontation might ensue in the classroom, potentially damaging the school's equipment, Lu Man adjusted her glasses and refrained from saying more. Gu Qingxian merely nodded, leading Long Linger out of the classroom. Qingxian, Long Linger encouraged softly from behind him. If you win, I shall reward you upon your return. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. It's a promise then. You mustn't go back on your word. Indeed, Long Linger replied, taking a step forward to embrace him. Many students in the audience, poised to witness the unfolding drama, felt their hearts race at the sight. It was simply breathtaking. No wonder Xue'er had withdrawn into himself days earlier. Had he not chosen to evade the arranged marriage, he might now be alongside Long Linger. It costs 100,000 to use the fighting arena. Who shall cover the fee? The elderly man responsible for maintaining the arena's safety inquired with a smile. The Gu family has grown increasingly impoverished in recent years, but I am magnanimous. I shall pay the 100,000. Xue'er remarked with a contemptuous smile, handing over a bank card while discreetly observing the reactions of those around him. The expressions of the crowd were unlike what he had anticipated. There was no change, only a hint of disdain in their gazes. Master Chen, are you prepared? Gu Qingxian stepped onto the arena. Of course, but do not forget our wager. I have recorded the surveillance and audio from that day. Xue'er conjured a long red spear, flickering with faint flames, as he approached slowly. This appeared to be a treasured weapon from the Chen family's arsenal, albeit a damaged one. I have not forgotten the wager, but I propose an additional stipulation. The loser shall cede 40 of their family's assets to the victor. What say you? Gu Qingxian asked coldly. Since the wager was already established, why not raise the stakes? Excellent. Let us have the teacher document this. Xue'er laughed heartily, viewing the proposal as an opportunity too good to pass up. The Gu family ought to have been consumed long ago. With the contract finalized, the elder retreated to the referee's seat. This role was genuinely rewarding. Every so often, a few impetuous youths would emerge to entertain him. Is your family so destitute that you cannot even present a decent weapon? Xue'er mocked, noticing Gu Qingxian was unarmed and brandished his spear, causing flames to trail through the air. At that moment, a dark-haired girl in the audience, exuding an air of aloofness, displayed a distinctly irate expression. It was utterly intolerable how her classmates sought to belittle and provoke her. In a fit of anger, she kicked the chair in front of her. Are you here to visit your junior, senior Wuyu? A male classmate seated in front had already prepared to launch a tirade. But upon catching a glimpse of the young woman's visage, he abruptly swallowed his words. Wuyu, the esteemed daughter of the Wu family, was also a formidable awakened soul. It was rumored that she was ruthless in her endeavors, often taking it upon herself to rectify the school's negative atmosphere. Do you have any objections? Wuyu inquired coldly. None, of course not. The male classmate replied awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile as he dutifully returned to his seat. Chapter 12. Do you consider me your fiancé while you regard me as mere sustenance? I need not resort to weapons to deal with someone like you. My bare hands suffice, Gu Qingxian stated icily. The task assigned by the system was to shatter Xue'er's resolve. Only by methodically dismantling all that he held dear could this be achieved. Moreover, Gu Qingxian possessed an overwhelming superiority in realm over Xue'er. Seeking death, Xue'er bellowed, his figure swiftly maneuvering as he charged forward, thrusting his spear towards Gu Qingxian's chest with lethal intent. Yet, Gu Qingxian effortlessly evaded with the agility bestowed by his thunder attribute spirit energy. This spear of yours is already battered. It would be better suited for the scrap heap, he remarked as the blue spear imprint on his brow began to glow. Suddenly, the energy within him erupted in full force. Fourth layer of the martial master realm. What in the world is this? Elder Ming, seated at the judging table, was taken aback, spitting out the tea he had just sipped. How could his realm advance so rapidly, barely 2 days after awakening his soul? Elder Ming, once a member of the Divine Guard, had encountered countless prodigies. Yet none had ever achieved such a feat. At that moment, Xue'er stood across from him, utterly stunned. Could someone explain what is happening here? Does your Gu family possess some elixir that allows for such an accelerated rise in power? Xue'er questioned, sweeping his spear to create distance. Bewilderment etched across his face. If not for the aid of a potion, this pace of cultivation was indeed terrifying. I am not like you, reliant on potions. My progress is a result of my own perseverance, Gu Qingxian replied calmly, his fists gathering energy as the formidable power of thunder coalesced. In an instant, he appeared directly before Xue'er. Damn it, Xue'er thought, his reflexes failing him as he instinctively shut his eyes. It was only then that he realized the chasm that had formed between himself and Gu Qingxian since the soul awakening ceremony. Bang! The sound of metal colliding echoed. The anticipated pain Xue'er had imagined did not come. What is happening? Upon regaining his senses, he opened his eyes, only to discover that the spear in his hand had been nearly shattered, with cracks continuously spreading across its surface. How dare you damage my spiritual weapon? Xue'er trembled with rage, his heart filled with an overwhelming sense of dread towards Gu Qingxian. This fear constricted his breath, compelling him to charge at Gu Qingxian once more with the spear raised. The architect of all this turmoil is none other than yourself. Relish in this experience. Faced with the thrust of the spear, Gu Qingxian merely flicked his wrist, tapping the spear's shaft with his fingers, causing the entire weapon to disintegrate instantaneously. The spectators in the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. Do you know the name of this junior? Wu Yu, with her leg crossed elegantly, nudged the person in front of her. Senior, this is the new generation of the talented class, the young master of the Gu family, named Gu Qingxian. Recently, he awakened a divine-level spirit. Surely you are aware of this? A male classmate seated before Wu Yu displayed a hint of confusion. The name Gu Qingxian had already reverberated throughout the school, especially on the day of the Spirit Awakening ceremony. When major media outlets across Long Country reported on this extraordinarily gifted young man, rare in a millennium. I was out on a mission these past few days. It is truly unfortunate that I did not witness the awakening of his divine spirit firsthand, Wu Yu said, her alluring visage adorned with a knowing smile. I cannot possibly lose, Chen Yao shouted furiously. This battle against Gu Qingxian was essential for solidifying his resolve. Since childhood, his frail constitution had made him a frequent visitor to hospitals, and his martial talent had been woefully inadequate. Teachers and parents incessantly compared him to the peer Gu Qingxian. Even during school, he was derisively referred to as the medicine jar by classmates and teachers alike. Having expended an excessive amount of family resources and borne the weight of numerous expectations from his elders, he had resorted to oppressing Gu Qingxian and pursuing romantic conquests as a means of alleviating his stress. Now that Gu Qingxian had awakened a divine-level spirit, it was inevitable that he would seek revenge on the Chen family for the grievances endured. I cannot afford to lose. I shall ensure you fall utterly on this battlefield. Chen Yao's gaze appeared vacant as he stepped back momentarily, then regained his composure and assumed an offensive stance, his body enveloped in a crimson mist. Has he reached the point of burning his essence? Gu Qingshuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Burning one's essence not only risks diminishing the quality of their awakened spirit, but also strains their potential. Today I cannot lose. Chen Yao unleashed a punch. Still too afraid to confront me? Gu Qingxian deftly evaded, his brow slightly furrowing. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a powerful blow to Chen Yao's dantian, sending him soaring into the air, quickly following up with a barrage of strikes. In an instant, a gruesome scene unfolded on the arena. Blood and anguish cries occasionally escaped from Chen Yao's lips. His followers could scarcely bear to keep their eyes open. Elder Ming, seated at the judging panel, wished to intervene, only to discover that every punch from Gu Qingxian lacked the capacity to inflict fatal harm. This spectacle resembled nothing more than a humiliation inflicted upon Chen Yao. Do you concede? Gu Qingxian withdrew his fists and approached the prostrate Chen Yao. Ha ha ha, Gu Qingxian, cough, you will come to regret your actions today. Chen Yao quivered, his body trembling. Well, I hope you get your wish, Gu Qingxian replied with a calm smile. At that moment, Chen Yao appeared to the onlookers much like a gambler who had lost all his fortune, desperately seeking to alleviate his humiliation with mere words. Beep. System task. The arrogant young master of the Chen family. Task status. Completed. Reward. God-slaying spear 1. Please, host, move about more. It aids in the issuance of system tasks and the acquisition of rewards. Current rewards have been deposited into the system backpack. Listening to the system notification, Gu Qingxian nodded with satisfaction and then descended from the fighting arena. So, how did I perform today? He asked, approaching Long Lingo with an affectionate expression. Incredibly impressive. Long Lingo did not hold back her praise. With arms wide open, she leaped into his embrace. What do you wish to eat when we get home? I'll buy it for you, she inquired with a smile, holding Gu Qingshuan's hand. I crave Dragon-S mouth, he replied earnestly as they walked towards the school gates. What? What is Dragon-S mouth? Don't tell me it's a dish found in your human markets. Long Lingo retreated a few steps, her adorable face displaying a look of grievance upon hearing his words. You treat me as your fiancée, yet you regard me as food? Chapter 13. Elder Ming. I shall protect this young man. To me, it could be considered a form of sustenance, but there is no need to visit the market. You will understand once we return home. Gu Qingxian brushed his lips with his fingers. Upon witnessing this, Long Linger's cheeks flushed slightly. It dawned on her that Gu Qingxian was expressing a desire to kiss her. Such a request from her fiancé did not seem too outrageous. Before they could exit the school gates, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. Has the head of the Chen family arrived? Gu Qingxian furrowed his brow. The illegitimate child of the Gu family dares to treat my Chen Yao in such a manner. A voice boomed from a middle-aged man in fury. The speculation had proven correct. Chen Feng, mind your filthy mouth. Your son instigates trouble at school daily, and wagers can only be made with mutual consent. Before Gu Qingxian could act, Elder Ming's figure appeared before him, sword drawn, pointing directly at Chen Feng. What level of cultivation is this? Noticing the profound aura emanating from Elder Ming, Gu Qingshuan's face revealed a hint of astonishment. This presence seemed to surpass even that of the Chen family's patriarch, albeit with a certain instability reminiscent of his own past when his bloodline talent suffered a grievous blow. Elder Ming, what brings you to the Xingyao Martial Academy? Chen Feng, upon hearing this voice, awkwardly retracted his long spear. He never anticipated that a former martial emperor would appear in an institution of such caliber. Without Elder Ming's intervention, he was confident he could have dealt with Gu Qingxian in front of so many witnesses. Kneel and apologize to him. I still possess a fraction of my former power, and I cannot abide such disrespect towards a junior. Elder Ming's deep-set eyes betrayed a glimmer of murderous intent as a surge of sword energy erupted forth. Elder Ming, such a demand is utterly excessive. Many gazes were still fixed upon him. Despite their inner turmoil, they could not afford to lose face. Are you certain this demand is unreasonable? With a swift motion, Elder Ming unleashed a sword strike. A blade of energy grazed Qin Feng's shoulder, leaving a terrifying gash. The onlookers gasped in shock. The patriarch of the Qin family, a formidable figure within the martial king realm, had been severely injured by Elder Ming's casual strike. Take your useless son and leave the Xingyao Martial Academy. Within 3 days, you are to transfer 40% of the Qin family's assets to the Gu family. This is the wager your son made with Qixian. If the transfer is not completed within 3 days, I will not hesitate to ensure the complete eradication of the Qin family from the Dragon Kingdom. Do you understand? Elder Ming asked in a calm tone. Elder Ming, this is merely a child's folly. Surely we, as elders, need not take it seriously? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain radiating from his shoulder. 40% of the assets was no trifling matter. He had already invested substantial resources in Qinyao. Losing such a significant portion would be a tremendous blow. Is Qinyao still a minor? If he never learns to take responsibility for his actions, he will never mature. Elder Ming raised his hand, and the unconscious Qinyao levitated into his embrace. Leave, Elder Ming uttered slowly. Qin Feng opened his mouth, wishing to protest, but upon hearing those words, he merely sighed softly, cradling Qinyao as he departed. He clenched his jaw in silent frustration. In school, you can hide behind Elder Ming. Just stay there and don't come out. Qin Feng's face darkened with fury. Elder Ming, I appreciate your efforts, Gu Qingxian remarked with a smile. No worries. Whether within or beyond the school, feel free to approach me with any troubles you may encounter. Your awakened spirit strength is impressive, with diligent training. Your name will surely grace the martial god rankings in the future. However, talent alone is insufficient. Tomorrow morning, upon arriving at school, I shall first accompany you to select a suitable spiritual weapon, Elder Ming remarked, his eyes betraying an uncontrollable fondness for the prodigy. Elder Ming, I have already prepared a spiritual weapon for myself, so there is no need to trouble you further. It is getting late, so we shall take our leave. Gu Qingxian said, holding the small hand of Long Lingo as they bid farewell and exited the school. Watching their retreating figures, Elder Ming sighed softly. Aside from possessing a divine-level spirit soul, it is remarkable that their character is equally admirable. This modest starry martial academy has truly struck gold this year. Upon returning home, Long Lingo settled onto the sofa, accepting the fruit platter that Gu Qingxian extended towards her. Qingxian, why did you refuse Elder Ming's offer to help you select a spiritual weapon? Long Lingo asked, swinging her delicate, silken feet on the coffee table. Her cherubic face revealing a hint of confusion. Such an opportunity would be deemed a tremendous fortune in anyone's eyes. Yet, Gu Qingxian appeared unfazed. I have already explained to Elder Ming that I have procured a spiritual weapon perfectly suited to me, Gu Qingxian replied, snatching a grape from her hand and popping it into his mouth, slightly exasperated as he reiterated his explanation. When did you prepare it? Long Linger's eyes sparkled with curiosity. That's none of your concern. Faced with Long Linger's persistent inquiries, Gu Qingxian lightly tapped her small head, bemused. If this continued, she might even guess the color of his undergarments. All right, I won't ask any more. However, I must convey this. You cannot sacrifice your appearance for the sake of cultivation resources. Long Lingo raised her small face, her tone earnest. Gu Qingxian was taken aback. Was she questioning whether he would sell himself for cultivation resources? What a ridiculous notion. He would rather starve than resort to such measures. Noticing Gu Qingxuan's prolonged silence, Long Lingo mistakenly believed she had struck a chord. I can overlook whatever you have done in the past, but if you wish to continue sacrificing your appearance for cultivation resources, you may seek my assistance. My family possesses the resources you desire. A hint of sadness crossed Long Linger's face as she hesitated for a few moments before speaking again. I have never sacrificed my appearance. Many cultivation resources are my own innate gifts. Gu Qingxian found a fitting justification, for such situations indeed exist. The higher the level of the awakened spirit soul, the greater the likelihood of innate resources manifesting. Given that he had awakened a divine-level spirit soul, his words would likely raise no suspicions. Is that truly the case? Long Lingo stood up on her delicate feet, questioning him. Indeed, if that is true, then why are you blushing? You are standing too close to me. Gu Qingxian averted his gaze, awkwardly clearing his throat. Chapter 14. Neglecting safety. Long Linger's fair and delicate face flushed slightly as she lifted her petite foot and playfully kicked Gu Qingxian, exclaiming, What a rogue. Gu Qingxian cleared his throat and said, "All right, I'm heading into the training room to bind my spirit weapon. Would you like to join me? I have no desire to train with you. I'm exhausted from school," Long Linga replied weakly, heading straight into her room. Despite having awakened a divine great spirit, Gu Qingxian was training with a diligence that surpassed even some lower-tier martial artists. Regardless of others, Long Linga found herself unable to keep pace. System, please retrieve the god-slaying spear from my inventory. Gu Qingxian secured the door to the training room and settled onto a cushion. The name of this spirit weapon sounded quite impressive. However, he was uncertain of its true power. Ding! God-slaying spear has been retrieved. As the system's voice faded, a long spear materialized before him. Its shaft, entirely dark, was adorned with crimson veins that resembled flowing blood. What pleased him most was the image of a slumbering eye imprinted on the spear's tip, exuding an invisible aura of authority. Will the eternal spear god be able to wield the god-slaying spear adequately? Gu Qingxian pondered aloud. From the names alone, it seemed the eternal spear god might struggle to control the god-slaying spear. My dear host, please refrain from such wild thoughts. Once a spirit is bound to a weapon, they will always complement one another. Moreover, this selection has been meticulously curated for you. How could this system possibly harm you? All right, I trust you. Gu Qingxian smiled and then began the binding process. The god-slaying spear slowly rose and began to rotate, several dark red energy chains establishing a connection with him. What is happening? At that moment, the god-slaying spear magnified exponentially before him. Opposite it stood a colossal stone entity with 8 arms and 3 heads. The two engaged in a fierce battle that ravaged the surrounding space for 100 days. Ultimately, the stone creature succumbed, pierced by the god-slaying spear. Dark red divine blood cascading down its tip. Gu Qingxian, confronted by this almost surreal vision, found himself nearly breathless. Fortunately, a spectral figure clad in blue armor appeared behind him, instantly alleviating the oppressive sensation, allowing him to escape this realm of consciousness. What just happened? Gasping for breath, Gu Qingxian surveyed his surroundings in confusion. His upper garment had vanished, and he stood in the training room, gripping the god-slaying spear amidst the chaos around him. His consciousness confirmed that the spirit weapon had been successfully bound. "Qingxian, are you all right?" Long Lingo called anxiously from outside the door. "I'm fine. I encountered a minor mishap during the binding process." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gu Qingxian finally snapped back to reality, walking over to open the door. "Why did you lock the training room?" Long Linger's beautiful eyes glistened with tears. Her tone was a mixture of reproach and relief at seeing Gu Qingxian unharmed. "I've developed a habit of closing doors behind me. Haha, but it's fine. I'll tidy up the training room myself." "Have you been crying?" Gu Qingxian leaned closer to Long Linger, scrutinizing her intently. "Why are you getting so close?" "I haven't been crying. After I finish organizing the training room." "Bring me all the spare keys to the rooms," Long Lingo said, gently pushing Gu Qingxian away with her delicate hands, turning her head away and speaking earnestly. What a dense man. He clearly knows I've been crying yet still comes so near. "All right, I understand." Gu Qingxian scratched his head in confusion. To be honest, he still couldn't comprehend why his energy had gone awry while binding the spirit weapon earlier. Approaching the full-length mirror, Gu Qingxian carefully examined himself. The muscular contours of his upper body were becoming increasingly refined, exuding a growing sense of strength. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar. Whenever he circulated his energy, the mark resembling a gunshot on his forehead would emerge, changing color from blue to dark red. "I just realized this mark resembles the outline of the Divine Punisher spear," Gu Qingxian exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, a voice echoed from outside. It was his mother, Xue'er. As she ascended to the second floor, the first sight that greeted her was Long Linger, looking dejected on the sofa. The next was Gu Qingxian, standing in the chaotic training room, shirtless. "What have you two been up to?" Xue'er turned around and asked in a hushed tone. "Auntie," asked Qingxian. "He is utterly careless about safety and nearly caused an incident," Long Linger replied, still fuming. "What?" Xue'er paused in surprise. Then, in a fit of anger, she stormed into the training room, not giving Gu Qingxian a chance to respond, and firmly grasped his ear. "You need to apologize to Linger right now," she said sternly. "Andy, I don't need an apology from him. I want the spare keys to the second floor rooms. I couldn't intervene when he had trouble during training." Long Linger shook her head, making her demand clear. The training room, composed entirely of peculiar metals, was beyond her current capabilities to breach. "Oh, there was a problem during training?" Xue'er hesitated for a moment. Then, with an awkward smile, she released her grip on Gu Qingxian's ear. It seemed she had acted impulsively. "Qingxian, you give the keys to Lingo yourself." Xue'er cleared her throat. "All right, I understand." Gu Qingxian nodded gently. Since the arrival of Long Linger in the Gu family, he has distinctly sensed a palpable decline in his familial standing. "By the way, Ling Ling, How is the selection of your spiritual weapons progressing? Su Zhixiao inquired, seated beside Long Linger. They are already bound. Qingxian gifted me a long sword with the potential for growth. Long Linger replied, pouting slightly. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixiao's gaze fell upon Gu Qingxian, who was searching for his keys not far away. Where did this lad acquire such a weapon? Could it be that he has discovered my hidden treasury? No, that cannot be. My treasury holds no more than 6 weapons. And those with growth potential are even fewer. Is it possible that this boy is concealing something from me? Su Zhixiao pondered. Ling Ling. I will be departing tomorrow for an extended assignment that may keep me away for half a month. If Qixin gives you trouble, feel free to call me. Auntie, what kind of task are you undertaking? A hint of concern appeared on Long Linger's adorable face. Just some exploration work. Don't worry. There is not much danger involved, Su Zhixiao reassured with a smile. All right, but Auntie, please prioritize your safety. If you encounter any danger, you can always tell me. Long Lingo said earnestly, now that she too was an awakened spirit soul. Protecting an ordinary person would pose no difficulty at all. Good. You two should also focus on your training. Such high-level spirit souls must not be neglected. I will go prepare a meal for you both. No need, this time. Let Annie taste our Dragon Clan's cuisine, Long Lingo insisted. Really? You can cook too? Su Zhixiao asked with surprise. Of course. Auntie, you can look forward to it. Long Lingo replied proudly, before slipping into the kitchen after putting on her shoes. Watching Long Lingo's diligent demeanor, Su Zhixiao felt increasingly pleased. Chapter 15. Who knows what you might do alone at home? I'll help you out, Su Zhixiao offered as she entered the kitchen. No, Auntie. You already bear enough burdens on your own. Let me handle the cooking, Long Lingo said, holding a ladle and waving her hand in a gesture of understanding. Today, she was well acquainted with the ingredients in the refrigerator and considered this an opportunity to showcase her skills as a daughter-in-law. Very well. Qingxian is truly fortunate to be with you, Su Zhixiao remarked, observing Long Lingo's serious expression. She chose not to say more, simply smiling as she exited the kitchen. Before long, the enticing aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Long Linger emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of spiritual chicken stew and a plate of blazing heart steak. Let us begin, Long Lingo exclaimed, her lips curling into a smile. Qingxian, why has it taken you so long to prepare the bowls and chopsticks? Su Zhixiao initially nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Gu Qingxian, who was still in the kitchen. Upon entering, I noticed that several bowls had gone missing from home. I should wash the dishes first to address this. Previously, Gu Qingxian mostly lived alone, which accounts for the diminished number of utensils. It is high time I found an opportunity to enhance some of the household facilities. Mother, this dish looks truly appetizing, Gu Qingxian remarked, eagerly taking a seat to begin his meal. The char-grilled steak was fragrant and succulent, offering an exquisite taste that was simply delightful. Haha. All these dishes were prepared solely by Ling Ling today, and they indeed taste wonderful, Su Zhixiao praised candidly. Gu Qingxian cast a glance at the somewhat bashful Long Linger and smiled gently. It turned out that Ling Ling could cook, and her culinary skills were commendable. You've worked hard. Not at all. Please eat. Stop staring at me, Long Linger replied, nudging Gu Qingxian playfully with her delicate foot. By the way, mother, the young master of the Qin family challenged me to a wager duel. He lost and must transfer 4% of their assets to us within 3 days. Gu Qingxian nodded, recalling the matter after taking a bite of rice. 4% of the assets? Su Zhixiao paused in her actions upon hearing this. As such a sum was no trivial amount. If true, it could significantly enhance the likelihood of the Gu family's revival by at least 20%. Rest assured, this is a legitimate wager, and our martial academy's instructors can attest to it. The Gu family will inevitably return to its former glory, Gu Qingxian stated with a serious tone. In his childhood, he had heard stories from his grandfather about the Gu family. Once a pinnacle clan of the ancient martial arts world, possessing an abundance of cultivation resources, they had even stood against an entire foreign invasion due to their familial strength. Alas, those were merely memories of the past. However, with Gu Qingxian awakening a divine spirit, the prospect of restoring the Gu family's former splendor was not impossible. Moreover, Long Lingo had also awakened a formidable spirit. Very well, I believe in you, Su Zhixiao said, touched, nodding her head. It was evident that her child had truly grown up. The following day, upon returning to Xingyu Martial Academy, Su Yao's internal and external injuries had mostly healed. As for Qin Yao, after finally accepting hospital treatment yesterday afternoon, he succumbed to his father's words, fainting once again. He did not attend class today. Yao, how about going to the hospital for a full checkup? Long Linga suggested, holding Su Yao's hand with a hint of concern in her voice. There is really no need. I assure you, I have fully recovered and it's quite unnecessary to trouble anyone further, Su Yao replied, demonstrating her improved condition by moving her body slightly. All her injuries had healed completely. The group returned to their seats, preparing for class. The crisp sound of high heels echoed outside the classroom as Lu Man pushed the door open. Originally, the elite class comprised 12 individuals. Yet only 8 remained within the confines of the classroom. Those who had been eliminated were primarily awakened souls whose foundational knowledge and combat skills were inadequate. A few students, upon confronting the stark reality, found their minds blank, some instinctively resorting to muscle memory to resist, while others fled in sheer survival instinct. First and foremost, I extend my congratulations to you all. You have successfully passed the assessment of the ruins of level and have not been eliminated. Here are the combat statistics you compiled. I urge you to cast your votes for the class leader of your preference. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lu Man summoned a holographic projection. Name, Xue'er. Number of third-tier beast kills, 2. Number of second-tier beast kills, 5. Number of first-tier beast kills, 20. Name, Wang Dachui. Number of third-tier beast kills, 0. Number of second-tier beast kills, 0. Number of first-tier beast kills, 2. Gu Qingxuan's name topped the list, while a male classmate named Wang Dachui languished at the bottom. Soon, the students began to cast their votes based on the statistics presented. It felt almost perfunctory, as the majority of votes naturally gravitated towards Gu Qingxian, given the compelling data. I found this rather unsatisfactory. Long Linger, seated beside Gu Qingxian, pouted slightly. Clearly, she had contributed to the defeat of a third-tier beast and several second-tier beasts alongside Gu Qingxian, yet the statistics failed to acknowledge their combined efforts. Very well. Shall I appoint you as vice-class leader? Gu Qingxian noticed the shift in Long Linger's expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Really? She asked, eyes wide. Indeed. I'd rather not. Being vice-class leader merely means being your subordinate. Long Linger suddenly realized this and quickly shook her head. All right, from now on, if I am not present in class, you shall regard Gu Qingxian as my representative and follow his commands. For the subsequent 3 days, the school would provide you with a certain number of beast crystal cores and access to independent training rooms. Should the crystal cores prove insufficient, you may venture into the various levels of the beast ruins to acquire more. Those who fail to reach the martial apprentice realm within 3 days will be eliminated, while those who have already achieved it may take a leave of absence. Lu Man spoke slowly from the podium. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the students in the audience fell. For them, merely achieving the martial apprentice realm within 3 days was a formidable challenge, and the prospect of completing it ahead of time seemed utterly implausible. Take these crystal cores, Yao Yao, since you have taken a few days off. You need only reach the 9th layer of the martial apprentice realm. All right, I understand. Su Yaoyao nodded, finding it not too daunting a task. With another wave of her hand, Lu Man conjured small bags of crystal cores before each student. The numbers are evidently insufficient for them to break through to the martial master realm. Furthermore, acquiring the crystal cores independently will consume additional time, posing a significant challenge for the ordinary students of the Tianjiao class. Teacher, I have already reached the 4th layer of the martial master realm. Does this mean I can take a leave? At this moment, Gu Qingxian inquired curiously. Indeed, that is correct. Lu Man nodded in affirmation. Gu Qingxian picked up his backpack and prepared to stand. You are not permitted to leave. Long Lingo grasped his arm, casting a sorrowful look in his direction. What is it? Gu Qingxian asked, somewhat perplexed. Just wait for me for one morning, otherwise, who knows if you'll be targeted by other unscrupulous women on your way home. Long Lingo replied earnestly, her grip on Gu Qingxuan's arm tightening slightly. Having reached the 9th layer of the martial disciple realm herself, she was confident that one morning would suffice for her to break through to the martial master realm. Chapter 16. Misunderstanding. Su Yaoyao, overhearing their conversation, exhibited a hint of surprise in her expression, taken aback by Long Lingo's possessiveness. All right. I will wait for you for one morning. Gu Qingxian, realizing he could not refuse her, smiled and nodded in agreement. That is more like it. Satisfied with his response, Long Lingo finally released her grip. A man that belongs to her must remain by her side for her to feel at ease. Ling Ling, you two should head to the training room. I still need to ask Teacher Lu Man about some knowledge points I have missed these past few days. Okay. Make sure to come over quickly. Yes, very soon. Su Yao smiled and nodded. Watching their departing figures, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. Taking a few deep breaths, she managed to regain her composure. She could not pinpoint when it was that she became indifferent towards boys, instead finding herself more inclined towards relationships with girls. Witnessing the closeness that had developed between Long Linger and Gu Qingxian in just a few short days stirred an indescribable feeling within her. We can use the same training room. Standing in front of an empty training room designated for the Dong Tianjiao class, Long Linger pulled Gu Qingxian, who was about to head elsewhere. All right, Gu Qingxian nodded. Observing Long Linger as she entered a state of cultivation, he sat quietly to the side, watching her intently. Should the number of practitioners in a training room increase, it would undoubtedly affect the overall speed of cultivation. It must be said that Long Linger's cultivation speed was indeed impressive. A visible vortex of spiritual energy had already begun to form behind her. I suppose it's time to activate some new martial techniques, Xue'er mused to himself. In the realm of martial arts, both martial techniques and innate qualities are indispensable. There are 3 primary methods to acquire martial techniques in this world. The first is to elevate one's realm to obtain martial techniques inherent to the awakened spiritual soul. The second method involves utilizing one's own abilities to slay a certain number of ferocious beasts, thereby acquiring a unique martial skill. The third method entails obtaining martial skills through traditional cultivation techniques, which are generally of a lower grade and more commonplace. If given the choice at this moment, Xue'er would undoubtedly lean towards the second option. This approach, if fortune favors him, might even enhance the strength of his awakened spirit by a staggering 100. Why have you ceased your cultivation? Noticing Long Linger approaching, Xue'er tucked away his thoughts. Are you secretly thinking about another woman? Long Linger's adorable face was tilted upwards, staring intently at him. Absolutely not, Xue'er replied with unwavering conviction. Women are inherently sensitive beings. Even a moment's hesitation in his response could amplify her doubts exponentially. That's good to hear. Right now, I'm exhausted from my training and in need of a recharge. Long Linger's soft form suddenly leapt into Xue'er's embrace. Without affording him a moment to react, she pressed him down beneath her and kissed him with her delicate lips. Long Linger emitted a satisfied hum. At that moment, Wu, seated in the adjacent training room, was startled by the sudden thud and the faint sounds of humming, her cheeks flushing crimson. How dare anyone engage in such behavior in the training room, especially while she was deeply focused on her own seclusion? It was utterly disrespectful. Wu stepped out of the training room, and, using her authority as the building manager, she pushed open the door to Xue'er's training chamber with her eyes closed. This is a training room, designated solely for cultivation. If you continue in this manner, beware that I will impose confinement upon you, Wu stated. Still with her eyes shut, faced with this unforeseen interruption, Xue'er awkwardly cleared his throat and promptly sat up from the clean floor. I apologize for the disturbance, classmate. It was merely a kiss. We weren't doing anything else. Senior, please close the door and refrain from further interruptions. Leaning against him, Long Lingo pouted her soft lips, a hint of shyness gracing her lovely cheeks. But Wu opened her eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, she chose to gaze into the room. There, she beheld Long Linger nestled against Xue'er's shoulder. Xue'er? Upon recognizing him, Wu stood momentarily frozen. Do you know her? Long Lingo felt something amiss. A delicate, soft hand grasped Xue'er's clothing, her eyes filled with skepticism. I don't know her, senior. You must explain. Xue'er appeared flustered in the face of Long Linger's persistent inquiries. The truth was, he genuinely did not recognize the woman before him. Ahem. I indeed do not know much about Xue'er. I have only previously witnessed his duel with Chenyu and hold a degree of admiration for him. Wu clarified. Wu tilted her head and said, All right, senior, you may leave first. I still have to cultivate. Long Linger replied calmly, with a wave of her hand. The door to the training room closed once more. From the tone of the other party, Long Linger discerned that she had piqued her fiancé's interest. Why are you looking at me with such eyes, Ling Ling? Xue'er asked innocently. Nothing. I will continue my cultivation, Long Linger replied, shaking her head. Previously, she had heard a saying among the human race, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. It seemed that upon returning home, she would need to significantly improve her culinary skills. As time passed, the temperature within the training room noticeably dropped. A faint white mist of ice began to surround Long Linger. Finally, she had made a breakthrough. With a resounding explosion of energy, the radius of her consciousness shattered its constraints, more than doubling in size. Xue'er also opened her attribute panel. Name, Long Linger. Age, 19 years. Realm, first level of Martial Master. Heroic Spirit, level Ice Frost Ancestor Dragon. Strength, 120, 500. Agility, 125, 500. Defense, 135, 500. Speed, 120, 500. Awakening Skills, level 10 Ice Blade Rain, level 10 Frost Lotus Blessing, level 10 Fallen Cold Star. Level Ice Dragon Soaring. Cultivation Speed, 4 times the normal rate. Special Talent, Freezing Spiritual Power, can directly halt the operation of the opponent's spiritual power for a short time. Though it consumes a significant amount of her own spiritual energy, effective against all forms of life. You've awakened a new skill? Upon seeing Long Linger's attribute panel, Xue'er's face showed a look of surprise. Is there a problem? Long Linger's clear, captivating eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Why didn't I awaken any new martial skills when I broke through to the martial master realm, especially since my heroic spirit is still of divine level? Because our dragon clan possesses a bloodline talent? Have you forgotten? Ah, well, I suppose. Hearing this, Xue'er recalled. He playfully pinched Long Ling-er's cheek and smiled gently. Seeing her happy brought joy to his own heart. Since she had already broken through to the martial master realm, it was time to prepare to slay ferocious beasts to acquire martial skills. Chapter 17. Unmoved Xue'er, what are you looking at on your phone? Long Lingo asked curiously as she leaned closer to Xue'er, who had suddenly taken out his device. Now that both of our realms have surpassed the martial master stage, it's time to prepare to hunt ferocious beasts to activate and fuse martial skills, Xue'er explained patiently. He simultaneously accessed the official website of the Human Martial Artists Association. It contained first-hand information about various secret realm dungeons and tasks, and it also allowed for formal collaborations and transactions. The items obtained from slaying ferocious beasts can also be sold at various research institutions, all clearly marked with prices. Soon, Xue'er pinpointed a ruin of level beasts closest to Starry City. Unlike the smaller ruins of the Starry Martial Academy, these beast ruins typically harbored beast kings, and the number of ferocious creatures was quite substantial. Every half-month, there would be a rotation, with some ruins even capable of directly advancing to a higher level. Therefore, certain locations required warriors to regularly engage in extermination. Let us depart for the ancient dragon ruins, Xue'er declared, putting away his phone and rising from the meditation mat in the training room. Didn't teacher Lu Man say we could take a break? Long Ling expressed her reluctance, her adorable face betraying her discontent. The thought of having to slay a multitude of ferocious beasts to merge martial techniques overwhelmed her. She could hardly bear the thought of the exhaustion it would entail. Compared to the comfort of lounging in bed at home, she had no desire to go, especially since she had already activated one more innate martial technique than Xue'er. Very well, I shall first escort you home, and then I will set off to the ancient dragon ruins alone, Xue'er contemplated, not insisting that Long Ling accompany him. Take this. It will prove invaluable in critical moments, and I can monitor your health and location at all times. As they walked towards her home, Long Ling produced a jade pendant from her storage ring, one that could be worn at the waist. Is this for me? Xue'er asked, surprised. He could distinctly sense the energy emanating from the pendant. I had intended to give it to you on our wedding day, but I believe it's best to present it to you now, Long Ling replied, her cheeks flushed. What functions does this pendant possess? Xue'er inquired with curiosity. Do not concern yourself with that. Simply wear it at your waist. Long Ling gently nudged him, signaling him to refrain from further questioning. Seeing this, he chose not to press further. After all, with his system, he could easily inquire about it whenever he wished. He swiftly returned Long Ling-er to her home. When I return, I shall check on your well-being. Should I discover any wounds or traces of other women, you shall be in serious trouble. Do you understand? Long Ling approached him, her long, graceful legs accentuating her presence as she pinched his thigh playfully. Understood. Rest assured, Xue'er nodded solemnly. Satisfied. Long Ling planted a kiss on his neck, leaving a red lip mark, before allowing him to depart. After spending this time together, the side of Long Ling that she revealed to him felt increasingly genuine. System, please display the attribute panel for this jade pendant at my waist. Xue'er instructed as he walked a short distance away. Ding. Loading. Name, Jade of the True Dragon. Quality, grade, origin, crafted from the pure blood of a dragon clan maiden. This jade pendant is nurtured from a young age and traditionally bestowed upon a man deemed worthy of lifelong trust upon reaching adulthood. Effect. It possesses the ability to discern the physical condition and location of the wearer, as well as detect any unusual thoughts the wearer may harbor towards women other than themselves. When worn continuously, it enhances the mutual understanding between both parties, fostering a profound connection and amplifying the surrounding aura's richness. No wonder Long Ling blushed when she first entrusted this jade pendant to me. It appears there is an additional effect at play. It seems that even thoughts cannot stray. Xue'er involuntarily swallowed hard. How would he ever manage to secretly indulge in films online for in-depth learning during the night? Once he embarked on this learning journey, Long Ling would undoubtedly sense it immediately through this pendant. Well, one step at a time. Xue'er dismissed the system panel and decided not to dwell on it further. After all, the day of the betrothal was drawing ever closer. And even if Long Ling discovered his cinematic studies, it wouldn't be too much of an issue. Following the address provided by the Human Martial Artists Association, Xue'er took an hour to arrive at the entrance of the ancient dragon ruins. At that moment, the area was bustling with martial artists, predominantly second-year students from various martial academies. What are you doing here? Wu Yu, who was preparing to pay the entrance fee, noticed him. Senior? Surprised by the familiar voice, Xue'er turned to see the senior he had encountered earlier in the training room, observing her protective gear. It was apparent she intended to collect some crystal cores to enhance her strength. Shouldn't you be in the academy's training room at this hour? What brings you here? Wu Yu asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Teacher Lu Man stated that once one breaks through to the martial master realm, one is free to train or rest outside. So I decided to come out, Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. You are at the martial master realm? Wu Yu exclaimed in surprise. No, not yet, Gu Qingxian clarified. Then why are you here? Before he could finish, Wu Yu questioned him with the senior's authority, her soft and alluring form inching closer. I am already at the 4th level of the martial master realm, Gu Qingxian replied at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu lowered her arm, which had been resting on his shoulder, and stepped back with a smile. Gu Qingxian had not uttered a single falsehood regarding the aura he had just emitted. Ahem. I apologize for my earlier impulsiveness. As the administrator of the training room, I have a duty to inquire. If you are willing, I would be delighted to treat you to a cup of fragrant lemon tea later. Wu Yu lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Gu Qingxian. Her delicate foot clad in a shoe gently brushing the ground, her alluring eyes glimmering with anticipation. It's all right, senior. I'll head in first. I have come here to eliminate the fierce beasts and merge their combat techniques. Gu Qingxian deftly passed by her, promptly paying the entrance fee before entering the secret realm. The current competition was exceedingly fierce. Even a few minutes' delay could result in the easily merged combat techniques of certain fierce beast groups being annihilated. Did Junior Gu not spare me a glance? Wu Yu stood rooted in place, watching the retreating figure of Gu Qingxian. She had been deliberately creating moments of physical contact. Yet it seemed Gu Qingxian remained oblivious to her intentions. This appeared to present a delightful challenge, which she relished. With a flirtatious smile, Wu Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Chapter 18. The activation method of divine armor upon entering the ancient dragon ruins. The dark red mark on Gu Qingxuan's forehead gradually emerged, and he grasped the god-slaying spear. This level of ruins predominantly housed 3rd and 4th tier fierce beasts, posing a considerable challenge for Gu Qingxian, a first-year student. As the afternoon commenced, it was imperative to secure a suitable location. I must reach my destination as swiftly as possible, Gu Qingxian murmured to himself. He hastened to an island, approximately 3 kilometers in area, adorned with uniquely shaped trees on all sides. Since the awakening of spiritual energy on Blue Star, not only humans and fierce beasts had evolved. Some plant species had also undergone transformations, acquiring formidable vitality and defensive capabilities. Zila. The moment he stepped in, every tree seemed to come alive, erupting with potent lightning attributes spiritual power, interlinking with one another. Gu Qingxian twisted the spear's tip, activating spatial binding, momentarily halting the impending assault and creating some distance. Given that all were lightning attribute beings, this should suffice for him to activate a commendable combat technique. Bang! Gu Qingxian first took down a 3rd-tier mutated lightning giant tree, earning 30 points of credit, while the divine bloodline aura emanating from him exerted overwhelming pressure on the lightning giant tree before him. However, he refrained from launching further attacks, his expression grave as he observed the unfolding situation. For reasons unknown, the life force of the 4th-tier lightning giant trees surrounding the island was rapidly diminishing, seemingly engaging in a form of self-destruction. Such phenomena should not occur among mutated plants, under any circumstances. Quickly move. A familiar voice rang out nearby, revealing a visibly anxious Wu Yu. She had not anticipated that Gu Qingxian would indeed select this area for his combat technique fusion, nor the considerable commotion he would create. Gu Qingxian raised his spear, sighed, and prepared to depart. Yet, in the next moment a brilliant blue lightning barrier instantaneously enveloped the entire island, leaving Gu Qingxian utterly unable to escape. Many, sensing the commotion, hastened to the scene, yet none dared to intervene. The 20 or so colossal lightning trees on the island abruptly lost their vitality, while the alert tones of the system echoed incessantly in Gu Qingxuan's mind. Ding. Elimination of a 4th-order lightning tree. Reward, 40 points. Ding. Elimination of a 4th-order lightning tree. Reward, 40 points. Total points, 780. At this moment, Gu Qingxian stood in bewilderment, grappling with the absurdity of receiving points for self-inflicted demise. Ding. System task initiated. Task. Eliminate the lightning sprite. Task level. Reward. 1 opportunity for martial technique fusion, a lightning sprite. As Gu Qingxian pondered this, a towering sprite materialized before him, radiating with a blue-white luminescence. Aside from its formidable size, it bore a striking resemblance to a human. Gripping a short sword tightly in both hands, it glared down at Gu Qingxian, seemingly driven by a profound craving for the divine bloodline coursing through him. The lightning sprite. Wu Yu's face betrayed astonishment. How could such a formidable 6th-order beast emerge from this ruins of monsters? Wu Yu turned away from the crowd, hastening toward the location of the beast ruins guardian. In the face of such an unforeseen occurrence, even a group of 2nd-year students like them would be powerless to intervene. System. Can I decline this task? Gu Qingxian swallowed hard. Despite possessing a divine spirit within, he was merely a fourth-level awakened, a martial artist at best. Confronted with a sixth-order beast, one that towered over him in strength, he was acutely aware of his minuscule chances of victory. Of course, you may decline, but dear host, this system believes in your latent potential to vanquish it. The system's encouraging voice resonated. Potential, indeed. Xue'er was not foolish enough to gamble with his life. He unleashed a lightning spiral strike toward the lightning wall behind him. The spear merely produced a dull explosion upon collision with the wall, leaving no trace of damage. Roar. The lightning sprite emitted a triumphant howl, brandishing its twin swords as it lunged toward Xue'er. Due to the vast disparity in their levels, Xue'er wisely opted against a direct confrontation. Summoning every ounce of strength, he cast a spatial binding spell, temporarily restraining the lightning sprite for a few seconds. He then seized the opportunity to wield his god-slaying spear, swiftly retreating and evading its attacks with methodical precision. He had also caught sight of Wu Yu, who was making her way toward the Guardian of the Beast ruins. If he could just hold out for another 2 minutes, reinforcements should arrive. Xue'er gripped his spear tightly as lightning danced wildly upon it, resembling a fierce clash with a lightning sprite. The expressions of several onlookers nearby were filled with astonishment. I had thought this freshman from the Stellar Martial Academy would be unable to withstand even a single round against the 6th-tier lightning spirit. Yet, he is no ordinary freshman. Have you not heard of Xue'er, who was featured in martial arts publications? He is the so-called waste of the Gu family, the young master who awakened a divine-grade spirit. It is said he has recently offended the Chen family and sought refuge here. Silence. What did you just say? A young woman standing nearby struck the man across the face. Our brother Gu has worked so hard to reach this point. It pains me to hear such words. If I hear you say anything like that again, beware, for I shall pull out your tongue, she declared fiercely, yet when she glanced at Xue'er, her demeanor transformed into that of an adoring fan. The man who had spoken earlier covered his mouth, daunted into silence, wary of the possibility that Xue'er's admirers were still among the crowd, due to Xue'er's awakening of a divine-grade spirit. Various news outlets not only reported this event, but also discreetly chronicled his experiences from high school to the present. As a result, he has amassed quite a following, predominantly comprised of fans enamored with his looks. Why does it feel as though this lightning spirit is behaving strangely? During his battle, Xue'er detected an unusual phenomenon. The aura of the lightning spirit was weakening. It seemed that some force within him was secretly siphoning energy from the spirit. Ding. Divine armor energy absorption level, 40. Please continue your efforts, host. Is this what the system referred to as potential? Divine armor. I, too, possess a companion spirit weapon. And the activation method is so unique. Xue'er's eyes sparkled with excitement at the system's words. The following actions would be straightforward. Chapter 19. Draining the lightning spirit based on Xue'er's assessment to enhance the energy absorption level of the divine armor. He needed to directly make contact with the 6th-tier lightning spirit using the god-slaying spear. Now I shall not retreat. Xue'er swallowed hard. He twirled the spear in his hand, and in a flash, he appeared before the lightning spirit, executing a swift series of attacks. First, he employed spatial binding to ensnare it, then thrust the lightning spiral strike deep into the core of the lightning spirit. Zzz fine blue currents surged from the spirit's core, flowing along the shaft of the god-slaying spear and transforming into pure energy that entered his body. The dark red mark on his forehead glowed anew with a blue radiance. Clearly, the lightning spirit was momentarily stunned. Has humanity evolved to the point where it can absorb the energy within ferocious beasts? The onlookers, standing outside in anticipation, were witnessing for the first time the expressions of astonishment and bewilderment upon the ferocious beast. Is this the place? The guardian of the beast ruins hurriedly approached. Yes. Wu nodded anxiously. Perceiving the aura of a martial sovereign emanating from the guardian, Xue'er turned in surprise. Has he arrived at this moment? Is he withdrawing? Just as the guardian of the beast ruins intended to rush in with his weapon drawn, he suddenly noticed Xue'er's actions. Senior, why have you yet to enter? The crowd behind him, noticing his hesitation, collectively displayed signs of urgency on their faces. It seems this fellow is absorbing the essence within the thunder spirit at this rate. Its defeat is merely a matter of time, the guardian remarked nonchalantly. He had been guarding this desolate ruin for nearly 3 years and had never witnessed anyone summon a thunder spirit on this island. This creature, straddling the line between ferocious beast and fierce plant, possessed considerable intelligence. Its body was primarily composed of pure elemental energy, rendering it immensely powerful and akin to a living elixir. However, those awakened with too low a spirit level could not absorb or refine it. Yet, the youth before him managed to refine it directly during combat. My junior, how intriguing. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's countenance returned to calm. Alas, if there is nothing else. Do not call for me, the guardian sighed and turned to leave. Ding. Energy absorption level of the divine armor, 90, as the prompt echoed in Gu Qingxuan's mind once more. The originally 6th-tier Thunder Spirit had now plummeted to an ordinary 3rd-tier ferocious beast. The blue currents surrounding it had diminished significantly, with some areas even turning a faint white. Roar. The Thunder Spirit's roar became feeble. It no longer coveted the energy within Gu Qingxian. It merely wished to escape his grasp, fearing it would soon be completely drained. As this thought crossed its mind, it trembled uncontrollably, frantically tearing at the thunderous barrier in a desperate attempt to flee. However, Gu Qingxian granted it no opportunity whatsoever. With the energy absorption level now reaching 95, allowing the Thunder Spirit to escape was out of the question. In a flash, the ground beneath him shattered, and a shadow of a colossal thunder dragon emerged behind Gu Qingxian. In the next moment, a spear was hurled forth. The strike pierced through the Thunder Spirit's body, creating a massive crater in the ground. Ding. Killed 3rd-tier Thunder Spirit, awarded 38 points. Since Gu Qingxian had defeated it while it was still a 3rd-tier entity, the awarded points amounted to 30. Due to the exceptional quality of the Thunder Spirit, an additional 8 points were allocated. Gu Qingxian exhaled in relief and stepped forward to the pit. At this moment, the Xue'er spear was enveloped in a network of blue electricity, now transformed into a dark crimson hue, indicating a state of extreme agitation. Had it evolved? Gu Qingxian felt a surge of delight. Ding. The Dragon Scale Divine Armor has been activated. System task completed. Rewards being dispensed. 1 opportunity for martial technique activation. As the electricity around the Xue'er spear subsided, a series of system notifications chimed in rapid succession. Gu Qingxian nodded in satisfaction, extracting the spear from the pit and approaching Wu Yu. Thank you for helping me find the Beast Ruins Guardian today. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Be safe, Wu Yu replied, a smile gracing her vibrant lips. How many surprises could this freshman still hold for her? After departing the island, Gu Qingxian halted in a relatively secluded area. He reached for his system backpack, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he summoned the Dragon Scale Divine Armor. Such advanced technology? He marveled inwardly. The exterior. A dark-hued Dragon Scale Divine Armor fit him perfectly, resembling the combat mechs developed by humanity over the years. However, it appeared far more sophisticated and in harmony with nature. Internally, a panel displaying various item attributes materialized before Gu Qingxian, capable of analyzing the weaknesses of nearby creatures and predicting their next moves. Such capabilities were beyond even the most elite combat mechs created by humanity. System, does the internal programming of my armor connect with you? Gu Qingxian could not help but inquire. Ding. The host may understand it this way. As the Dragon Scale Divine Armor has activated a higher level of permissions within this system, no wonder it can autonomously map out a 10-kilometer radius. Truly impressive. Gu Qingxian praised earnestly, his gaze fixed on the projected map before him. This feature was indeed remarkable, as it could automatically filter detailed locations based on his needs. As his realm advanced, the range of the automatically generated maps would likely expand as well. Use Martial Technique Fusion Opportunity, Gu Qingxian stated calmly. Ding. Martial Technique Fusion Opportunity has been used. Fusion Slot 1. Empty Fusion Slot 2. Empty Fusion Slot 3. Empty. There were a total of 12 fusion slots, each containing 3 smaller compartments that required compatible beast blood, beast crystals, or beast bones to fill 1 slot. Gu Qingxian, filled with anticipation, grasped the Xue'er spear and set off towards the nearby high-level ferocious beast area. I hope you won't disappoint me, he murmured to himself. Before long, a vast expanse of highland appeared before him. On every mountain ridge dwells a diverse array of thunderous beasts. The challenges are few, for at a glance, only 2 or 3 fully equipped teams have dared to venture into this territory, while others do not even approach. As Gu Qingxian made his way, he opened his attribute panel, expending 300 points to elevate his realm to the 5th layer of the Martial Master stage. With a light leap, he entered the elevated region ahead. This mech, once donned, has increased my attributes by at least 40. Gu Qingxuan's face radiated delight. Confronting the group of 4th-tier Thunder Earth Dragons, he swiftly annihilated a considerable number in an instant. The scent of blood permeated the small mountain, and soon, only a 5th-tier early-stage Thunder Earth Dragon King remained, slowly breaking through the Earth's surface. At last, it revealed itself. Such a Beast King is precisely what Gu Qingxian sought. Chapter 20. A serious Thunder Dragon without granting it a moment's reprieve, Gu Qingxian, clad in the Dragon Scale Divine Armor, transformed into a streak of dark red lightning and approached it. Grasping the gun's handle, he charged a powerful strike, executing the Thunder Spiral stab aimed directly at its eye. The Thunder Earth Dragon boasted formidable defenses and overwhelming strength, yet its sole vulnerabilities lay in its underbelly and eyes. Roar. The 5th-tier Thunder Earth Dragon, in pain, immediately entered a frenzied state. Electricity surged violently across its tough shell as it charged toward Gu Qingxian, claws bared. The commotion from their battle drew the attention of the other two teams in the elevated region. What is going on with this person? The captain of the leading team, Li Tianming, furrowed his brow. He observed Gu Qingxian effortlessly countering the 5th-tier Thunder Earth Dragon King's onslaught, seemingly gaining the upper hand with ease. In mere moments, the Dragon King could not withstand even 3 minutes against him. Subsequently, Gu Qingxian thrust the god-slaying spear into its body. Within mere seconds, the colossal Thunder Earth Dragon King, its flesh, bones, and core vanished completely, all consumed by the god-slaying spear, filling a fusion space. Captain, should we intervene? One of the female team members inquired as she stepped forward. Let us observe for now. Li Tianming waved his hand. It remains unclear what Gu Qingxuan's true intentions are. Moreover, he alone can effortlessly handle an entire horde of beasts, his strength appearing unfathomable. We should also accelerate our pace in slaying the beasts, Li Tianming commanded. He had come to this area intending to obtain a martial technique through the continuous killing of beasts. This method necessitated the slaughter of numerous foes. Initially, his only competitor was another team, which posed little challenge, but now, unexpectedly, Gu Qingxian had appeared. Understood. The team members behind Li Tianming nodded in agreement, hastening their efforts to eliminate the ferocious beasts. Their strategy involved the team first wounding the beast severely before Li Tianming delivered the final blow. However, their efficiency was nowhere near that of Gu Qingxian. After merely 30 minutes, Gu Qingxian had only one fusion slot left to fill. I should choose a specimen of superior quality for this last one, he murmured to himself, his gaze resting upon the highest peak. Is he already there? The female team member behind Li Tianming gasped in astonishment. They had just finished slaying 3 batches of beasts, while Gu Qingxian had already dealt with over 8. Captain Li. He has gone to the main peak. The female team member suddenly realized that Gu Qingxuan's figure had appeared in another location, where a 5th-tier pinnacle Azure Jiao dragon was slowly materializing. Let us wait until his spiritual energy is depleted before we strike together. Li Tianming's eyes glinted with cunning. No matter how formidable Gu Qingxian might be, the limits of one's spiritual energy remain finite. He could not possibly sustain such intense combat for long without his reserves being exhausted. What about the refiner you contacted? Li Tianming inquired. It's all arranged. Once we bring back this batch of beasts personally slain by the captain, it should be almost complete. Good. Now we just wait to reap the benefits. Li Tianming replied with a serene smile, his gaze fixed on the main peak. At that moment, the sky above the main peak was a tumultuous black, crackling with lightning. Gu Qingxian and the Azure Jiao dragon were engaged in fierce combat, each assault executed with astonishing speed. A strike as powerful as Mount Hua. Gu Qingxian swiftly wielded his spear, sparks flying, before leaping into the air, channeling a significant portion of his spiritual energy into the god-slaying spear. Great strength yields miraculous results. A brilliant red light pierced through the ominous black clouds, enveloped in a swirling mist. What is happening? 3 full minutes passed without a sound. Li Tianming, finally realizing the situation, hurriedly led his team forward. By the time the black clouds dispersed, both figures had vanished without a trace. Damn it, Captain. What happened to the Azure Jiao dragon? The female team member's face remained puzzled. He killed the Thunder Dragon right under your noses and took it away with ease. Anger surged within Li Tianming as he slapped the female team member across the face. We let a prize slip through our fingers just like that. And to think, they didn't even recognize the person in the mech. Sighing, Gu Qingxian made his way home, feeling a mix of contentment and resignation. The 12 merging slots are currently filled. Please find a safe place to activate the fusion promptly. Fine. Gu Qingxuan's lips curled into a smile. He wondered what martial skill he would activate after a long day of effort. Moments later, Gu Qingxian departed from the beast wasteland, carrying 2 cups of milk tea as he returned home. Lingling opened the door. Gu Qingxian stood outside the second-floor door, gently knocking. Ah? Long Ling'er's soft voice carried a hint of surprise at his swift return. Are you up to something mischievous inside? Gu Qingxian inquired, puzzled. Quiet down. Let me change my clothes before I open the door for you, Long Ling'er replied. Her adorable face flushed as she reluctantly exited an application on her tablet and shut it down, though Gu Qingxian was slightly confused by her reaction. He chose to wait patiently outside. After several minutes, Long Ling'er finally appeared, her delicate bare feet padding across the floor as she opened the door. Are you feeling feverish? Gu Qingxian asked, noticing a slight redness on her cheeks. Mistaking it for a cold, he anxiously pressed his hand against her smooth forehead. I have a robust constitution. How could I possibly have a fever? I just feel a little, warm, Long Ling'er pouted, ascertaining that her temperature was normal. Gu Qingxian sighed in relief and stepped into the living room with the 2 cups of milk tea. You should take off your clothes. Teacher Long is going to check your body now. Long Ling'er closed the door behind her and approached Gu Qingxian, her long, slender legs gracefully moving towards him. Before he left, she had clearly stated that if he were injured, she would punish him severely. Ahem. To speak candidly, Long Linger was rather eager to see Gu Qingxuan's physique. However, she would never admit it directly. As a proud little dragon, she had to use this pretext. I need to shower first. We can talk later. Gu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Long Lingo to be so serious. No, I want to see now. Long Linger lifted one delicate foot, pressing it onto Gu Qingxuan's thigh, preventing him from rising from the sofa. You have two choices now. Either undress yourself for me to examine you, or I can help you undress. Long Linger's stunning face slightly flushed, yet her tone remained earnest. If it comes to it, I will settle for just your upper body. Long Linger hesitated for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to relent. What does that mean? It turned out that Long Lingo initially intended to conduct a full-body examination. Just say whether it's acceptable or not. After a prolonged silence, Long Linger, with her delicate, soft hand, impatiently rested it upon his chest. Very well. A man cannot refuse. Gu Qingxian unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a robust and powerful physique before Long Linger. Her cheeks flushed instantly. She coughed lightly in embarrassment before adopting a serious demeanor to inspect him. Occasionally, she would extend her small hand to touch, leaning in closer for a thorough observation. What are you doing? Gu Qingxian suddenly sensed a chill from her touch and looked at Long Linger, perplexed. I'm thirsty, she replied, her face reddening further, with a hint of shyness. She wiped her soft lips with her hand and even tenderly wiped away the drool from his muscles. All checked. You may go take a shower in the bathroom, she instructed. All right. Gu Qingxian took his sleepwear and turned toward the bathroom, reflecting on Long Linger's gaze filled with longing from moments ago. As the princess of a prominent dragon clan, her unexpected boldness surprised him. She had never been this proactive during their online courtship. The woes of flirtation without commitment. Gu Qingxian turned on the shower, opting for a cold rinse to temper his emotions. The immediate priority was to master the new martial technique. Qingxian, there are less than 24 days until our wedding, and my parents had quite a few reservations about you before, Long Linger murmured lazily from the sofa. And now? Gu Qingxian, curious, approached while drying his hair with a towel. Previously, he was merely a talentless individual with a damaged bloodline, unable to awaken a spirit, which was understandable for her parents to disapprove. However, the circumstances had changed. Gu Qingxian had now become an awakener of a divine spirit. As long as no unforeseen events occurred, his ascension to the new martial emperor was inevitable. My parents are still unaware of your current situation, so I hope you can surprise them, Long Linger remarked playfully. How should I do that? Gu Qingxian inquired. Well, you should pretend not to have awakened your spirit, maintaining the facade of your damaged bloodline. Then, I'll hire a few people to mock you, and you can turn the tables, she giggled. Her suggestion left Gu Qingxian momentarily speechless. Are you serious? What do you think? Long Lingo playfully nudged him with her foot. I think we should avoid such antics on the wedding day. I fear it may backfire. Gu Qingxian chuckled, amused by her cleverness. Very well, Long Lingo sighed with resignation. I'll head to the training room to handle some matters. It should take about 10 minutes. If you're hungry, feel free to snack a bit. I'll come out later to cook, he said. What matters? She asked, integrating and activating my martial technique. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Long Linger obediently nodded. Despite already being a divine-level spirit awakening practitioner, Gu Qingxian continued to strive diligently, truly deserving of being her fiancé. Just as Gu Qingxian entered the training room, Long Linger's phone rang. Mom? Upon seeing the caller ID, she momentarily froze before answering the call. Lingling, how have you been? I hope you haven't faced any bullying among the human race. Your mother has missed you dearly, a gentle feminine voice inquired from the other end of the line, revealing the concern of Long Qianwei. When the decision was made for Long Lingo to enter into a marriage alliance with the human race, she felt an immense reluctance about sending her daughter away. It was only after Long Linger's father learned about Gu Qingxuan's appearance and character that he willingly allowed their daughter, who had always been sheltered at home, to go. Mom, I've been doing quite well here. By the way, there's something I wish to share with you. Gu Qingxian is actually the online romantic partner I had before. Long Linger's soft lips curved into a slight smile, her words brimming with satisfaction regarding Gu Qingxian. What did you just say? Long Qianwei responded, her face a canvas of disbelief. Your online romantic partner? Gu Qingxian? What a remarkable coincidence. Previously, she had only known that her daughter frequently played games and chatted online with a boy, sharing snippets of their daily lives. The young man had shown genuine concern for her daughter, occasionally sending gifts of human specialties, yet she had not given it much thought. After all, it was merely an online romance. As long as they did not meet in person, everything seemed manageable. Now, however, her daughter revealed that her online romantic partner from a year ago was none other than Gu Qingxian. Lingling, your father and I have raised you with great effort. And you have the audacity to join hands with Gu Qingxian to deceive us. Long Qianwei feigned tears, her voice laden with a sense of grievance. Mom, please don't cry. I'm not deceiving you. It's just a remarkable coincidence. Besides, Gu Qingxian is now a divine-level spirit awakening practitioner, Long Lingo gently explained. My dear daughter, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Long Qianyue asked incredulously, seeking confirmation. A divine-level spirit awakening practitioner is destined to become a formidable martial emperor, and with the right opportunities, might even touch the legendary martial god realm. This prospect held immense allure for the Dragon Clan. I'm not lying. Oh, and Mom, I have awakened my own level of spirit as well. Long Linger's voice carried a hint of pride. Haha, my daughter is truly remarkable. Please send me a picture of the two of you together later. I must attend to something now, so I'll hang up, Long Qianyue said cheerfully. Long Lingo barely had time to respond before the call ended. At that moment, Long Qianyue, beaming with joy, went to find her husband to share this delightful news. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that the human race has chosen to discreetly conceal this information from the outside world, even withholding it from Gu Qingshuan's mother-in-law. Now, with the awakening of his own daughter's high-level spirit, it is truly a joyous occasion. What should I do without a photograph? Sitting on the sofa, Long Linger wore a slightly dazed expression on her adorable face as she gazed at the closed door of the training room. Beep. Martial skill activation in progress. Martial skill, divine judgment, quality, high level, effect, upon activation, briefly summons the eternal gun god's true shadow for combat, rendering enemy skills ineffective for over 3 seconds through divine might. Summary. The true shadow of the eternal gun god is vast, especially suited for confronting colossal beasts. High level. Gu Qingxian exclaimed, astonished by the remarkable efficacy of the skill. On the market, a high-level martial skill can skyrocket in price. Even high-level skills exist in a realm of scarcity. Chapter 22. The Peculiar Qingxian. I've ordered takeout. Hurry out and join me for a meal. If you don't come out soon, I shall consume your portion as well. Long Linger's gentle voice resonated from outside the training room. Indeed, dining is remarkably convenient for the human race. A mere flick of the fingers on a mobile application can summon food directly to one's doorstep. A true boon for homebodies. All right. Gu Qingxian retracted the interface and made his way outside. Beep. You have received a new text message. As the two were engrossed in their meal, Gu Qingxian's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He furrowed his brow slightly. It was a message from his mother. Qingxian, I have secured the Qin family's assets worth 40. I have transferred most of them to you. Please exercise caution during this time. If the Chun family dares to cause trouble, inform me immediately. I have already dealt with that group. Reading those 2 lines of text, Gu Qingxian felt a surge of astonishment. He never anticipated that the Chun family would dare to provoke him. Truly, they are forgetful creatures. Just then, the phone vibrated again. Miss Qin? Sending me a text message? Return the Qin family's assets within 3 days, or face the consequences. Gazing at the threatening undertones within the message, Gu Qingxian chuckled lightly. He recalled the eldest daughter of the Qin family, a sophomore with a high-level spirit awakening, frequently accompanying troops on missions at the Xingyao Martial Academy. It was unexpected that she had become embroiled in this matter. What's wrong? Long Linger, nibbling on her hamburger, noticed Gu Qingxian's altered demeanor. It's nothing. Just enjoy your hamburger. Gu Qingxian smiled as he switched off his phone. This was his personal affair, unrelated to Long Linger. Oh, could it be that you were secretly chatting with another woman? Long Lingo gazed at Gu Qingxian, her heart filled with suspicion. However, upon seeing the calm and serious expression on his face, her doubts quickly dissipated. What about your awakening and activation of martial skills? She suddenly remembered to ask softly. I was just working on that in the training room. I've successfully awakened and activated a level martial skill that allows me to summon the tangible manifestation of the eternal spear god for battle, Gu Qingxian explained patiently. Long Lingo exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape. You can summon the spirit for battle so quickly? According to what I learned in textbooks, one would typically need to reach the Martial King realm to achieve this. Yet you are still at the Martial Master realm, 3 major realms behind. How infuriating. Why are you so impressive? Long Linger crossed her legs in irritation. Cough. If you train diligently, you will surely catch up to me, Gu Qingxian replied. His face slightly flushed. Although his words were intended as encouragement, coming from Long Linger, they inexplicably bore a hint of threat and resentment. Long Linger chose not to say more. I don't just want to catch up to you. I want to surpass you and become your master. This was her ultimate goal. As she contemplated this, a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes. She had seen numerous stories of this nature on the human comic website, some even featuring love stories with dragon girls. Her desire for a dragon knight was entirely reasonable. By the way, although you have reached the martial master realm, you must not become complacent in your training. After we finish eating, let's train together, Gu Qingxian said slowly, noticing Long Lingo gazing at him intently. By next year. When we enter our second year, we will officially begin our task assignments and designated regions. Gu Qingxian aimed to join the nation's most formidable Forbidden God army, which was composed of top talents from various places and equipped with the highest quality teaching resources and training materials. But I still need to grow. And I need to take a nap, Long Lingo said, wiping her mouth with a tissue, a hint of drowsiness appearing on her beautiful face. All right then. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Gu Qingxian smiled and chose not to elaborate further. Long Linger's physique was already impressive. The only drawback was that some parts were still maturing due to her age. With this in mind, taking a nap to aid her growth seemed quite beneficial. For the next 2 days, Gu Qingxian meticulously arranged their training according to the plan he had devised, guiding Long Lingo through their sessions. Currently, Long Linger's realm had reached the 4th level of Martial Master, while Gu Qingxian had ascended to the 8th level. Qingxian, the principal called you, she announced. As Long Linger inspected Gu Qingxuan's mobile phone, she was momentarily taken aback by an unexpected call, prompting her to kick him lightly in exasperation. It was quite a feat to persuade Gu Qingxian to let her examine his phone, only to be interrupted by a call from the principal. Principal Liu. Is there something you need? Gu Qingxian inquired as he answered the phone, curiosity evident in his tone. Where are you at the moment? The concerned voice of Lu Kong resonated from the other end. I've been at home cultivating for the past few days. What's the matter? His confusion deepened. It's nothing too pressing. I just wanted to inform you that representatives from various top official factions may visit your home shortly, so just maintain your composure. Lu Kong chuckled with satisfaction, proud of his diligent student who displayed unwavering dedication to his training. They're coming soon? Gu Qingxian asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Yes. Their representatives had some unfinished business, but once resolved, they expressed an eagerness to arrive promptly, fearing they might miss the opportunity. But principal, I'm only a freshman. What could they possibly want? Most likely, they wish to leave a favorable impression on you and Long Linger, considering both of you are highly sought after. Lu Kong replied with a smile, relishing in the accomplishments of his exceptional students, which would surely reflect positively on his tenure as principal. Perhaps, in due time, the Martial Arts Association would allocate funds to Xingyou Martial Academy to enhance its faculty and resources. After a brief exchange, Gu Qingxian ended the call. They are rather impatient. Long Linger remarked, resting her chin on her delicate hands. She had initially planned to go to the movies with Gu Qingxian that afternoon. But now those plans were in disarray. It's only the beginning of the semester, and these elite martial officials are already rushing over. Who could blame them with our high spirit levels? Gu Qingxian said gently, ruffling her hair affectionately. Long Linger felt a warm sensation from his touch, causing her to tremble slightly in comfort. Blushing, she cleared her throat, donned her shoes, and obediently followed him downstairs. Why are you standing still? Are you tired? Gu Qingxian turned back, puzzled to find Long Lingo lagging behind. I was lost in thought for a moment. I woke up rather late today, so I'm not tired. She replied, shaking her head to dispel the distractions, and took his hand in hers. It was best not to divulge her earlier musings, lest she tarnish her image in his eyes. After a quick tidying of the living room, Gu Qingxian prepared a cup of tea. Before long, an elongated Rolls-Royce came to a halt at the entrance of the villa, from which a middle-aged woman gracefully alighted. Are you Gu and Long? She inquired, her gentle voice carrying a hint of authority as she held a small suitcase. Gu Qingxian, sensing a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from her, felt a flicker of curiosity about her identity. I am one of the leaders of the elite expansion team. You may call me Aunt Lin. I am here today to introduce you both to our esteemed team, she explained, settling into her seat opposite them with a serene demeanor. The expansion team is one of the premier elite units in the nation. Even their training camps are so sought after that countless individuals vie desperately for entry, let alone access to the formal unit itself. It is said that within, the resources for cultivation are abundant. Naturally, the benefits are proportionate to the inherent risks involved. Upon joining the formal expansion team, one would not only engage in routine missions, but also in exploratory tasks in uncharted territories. However, for newcomers, such opportunities remain elusive for the first 3 years, allowing Gu Qingxian to momentarily dismiss that concern. As they engaged in light conversation, Aunt Lin maintained a soft smile, her gaze filled with admiration for the two. If you both are willing, we would like to extend a special recruitment offer immediately upon your entry into your sophomore year. We can accommodate any request for cultivation resources, financial support, or influence you may desire, she stated, taking a sip of her tea as she revealed her ultimate intention and the benefits she could provide. Special recruitment? Gu Qingxian found the term somewhat unfamiliar. Does that mean Lingling and I won't have to undergo the usual assessments? He struggled to suppress his excitement. Under normal circumstances, The entirety of their sophomore year would be consumed by practical training and executing missions with the team, leaving little time for rest or focused cultivation, as they would primarily hone their combat skills and ultimately undergo evaluation. If they could bypass this process, it would undoubtedly grant Gu Qingxian and Long Linger considerable ease. Indeed, this is a contract I have prepared in advance, along with my business card, Aunt Lin affirmed, nodding with a smile as she opened her suitcase to present the items within. Wait, Lin Shui, how can you be so selfish? Our God Layer team has yet to pay a visit to these esteemed students. A middle-aged man's authoritative voice resonated from outside, and before his words had fully settled, his figure appeared directly in the living room. The God Slayer team is here as well? Long Linger, seated beside Gu Qingxian, swallowed hard. To be honest, her kin had harbored psychological scars regarding this team. Before the two clans had united through marriage, the God Slayer team had been ruthless, displaying no compassion towards the warriors of the Dragon Clan. Zhu Jingyan, how dare you show your face here? Your God Slayer team has certainly committed numerous transgressions against the Dragon Clan in the past, haven't you? Lin Shui's tone was laced with sarcasm, and Gu Qingxian sensed something amiss. At that moment, Long Lingo appeared anxious and fearful, remaining very close to him. These were matters of the past. Yet I am willing to kneel and offer an apology to classmate Long, hoping that our two clans can set aside their grievances. Zhu Jingyan hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly spoke, kneeling down directly. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Lingo felt a sudden stirring in her heart. However, she did not voice her thoughts. Nor did Zhu Jingyan rise. Please get up, Long Lingo said after a brief moment of hesitation. The war that transpired was merely to protect our respective interests. There is no right or wrong in that. Let the past fade away. Long Lingo lowered her head as she spoke. Though she articulated such sentiments, deep down, she still felt that the methods employed by the divine extermination troops during their conflict with the Dragon Clan were excessively ruthless. Unaware of Long Lingo's true feelings, Zhu Jingyan felt a sense of relief upon hearing her words and stood up, impressed by the maturity of the young dragoness before him. Thank you for your forgiveness, Classmate Gu and Classmate Long. This is a contract from our divine extermination troops. We can offer everything they can. And we also possess top-tier martial techniques that they do not. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Jingyan presented two contracts along with a pile of perfectly preserved fifth-tier beast crystals before them. Well, there is still a long time before sophomore year. We can contemplate this further, Gu Qingxian said with a smile. That sounds good. I also have a gift for you. This is a martial technique we obtained from the new secret realm. Zhu Jingyan smiled as he produced an ancient martial tome from his pocket and placed it before Long Linger. There are still many matters left unresolved, so I must take my leave now. Yes, goodbye, senior. Gu Qingxian nodded in response. Compared to the expansion troops, it seemed the divine extermination troops were indeed superior, as evidenced by the gifts exchanged. Uncertain whether he would truly join the divine extermination troops, the mere act of presenting a martial technique without hesitation reflected a level of resources not everyone possesses. Cough. If Classmate Gu and Classmate Long desire top-tier martial techniques, we can make every effort to search for them. Aunt Lin, sitting nearby, interjected after taking a sip of water. Yes, I understand. But I need to discuss this with Linger first, Gu Qingxian replied slowly. Seeing this, Lin Shui refrained from saying more. After a brief exchange, they parted ways. She was persistently using Long Lingo as a point of leverage, for in terms of strength, the expansion troops indeed fell short of the divine extermination troops. However, she believed that in the coming year, the strength of the expansion troops might undergo significant growth, and the animosity between the Dragon Clan and the divine extermination troops could not simply be forgotten. In the ensuing 2 hours, various elite forces paid a visit. Even the Lord of Xingyao City personally delivered a substantial shareholding contract to Gu Qingxian, eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with the future martial emperor. Today has truly been exhausting. Upon closing the gate to the courtyard, Long Lingo removed her shoes and ascended to the second floor. Well, you've worked hard today. Let me give you a massage later. Gu Qingxian gently followed behind her. Do you really know how to massage? Long Linger inquired curiously, glancing back. You'll find out soon enough, Gu Qingxian replied with a proud smirk. As for his massage skills, it was no challenge at all to elicit soft sighs of comfort from Long Linger. Truly multi-talented, she remarked suddenly, reaching out to caress Gu Qingxuan's cheek, her clear, enchanting eyes revealing a hint of flirtation. Chapter 24. A taste of the elixir. Half an hour later, Long Linger emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, lazily reclining on the sofa. Why is your face so flushed? She asked knowingly, gazing at Gu Qingxian from a distance. Perhaps it's just the heat. Let me massage your shoulders first, Gu Qingxian replied, slightly embarrassed as he approached her. This was his first experience of such intimacy with a girl. Soon, he placed his hands on Long Linger's delicate shoulders and began his adept massage, his wrists deftly maneuvering to apply subtle strength. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, providing genuine comfort, prompting Long Lingo to emit soft hums of pleasure. He hadn't anticipated such remarkable results. Keep going. I'm going to sleep now, she said, blissfully closing her eyes to fully savor the experience. All right, Xue'er smiled. He proceeded with the massage, working on her back, legs, and feet. After a complete session lasting 40 minutes, he asked, why haven't you gotten up yet? As he gently patted her pristine calves. After a brief silence of several seconds, she remained unresponsive. Leaning in closer, all he could hear was her tranquil breathing. Is she really asleep? Xue'er mused, surprised. Here she lay in a bathrobe before him, and after he had massaged her legs and feet, she showed no sign of awareness. Long Lingo truly trusted him. Unfazed by the possibility of his overstepping boundaries, he glanced at the clock. It was already 8 in the evening. Deciding to carry her softly from the sofa to the bedroom, he took a few steps, only to have her bathrobe slip down to her shoulders. Xue'er hurriedly closed his eyes, his cheeks flushed. The bathrobes were tailored to his own size, hence they appeared somewhat loose on Long Lingo. Perhaps you should open your eyes and take a look? Xue'er swallowed hard. At that moment, two conflicting thoughts battled within his mind. Ultimately, he chose to keep his eyes closed while he meticulously adjusted Long Lingo's bathrobe. Alas, even in slumber, she appeared so enchanting. Xue'er gently pushed the door open, tenderly laid Long Lingo on the bed, and tucked her in, his gaze fixated on her face. Her breathtaking beauty, delicate features, and especially her softly pursed rosy lips left him in a state of hesitation before he finally succumbed and kissed her. After all, Long Lingo was deep in sleep and would surely remain undisturbed. With this thought, Xue'er became even bolder. Several minutes passed before he finally exited the bedroom. He took a sip from the water cup on the table, settled onto the sofa in the living room, and activated the system panel. Tomorrow, he would return to the Starry Martial Academy. He wondered how the eldest daughter of the Qin family would intimidate him. It was imperative to rapidly enhance his strength. With the remaining 500 points, he decided to initiate a lottery draw. Ding. Are you sure, host? The system panel, visible only to Xue'er, gradually materialized. A vibrant wheel appeared before him, and he scrutinized it swiftly. Each segment displayed items of superior quality, with most being of exceptional rank. The segments glowing red were rather rare, while those emanating a pink light were minuscule divine-level items. Xue'er swallowed hard. This was his first time utilizing this feature. Had he known this lottery was so splendid, he wouldn't have hastened to expend points to elevate his realm. Chuckling, he shook his head and reached out to confirm his choice. Ding! The super wheel has been activated. As the system alert resounded, the immense wheel began to spin rapidly. Xue'er focused intently on the spectacle before him. Red light. The novice protection period was truly formidable. Xue'er excitedly sprang to his feet. Eagerly, he opened his system backpack to discover what treasures he had drawn. Within the backpack, a small box radiated a dazzling pink glow, and Xue'er immediately retrieved it. Name: 9 Heavens Nirvana Dragon Pill. Quality: exceptional. Consumption method: oral. Effect: upon consumption, it can be refined to defy fate, forcibly enhancing one's spirit quality. Note: the host's divine spirit is already at the pinnacle, so there will be no effect after consumption. Even upon reading the small print, Xue'er felt an immense joy, though he could not use it himself. It could be given to Long Lingo. If fortunate, it might elevate her spirit from exceptional to divine, just like his own. With this thought, a contented smile graced Xue'er's face. On the following morning at 6 o'clock, Xue'er gently roused the sleeping Long Lingo and nestled in his embrace. The outside world was shrouded in darkness. Long Lingo, with her eyes still heavy with sleep, glanced out the window and sleepily murmured, "It's 6 in the morning. It's time to rise. I have a delightful surprise for you to look forward to." Xue'er playfully pinched her soft cheek, his tone laced with affection. "I have no desire to anticipate anything. Waking me up at 6 in the morning is downright wicked. You used to bully me like this during our online romance. And you still do." Upon realizing the early hour, a look of indignation crossed Long Lingo's delicate features as she burrowed deeper into the covers. In her previous days of seclusion at home, it was commonplace for her to sleep until 11 o'clock. Now that school required her to rise by 9. The adjustment was already quite taxing, and today Xue'er had dared to wake her 3 hours earlier. "All right, just this once let us have you up early." "It won't be a regular occurrence," Xue'er remarked, sitting on the edge of the bed and gently patting the cocooned Long Lingo beside him. "Be quiet," she replied, covering her ears with her hands, determined to ignore the situation. All she cared about was her overwhelming drowsiness and her desire to steal a few more moments of sleep. Observing her, Xue'er refrained from further conversation and retrieved a beautifully crafted small box. Inside lay a delicate pill, exuding a rich fragrance that swiftly permeated every corner of the room. "What is this?" Long Linger inquired, sitting up in bed. Curiosity piqued as she leaned closer to Gu Qingxian. She swallowed hard, her heart stirred by the alluring scent. This is a Tier 9 Heavenly Dragon pill. Once consumed, it will enhance the quality of your spirit soul, Gu Qingxian explained earnestly. Is it tasty? Long Linger was primarily concerned about the flavor of the pill, oblivious to the formidable effects it might bestow. Why don't you extend your tongue and give it a lick? Gu Qingxian teased, holding the pill between his fingers. Okay. Long Linger replied obediently, closing her eyes, leaning forward slightly, and extending her petite pink tongue to taste the pill. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingxian quickly turned his head away, bewildered by her earnestness. Can you accept this? He asked, glancing at the slightly damp pill in his hand. It's so bitter, I don't want it. Long Linger pouted, her elegant brows knitting together. What? But consuming this pill can elevate your spirit soul quality, perhaps even evolve it into a divine-grade spirit soul. Gu Qingxian replied, momentarily taken aback before speaking with utmost seriousness. Can it really enhance my spirit soul quality? Long Linger's adorable face reflected surprise as she questioned. You're not deceiving me, are you? She had never heard of a pill with such effects in her 19 years of life. After all, throughout history, a person's potential is predetermined on the day the awakening ceremony concludes. The notion of forcibly enhancing the quality of a spirit is nearly inconceivable. If such a thing were indeed possible, it certainly would not have found its way into Gu Qingxuan's possession. Why would I deceive you? I had intended to consume it myself, but my divine spirit is already of the highest caliber, so I shall offer it to you instead. Gu Qingxian remarked with a hint of feigned regret. Could you tell me the origin of this pill? Long Linger gazed up at Gu Qingxian, her expression revealing her curiosity. Don't concern yourself with the details. Just know that all the resources I provide for your cultivation are legitimate and compliant. If you continue to hesitate, I will have no choice but to compel you to consume an imported pill, Gu Qingxian stated earnestly. There was no way he would allow Long Linger to persist with her inquiries. Fine, I will take the imported pill. Upon hearing this, Long Linger closed her eyes, and a swift blush appeared on her cheeks. Earlier, she had licked the pill, and while it emitted an enticing fragrance, its flavor was overwhelmingly bitter. If she could directly consume the imported pill, she could avoid experiencing that intensely bitter taste again. With this thought, Long Linger resolved firmly in her heart. You said it. So I shall not hold back. Gu Qingxian, undeterred, placed the Jiutian Yelong pill in his mouth before leaning in to kiss Long Linger's soft lips. After all, it was not their first kiss. However, due to his inexperience, he took a full minute or two, causing both their cheeks to flush. It's so hot, Long Linger gasped. Exhaling heavily. Just go to the cultivation room and refine it. Gu Qingxian suddenly remembered and spoke up. I have no strength left, Long Linger, leaning against the headboard, felt her body grow soft and weak, pouting slightly as she spoke. Without hesitation, Gu Qingxian lifted her from the bed and carried her toward the cultivation room. Refine it well, and do not look at me. After placing Long Linger on the mat, Gu Qingxian took a seat on a nearby stool, patiently waiting. All right. Long Linger nodded obediently, immersing herself wholeheartedly in the refining process. After consuming the Jiutian Yelong pill, Long Linger felt a peculiar reaction within her body. The heat coursing through her was one thing, but the inexplicable sense of comfort was entirely different from her experience during the spirit awakening at the Xingyo Martial Institute. However, she did not share this with Gu Qingxian, believing it to be a normal effect of the pill. An hour passed before Long Linger sensed the loosening of a particular constraint within her sea of consciousness. Is this a sign of evolution? At this moment, Long Linger has entered her conscious sea space. Before her stands a colossal dragon, its size comparable to that of a planet, gazing down at her. The enormous wings, with their veins subtly visible, cause the temperature of the space to drop with each breath it takes. One might feel that, in the next instant, it could crush the entire planet with ease. This is entirely different from the frost ancestor dragon she encountered upon her awakening in the conscious sea. Setting aside the disparity in size, the appearance of this frost celestial dragon is undeniably more majestic. Its scales emit a dazzling cold light. As the white glow enveloping the celestial frost ancestor dragon dissipates entirely, marking the completion of its evolution, Long Linger instantly exits the conscious sea space. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Gu Qingxian, who has been anxiously watching from the side, hurriedly inquires as Long Linger opens her eyes. Do not come so close, Long Linger replies. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Although the state she had just experienced has vanished, she cannot comprehend why, upon Gu Qingxuan's proximity, it reignites like a wildfire. Even more intensely than before. System, what is happening with Linger? Gu Qingxian, observing Long Linger's somewhat dazed expression, urgently questions the system. Ding. Why does the host wish to feed this 9 Heavens Nirvana dragon pill to a member of the dragon race? Currently, Long Linger has entered a negative state, which may lead to peculiar behaviors towards the host. Considering the situation, the host may choose to either knock Long Lingo unconscious or acquiesce to her condition. Damn it. So this elixir has side effects when given to a member of the dragon race. Why is the system only mentioning this now? You should leave quickly. Why are you still here? Long Lingo murmurs, biting her soft pink lips. She swallows hard, unable to resist taking a bite out of Xue'er. I want to save my first time for my wedding day. If you don't leave, I will deal with you properly once I regain my senses. Shaking her head, she forces herself to become a little more alert. All right, this time it was my oversight for not understanding the effects of the elixir. Xue'er stands up. If he remains here, Long Lingo might cry upon awakening and blame him. Besides, the time for their marriage, as stipulated in the engagement, is approaching. For an hour, Xue'er quietly waits outside the door. Eventually, the commotion within the room gradually subsides. Lingo? He gently pushes open the door. A twinge of concern in his heart as he steps inside. In the future, he must ensure to thoroughly understand the effects of any cultivation resources before presenting them to Long Lingo. Such unforeseen circumstances must never occur again. I am tired. A faint blush adorned Long Lingo's cheeks as she sleepily uttered, "All right, I shall carry you to bed. We have an hour to spare. I can simply carry you back to school for class afterward." Xue'er gently patted her shoulder and lifted her with care. Upon receiving his response, Long Lingo's soft lips curled into a slight smile, and before long, she succumbed to slumber. When Long Lingo next awakened, she found herself in the classroom. She propped herself up from her desk and rubbed her eyes. Xue'er stood opposite her, gazing intently with her clear, bright eyes. "Ling Ling, you're awake." Xue'er is currently training in the martial arts room. "First, have some water," Xue'er smiled, opening her water cup and offering it to her. "Thank you." Long Lingo replied with a smile, nodding as she accepted the cup and took a sip. "Why does it seem like you've become even more beautiful recently? Your cheeks have a rosy glow, and your gaze is captivating," Xue'er remarked, narrowing her lovely eyes slightly as she leaned closer to Long Lingo. Her words were indeed truthful. Compared to their first meeting at the martial academy, Long Lingo's physique and complexion had noticeably improved. "No, aren't you going to practice, Yao?" Long Lingo coughed slightly and, regaining her composure, shifted the topic. "Yes, I'm waiting for you. I can only feel at ease when I'm by your side," Xue'er said earnestly. Then realizing the awkwardness of her words, she blushed and added, "I'm only here because Xue'er asked me to stay with you." "All right, thank you, Yao." Long Lingo, oblivious to any discomfort, took Xue'er's hand and walked toward the classroom exit, expressing her gratitude. Unbeknownst to her, as their hands intertwined, Xue'er's face grew even warmer. Chapter 26. Bathing together. Which martial arts room is Xue'er in? Long Lingo inquired curiously as they entered the martial arts building of the Tianjiao class. I think he is in room 206. Are you going to look for him?" Xue'er diverted her gaze from Long Lingo's cheeks. Her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. "Yes," Long Lingo affirmed resolutely. Yao, this is a gift for you. You must also train diligently." She presented several bags containing pristine third-tier beast cores. With that, she proceeded toward room 206. "How wonderful," Xue'er mused. Holding the weighty beast cores in her hands and watching Long Lingo enter the elevator, a smile tugging at her lips. "How do you feel?" Xue'er, bare-chested and practicing with a spear, noticed Long Lingo entering the training room and inquired as he set down his weapon. "I've fully recovered. Come here. Let me wipe your sweat. Why do you work so hard?" Long Lingo smiled and beckoned him over. "Very well," Xue'er replied, exhaling a sigh of relief as he approached her. "Will you be training in this same room with me shortly?" "Certainly. I would like to engage in a friendly exchange with you." As Long Lingo contentedly wiped Xue'er's upper body with a dry towel, she spoke earnestly, eager to assess how her abilities compared to his. Particularly now, with the enhancement of her soul's quality, she was keen to discover the extent of their disparity. Upon hearing her words, Xue'er first accessed Long Lingo's attribute panel. Name: Long Lingo. Age: 19 years. Realm: 4th layer of Martial Master. Strength: 280. 500. Agility: 280. 500. Defense: 280. 500. Speed: 280. 500. Awakening Soul: Celestial Frost Dragon. Special note: this quality lies between level and divine level. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare among humanity, thus not commonly recorded. Only through immense fortune or a significant transformation of the soul could one possibly attain this quality. Awakening skills: Level 24,000 Ice Blade Ray. Level 24 Falling Cold Stars. Level 24 Ice Dragon Soaring. Gazing at the explanation of Long Lingo's awakened soul level, Xue'er found himself momentarily stunned. Celestial level? This was a designation he had never even heard of before. Initially, he had anticipated that by having Long Lingo consume a certain elixir, she would ascend directly to a divine-level soul. To his surprise, there existed an exceedingly rare celestial level between the two. What happened? Are you so frightened that you have lost your voice? Long Linger, misinterpreting Gu Qingshuan's silence, spoke with a hint of pride. Although my soul's quality has improved, I will be gentle when I strike. Are you aware of the current quality of your soul? Gu Qingxian inquired with a smile. Divine-level quality, Long Linger replied. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at him. However, I just assessed your soul's quality, and it is, in fact, a celestial level, situated between level and divine level. Gu Qingxian explained with a smile. Celestial level soul? Upon hearing these words, Long Linger inched closer to Gu Qingxian, her tone laced with a hint of incredulity. Do you think I have never studied in the Dragon Clan? There is no record of such a soul level in any texts. This level of soul generally requires extraordinary fortune and a mutation of the soul to achieve, making it exceedingly rare among humanity. Which explains the scant records regarding this quality in literature. Oh. Long Lingo nodded, somewhat crestfallen. This implied that she still had a significant gap to bridge with Gu Qingxian. However, upon reflection, it was still a source of joy that her celestial level soul was now quite close to Gu Qingshuan's divine level soul. By the way, this was originally the level martial skill that Captain Zhu Jingyan gave me. You may have it. After Gu Qingxian changed into a clean shirt, Long Linger retrieved the ancient martial arts manual. Do you not want this? She inquired, extending the book towards him, her expression tinged with curiosity. I do not desire it. I have no intention of engaging with anything related to the God-slaying brigade, nor will I ever join such a faction, Long Lingo asserted with unwavering resolve. Very well. Gu Qingxian replied, accepting the martial arts manual without further comment. It seemed evident that Long Linger's stance on the God-slaying brigade would not waver easily. He would temporarily keep this manual, perhaps to offer guidance in the future. Let us practice using spirit weapons instead, Long Linger suggested, her tone serious. All right, Gu Qingxian acquiesced, conjuring the God-slaying spear in his hand. He could not shake the feeling that each time he vanquished a horde of ferocious beasts, the spear seemed to evolve in form. For the next hour or so, Gu Qingxian and Long Linger engaged in a spirited exchange of techniques. Since he refrained from exerting his full strength, a victor remained undetermined. However, as time progressed, Gu Qingxian noticed a marked improvement in Long Linger's swordsmanship. The efficiency of these two young prodigies in training was truly remarkable. Observing from the surveillance room, Lu Man's gaze lingered on Gu Qingshuan's room 206, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Just then, her phone buzzed with a notification. Yu? Lu Man mused, puzzled. Why would the eldest daughter of the Qin family, now a sophomore, suddenly reach out to her? Teacher Lu. May I inquire about the upcoming training schedule for the students? I would like to join you for a meal, the message read. Lu Man chuckled softly, dismissing her initial concerns, and promptly sent over the details of the training regimen. After all, Yu was quite different from Yao. She was far more sensible and had demonstrated considerable diligence during her studies under Lu Man. In the training room, the crisp sounds of weaponry clashing echoed. I'm so tired. Why can't you ease up a bit? Long Lingo exclaimed, her sword slicing through the air as she created distance, her brow glistening with perspiration. A hint of petulance in her voice. If you're tired, take a break. It's nearly time to conclude, Gu Qingxian suggested with a smile. It appeared his acting was quite convincing. What he was offering could hardly be deemed leniency. It was more akin to a vast ocean of mercy. Nevertheless, he feigned considerable effort while dueling with Long Linger. Ah, I truly am formidable, Long Lingo declared, her soft lips curling into a proud smile. Forcing a divine-level soul awakener to retreat was indeed a source of pride, which was precisely Gu Qingshuan's intent, to bolster Long Linger's confidence. Would you care to join me for a bath? The next task will be the tedious absorption of beast crystals. And it is essential to maintain a calm state of mind. Yes, she replied eagerly. Long Linger nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon entering the elevator and arriving at the 4th floor's bathing area, she casually selected a room. Gu Qingxian stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Aren't we washing together? Long Linger, left outside, felt a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 27. Abduction to the warehouse. Do you wish to join me? Gu Qingxian, somewhat surprised, reopened the door. The bathing room was spacious, spanning at least 20 square meters. If Long Lingo truly desired, there would be ample space for two. Perhaps not. Long Lingo's alluring face flushed slightly as she suppressed her thoughts and resolutely shook her head. Let's wait until after marriage to discuss this. I cannot allow fleeting desires to cloud my judgment. This is my principle. Observing her conflicted expression, a mix of yearning and hesitation, Gu Qingxian merely smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, then you should go take your bath. Like a dutiful little kitten, Long Linger nodded understandingly. After she entered a bathing room, Gu Qingxian finally closed the door and leisurely settled into the bath. Nearby, An array of fresh fruits showcased the luxurious treatment afforded to the elite students of the academy. Had they even lit aromatherapy in this bathing chamber? Curiosity piqued. Xue'er opened his eyes. He noticed a faint floral fragrance wafting into his nostrils. While the scent was not overly pleasant, it undeniably uplifted his spirits. He paid little mind to it, immersing himself in relaxation. 10 minutes elapsed. At that moment, a woman appeared in the distance of the bathing room. Glancing at her watch, she strode over. To incapacitate you, I expended a significant portion of my soul-stirring incense. You shall repay it upon regaining consciousness. Xue'er extinguished the nearly burned-down incense. Standing before Xue'er with an unwavering gaze, you likely never anticipated I would act so swiftly, did you? A hint of pride graced Xue'er's face as her gaze inadvertently fell upon Xue'er's chiseled abdomen. Without committing any egregious act, she merely retrieved a clean set of garments from Xue'er's storage ring and with a flick of her hand, replaced the bathrobe he wore. She effortlessly lifted him, employing her formidable shadowy phantom skills to transport Xue'er to a secluded warehouse within the Xingyao Martial Academy. Behind Xue'er stood several hired henchmen, all at the 5th level of martial mastery, fully capable of countering any resistance from Xue'er. Bring water, Xue'er commanded, observing Xue'er, who was bound to an iron chair by peculiar chains. She gestured to her subordinates. Yes, one of the men stepped forward, wielding a basin of icy water, and with a few strides, doused Xue'er completely. The biting cold swiftly roused Xue'er from his stupor. Blinking in confusion, he cautiously surveyed the few individuals before him. Have you kidnapped me? Xue'er realized that his limbs were bound, a look of astonishment crossing his face. How dare these individuals lay hands on him? He had awakened a divine spirit. If anything were to happen to him, not only would the principal of the Xingyao Martial Academy be dismissed, but the 9 clans of these miscreants might also face dire repercussions. What was even more absurd was that he had been enjoying a bath moments ago. How had they managed to abduct him? Xue'er, do you know who I am? Xue'er questioned, her arms crossed, her tone icily accusatory. How would I know who you are? Xue'er replied, his expression one of incredulity. You deceived the Qin family out of 40% of their shares. I demand you return it with interest. She continued, and do not think of reporting this. I have already placed someone close to your mother. Should I learn that you disclose this matter, you know well what the consequences will be. Thus, it would be prudent for us to resolve this privately. From seemingly nowhere, Xue'er produced a cigarette, igniting it with a lighter, and mockingly pressed it to Xue'er's lips. At that moment, Xue'er recognized her identity. The young lady of the Qin family. How dare she threaten him with his own family? He stifled his rising fury. While one could leverage various matters against him, Xue'er had chosen his most intolerable weak spot. He remained silent, seemingly awaiting something. As anticipated, the system notification chimed. Ding. System task is now being issued. Task details. Completely resolve the enmity between the Qin and Gu families. Task level. Reward. Enigmatic fire wings. Excellent. The system task had indeed appeared as Xue'er had predicted. Miss Qin, what would you have me do? He inquired as he expelled the cigarette from his mouth. Did you not comprehend? I require you to return all the Qin family's assets that you deceitfully acquired from my brother. Interest is not necessary. Xue'er's face darkened with displeasure. Deceit? That was a wager my brother made with you, and he lost. How can you claim I deceived you? If you have grievances, take them up with old Ming. Xue'er gritted his teeth, finding the Qin heiress utterly unreasonable. Silence. Xue'er raised her hand, poised to strike Xue'er across the face. In the next moment, Xue'er unleashed the full force of his martial prowess. 8th level of the martial master realm. With the augmentation of his divine spirit, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Miss, did we perhaps capture the wrong individual? Is this truly Xue'er, who has only just enrolled a week ago? The man who had been standing behind Xue'er could no longer contain himself and spoke up, unwittingly becoming a vessel for her frustration. With a surge of pent-up energy, her palm struck his face with a resounding crack, echoing loudly in the stillness of the warehouse. What Xingyao has done has nothing to do with me. You have only one choice now. Return all of the Qin family's original assets worth 40. Xue'er's emotions spiraled out of control as she seized Xue'er by the collar, shouting vehemently. Fine, I will return them. But it's almost time for me to absorb the beast crystal in the training room, and transferring the assets requires formalities. Will you let me go first? Xue'er chuckled lightly, inquiring nonchalantly. Are you joking? Why should I return what I obtained through legitimate means? This is the result of your family spoiling Xingyao. It has nothing to do with me. Xue'er's gaze bore into him as she loosened the peculiar chains binding him, threateningly declaring. You better understand that I have arranged for many people to be by your mother's side. If you dare speak to anyone, I will not hesitate to unleash them. I understand, Xue'er said, stretching his limbs before turning to leave without a backward glance. This matter required careful consideration. With the dragon-scale divine armor and his eternal gun god spirit, he could certainly contend with Xinyu. However, his mother was, after all, merely an ordinary person. The guards who accompanied her were only at the 9th layer of the martial master realm. Thus, he needed to contemplate all possible consequences before taking action. Chapter 28. The inconspicuous Su Jixia. How dare they kidnap me in the bathroom and even change my clothes? Is this truly something a woman would do? Gu Qingxian realized that his garments had been replaced, and his composure began to falter. Fortunately, the spiritual energy he sensed indicated that Xunyu had used her powers to change his clothes in an instant. Qingxian, where have you been? At that moment, Long Lingo stood in the shower room where Gu Qingxian had just bathed. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she fixated on him. After finishing her own bath, she had found him missing, and his prolonged absence felt suspicious. Long Linger did not grant Gu Qingxian the opportunity to explain, as she approached him with her long, graceful legs. She leaned in closely, her exquisite nose almost touching him as she sniffed carefully. Linger, it's a long story. I was drugged and kidnapped by Qinyu using a mesmerizing incense and taken to the warehouse. She wants me to return the Qin family's 40 assets. Gu Qingxian hurriedly explained, fearing that Long Linger might misunderstand. She drugged and kidnapped you in the bathroom? Long Lingo gazed up at him, her voice trembling slightly and her eyes quickly filling with tears. No further incidents have occurred, so please do not misunderstand. I am currently contemplating solutions to our predicament. She has also arranged personnel around my mother, and if this matter is disclosed to others, it will inevitably be exposed. Gu Qingxian gently extended his hand to caress Long Lingo's soft cheek and hurriedly began to explain. It seems that Lingling has mistakenly believed herself to have been wronged. Truly, if I delayed my words by even a second longer, Long Lingo would have been on the verge of tears. I shall confront her. Long Lingo regained her composure, conjuring the frost lotus sword in her hand, and resolutely declared, after all, she is the young lady of a prominent dragon clan. How dare this woman bully her fiancé right under her nose? This is utterly intolerable. Let us remain calm. You need not concern yourself with this matter, for I shall find a way to resolve it. Gu Qingxian gently embraced Long Linger, patting her shoulder reassuringly. Moments later, Long Linger finally sheathed her frost lotus sword. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me at any time. While I may not be able to help directly, my family does possess influence. Long Linger buried her soft cheek in Gu Qingxian's warm embrace, earnestly stating her intent. Very well, I understand. Gu Qingxian nodded gently. At that moment, Lu Man approached. Classmates Gu and Long, why are you still lingering here? Shouldn't you be in the training room by now? Lu Man adjusted her half-framed golden glasses, speaking with a tone of admonition. Youths tend to be impulsive. Although there are few passers-by at this hour, the cameras remain operational. Enough of your explanations. Hurry back to your training. Understood. Long Lingo shyly withdrew from Gu Qingxian's embrace, nodding obediently. Lu Man observed the sweet retreat of the two with a smile of contentment. It must be said, their relationship has progressed remarkably swiftly. Since the arrangement of the interclan marriage was established, merely half a month has elapsed. Yet, Gu Qingxian and Long Linger seem as though they have been an enduring couple for years. What outsiders do not realize is that the two had already known each other online long before the marriage was settled. One day, after finishing their training, Gu Qingxian and Long Linger returned home. Qingxian, did that woman truly not offend you today? Long Lingo inquired, still somewhat concerned, as she changed her shoes at the entrance. Indeed, she did not. Gu Qingxian reaffirmed with a nod, having been asked this question by Long Linger no less than 3 times on their way back. I could disrobe to prove my innocence. Gu Qingxian's voice was tinged with excitement, his hands already in motion. No need. I believe you. Long Linger shyly turned her head away, intercepting his hands that were already resting on his belt. I want to kiss you. Is that all right? Long Linger looked up at him. What? This sudden transformation left Gu Qingxian momentarily bewildered. Observing his hesitation, Long Linger raised her delicate, silken feet and began to lavish kisses upon him with abandon. Time slipped by for several minutes, during which Gu Qingxian offered no resistance. Ultimately, she left a crimson mark upon his neck, and only then did Long Linger, satisfied, gracefully ascend to the second-floor living room. Was this a declaration of sovereignty? A faint blush crept across Gu Qingxian's cheeks. When a woman takes the initiative, it seems to render a man utterly powerless. Sitting upon the sofa, Gu Qingxian gazed at his phone, yet the images from moments prior continued to flicker through his mind. His face had truly turned as red as an apple. The fragrance that enveloped Long Linger during their kiss was intoxicating, and her gaze was undeniably captivating. Could the effects of the potion she had taken still linger? Noticing his slightly perturbed expression, Long Linger rose from the sofa. It's nothing, Gu Qingxian coughed lightly. If you're feeling unwell, you must tell me. No hiding things from me. Long Linger insisted, grasping his hand with a serious demeanor. All right, Gu Qingxian replied, momentarily taken aback, then nodded obediently. Rest your head on my lap. Perhaps you've exhausted yourself from your recent training. Allow me to give you a massage, Long Linger offered, smiling as she patted her thigh invitingly. There's no need for such trouble. Gu Qingxian quickly shook his head. He had only just managed to quell the desires stirring within him. And the thought of being reignited by Long Lingo was daunting. Seeing his reluctance, Long Lingo said nothing further but instead leaned back into his embrace, leisurely scrolling through videos. Gu Qingxian then opened his phone and dialed Su Zhixia, attempting to reach her twice without success. Anxiety began to creep into his heart. Finally, after a short while, Su Zhixia returned the call. Mom, how are you holding up? Gu Qingxian asked urgently as soon as the call connected. Everything is proceeding as usual. From your tone, it seems the Qin family has come looking for trouble again? Su Zhixia's gentle voice came through the receiver. Mom, Qin Yu has planted people around you. She intends to use this to coerce me into returning the Qin family's assets worth 40 million, Gu Qingxian explained candidly. Don't worry. Handle it as you see fit without overthinking. I have plenty of contingencies in place, Su Zhixia replied with a serene smile, as if addressing a trivial matter. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up for now. I've been quite busy lately. Before he could respond, she had already ended the call. At that moment, a woman clad in a black coat stood beside her, Gu Qingxuan's aunt. Xia, would you like me to intervene? Su Ro set down the documents in her hands. Her expression solemn as she inquired, You need not intervene. I have faith that Qin Xian can resolve this matter independently. As for the personnel arranged by Miss Chun in our vicinity, it matters not. We shall adapt as necessary. Very well, I understand. Xia, when do you intend to reveal your true identity to Qin Xian? Not yet. There are matters at the research institute that require my attention, Su Zhixia replied, straightening her white lab coat before rising from her desk. In that instant, her aura, indicative of a fourth-tier martial king, erupted forth, and with a single step, she vanished several kilometers away. Chapter 29, The Beast Tide Erupts in Zhongsong City. What did my mother's words mean? Gu Qingxian stared at the phone in his hand, now disconnected, momentarily frozen in place. Could it be that Auntie is concealing something from you? Long Linger suggested thoughtfully, having set her phone aside. From the tone of Annie's conversation, it seemed she wished to convey to Gu Qingxian that there is no need for concern. She can manage these issues effortlessly. I'm not entirely sure. But if my mother has said so, she must have a powerful protector by her side. That would simplify matters, Gu Qingxian mused aloud. Then let us approach Old Ming directly. He will undoubtedly assist you. Long Linger suddenly recalled Old Ming's earlier assurance that Gu Qingxian could seek his help with any problem he encountered. At that moment, Gu Qingxian was lost in deep thought about Su Zhixia, oblivious to Long Linger's words. Given the current strength of the Qin family, it was feasible to place a martial artist of the 8th or 9th tier beside Su Zhixia if they tightened their belts. But why was his mother so fearless? Was she no longer within the Gu family's territory, having evaded surveillance to hide in some obscure location? Or was it possible that from the very beginning, Qin Yu was merely wielding the authority of another? Are you even listening to me? Long Linger pinched his thigh playfully, her soft voice breaking through his reverie. Ahem. What did you say? Gu Qingxian finally returned to the present. I said, since Aunt Su can ensure her own safety, we should go directly to Old Ming to address this matter. Long Linger reiterated her earlier statement. Indeed, that is a sound strategy. There is no need to rush. We shall adapt as the situation unfolds, Gu Qingxian agreed, nodding in affirmation. When seeking Old Ming's assistance, it was imperative to prepare the requisite evidence. Otherwise, mere words would hold no weight. Thus, it would be prudent to rely on his own strength to teach Qin Yu a lesson, thoroughly convincing her. The following morning, Gu Qingxian rose 2 hours earlier than usual, entering the training room with a perfectly intact beast crystal core in hand. Ah, I'm impressed, Long Linger murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. The efforts of her fiancé had rendered her restless. Ultimately, after Long Lingo changed her attire, she nestled on the sofa, clutching a panda plushie, and leisurely turned on the television. A distraction would suffice. Her husband's endeavors would remain his own, and she would keep pace with him in due course. Breaking news, a formidable beast tide has erupted in Zhongsong City, resulting in 256 serious injuries, 80 fatalities, and a staggering loss of 150 billion. The nearby supernatural army has been dispatched to address the situation. Citizens are urged to remain calm and prioritize their safety, minimizing outdoor activities. The news broadcast echoed from the television. Zhongsong City, ISNT at merely a few dozen kilometers from Xingyao City, a formidable beast tide. I wonder how long it will take the supernatural army to quell this chaos. Long Linger murmured softly. She did not dwell on it too much, for with her current strength, she could offer no substantial interference. Placing her unwavering trust in the supernatural army. Within the training chamber, Gu Qingxuan's aura was gradually intensifying. The ferocious beast crystal cores hovering before his chest transformed into countless strands of energy, surging into his body, their size visibly diminishing. In the span of 2 hours, he absorbed 3 Tier 3 beast cores. Gu Qingxian was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of the martial master realm. Qingxian, take a look at the text message on your phone, Long Lingo suggested, as she handed him the notification she had just received. Gu Qingxian accepted the phone with curiosity. The message read, "A formidable beast tide has erupted in Zhongsong City, causing considerable casualties. The nearby supernatural army is currently mobilizing to eliminate the threat, advising residents of surrounding cities to minimize outdoor activities. During this period, if you go out, I must accompany you to avert any unforeseen incidents." Gu Qingxian returned the phone, his expression turning serious. "All right, I understand." Long Linger nodded obediently. With her current cultivation at merely the 4th level of the martial master realm, the chance of defending against the beast during a formidable tide was exceedingly slim, for now. She would have to rely on Gu Qingxian. The next 2 days passed without incident, until that afternoon after school. Recently, beasts worldwide have undergone further mutations. You must expedite the enhancement of your abilities. Furthermore, the beast tide in Zhongsong City has not yet been completely resolved. Maintain a direct route between home and school and avoid unnecessary outings, Luman stated sternly while organizing her teaching materials from the podium. These young individuals are still merely students. With diligent training and proper guidance, they will soon contribute significantly to the human cause. We must not allow any mishaps to occur. Understood, the class responded in unison. At that moment, Gu Qingxuan's brow furrowed slightly. The situation on Blue Star truly shifts in the blink of an eye. More than 2 centuries have passed since the last collective emergence of ferocious beasts and their evolutionary mutations, and now they have returned with such unprecedented speed. "What are you pondering?" asked Long Linger, seated beside him, a smile gracing her lips. 2 days have elapsed, and the beast tide in Zhongsong City remains unresolved. "It seems rather troublesome, and I find it somewhat suspicious," Gu Qingxian slowly articulated. Clearly, the various ability troops had promptly dispatched nearby forces to Zhongsong City. How could it possibly take 2 days without resolution? "Gu Qingxian, come to the warehouse after school. If I do not see you in 10 minutes, you know the consequences." A cold voice suddenly emanated from outside the classroom window, belonging to Chunyu. "Linger, I must attend to this matter alone. Remain in the classroom and await my return." Gu Qingxian rose from his seat, gently ruffling her hair. "I can accompany you." Long Lingo tilted her small face upwards, her tone resolute. "Be obedient. I can handle this on my own, and I have left a backup plan. Just wait for me in the classroom for a few minutes." "Really? Truly? All right. But please do not overexert yourself." Observing his confident demeanor, Long Linger ultimately nodded in agreement, displaying her obedience. 2 days prior, Gu Qingxian had already clandestinely sought out Old Ming, and now, the evidence had presented itself on a silver platter. He made his way towards the previously abandoned warehouse while igniting a positioning transfer talisman in his hand. Old Ming, leisurely sipping tea, paused his actions, a glimmer of keen insight flashing in his deep-set eyes. "I am most curious to see what the Chun family intends to do." With that, his figure vanished from the spot. Chapter 30. No more pretense. Time to lay it bare. Upon activating the position-sharing talisman, Gu Qingxian quickened his pace. Pausing hesitantly outside the warehouse for a few seconds, he ultimately chose to push open the grand door and step inside. "Miss Chun, what brings you to summon me this time?" Gu Qingxian feigned ignorance, aware of the underlying intent. Seizing the moment, he discreetly employed his spiritual energy to sense the biological signatures in the vicinity. Besides Chunyu, a martial artist of the 8th level, there remained only a 6th-level martial master named Kalami. Holding off against these two for a few minutes posed no significant challenge, providing an opportunity to test the effects of his newly acquired martial skills. "Xiao Huang, utilize your abilities to scan the surroundings and ascertain if anyone is approaching." Chunyu disregarded Gu Qingxian and merely instructed the man beside her. "Understood." The man nodded, employing his spirit soul ability to teleport to the top of the warehouse, simultaneously using his spiritual energy to scan within a 2-kilometer radius. Witnessing this, Gu Qingxian chuckled nonchalantly. "Miss Chen, I have come alone. If you have matters to discuss, please state them directly." Gu Qingxian sensed the resonance of the talisman that had recently merged within him, recognizing that Old Ming had arrived. He slowly addressed Chinyu. "Cease your pretense of confusion. I instructed you to return the Qin family's assets, yet 2 days have passed, and you seem unconcerned about my potential actions towards your mother." Chinyu, filled with indignation, stepped closer and coldly threatened. "Miss Chun, are you certain you've truly arranged for personnel to be near my mother?" Gu Qingxian furrowed his brow slightly. "And if I haven't? I have already employed dozens of individuals, with but a word from me. They would rush forth to dismantle the very foundations of your Gu family's enterprises," Chinyu replied dismissively, a hint of mockery gracing her features. Hearing this, Gu Qingxian paused momentarily. Fortunately, he had summoned old Ming today. Otherwise, managing this situation would indeed prove troublesome. Thus, I advise you to obediently return those assets to the Qin family, lest you find yourself in a situation where your schemes backfire. With a smile, Xinyu responded. The individuals I have hired value money over their own lives. Should a crisis arise, they will certainly not betray me. As for Gu Qingxian seeking revenge in the future? Ridiculous. Today marks the final day of his freedom. I shall strip him of his abilities and turn him into my puppet. I shall not relinquish these assets. Do as you will. Gu Qingxian spoke with righteous conviction. I shall not return a single asset. Bring forth whatever you have. In that instant, the dragon-scale divine armor enveloped him entirely, and he grasped the god-slaying spear firmly. 8th layer of the martial master realm? Quite remarkable talent. Yet you truly are undeterred by the peril ahead, Xinyu remarked, her lips pursed, her gaze filled with venom. Shall I intervene, miss? A man standing nearby spoke slowly. Not yet. You lack the qualifications to engage with him, Xinyu replied coldly. She then unleashed the full aura of the 8th layer of the martial sovereign realm, conjuring a violet long sword in her grasp. Old Ming, who had been lurking in the shadows, swallowed hard. He had not anticipated that during this time, Gu Qingxian was on the brink of breaking through to the 9th layer of the martial master realm. Yet, he and Xinyu still stood an entire realm apart. Did this lad truly dare to confront her directly? Divine judgment. Gu Qingxian summoned the spiritual energy within him, and a colossal blue apparition materialized behind him. From a distance, it resembled a battle-hardened general clad in full armor. The divine might radiating from it could instill a sense of dread in all living beings. What martial skill is this? Xinyu inquired, her elegant brows knitting slightly as she beheld the scene before her. Take a guess, Gu Qingxian replied with a nonchalant smile. He propelled himself forward with a swift motion, raising his spear as he charged directly at Xinyu. Xinyu initially displayed a look of astonishment, quickly evading the shot. For reasons unknown, she could distinctly sense the surging aura emanating from Gu Qingxian. The power he exhibited was far beyond that of a mere 8th layer martial master. Why are you dodging? Gu Qingxian inquired, his displeasure evident as he observed Xinyu's continuous evasion. If you keep avoiding me, how can I assess the might of this martial technique? Since you insist, I shall no longer feign. With that, Xinyu dropped her longsword, which struck the ground with a bright spark, instantly creating numerous afterimages, all unleashing waves of sword energy. Gu Qingxian, undeterred, ascended into the air and conjured a spatial prison, aiming to restrain Xinyu's true form. However, in the moment the technique was unleashed, Xinyu's figure vanished entirely from sight. When he regained his composure, she materialized behind him like a specter, unleashing a powerful strike. A resounding explosion echoed. Gu Qingxian did not flinch. He activated the thunder spiral thrust with determination. A gaping wound appeared on Xinyu's shoulder, crimson blood trickling down. As for Gu Qingxian, fortified by the dragon-scale divine armor, he sustained no injuries save for a slight itch on his back. You could have chosen to ambush from any angle, yet you opted to strike from behind. Gu Qingxian remarked with a smile. Uncle Wang, engage. A glint of cold light flashed in Xinyu's eyes as she called out to a distant corner of the warehouse. This young man possessed too many trump cards. Subduing him would undoubtedly require considerable time. Young man, the capabilities of your divine-level spirit are truly enviable. A swirling mass of black mist began to rise in the distance. As the mist dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in black robes gradually emerged. When did this person arrive? She had been completely oblivious. Uncle Wang, it is futile to engage in further conversation. First, nullify his cultivation, then implant a curse to transform him into my puppet. I promise the agreed-upon reward will be delivered in full. Very well. Wang Long smiled in satisfaction, unleashing the aura of a second-layer martial king. A demon cultivator? The black mist surrounding this man was not spiritual energy, but demonic essence. It was astonishing that the esteemed young lady of the Chun family would collude with a demon cultivator. Even the concealed Ming Lao was taken aback. He had gathered insights from Lu Man, who described Chun Yu as diligent and upright in her cultivation, making such a betrayal unimaginable. Ming Lao, stop spectating, Gu Qingxian declared, shedding his pretense. How can this be considered merely spectating? I simply wish to ascertain the details before intervening. With that, Ming Lao stepped forward with a smile, unleashing an invisible pressure that surged forth. Martial Emperor Realm. Ming Lao? Upon catching sight of his figure, Xinyu's voice trembled. Chapter 31. The Serious Longlinger. This Elder Ming is undoubtedly the most enigmatic figure within the entire Spirit Academy. Although Chun Yu's understanding of him is limited, she is acutely aware of his formidable nature. Do you comprehend the mistakes you have made, Xinyu? Elder Ming's face remained adorned with a seemingly benign smile. However, to Xinyu, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a smiling tiger. I wish to flee. Before Xinyu could utter a word, Elder Ming's gaze fell upon Wang Long, who stood a short distance away, and with a swift motion of his hand, unleashed a powerful sword aura. It forcefully sent Wang Long, a second-tier martial king, hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the thick iron wall of the warehouse. Gasping for breath and spitting blood, Wang Long exclaimed, "Jinyu, this brat possesses such a formidable backing. Why did you not disclose this? We had clearly agreed that there would only be a freshman at the martial master level. Could this martial emperor level powerhouse also be a freshman?" As this realization struck him, Wang Long felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to cough up blood once more. "Qing Xian, keep a close watch on Jinyu. I shall deal with this demon cultivator." Elder Ming conjured a damaged longsword in his hand and prepared to pursue Wang Long relentlessly. "You old fool, wielding a broken sword against me is a grave insult," Wang Long retorted, gazing at the rusted and significantly damaged blade that barely held its form. "Using this sword to slay you is already showing you mercy." Elder Ming replied with a faint smile. "Name, Spirit Dragon Longsword. Quality, level, current condition, damaged, and incomplete. Capable of exerting only level spirit weapon power. Origin, acquired by Elder Ming from a hidden realm, bound as a spirit weapon and cultivated alongside him for decades." Both the weapon and Elder Ming suffered severe injuries due to an unforeseen incident. Gu Qingshuan's eyes were met with the attribute panel regarding this item. No wonder Elder Ming's internal aura appeared unstable. It was evidently due to past exposure to a certain peculiar substance. This level of spirit weapon, indeed, offers ample respect when used against demon cultivators. Do not even think of escaping. This matter is far from resolved. Gu Qingshian sensed Jinyu's movements. He thrust his spear directly against her heart. "Uncle Wang, let us fight our way out together." Jinyu gritted her teeth, her aura surging to a new level. If they did not muster all their strength to escape, neither she nor Wang Long would leave this warehouse alive. Alas, stubborn as ever. A golden magical formation began to manifest beneath Elder Ming's feet, with circles upon circles appearing. The instant his words fell, one of the golden formations shattered. Fourth tier of Martial Emperor. Gu Qingshuan's face reflected astonishment. To my astonishment, Elder Ming has indeed placed numerous seals upon himself, rendering his true power inscrutable. Curse it. The Chen family's young girl. I find myself unable to leave today. Allow me to offer you one final gift. A swirling black mist enveloping Wang Long solidified into several colossal dragons, hurtling towards Elder Ming with the intent to self-destruct. Yet, Elder Ming exhibited not a trace of concern. He positioned his sword upright against his brow, and a resplendent golden light erupted swiftly from its tip. With a decisive swing, a massive shield materialized, enveloping Wang Long entirely, halting his ascendant form in its tracks. In the face of overwhelming resentment, the dreadful black energy within him detonated. However, nearly all of this energy was absorbed by the expansive golden barrier conjured by Elder Ming, silencing the explosion itself. "My dear girl, it is now your turn," Elder Ming said, brushing the dust from his garments. "Do as you will. I have lost all hope in the Chen family." Jinyu gritted her teeth, bowing her head in submission. At that moment, Long Lingo cautiously entered the warehouse, her gaze alert and assessing. "Linger, what brings you here?" Gu Qingshian grasped her delicate hand. "I have been waiting for you for over 10 minutes. I came to check based on the true Dragon Jade Pendant's location. I was worried sick," Long Linger replied, her frustration palpable. "You are utterly untrustworthy. Had I known, I would have accompanied you from the start." Ahem, an unforeseen circumstance arose, preventing me from returning at the promised time, Gu Qingshian explained. "Qinyu, I am aware of your dissatisfaction with the Qin family's assets in Gu Qingshuan's possession. Yet what is this connection you have with the Dark Cultivator?" At this moment, Elder Ming approached Qinyu, sword in hand. "To kill or to maim? Do as you please. Asking me questions is futile," Qinyu responded, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. "Good girl, I admire your spirit." With that, Elder Ming raised his sword and swung it down. Qinyu closed her eyes, acutely aware that colluding with dark cultivators was a grave sin, especially since she had threatened Gu Qingshian, who possessed a divine spirit. Seconds passed, yet the anticipated pain did not come. Qinyu opened her eyes in astonishment. There were no traces of blood. Indeed, her previous injuries from battling Gu Qingshian had been completely healed. "What does this mean?" Qinyu asked, confusion filling her gaze. "You cannot perish until the situation is clarified. Qingshian, Linger, you two should return. I will handle things here," Elder Ming instructed the pair nearby. Gu Qingshian expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Ming." Qinyu chuckled softly. "Qingshian, don't leave just yet. Do you have any idea how envious I am of you? You were born into a family that does not favor sons over daughters, yet you transformed from a diminished lineage into a supreme awakened spirit. You are even betrothed. And everyone seems to align with you. Furthermore, you have usurped the Chun family's enterprises. Old Ming, you inquire why I would conspire with the demonic clan? Had it not been for Uncle Wang's assistance, How could I have awakened such a formidable spirit? How could I have earned my parents' respect? When it comes to enhancing one's power, distinctions of right and wrong become irrelevant. It is only you who stand in judgment from your lofty perch. Xinyu unleashed the fury that had been simmering within her. Upon hearing her words, Xue'er and the others were momentarily taken aback. Xinyu, do you truly believe my ascent to this point was effortless? Xue'er questioned. Was it not? Xinyu retorted with a cold laugh. When I devoted 12 hours a day to the training room to gain admission to the Starry Martial Academy, where were you? When your brother and his cohorts bullied me, where were you? By what right do you assume your perspective is the correct one? Xue'er's brow furrowed slightly as he countered her. Her words pierced Qinyu's heart like fine needles. Longlinger, please take him away. Concerned that their argument would escalate further, Old Ming waved his hand. Very well. Longlinger nodded obediently, grasping Xue'er's shoulder. He said nothing more, merely letting out a resigned sigh. These matters were far too intricate, and he preferred not to become too entangled. Ding. System task. Completely resolve the grievance between the Qin and Gu families. Task level. Task status. Completed. System reward. The enigmatic fire wings have been stored in the system's inventory. Please check it. Host. On the way home, a series of system notifications echoed within Xue'er's mind. Was the task completed so swiftly? It was much quicker than he had anticipated. Just as he prepared to open the system panel for a closer look, a series of anguished screams and the growls of ferocious beasts erupted from the street ahead. Longlinger was the first to react. She discarded her milk tea, grasped her frost lotus sword, and dashed towards the alley, knowing that every second counted in saving a life. She could not bear the thought of witnessing someone perish before her eyes, merely becoming another cold statistic in the news. Chapter 32. The level of enigmatic fire wings. As Longlinger sprinted forward, a white ice lotus materialized beneath her feet, propelling her swiftly into the narrow lane. Two fourth-tier bloodthirsty spirit pythons coiled around a large tree, relentlessly pursuing a mother and her child below. Help! The woman, clutching her crying child, fled desperately, only to stumble and fall. As she attempted to rise and escape once more, the leading spirit python opened its gaping maw to strike. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Longlinger swiftly appeared before the woman, her hand gripping the frost lotus sword as she struck down at the 7-inch mark of the fourth-tier bloodthirsty spirit python, splattering its blood. Suddenly, a second bloodthirsty spirit python lunged at her from the left rear, its forked tongue flickering ominously. Fortunately, Xue'er arrived just in time. His spear crackled with arcs of electricity, emanating a brilliant blue light as he pierced through the serpent's body, effortlessly sending it flying and erupting into a cloud of crimson mist, perhaps drawn by the scent of blood. Ferocious beasts within a several-kilometer radius began converging towards Xue'er's location. Linger, let us split up and eliminate the beasts that have ventured out. If we encounter any of a higher tier, bring them to me, Xue'er instructed. Understood. Longlinger nodded gently. With a light push from her toes, she ascended onto the wall of a nearby alley, her keen gaze swiftly assessing the surroundings. Approximately 20 more ferocious beasts appeared, but fortunately, they were of a lower tier, and the duo should manage without difficulty. Moreover, the buildings in this area were not densely packed, and most of the populace remained indoors, avoiding the chaos. Within a few minutes, Xue'er had dispatched nearly a dozen third-tier beasts and was rapidly making his way towards Longlinger's position. Just then, a medium-sized combat aircraft suddenly emerged on the horizon, hovering above the area. As the hatch slowly opened, a man clad in white battle armor, wielding dual blades, leaped down from the doorway, effortlessly dispatching 2 ferocious beasts in an instant. I am a sergeant from the Godlayer Brigade's 2nd Battalion. Are you from the Abilities Army? The man inquired, glancing curiously at the youth before him, who appeared no older than 18, then surveying the carcasses of the slain beasts. I am a freshman from the Xingyu Martial Institute. May I ask, senior, what is the reason behind the appearance of so many ferocious beasts? Xue'er questioned, standing firm with his spear. Given that most of the Abilities Army had been dispatched to Zhongsong City, it was illogical for such a multitude of beasts to emerge. Furthermore, Xingyu City was over 20 kilometers from Zhongsong City. How could these creatures have stealthily traversed such a distance without detection? Xue'er found himself perplexed. To put it simply, most of these beasts likely fled before we dispatched troops to Zhongsong City, having found their way through some hidden paths. However, rest assured, on this final day, we shall certainly handle the aftermath efficiently, the man reassured Xue'er. Did you slay all these beasts on the street? He asked, patting Xue'er on the shoulder with evident approval. Yes, along with my girlfriend, Xue'er replied nonchalantly with a smile. At that moment, Longlinger approached, having dealt with the remaining beasts, her cherubic face radiating a sense of pride and leisure. You are Xue'er, and she is Longlinger, correct? Upon seeing Longlinger, the man confirmed his suspicions. Is there anything else we can assist you with, Senior? Long Linger inquired, somewhat perplexed. No. I truly appreciate your help today. I must board the plane now to continue my reconnaissance of the surrounding area. The man intended to engage in further conversation but was interrupted by a directive transmitted through his earpiece. With that, he leapt back onto the aircraft. How did he recognize us? Long Linger asked curiously as they headed home. It must be because you are exceptionally powerful, allowing him to identify you at a glance. Gu Qingxian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile spread across Long Linger's face. Hee, I knew I was incredibly strong. After a brief arrangement of the beast cores, they departed, leaving the corpses of the fierce beasts to be handled by others. Finally, Gu Qingxian had the time to examine the rewards the system had just bestowed upon him. Sitting on the sofa, he focused his thoughts, and the system backpack opened automatically, revealing the attributes of the enigmatic firewings before him. Name: Enigmatic Firewings. Quality: Grade: Origin. The enigmatic firewings, forged from the incineration of countless beings, have had 3 previous masters, none of whom could fully harness their energy. Currently activated skill: Enigmatic Entanglement. Once integrated into the body, it enhances attack speed and agility attributes. As he contemplated the origins of this item, Gu Qingxian swallowed hard. Goodness. Incinerated countless beings. System, can I control its energy? He wondered internally. Ding. Of course, my dear host, you are an awakened divine spirit, capable of elevating these enigmatic firewings to new heights. Hearing this assurance from the system, Gu Qingxian finally felt a sense of relief. That is a relief. What are you planning to do? Long Linger, who was cuddling a plush toy while watching television, noticed Gu Qingxian had risen from the sofa. I'm merging with a new item. It won't take long. All right. Hurry up. Is there something urgent? I want to lie in your arms. It feels more comfortable that way. Long Lingo pouted, softly murmuring. Despite being a member of the dragon clan, she was becoming as clingy as a little kitten before him. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Gu Qingxian smiled and retreated to the training room to expedite the fusion process. He first retrieved the grade enigmatic firewings from the system backpack. It resembled a sphere, within which lay a pair of seemingly miniature wings. Gu Qingxian examined it closely. Surely, this ISNT meant to be ingested? He pondered, eyeing the spherical object the size of an apple and swallowing once more. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the orb was gradually absorbing the spiritual energy within him. Reacting swiftly, he clasped it tightly in his hands and began to infuse it with his remaining energy. Minutes passed, and finally, the orb, now the size of a fist, began to crack. A loud explosion erupted. Dark green flames surged rapidly towards Gu Qingxian's back, incinerating the upper half of his clothing and leaving small wing-like imprints forming on his back. Why do I feel so dizzy? Gu Qingxian's consciousness began to blur. Having already exhausted a considerable amount of spiritual energy in the warehouse earlier that afternoon and faced with a minor beast riot, he had now depleted even more energy by breaking the seal. At this moment, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. In a haze, Gu Qingxian collapsed to the ground, faintly perceiving a pair of delicate, white feet approaching him. Chapter 33. Too sensitive. I should touch more. I have administered another spirit-nourishing pill to him. After half an hour, you may give him one more. There should be no major issues. I shall take my leave now, said the Gu family's private doctor, packing away his medical kit with a smile. Is he really all right? Dragon Lingo asked, still concerned as she gazed at the still unconscious Gu Qingxian on the bed. Rest assured, Mississippi young master merely fainted due to excessive consumption of spiritual energy. He simply needs time to recover. All right. With the reassurance, Dragon Lingo finally relaxed. How fortunate I have a spare key to the training room. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to manage. Irritated, she pinched Gu Qingxian's cheek. Half an hour later, following the doctor's instructions, Dragon Lingo fed him the second spirit-nourishing pill. As the spiritual energy rapidly converged within Gu Qingxian's dantian, he slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Dragon Linger, who was perched on the edge of the bed, preparing to join him, her beautiful face revealing traces of drowsiness. It feels so comfortable in my husband's embrace. Dragon Lingo pulled back the covers, her soft body pressing against Gu Qingxian's bare chest, emitting soft sounds of satisfaction. Did you just call me husband? A wave of joy surged through Gu Qingxian's heart, feeling Dragon Linger's delicate hand playfully gliding over his well-defined abs. He could not help but shudder. Dragon Lingo sensed something was amiss. Sitting up on the bed, she scrutinized the subtle expressions on Gu Qingxian's face. It seems I am still too sensitive. Perhaps I should touch more in the future. Not detecting anything unusual, Dragon Lingo nestled back under the covers, her little hand again moving restlessly. Gu Qingxian's cheeks flushed slightly as he could no longer resist opening his eyes. No wonder sometimes after sleeping beside Dragon Ling, he would find finger marks on his stomach. It turns out she was this audacious while he was asleep. Ling Ling? Gu Qingxian feigned awakening. first turning over to allow Long Linger time to retract her hand before he finally sat up in bed. "Ah, cough. How are you feeling? Your spiritual energy should have replenished somewhat by now," he inquired. Long Linger, feeling a bit awkward, cleared her throat and, after adjusting her demeanor, softly responded, "I've recovered quite a bit. I expended too much spiritual energy this afternoon and was a bit hasty during the refinement process. Thankfully, you were there." A smile graced Gu Qingshuan's face. "And how do you plan to reward me?" Long Linger, seated across from him, gazed at him with eager eyes, hoping he would grasp her implication. "What reward do you desire?" Gu Qingxian countered. "Never mind, considering you haven't fully recovered, I shall forego the reward for now. Good night," she replied. With a gentle tap of her delicate hand on the wall switch, the bright lights in the room were instantly extinguished. "Good night," Gu Qingxian said, watching Long Linger nestled against him, and he planted a soft kiss on her fair forehead. Feeling the touch on her brow, Long Linger's lips curled into a subtle smile. This was the reward she truly wished for. The next day, upon returning to the martial academy, Lu Kong stood anxiously at the entrance, scrutinizing the arriving students. Finally, upon spotting Long Linger and Gu Qingxian, the heavy stone weighing on his heart finally lifted. "Principal Lu, is there something urgent?" Gu Qingxian inquired, intrigued by Lu Kong's earlier demeanor. "I only learned this morning that a small group of fierce beasts appeared near Pingan Street yesterday. You two weren't harmed, were you?" Lu Kong's tone was filled with concern. "If you were injured, please inform me immediately. Our school has recently hired an awakened healer." Gu Qingxian shrugged. "Rest assured, Principal Lu. Neither Linger nor I were harmed. We're about to be late, so we'll head in now." Lu Kong replied, "Very well, but for the next few days, I shall personally see you both to and from school. With a divine-grade awakened spirit and a level-grade awakened spirit, I cannot bear the responsibility should any unforeseen events occur. You needn't worry about that, Principal." A sergeant from the Divine Extermination Corps mentioned that the aftermath would be resolved within a day, and it should be nearly finished by now. "Is that so?" "Very well," Lu Kong said, feeling reassured by this information. The beast tide in Zhongsang City had indeed been ongoing for over 3 days and was due to conclude, just as Gu Qingxian and Long Linger departed. The man clad in white battle armor entered the Xingyu Martial Academy. Lu Kong immediately recognized the insignia on his chest and approached with a professional smile. "May I inquire if students Gu Qingxian and Long Linger are enrolled at your institution?" Lin Kong inquired, removing his white battle armor. "Do you wish to openly recruit individuals from my school?" Upon hearing this question, Lu Kong's smile instantly faded, replaced by a wary gaze. After all, it was merely the rank of a sergeant. He himself held the rank of a corporal. Although there was a disparity in their levels, in terms of contributions, he felt no inferiority. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Principal. Yesterday, these 2 students assisted in eradicating the ferocious beasts that invaded Pingan Street, saving numerous lives. They have come today primarily to receive commendation," Lin Kong explained, shaking his head with a smile. "What?" Lu Kong's heart seemed to skip a beat. "My goodness. 2 freshmen. Encountering a horde of minor ferocious beasts, and instead of fleeing, they stayed to engage in combat? To speak candidly, even if a dozen ordinary citizens perished, it would pale in comparison to the safety of 2 top-tier awakened souls. Principal, you have indeed cultivated remarkable students. I later reviewed the surveillance footage, and it appears these 2 students nearly dominated the encounter with the minor ferocious beasts," Lin Feng praised. "Comrade, surely you jest?" Lu Kong was astonished, having never witnessed Gu Qingxian and Long Linger demonstrate their true prowess. "I assure you, there is no jest in my words. Now, please inform me of the whereabouts of Gu and Long," Lin Feng said, glancing at his watch. "I shall guide you there," Lu Kong replied, feeling a twinge of concern, and opted to lead the way personally. After all, Gu Qingxian and Long Linger were highly sought after in any martial academy. "I trust you are all aware of the recent outbreak of a level beast tide in Zhongsang City?" At this moment, standing at the lectern, Lu Man inquired, while sorting through her teaching materials, feigning ignorance. Indeed, the students in the classroom nodded, their curiosity piqued. At 1 o'clock yesterday morning, this level beast tide was completely resolved, and simultaneously, a level secret realm appeared near Zhongsang City. Lu Man waved her delicate hand, projecting a holographic display in the classroom, revealing comprehensive information about the secret realm. Chapter 34, Wielding the Sword of Justice to Safeguard Peace, and Holding a Heart of Sincerity to Protect the Universe. Teacher, the level secret realm doesn't pertain much to us freshmen currently at the martial artist stage, does it? A male student could not help but whisper. As one ascends through each major level, the internal cultivation resources within the realm increase exponentially. However, correspondingly, the danger level also escalates exponentially. Generally, level secret realms contain ferocious beasts of levels 5 to 6. As for this newly emerged secret realm, the specifics remain unclear, and thus, the danger index is even less certain. That is correct, but the level assigned to this secret realm is a result of considering various situational factors. Its actual difficulty is certainly weaker than implied. Whether to venture forth or not is entirely your choice. Lu Man's gaze swept across the room. Teacher, once we enter this secret realm, can we act alongside class leader Gu? Xue'er inquired with curiosity. Classmate Gu, as the class leader, please share your thoughts. Lu Man encouraged, allowing Gu Qingxian to express his true feelings without interference. Ding. System task is being issued. Task content, lead the class into the secret realm of Zhongsong City, ensuring the safe return of all participants. Task difficulty, level, reward, unknown. Upon hearing the system notification, Gu Qingxian felt a weight lift from his heart. The entire elite class comprised 10 individuals, including himself. If they could all follow his lead, the challenge seemed manageable. Resolving his hesitation, he declared, Teacher, when one becomes prosperous, one should uplift others rather than act selfishly. As class leader, I am willing to guide my classmates into this secret realm. His tone shifted to one of earnest gravity as he spoke. As his words echoed in the classroom, admiration radiated from his peers. Even Lu Man, standing at the podium, was taken aback by the profound insight of this 19-year-old youth. Such wisdom was indeed rare. Excuse me, Teacher Lu, this sergeant from the 2nd Division of the Extermination Corps has a matter to discuss with classmates Gu and Long. Lu Kong gently pushed open the classroom door, accompanied by Lin Feng. Yesterday, a minor beast horde erupted on Peace Street, and classmates Gu and Long bravely fought, eliminating all threats and averting significant trouble. Now that the situation has been resolved, I am here to express our gratitude. Please, step up to the podium. Lin Feng smiled and waved at Gu Qingxian from the stage. The classroom, still basking in Gu Qingxuan's earlier declaration, was now abuzz with excitement. They too resided nearby and had heard of the incident on Peace Street, but never imagined that it was Gu Qingxian and his companion who had resolved the crisis. Truly, our class leader is extraordinary. Lingling, come up with me. Gu Qingxian rose from his seat. All right, Long Lingo nodded shyly. Then, Lin Feng conjured a grand banner. With the sword of justice, we protect peace. With a heart of sincerity, we safeguard the universe. Wait, is this for real? Gu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback by the impressive banner. Typically, one in such a position would not concern themselves with such ceremonious gestures. Yet Lin Feng had infused the moment with significance. Principal Lu, could you assist by taking a few photos? Lin Feng turned to the principal with a smile. My phone doesn't have a camera function, Lu Kong replied, a hint of awkwardness creeping into his expression as he held up his old device. In the days of my military service, there were no smartphones, only a rudimentary communication device. Over the years, I have been unable to shed this habit. Nowadays, I occupy myself with an old-fashioned phone, indulging in games of Snake, sipping tea, tending to flowers, and perusing the news, all while immersing myself in self-cultivation. Such a lifestyle is quite comfortable. Principal Lu, allow me to take the stage, Xue'er announced as she stood up, phone in hand. Very well. Principal Lu responded with a smile and nodded. After taking a few simple photos, Lin Feng instructed the two to return to their seats, commencing a 20-minute session of ideological education. In summary, he urged everyone to embody the spirit of the extraordinary military, which does not shy away from hardships, fights valiantly, and dares to lead. These words left Long Linger in a daze, her drowsiness nearly overwhelming her defenses. Fortunately, Lin Feng soon received a directive through his earpiece, and, after offering a few words of praise to Gu Qingxian and Long Linger, hurriedly exited the classroom. Qingxian, was it truly you and Long Lingo who subdued the small beast horde that erupted on Peace Street yesterday? After the departure, Lu Man inquired with curiosity. It was merely a trivial task, Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. In fact, during the encounter with the beasts, Gu Qingxian had barely unleashed half of his power. His assertion of it being a trifle was no mere modesty. Indeed, the class leader I selected is truly deserving of being a role model for all. Lu Man adjusted her glasses, a satisfied smile gracing her face. The fact that Gu Qingxian was already a point of pride as his homeroom teacher was amplified by the remarkable performance of her student. At that moment, the roar of fighter jet engines resonated from the central square of the Martial Arts Academy. Lu Man briefly outlined several critical precautions regarding the special secret realm before she spoke slowly. Those willing to join me, follow my lead. With that, she elegantly stepped out of the classroom in her high-heeled black stockings. Stay alert, Linger, it's time to get serious, Gu Qingxian said, playfully pinching Long Linger's exceedingly soft cheek. What is happening? Long Linger's voice still carried a hint of drowsiness. We are departing for the secret realm in Zhongsong City. Gu Qingxian effortlessly lifted Long Linger from her seat and made his way toward the exit. Observing this, Xue'er sighed with a hint of resignation. If only Long Linger were attracted to girls, perhaps the one holding her now would be me. She shook her head and followed in their footsteps. Following Gu Qingxuan's earlier words, All 10 members of the exceptional class boarded the medium-sized supersonic transport plane. As for the pilot, it was none other than Lin Feng, who had just departed from the classroom moments ago. The journey from here to the mysterious realm of Zhongsong City will take approximately 20 minutes. You may wish to adjust your state or take a moment to rest. Lin Feng, who was piloting the transport aircraft, kindly suggested. This newly emerged secret realm has attracted countless martial academies vying for treasures. For this group of students, it would be a prolonged battle of endurance. Nevertheless, upon hearing his words, excitement remained etched on their faces. The notion of adjusting their state was far from their minds. This was their first venture into such a realm, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not exhilarated. Chapter 35. Entry into the secret realm requires passing the test. Qingxian, I need to catch up on some sleep. Please wake me when we arrive, all right? Dragon Lingo, seated beside Gu Qixian, gently inquired. Having slept too closely to him the previous night, she had experienced a multitude of dreams, and weariness was increasingly overtaking her. All right. Rest assured, Gu Qixian replied, allowing Dragon Linger to lean against his shoulder. During this time, he requested Lu Man to send over the awakened spirits of all the students, along with their current levels of attainment, which he scrutinized intently. There were 8 individuals. Should they encounter trouble, it would be challenging for both him and Dragon Lingo to manage their safety alone. Thus, it was imperative to quickly comprehend the circumstances of these students and organize them into teams, as this might yield a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. Before long, 20 minutes had elapsed. Gu Qingxian had already organized them into 3 small teams surrounding him, ready to explore the secret realm with a strong capacity for adaptability. All right, we have arrived. Prepare to disembark, Lin Feng announced as he gently landed the aircraft. A metallic hum resonated, and the hatch opened instantaneously. Huh? Dragon Lingo was stirred from her slumber by the noise. Time to get to work, Gu Qingxian said, wiping away the slight drool that had escaped her lips during her dreams. Okay, she responded, stretching languidly and complying sweetly. Gu, Lingo, I shall remain here and await your return. If you encounter any danger, do not act recklessly. Exit the secret realm immediately, Lin Feng advised, his gaze resting on the two. Gu Qingxian nodded and descended from the hatch. Outside lay a picturesque scene of blue skies and white clouds, with nearby buildings and creatures enveloped within a towering formation that confined them to a specific area. Thanks to the timely information received by the Xingyao Martial Academy, the entrance to the secret realm was not overly crowded. To enter the secret realm, one must pass through a formation test. Please come forward, beckoned an elderly man wielding a staff, gesturing towards Gu Qingxian. Another test? Gu Qingxian expressed his surprise. Previously, his entries into secret realms had typically required only a verification of identity, often revolving around age or the payment of a fee. He had never encountered such a situation before. Certainly, after all, there are numerous treasures within this secret realm. If anyone could enter, it would be utterly unjust. The elder remarked with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his staff gently touched the ground, and a golden array spanning several meters manifested beneath the feet of the gathering. As the inspection commenced, a small white circle appeared first beneath the feet of Gu Qingxian and Long Linger. Senior, what constitutes a successful detection? Inquired one of the male students with curiosity. Those standing upon the golden circles may directly enter the secret realm to seek treasures. The rest shall remain outside to cultivate. Do not feel disheartened. The spiritual energy here is unparalleled to that of common places, the elder chuckled. Without granting Gu Qingxian a chance to respond, he raised his staff, and those encircled in gold were instantly transported into the secret realm. System, how am I to complete my task now? Gu Qingxian glanced around. Apart from Long Linger and himself, there was only Su Yaoyao and a bespectacled male student named Zhang Haitao. Beep. Dear host, you may have misunderstood. They are cultivating outside, which also falls within the confines of the secret realm. Thus you can still fulfill your task. The encouraging voice of the system resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian let out a reluctant sigh of relief. Now that only the 4 of us are inside, we need not form a team. Linger Haitao, stay close to us. Do not stray, Gu Qingxian said, manifesting his innate spiritual weapon with a calm demeanor. Understood, the others nodded in agreement. Gu Qingxian briefly assessed their current location before hastening towards the rear. Typically, the appearance of valuable items is significant, having entered the secret realm at this opportune moment. Gu Qingxian adhered to a singular principle, to take only the finest, not merely the expensive. Having ventured only a short distance, the sounds of clashing weapons and explosions resonated from an abandoned skyscraper across the way. Haitao, deploy your reconnaissance skill to investigate, Gu Qingxian instructed, recalling the awakened abilities of everyone. Right. Wang Haitao closed his eyes, and a small, light green sparrow gradually materialized before him, agilely soaring towards the dilapidated building. Meanwhile, Long Linger and Su Yaoyao stood behind Gu Qingxian, observing each other's spiritual entities. As it was not yet a time for urgency, Gu Qingxian refrained from further commentary. Class leader, I have shared the visuals with you, Wang Haitao suddenly announced. Shared? Gu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback as a vivid scene materialized before him. The imagery was strikingly clear. He beheld a pair of twins seizing a storage pouch from a trio, making their way towards the heart of the secret realm. Despite having lost their ability to move, the three individuals still attempted to rise and reclaim their belongings. This is a pinnacle of the Forbidden Spirit Martial Academy. Both individuals are S-class soul awakeners, and their combined prowess could potentially amplify their combat strength by more than double. Wang Haitao promptly elucidated, Haitao, take the lead. Yao Yao, follow closely behind him as we make our way towards the central area. Lingling and I will join you shortly. Gu Qingxian exited the shared visual feed, having fully donned the dragon-scale divine armor. In this secret realm, moralities hold little weight. It is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Very well, you too, exercise caution. Qingxian, you must ensure Lingling's safety. Rest assured, Gu Qingxian replied with a gentle nod. Qingxian, are you truly at ease allowing them to venture to the heart of the secret realm alone? Long Linger, trailing behind him, inquired with a hint of concern. Absolutely. Wang Haitao possesses commendable reconnaissance skills and can even command ferocious beasts, while Su Yaoyao can continuously bolster his status from the rear, Gu Qingxian explained with a smile. Just then, the twin siblings ahead hastened their pace. Lingling, I shall proceed first. You can follow later, one of the twins declared, sprinting off with reckless abandon, clearly adorned with valuable items. All right, Long Linger nodded lightly. In the next moment, clad in the dragon-scale divine armor, Gu Qingxian manifested a pair of peculiar dark green wings from his back, which flickered with terrifying, subtle flames. In that instant, his speed surged dramatically. What do you intend to do? The twins, having turned into a narrow alley, queried with furrowed brows from a distance. Had it been anyone else, they would have already engaged. However, the individual before them, clad in close-fitting battle armor, wielding a spirit weapon, and sporting wings, appeared far from an ordinary martial arts scion. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Gu Qingxuan's voice was frigid. Upon hearing this, the twins momentarily froze, assessing Gu Qingxuan's realm. Their previously taught expressions relaxing. Do you realize that both of us are level soul awakeners? In a 2-on-2 scenario, you might stand a slight chance, but now you are merely dreaming. The elder twin, Wang Hu, spoke first. Chapter 36. Expressions of satisfaction and shyness. Su Yaoyao is in great danger. Gu Qingxian said little, simply observing the two before him with indifference. In the next heartbeat, 2 sonic booms resonated as they lunged at him, grasping metal staffs. At that moment, Gu Qingxian discerned their realms, one at the 6th layer of the martial master realm, the other at the 7th. Now he felt reassured. He had initially presumed their realms would start at least at the 8th layer of martial master, yet neither reached that threshold. Divine judgment. Gu Qingxian first evaded, creating some distance before directly unleashing his martial skills, revealing his profound aura in an instant. What is happening? A look of astonishment appeared on Zhao Hu's face. The individual before him possessed an astonishing 8th level of martial master, coupled with various enhancements from martial skills and items. Gu Qingxuan's strength was now formidable enough to rival a 1st-level martial sovereign. In a moment, both opponents found themselves at a disadvantage. With each swing of the spear in Gu Qingxuan's hand, they were forced to exert all their energy in response. Just as they were preparing to flee, the temperature of the air suddenly dropped several degrees. A spatial cage. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingxian raised one hand to release his martial technique, instantly confining the two in place. Second brother, bring out the annihilation cannon, he bellowed. Upon hearing this, Hu hesitated no longer. A glimmer of white light appeared in his hands, and an annihilation cannon of a formidable level was swiftly grasped, aimed directly at Gu Qingxian. Qingxian, be careful, warned Long Linger, who stood behind him. You actually managed to acquire an annihilation cannon? Observing the weapon in Hu's hands, Gu Qingxian felt no fear. Instead, a hint of surprise graced his features. In a flash, he appeared before him, and with a single thrust, he sent the annihilation cannon flying from Hu's grasp. Such devices were typically reserved for members of the special forces. He could hardly believe they possessed one. 10 minutes later, Gu Qingxian had collected all the spiritual treasures they had found within the secret realm into his storage ring. At that moment, Zhao Hu and Zhao Long lay trembling on the ground, having long lost their initial arrogance. Let us go and regroup with Yao Yao, Gu Qingxian said as he briefly assessed the contents of his storage ring. All right, Long Lingo nodded. Qingxian, isn't that annihilation cannon quite rare? Why did you destroy it? On their way, Long Lingo could not help but ask curiously. Such weapons are solely permitted for use by the special forces. And I have no idea how those two came by it. To avoid unnecessary complications, it is better to destroy it, Gu Qingxian explained patiently. This weapon harbors immense energy. Even an ordinary person could unleash great power with it. Moreover, it is strictly controlled by the military. But we could secretly use it, couldn't we? Long Linger smiled. Don't let your little mind wander into such thoughts. Focus on your training. Gu Qingxian lightly tapped her on the head. All right, I understand, Long Lingo said. A touch of grievance as she rubbed the spot where he had tapped. There are fierce beasts ahead. Let me see your strength in action. What? If you can't handle it, I can step in, Gu Qingxian replied. I can handle it, Long Linger asserted resolutely. Not far away lay a pack of 5-tiered magical wolves, numbering approximately 10. At that moment, Long Linger yearned to witness the true extent of her prowess. As she conjured the Frost Lotus sword, a white ice lotus mark gradually appeared beneath her lotus-like feet. With a delicate point of her toe, she charged into the midst of the magical wolves, and with a swift stroke of her sword, a crimson mark instantaneously adorned the neck of one 5-tiered magical wolf. In the next heartbeat, its head was severed, and the blood that splattered forth was instantly transformed into a mist of white ice. The entire pack of magical wolves had yet to comprehend the situation when Long Linga, wielding her Frost Lotus sword, claimed another ferocious beast's life. With a resounding roar, the beast king at the center of the pack let out a furious cry. All the 5-tiered magical wolves received their orders and simultaneously lunged at Long Linger with their sharp claws, leaving her with scarcely any avenue for evasion. Thousand-blade ice rain. Long Lingo, unhurried, leapt into the air, suspending herself gracefully. Immediately, hundreds of ice blades coalesced behind her. With a sweeping motion of her sword, a tempest of blood mist erupted forth. Enveloping herself in a protective barrier, she plunged into the fray, launching an assault on the magical wolf king. Witnessing this, Gu Qingxian stood frozen in place. The blood mist had yet to dissipate, obscuring any view of the battle. In contrast, the magical wolves could still perceive Long Lingo's elusive figure amidst the chaos. As the ice mist thickened and the sounds of combat reverberated, Gu Qingxian resolved to intervene. With a sweeping strike, he dispelled the icy fog in an instant. Huh? Long Linger turned in surprise. At that moment, her sword had already pierced the body of the magical wolf king. Observing Long Linger's reluctance to deliver the final blow, the wolf king, in unbearable agony, chose to end its own life. Gu Qingxian, witnessing this, could hardly believe his eyes. A creature so inherently bloodthirsty chose to commit suicide? This was a sight he had never before witnessed. Suddenly, he noticed the white ice crystals at the site of the wolf king's wound and came to a realization. Each minuscule shard of ice was capable of infiltrating the creature's body through Long Linger's sword, akin to silver needles piercing the heart. What are you doing? Long Lingo sheathed her sword and fixed her gaze upon him. Ahem, how can you battle even amidst the blood mist? Gu Qingxian coughed awkwardly. Because I am of the dragon lineage, possessing this innate bloodline talent. You would do well to explain why you dispelled my ice mist. Long Lingo withdrew her hand, which had been playfully toying with the ice mist, and glared at him with puffed cheeks. I was somewhat concerned for your safety, so what? You profess to care for me yet remain ignorant of my bloodline talent. You naughty Gu Qingxian. Long Lingo deliberately denied him the opportunity to defend himself, poking him in the chest with her finger while suppressing a smile. Shall I restore it for you? At that moment, Gu Qingxian inquired, what? Upon hearing his words, the charming face of Long Linger displayed a look of perplexity. But the icy mist has dissipated. How can it reappear out of thin air? Gu Qingxian raised a hand, and with the flow of the eternal spear god's spiritual energy, that white mist astonishingly materialized once more. You are evidently unaware of my bloodline talent, so you must not hold any affection for me, Gu Qingxian remarked with an air of seriousness. Nonsense. How could I possibly dislike you? Long Linger exclaimed, her soft voice tinged with excitement. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. Subsequently, she stood on her tiptoes, slightly parted her delicate lips, and leaned in to kiss Gu Qingxian. What a novel way to express anger. Gu Qingxian mused inwardly as he felt the sensation of her lips. Just then, Su Yaoyao and Wang Haitao rushed over, drawn by the sounds of battle. Class leader, I yield, Wang Haitao declared. But upon witnessing Long Linger and Gu Qingxian locked in their kiss, they both froze in place, and Wang Haitao's voice trailed off. Su Yaoyao shook her head in resignation. Clearing her throat, Long Linger, aware of their presence, felt a slight flush rise to her attractive cheeks and shyly stepped back, biting her lip. Lingo, what was that commotion from earlier? Su Yuo asked. I just eradicated a pack of ferocious beasts. It's all taken care of, Long Linger replied softly. Did you slay all these beasts? Su Yaoyao inquired, wrapping her arms around Long Linger and gesturing toward the corpses of several magical wolves scattered nearby. Well, what do you think? Am I not impressive? Long Linger's soft lips curled into a proud smile. Absolutely impressive. Linger is the best, Xue'er praised earnestly. All right, let us begin counting the cores of the beasts, Long Lingo agreed. Upon hearing this, Xue'er nodded. Class leader, do you find Xue'er a bit strange? Wang Haitao suddenly asked. What do you mean? Gu Qingxian responded, puzzled, having never encountered any bizarre novels. He merely assumed that the camaraderie between girls and their close friends was like this. While you were away, Xue'er kept expressing her desire to team up with Long Linger, showing a disinclination to work with me. Moreover, after she embraced Long Linger, her demeanor reflected a sense of satisfaction mixed with hesitation. It's quite concerning, Wang Haitao analyzed earnestly. Oh, come on. What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining? Gu Qingxian dismissed him lightly, just because she mentioned a preference for not teaming up with him. Wang Haitao had spun it into an idea that Xue'er harbored feelings for Long Ling. However, despite Xue'er's character, which limited her to nothing more than hugs and cuddles, Gu Qingxian felt it prudent to keep a watchful eye on the situation. Chapter 37. The Treasure of Humanity. Long Linger, Qingxian, I am frightened. There are a total of 11 fifth-tier beast crystal cores. Qingxian, you may distribute them. Minutes later, Long Linger and Xue'er approached, cradling exquisitely flawless beast crystal cores. First, let us store these in this storage ring. We shall divide them after we exit the secret realm. Gu Qingxian handed over a new storage ring. Wang Haitao, who was intently closing his eyes to utilize his spiritual power for reconnaissance, spoke up with excitement. Class leader, I have found an entrance to a treasure site. His face brimmed with exhilaration. Allow me to lead you there. All right, let us proceed, Gu Qingxian replied with a smile, patting his shoulder. Such reconnaissance skills proved to be immensely beneficial within the secret realm. Along the way, Wang Haitao took the lead, while Long Linger and Xue'er prepared to confront any beasts that might appear, and Gu Qingxian was tasked with dealing with the higher-tier beasts. In the span of 20 minutes, they carved a bloody path through the densely packed throngs of beasts. Excellent teamwork. Let us maintain our composure, Gu Qingxian, as the class leader, encouraged them. Wang Haitao, how much longer until we reach the treasure site entrance? Xue'er inquired loudly, wielding her staff. Do not rush. We shall arrive in a few minutes, Wang Haitao replied, though his pace quickened involuntarily. He had anticipated such a massive number of beasts lying in ambush within the derelict structures. Just as they took a few steps forward, from the left side of an abandoned building, a dozen golden yuan rabbits and 6 fiery lions leapt from the 4th floor. Gu Qingxian was the first to react, waving his hand to command the 3 behind him to retreat several steps. He then activated his dragon scale armor to withstand the onslaught. Qingxian, are you all right? Seeing the dust and chaos, Long Linger anxiously donned a protective shield and rushed in. I am fine. Continue fighting in the previous formation, Gu Qingxian immediately instructed. These beasts certainly demonstrated ferocity in their ambushes. Even with the dragon scale armor, he could still feel the painful impact in his chest. Once he confirmed Gu Qingxian was unharmed, Long Linger let out a sigh of relief, her icy gaze shifting to the beasts. In an instant, she appeared before 2 fifth-tier fiery lions. Regardless of how swiftly they swung their claws, Long Linger effortlessly countered their attacks with her long sword, her agile and supple form allowing her to deliver lethal strikes intermittently. Xue'er held her staff firmly, conjuring 10 green magical arrays of varying sizes around her. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled. Thick vines, as robust as arms, burst forth from the earth, surging toward the beast throng. Meanwhile, Wang Haitao quietly stepped back a few paces. He had awakened an auxiliary reconnaissance spirit, making it challenging to contribute meaningfully in such an intense battle. Do not linger in battle. Keep up and break through. All right. Long Lingo nodded. After a struggle lasting over 10 minutes, they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. Phew. I'm exhausted. Long Lingo gasped for breath. Why did you kill the ferocious beast so swiftly? Gu Qingxian, drawing her close, inquired with concern. It was because that group of beasts ambushed you. If I still have spiritual power left after this exploration of the secret realm, I will ensure they regret their actions. Long Lingo replied fiercely, still panting. Calm down. I'm fine. Noticing her agitation, Gu Qingxian smiled and gently shook his head. Class leader. This must be the entrance to the treasure land. At that moment, Wang Haitao pointed to a dilapidated stretch of asphalt road a few meters away. Let me first use my abilities to assess the situation inside. Having learned from previous experiences, Wang Haitao was cautious this time and refrained from recklessly leading them in. Good. Gu Qingxian responded with satisfaction. Experience offers wisdom. The lessons learned from earlier misfortunes are not in vain. There are no ferocious beasts inside. We can proceed directly. After swiftly scanning the area with his abilities, Wang Haitao exclaimed with excitement. All right. Everyone remain vigilant. and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. The group grasped their respective spiritual weapons, trailing behind Gu Qingxian. This so-called entrance to the treasure land was essentially a large pit on the asphalt road. Gu Qingxian raised his spear and struck down, causing the ground to shatter instantly, revealing a circular entrance approximately 3 to 4 meters wide. He was the first to leap inside. Qingxian, is this truly a treasure land? Long Linger, closely following him, tugged at his clothing, swallowing hard. Indeed, the treasure land comprises the cultivation resources left by our ancestors. If you are afraid, you may stay close to me, Gu Qingxian remarked gently, perceiving her tension. Class leader. I am also frightened. Wang Haitao, following behind, felt somewhat aggrieved. If you are scared, you must find your own way, Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. With a sharp snap of his fingers, countless bright torches ignited, illuminating the vast underground palace before them. Wang Haitao was the first to spot a treasure chest, and his fear dissipated instantly. Wow, this chest contains numerous levels of cultivation pills and potions. Su Yaoyao cast him a disdainful glance. Didn't you just say you were terrified? Wang Haitao coughed awkwardly. I was just joking. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. How could a grown man like me be afraid of such things? Enough, stop hitting me. Wang Haitao closed his eyes, a hint of impatience in his tone. Who is hitting you? Su Yaoyao's brows furrowed slightly. In that location, there was but a single treasure chest. After seeing it, they paid it no further heed. Thus, at this moment, the only one standing near Wang Haitao was indeed him alone. Why is no one taking my picture? Wang Haitao's eyes closed even tighter, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Qingxian, I am frightened. Long Linger nervously hid behind Gu Qingxian. I noticed, at that moment, the dark red mark of a gun on Gu Qingxian's forehead began to radiate light, and as he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of red lightning flickered within them. In the next instant, Gu Qingxian took several strides forward, thrusting his spear directly towards a spot less than 30 centimeters behind Wang Haitao. Instead of the sound of shattered tiles, a crisp metallic clang resonated. A puppet silhouette gradually emerged. Congratulations, young friend, for successfully triggering the activation program of this puppet. It is highly likely that you are a talented individual of our human race. In my lifetime, I left behind many spiritual treasures. If you desire them, just follow me. A pre-recorded voice emanated from the puppet. Hearing this, Gu Qingxian hesitated with the spear in hand, uncertain if it was a trick. Chapter 38, Waiting for the Rabbit? Seeking Death. Lingling, you all stay here and wait for my return. After a few moments of hesitation, Gu Qingxian ultimately made his choice. Rather than risking the safety of all four, he preferred to gamble solely with his own. You cannot do this. What if you encounter danger? Long Linger was the first to voice her disagreement. Her small, delicate hands clutched Gu Qingxian's garment tightly, leaving him no room to maneuver. Rest assured, if there is any danger in this secret realm that I cannot handle, bringing you in would not change much. Gu Qingxian gently patted her head, speaking sincerely. Here, take this. If you find yourself in peril, you can be transported directly to my side. Long Linger, enjoying the head pat, shook her head to regain focus and quickly handed over a teleportation talisman. This item was far more essential for Gu Qingxian than for herself. All right, thank you, dear. Wait for me here. Gu Qingxian smiled. Upon hearing that endearment, a hint of shyness appeared on Long Linger's fair face as she obediently nodded. Observing this, Gu Qingxian retrieved his spear from the puppet and followed closely behind it. A few minutes later, the puppet halted before a secret passage. From within its body, a golden insignia flew out, merging directly into the magical array on the wall. Buzz! The sound of the array activating echoed forth. In the next instant, a passage large enough for a single person to enter slowly materialized before Gu Qingxian. The puppet, having exhausted its internal energy, collapsed to the ground. Gu Qingxian unfurled his enigmatic fire wings, prepared to escape at a moment's notice should an unexpected situation arise. Is this truly the treasure vault? Observing the barren surroundings, his heart raced with mounting anxiety. It wasn't until he instinctively stepped back, colliding with a hard metallic object, that the true nature of this space revealed itself. All around him were various wooden frames adorned with an array of cultivation resources, their quality varying, yet each enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, entirely unharmed. How peculiar. How could there be so many concealed items within this sacred ground, especially when I cannot sense them with my spiritual power? Relieved to find himself untricked, Gu Qingxian was also struck by a sense of bewilderment. Alas, let me first pay my respects to this esteemed predecessor. He noticed a candlestick on a nearby counter and approached. This predecessor, willing to leave all his cultivation resources to the future generations of humanity after death, exemplified a spirit of selfless dedication that few possess. After purchasing 3 long incense sticks from the system's marketplace, Gu Qingxian lit them and bowed respectfully several times before placing them in the candlestick. Suddenly, this action seemed to trigger some mechanism. The spiritual energy within the space swiftly converged towards this spot, and the previously dusty plaque shimmered with golden light. This is my self-created martial technique. A token of gratitude for your incense offering. A small box materialized out of thin air. Gu Qingxian then learned of the predecessor's past. He was once a formidable warrior at the first level of the martial king realm, who, before his demise, had instructed his family to arrange for his paradise. He had also contemplated the possibility of these cultivation resources falling into the hands of nefarious individuals, thus concealing his most precious martial technique, which could only be activated through the offering of incense. After all, if malefactors were to enter, their attention would undoubtedly be fixated on the cultivation resources, with no thought of paying homage to him. Thank you, esteemed predecessor. Gu Qingxian bowed again with reverence. Though merely a martial king, the predecessor's attitude toward matters was unparalleled. Martial technique name, spirit breath concealment, quality, level, effect. Upon use, it releases a layer of special spiritual mist that cloaks the surface of objects, achieving an invisibility effect, while suppressing one's own spiritual fluctuations. Ding. This martial technique may incur damage upon leaving this location. Would the esteemed host like to learn it now? How long will it take? The effectiveness of this technique far exceeds its level, yet Long Linger and the others are still waiting for me outside. Approximately 1 second. What? Then why hesitate? Gu Qingxian promptly clicked to learn. In the next moment, the entire martial technique vanished, fully integrating into Gu Qingxuan's being. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the wooden cabinets, retrieving 3 storage rings and swiftly beginning his search. Among them were several ice crystals exuding an aura of extreme chill, which Gu Qingxian deliberately stored in his system backpack. Mission accomplished. Gu Qingxian clapped his hands in satisfaction, withdrew the god-slaying spear from the ground, and swiftly made his way back in the direction he had come. At this moment, several individuals were seated on the clean floor. Long Linger leaned against Su Yaoyao, while Long Haitao sat alone on the side, feeling rather forlorn. Qingxian, you have finally returned. Are you unharmed? Long Lingo exclaimed, rising with a hint of excitement upon seeing Gu Qingxuan's figure, her concern evident. I am unscathed. There were abundant cultivation resources inside. I filled 3 storage rings. This will suffice for our exploration of this secret realm, Gu Qingxian replied with a slight smile. For some reason, the fatigue he felt on the way back vanished the moment he laid eyes on Long Linger. All right, let us return, she nodded gently. Class leader, I must report. While you were away, this rogue Su Yaoyao actually dared to sneak up behind me and frighten me. Wang Haitao complained to Gu Qingxian on their way back, feeling wronged. What do you mean, sneak? I was merely acting openly, haha. Who told you to be in a daze? Su Yaoyao chuckled. Scaring someone openly and sneaking up to scare someone are indistinguishable. Wang Haitao retorted defiantly. Witnessing the squabble between the two, Gu Qingxian felt a slight headache and grasped Long Linger's delicate hand, quickening his pace. They finally arrived at the entrance where they had previously entered. Gu Qingxian halted Wang Haitao and Su Yaoyao, who were still lost in thought. What is the matter? Su Yaoyao asked, puzzled, turning back. Haitao, use your abilities to scout above, Gu Qingxian instructed seriously. In order to access this treasure trove, we had to slay numerous ferocious beasts. The commotion we caused surely attracted attention. Even if not, the sight of so many beast carcasses would raise suspicion among passers-by. Fortunately, it's our class leader. There are currently 2 groups outside. One is in plain sight, posing a danger, while the other is concealed within a derelict building, Wang Haitao said, retracting his skills. Speaking hurriedly, share your findings with me. Understood. It seems the individuals hiding in the derelict building are formidable. I will handle them. Wait for the sound of their screams to cease before you emerge, and assist me in dealing with those guarding the entrance, Gu Qingxian stated. Having assessed the realms of both groups with a calm demeanor. Class leader, how do we proceed? If we do not first deal with those at the entrance, it will be impossible to leave. Just keep watch, Gu Qingxian replied with a slight smile. He had not anticipated that the martial skill he had just acquired would soon prove its worth. Chapter 39. Are you truly unscathed? How is that possible? Class leader. Class leader? In the next moment, Gu Qingxuan's figure suddenly vanished before the eyes of the others, and even Wang Haitao's scouting ability yielded no results. Remember my earlier command. I shall now proceed with the first step. Gu Qingxian patted Wang Haitao's shoulder, astonished to discover that the release of this martial technique could effectively obscure Wang Haitao's reconnaissance efforts. Subsequently, he lifted the long spear in his hand, his form flickering as he swiftly darted through the entrance, hastening towards the location shared by Wang Haitao. Boss, why has a sudden gust of wind emerged from this entrance? One of the guards stationed at the entrance could not help but inquire. Heh, Those individuals inside must have triggered some mechanism. We need not concern ourselves. We shall wait for them to emerge, and then seize the opportunity to attack while they are still weary, the leader remarked with a sinister grin. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Qingxian had already exited through the entrance. At this moment, the god-slaying spear in his grasp was fervently gathering the power of thunder as he made his way towards an abandoned building with great haste. In the next instant, boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. Following this, a chorus of anguished cries erupted simultaneously. Utilizing the advantage of his martial prowess, Gu Qingxian entered the building as if it were an unguarded realm, swiftly overpowering this group of individuals. Who are you? Come out and face me alone if you dare. A burly man with a scarred face bellowed as he wildly swung his large blade. Seeing no one respond, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he muttered obscure, incomprehensible rhymes under his breath. To his astonishment, the spirits within this treasure trove were so formidable that they dared to emerge and attack in broad daylight. Yet, the group guarding the entrance remained completely unscathed. Why was his luck so unfortunate? I feel so wronged. After dealing with his subordinates, Gu Qingxian grew intrigued, whispering in a profoundly melancholic tone as he ran his hand across his neck. Grievances have their origins, and debts have their masters. Do not seek me out. The large blade held by the burly man fell to the ground, and tears glistened in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingxian could not help but furrow his brow. Why are these grown men so fearful of such things? I shan't play with you any longer, Gu Qingxian murmured to himself. He then struck the man unconscious with the spear's handle, and the final scream abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, the attention of those stationed at the entrance was entirely fixated on Gu Qingxuan's position, each face etched with confusion. In their line of sight, the burly men had inexplicably collapsed to the ground. As the cries from outside faded, Yao Yao said, "Let us make our move." Long Linger slowly spoke, "All right." Su Yao Yao nodded firmly. 10 minutes later, Gu Qingxian emerged from the secret realm accompanied by several others, satisfaction evident in their expressions. The spoils from this venture were indeed plentiful. From the two groups, they had scavenged several storage rings. It was a pity that these two groups, in their attempts to rob, had acquired nothing, and instead, had relinquished their own storage rings. At long last, you have emerged. Those who are gravely injured, please step forward. I shall employ my skills to tend to your wounds. A woman clad in a white coat had arrived early, stationed outside with her equipment. Upon seeing Gu Qingxian and the others emerge from the secret realm, she hurried over. We are unharmed. Thank you for your concern, senior. Gu Qingxian smiled and waved his hand dismissively. As the class leader, he was indeed diligent in his duties. What? How could that be? Those who just exited either had their legs or hands incapacitated. It is inconceivable that you are unscathed. The doctor furrowed her brow. Young lady, let me examine you first. The physician's gaze fell upon Long Linger as she gently grasped the girl's small hand. Auntie, really, there's no need. We are truly unharmed. Be obedient. Let Auntie check and put your mind at ease. Very well. Long Linger pouted slightly, but said no more. Odd. This little girl should remain still. I would like to examine you as well. The doctor gently held Su Yao's hand. A wave of life-infused energy coursed through her palm, scanning Su Yao's body. Yet no abnormalities were detected, upholding the principle that students are the future pillars of the nation and must not be neglected in treatment. The female doctor proceeded to examine everyone. Well, you lot are truly remarkable, not even a minor injury among you. The doctor expressed her astonishment. Are they really uninjured? At that moment, Lin Feng approached. Thanks to class leader Gu, Wang Haitao replied with a modest smile. Truth be told, without Gu Qingxuan's vigilance and caution, they would never have emerged from the secret realm unscathed. Observing this, Lin Feng's gaze towards Gu Qingxian grew increasingly approving. This Gu Qingxian is indeed impressive. To lead 3 individuals to emerge unscathed requires a level of combat awareness beyond his years. And his ability to achieve this indicates he possesses the makings of a fine general. General Lin, where are our classmates? Gu Qingxian scanned the area but did not see any of his classmates. They remain in a spirit-gathering array, absorbing the abundant spiritual energy here. Perhaps they have been stimulated, each exerting their utmost effort. Lin Feng chuckled at this thought. Follow me. He patted Gu Qingxuan's shoulder. All right. Gu Qingxian nodded with a smile. Soon, they returned to the martial arts academy. Inside the classroom, Lu Man stood at the podium, observing the students below. Ahem. I did not realize that entry into the secret realm required testing. I hope you will not hold it against me, dear students. Lu Man adjusted her glasses. A hint of guilt in her eyes. We harbor no grievances. The concentration of spiritual energy in that place is at least 3 times greater than here. One of the female students quickly interjected. The other students nodded in agreement. With a sigh, Lu Man earnestly expressed her admiration. Indeed, Qingxian. Your performance as class monitor has been truly commendable. You have worked hard. It's nothing. Ensuring the safety of my classmates is merely a small duty of mine as the monitor, Gu Qingxian replied with a smile. I must strive diligently to keep pace with the monitor. With such a leader, what more could we desire? Several classmates chimed in seriously. Beep. System task. Lead the class into the secret realm of Zhongsong City and ensure everyone's safe return. Task difficulty, level, reward, 1 opportunity to replicate any martial art at that moment. The system notification echoed. Hearing the reward announcement, Gu Qingxuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The ability to replicate any martial skill? That is indeed splendid news. Chapter 40. Gu Qingxian, who takes and receives you all have worked hard in your cultivation today. You may leave school early. Lu Man observed the fatigue etched on their faces and, glancing at the time, spoke with a smile. Yay! Long Lingo exclaimed. Her excitement evident as the weariness on her face vanished in an instant. Yao Yao, Hai Tao, you may divide the cultivation resources in these 4 storage rings among yourselves. Gu Qingxian stood up first, offering the 4 storage rings he held. There's no need for so much. It wouldn't be fair to you two, he added. Noting that there were only 6 rings in total, if he and Wang Hai Tao took 4, the others would be left with only 2. Not at all. Linger and I do not require so many. You and Wang Hai Tao are in need of ample resources for your cultivation, so take them and cultivate well. Gu Qingxian insisted seriously. Without allowing them a chance to decline, Gu Qingxian took Long Linger's soft hand and left the classroom. Truly, our class monitor is wonderful, Wang Hai Tao remarked, visibly excited as he watched their retreating figures. Soon, Gu Qingxian returned home with Long Linger, and without further ado, they lay down on the bed together for an hour's rest. This was a lifestyle Gu Qingxian had not previously adopted, but he found himself influenced by Long Linger. Linger, it's time to get up. If we continue sleeping like this, we might find it difficult to sleep tonight, Gu Qingxian whispered softly, sensing that her spiritual energy had mostly recovered. Be quiet. How could I possibly struggle to sleep at night? You underestimate me too much, Long Linger huffed, turning away and covering Gu Qingxuan's mouth with one hand. However, Gu Qingxian did not yield easily. He extended his tongue and playfully licked her delicate hand. Huh? Long Linger, initially a bit dazed, was taken by surprise and opened her eyes wide. You are such a rogue. Long Linger noticed the smug expression on Gu Qingxuan's face and, gathering her strength, prepared to kick him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and caught her delicate ankle. I'm not joking with you. If necessary, you can lend me your frost refining sword for now, and I shall surprise you later, Gu Qingxian said earnestly. You must release your grip first, Long Linger replied. Her charming face slightly flushed. All right, Gu Qingxian replied with a resigned smile, loosening his hold. What do you intend to do with my frost ling sword? Long Linger inquired cautiously. If I reveal that to you, it would no longer be a surprise. I certainly won TB using your frost lotus sword to make ice cream, he teased. At that, Long Linger involuntarily swallowed. Ahem, fine. She conceded after a brief moment of contemplation, summoning her frost lotus sword from her consciousness. I prefer vanilla flavor. Gu Qingxian, now outside the room with the frost lotus sword in hand, was momentarily puzzled but dismissed it. Wait. Does this girl genuinely believe I intend to use her spirit weapon to make ice cream? He realized as he entered the cultivation chamber. Afterward, I should buy her a few boxes to store in the fridge. It seems Linger truly enjoys it, Gu Qingxian mused. He then materialized several ice crystals obtained from the treasure site from his system pouch. Though these ice crystals were of only moderate quality, they contained exceptionally pure ice attribute energy, which the frost lotus sword should be able to absorb. Gu Qingxian grasped one frost lotus sword in one hand while slowly infusing spiritual power into an ice crystal with the other, pressing it against the sword. Indeed, it works, Gu Qingxian exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. As he gradually infused 3 ice crystals, the surface of the frost lotus sword began to exhibit subtle transformations, with numerous cracks appearing on its pristine blade. Ding. Current evolution level of the frost lotus sword, 3/4. Current remaining points for the host, 1200. It is recommended that the host expend 500 points to exchange for another ice crystal, which will directly evolve the frost lotus sword into a level spirit weapon. Does the host agree? Agreed. Without hesitation, Gu Qingxian consented. The blade of the frost lotus sword was now riddled with dense fissures, making it appear as if it were on the verge of breaking. If he were to return the frost lotus sword to Long Linger in such a state, her anger would be unavoidable. Ding. Level ice crystal has been issued. Please check. Esteemed host. As the system notification chimed, another level ice crystal appeared in Gu Qingxuan's hand, and he skillfully infused it into the frost lotus sword. Frost lotus sword upgraded to level. Instantly, the seemingly fractured surface of the frost lotus sword erupted with a brilliant blue radiance. How beautiful, he remarked, captivated by its splendor. Gu Qingxian grasped the Frost Lotus longsword, swinging it gently a few times while softly praising its elegance. He was certain that Long Lingo would be quite fond of it. However, the immediate task at hand was to head downstairs and procure a box of ice cream. 10 minutes later, Gu Qingxian returned home with a box brimming with ice cream, selecting a vanilla-flavored treat while placing the rest into the refrigerator. Subsequently, he retrieved the Frost Lotus longsword resting nearby and made his way towards the bedroom. "Your ice cream," he announced, tearing open the packaging and offering it to her. Sensing the delightful aroma, Long Lingo sat up from her bed, her face lighting up with joy as she accepted the treat. After a tentative lick, she inquired, "What happened to my Frost Lotus longsword? You haven't damaged it, have you?" Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a hint of suspicion. "Not at all. Your Frost Lotus longsword has successfully evolved to a higher level," Gu Qingxian assured her, shaking his head as he dispelled the sword's invisibility. "Is this truly my Frost Lotus longsword?" Long Lingo exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she beheld the transformed weapon. "Are you dissatisfied?" Gu Qingxian gulped nervously. "Not at all. I am quite pleased," she replied, shaking her head. As she absorbed the Frost Lotus longsword into her consciousness, a soft smile graced her lips. "You have been exceptionally kind to me today. Are you perhaps hoping for a reward?" "Ahem, if it's not too much trouble, could you give me a kiss?" Gu Qingxian murmured shyly. "Not a chance." Long Lingo playfully shook her head. However, Gu Qingxian had anticipated her teasing refusal and, without hesitation, pressed his lips against her enticing cherry-red mouth. After the kiss, he took a bite of the vanilla ice cream she held. "How could you do this?" Long Linger's fair and delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue at his audacious act of both taking and tasting. "You truly have overstepped by stealing my ice cream," she lamented, looking at the half-eaten treat in her hand, her voice tinged with a touch of grievance. "Later, take a peek in the refrigerator. There is an even greater surprise waiting for you," Gu Qingxian said with a smile, affectionately ruffling her hair. "You mustn't deceive me," she warned. "I promise I am not. I will head to the training room now. You should rest a bit longer, and we can train together shortly," he encouraged her. "All right," Long Lingo replied, nodding obediently. After donning her shoes at the bedside, she made her way to the living room and curiously opened the freezer door. "There's another entire box of ice cream?" she exclaimed, her lips curling into a blissful smile at the sight of the ice cream-filled freezer. Meanwhile, in the training room, Gu Qingxian pondered deeply over his attribute panel. "System. Is it possible for me to replicate my divine-level lightning attribute martial skills so that Linger may learn them?" He wondered, filled with anticipation. If it were possible, one could maximize the value of the system's reward of replication opportunities, significantly enhancing Long Linger's own strength. Ding. The host sincerely apologizes. But lightning attribute martial skills cannot be compatible with ice attribute spirit awakeners. Very well. Gu Qingxian sighed with a hint of resignation, pondering other alternatives. Let me first examine the attribute panel. Name: Long Linger. Age: 19 years. Realm: 6th layer of Martial Master. Strength: 350,500. Agility: 350,500. Defense: 350,500. Speed: 350,500. Awakening Spirit: Celestial Ice Frost Dragon. Awakening Skills: Level 26,000 Ice Blade Rain. Level 26 Fallen Cold Stars. Level 26 Ice Dragon Soaring. It seems that Long Lingo has indeed been diligently training during this time. Just then, Long Lingo joyfully entered the training room, having pushed the door open. "Qingxian, thank you for the ice cream you bought me." Her delicate, fair feet touched the floor, and her translucent, plump toes wiggled with delight. "From now on, feel free to tell me anything you like or desire." "Oh. And remember to wear socks to keep warm before entering the training room." "All right." Long Lingo gently nodded. After donning a pair of soft, almost ethereal white socks, she approached him, asking, "Why do you seem a bit troubled?" "I encountered a slight difficulty in my training, but it's nothing serious. Here, take this pill and begin your practice." Gu Qingxian smiled, conjuring a level spirit-enhancing pill and handing it to her. "Aren't you going to take one?" Long Lingo tilted her head in inquiry. "There are plenty in the storage ring. By the way, Annie just mentioned she would like us to visit the Dragon Clan. What do you think?" While gently placing the pill into Long Linger's mouth, Gu Qingxian inquired about her thoughts. "Sure, after all, my mother hasn't met her future son-in-law in person yet. This is not in accordance with our customs." Then I shall take a leave of absence tonight to visit the Dragon Clan for a while." "All right." A smile that she could hardly suppress adorned Long Linger's face. "Are you happy that you won't have to go to school?" Observing her expression, Gu Qingxian smiled and playfully asked, "Please don't say that out loud." Long Lingo lightly poked him with her hand. "Now, it's time to focus on training." Gu Qingxuan's demeanor shifted back to seriousness. This evening, he aimed to create another miracle by directly breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, intending to surprise his future mother-in-law. After all, The Dragon Clan is a region where martial prowess is esteemed. The stronger he becomes, the more satisfied his future mother-in-law and father-in-law would be. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2.5 hours had elapsed. Why haven't you taken your leave yet? Long Linger nibbled on the dinner prepared by Xue'er, softly inquiring. Aha, I will ask immediately. Xue'er was amused by her adorable demeanor. This girl seemed genuinely concerned about not being able to take leave, especially with classes awaiting her the following day. He took a sip of the grape juice on the table and dialed Principal Lu's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected swiftly. Gu student, what can I do for you? Principal Lu inquired with a smile on the other end of the line. Principal Lu, my mother-in-law wishes for Linger and me to return to the Dragon Clan, and I would like to request a 3-day leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Kong hesitated, worried that the individuals from the Dragon Clan might use various means of persuasion to keep Xue'er, a divine soul awakener, from returning. Taking leave is fine. But do you need me to accompany you? No, Principal, it's sufficient for Lingo to accompany me. Xue'er politely declined with a smile. He felt that bringing along an additional person might imply that he harbored prejudices against the Dragon Clan, indicating he needed protection for his safety, which he wished to avoid. Very well, I will approve this leave. Return promptly, and remember, if you encounter any difficulties, we will always be your strongest support, Lu Kong said with a serious tone. Thank you, Principal. If there is nothing else, I will hang up now. Xue'er nodded. Not in a hurry. I have one more question. After you both return to the Dragon Clan, will Long Linger still come back? Of course, I will stay by Qingxuan's side. Long Linger chimed in, sitting next to Xue'er. Good. Qingxuan, make sure to perform well while you're there. MHM. Xue'er smiled warmly before ending the call. At that moment, he recalled another question and turned to Long Linger, who was munching on a hamburger. It's quite a distance to your Dragon Clan. What mode of transportation will we take? My mother has arranged for a driver, so you needn't worry about that. We just need to wake up early tomorrow. Long Lingo said, playfully popping a grape into his mouth. All right, I plan to cultivate all night. If you get tired, feel free to sleep without waiting for me. Xue'er said, savoring the sweet grape before rising from his seat. What? Hearing this, Long Lingo chased after him barefoot, gently tugging at his clothes. What if I can't sleep well without you? Then I will try to finish early. Faced with her pleading expression, Xue'er finally relented. Okay, good luck. Long Linger beamed, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on his cheek. Once inside the cultivation room, Xue'er, invigorated, swiftly conjured the cultivation resources he required from his system backpack. First, he consumed a bottle of body-tempering elixir in one swift gulp, followed by several cultivation-enhancing pills that he swallowed whole, shedding his outer garments. The dark crimson power of thunder surged through his entire being. Before him, a circular vortex of spiritual energy, measuring a meter in diameter, gradually materialized. At this moment, the energy within Xue'er surged rapidly, and under the cleansing effect of the elixir, his physical strength grew increasingly formidable. As 2 hours elapsed, Xue'er reached the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm, merely a step away from the Martial Sovereign Realm. Was it already 10:30 in the evening? After glancing at the time, Xue'er rose from the meditation mat. He could not disregard the promise made to Long Linger. The matter of cultivation would have to wait. He found her still absorbed in reading novels on her tablet. Silently, Xue'er approached the bedroom door and peered inside. Subsequently, he activated his spiritual concealment, entering a state of invisibility, and boldly stepped into the room. Chapter 42. The mother and daughter with identical personalities. At this moment, Long Linger was engrossed in her reading, savoring her gum, occasionally bursting into laughter. Don't make a fuss. I don't need a blanket, she said, waving her hand dismissively at the quilt covering her. After regaining her focus, she turned around in surprise, finding nothing amiss, as if sensing something unusual. What is going on? A barely perceptible smile played on her lips, and her elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly. Qingxuan, why are you invisible? Long Lingo powered down her tablet, relying on her woman's intuition and keen perception of details to deftly grasp Xue'er's collar with one hand. How did you know it was me? Xue'er, surprised that Long Lingo had so easily detected him, deactivated his invisibility and inquired with curiosity. Who else could it be in this house? Besides, my intuition is quite strong. Long Linger replied, a hint of pride evident on her lovely face. All right, let go of me. I wish to sleep now. I don't want to. Why not? You caught me in my invisible state. Shouldn't you be prepared to accept my punishment? Long Linger said earnestly, tilting her chin to look directly at him. Without heeding Xue'er's protests, her nimble fingers swiftly unbuttoned his shirt, quickly stripping away the garments from his upper body. What do you intend to do to punish me? Xue'er, caught off guard as she pushed him onto the bed, shyly turned his head away and asked in a soft voice. In truth, if he wished to resist, he could easily do so. but he was concerned that such actions might disappoint Long Linger. Alas, as his fiancée, he felt compelled to indulge her whims. You don't need to worry. Just accept my punishment graciously. With a sudden click, the bright lights in the room extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Long Linger reclined comfortably in Gu Qingxuan's warm embrace, contentedly closing her eyes as she began to drift into slumber. Was this the punishment? Gu Qingxian felt a tinge of disappointment. What else could it be? Long Linger inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Ahem, this punishment is quite pleasant. Never mind, you should rest early, Gu Qingxian replied, somewhat awkwardly clearing his throat. After expending so much effort, it turned out that Long Linger merely wished to nestle in his arms for a nap. Hearing this, Long Linger obediently nodded, pulling the blanket up slightly, and within moments, she peacefully succumbed to sleep. As for Gu Qingxian, he realized just how cruel this punishment was, his mind racing with various thoughts, rendering him unable to find rest. It was not until the late hours of the night that Long Linger turned away from his embrace, and he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Linger really is quite restless in her sleep, Gu Qingxian murmured to himself. Not until the next day, after the alarm clock rang 2 or 3 times, did he awaken from his slumber, unsurprisingly greeted by the appearance of dark circles under his eyes. Where's Linger? Gu Qingxian sat up in bed, scanning the room but finding no sign of Long Linger. I noticed you look quite tired, so I thought I'd let you sleep a little longer. I've already prepared breakfast. Come and eat. Your luggage is also ready. Long Linger's soft voice floated in from the living room. Really? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxuan's face lit up with a hint of surprise as he made his way to the living room. At that moment, Long Linger had changed into a uniform, her legs adorned with semi-transparent white stockings, sitting on the sofa engrossed in her phone. Qingxian, which hairpin do you think looks better? She asked, extending 3 exquisite hairpins toward him with a hint of hesitation. As Gu Qingxian gazed at the 3 beautiful hairpins in her hand, he found himself grappling with indecision. I suppose I'll choose this one. He finally decided on a white butterfly hairpin. Could you help me put it on? Long Linger nodded, her face brightening with a smile. How do I wear this? Gu Qingxian awkwardly coughed, feeling utterly clueless about such feminine accessories. All right, I'll do it myself then. But it seems you never had a girlfriend in high school? Long Linger inquired, her eyes narrowing slightly as she placed the hairpin in her hair. Of course not. I am a diligent student who adheres to school rules. I certainly did not date anyone before turning 18, Gu Qingxian asserted firmly. Well then, does it look good? Long Linger asked after securing the hairpin, smiling up at him. It looks beautiful. Gu Qingxian swallowed hard, his admiration genuine. In that moment, Long Linger appeared ethereal in her attire, exuding a delightful fragrance. Especially the alluring visage of Long Linger, which elevates her attire to a higher echelon. Did you apply lipstick today? May I steal a kiss? Gu Qingxian inched closer, his gaze fixated on Long Linger's charming lips. I merely used lip balm today. If you wish to kiss me, it is not out of the question, but we are pressed for time, Long Linger replied, shaking her head while gesturing towards the clock on the wall. Despite her words, the corners of her mouth had already begun to curl upwards. It was unexpected that Gu Qingxian, typically composed and mature, would reveal such an endearing side today. Well, you can't escape anyway. Gu Qingxian refrained from saying more, turning instead to the wash basin to begin his morning routine. At that moment, Long Linger connected the call with Long Qianwei. Linger, you should be awake by now. Long Qianwei inquired with a smile from the other end of the line. In the past, when Long Linger was by her side, she would sleep until after 10, impervious to any culinary temptations. Mom, I've been up for quite some time. My routine is remarkably regular now. I even made breakfast for Qingxian this morning, Long Linger replied, a hint of pride evident in her soft voice. Hearing this, Long Qianwei's expression became complex. She, as the mother, had yet to taste her daughter's homemade breakfast. Yet Gu Qingxian had already enjoyed it? Haha. Well, I shan't disturb you two any longer, Long Qianwei said gently before hanging up. My dear Linger, I, as her mother, have not yet tasted her cooking, and yet she has made breakfast for her boyfriend first, Long Qianwei lamented. Darling, how about I make you breakfast every day from now on? Long Outyin, embracing Long Qianwei, sensed an opportunity to shine and eagerly inquired. Really? Really? The forlorn expression on Long Qianwei's face began to fade. Of course, it's true, Long Outyin affirmed, sensing hope as he nodded. In that case, all right. Long Qianwei smiled and planted a kiss on his cheek. Were Gu Qingxian present at that moment, he would undoubtedly remark on how alike the mother and daughter truly were. I must properly assess my son-in-law when he arrives today. Long Outyin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 43. The ancient race's automatic cultivation falls short of Master Gu. Before long, a supersonic small aircraft gracefully descended over the courtyard of Gu Qingxuan's villa. A woman of the dragon lineage, clad in a secretary's attire, alighted from the craft as she opened the hatch. Is this truly the living environment of the young lady? It is deemed satisfactory, Longshang remarked. Capturing photographs while making his way into the villa, she produced a small device in her hand, which, as her spiritual energy was gradually infused, instantaneously expanded into a metallic magic circle suspended in the air. The concentration of spiritual energy registered at a mere 50, falling short of the required standard. The dragon merchant spoke in a detached manner, removing the white gloves from her hands. As she closed her eyes, a large magic array emerged beneath her feet, casting a golden radiance that enveloped the entire villa. At that moment, Gu Qingxian was poised to kiss the soft lips of Longlinger. However, upon sensing the aura of a martial king, he abruptly halted. Stay in the room and do not venture out. I will investigate, he instructed, gently patting her head. In a swift motion, he donned his dragon-scale divine armor and grasped the god-slaying spear. With a sense of vigilance, he pushed the door open and surveyed his surroundings. A member of the dragon clan? His expression shifted to one of mild surprise upon seeing the woman standing in the center of the first floor. It seemed that she too had sensed the energy emanating from him, as the dragon merchant slowly lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes upon him. You must be the young master of the Gu family, she inquired calmly. I am, but who might you be? Gu Qingxian responded, his demeanor cautious. Sister Dragon Merchant. Why did you not call me upon your arrival? Just then, Longlinger, her delicate feet bare, dashed onto the clean floor. Upon spotting the Dragon Merchant, her face instantly brightened with a joyful smile. Greetings, Mississippi. Please hold on a moment. The concentration of spiritual energy in this villa is insufficient, and I am currently enhancing the formation, the Dragon Merchant remarked, her previously indifferent expression transforming into one of warmth and kindness upon seeing Longlinger. Very well. Longlingo acknowledged with a hint of resignation. Observing this scene, Gu Qingxian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had prepared for battle, only to discover that they were allies. The Dragon Merchant raised her hand gently, and the massive golden magic array floated into the air, subsequently descending into the ground. Gu Qingxian could distinctly perceive the increasing richness of spiritual energy surrounding him. Young Master Gu, may I kindly ask you to remove your armor? The Dragon Merchant inquired with a smile, holding a small notebook. Ahem, certainly, Gu Qingxian replied, somewhat resigned to the request. He then stowed away the dragon-scale divine armor and the god-slaying spear. Upon catching sight of Gu Qingxuan's handsome visage, the Dragon Merchant appeared momentarily taken aback. A score of 95 or above in looks acceptable. What? Gu Qingxian, standing at a distance, did not quite catch her words. No matter. If young Master Gu and Miss are prepared, we may depart at any time, the Dragon Merchant stated, producing a cup of coffee from seemingly nowhere and leisurely taking a sip. All right, just give me a moment, Longlinger replied, before rushing back into the bedroom. After donning a pair of black leather shoes, she took Gu Qingxuan's hand and led him downstairs. Sister Longzang, may I embrace you? Longlinger inquired with a hint of eagerness. Of course, dear. It is my honor that you still wish to hold me as you did in your childhood. Observing Longlingo's earnest expression, she set aside her coffee, smiled, and opened her arms, allowing Longlinger to leap into her embrace. Longlingo had been among the humans for quite some time, yet she had not encountered any other dragons during this period, and her heart was filled with excitement. All right. My dear, it is time for us to depart. After a brief pause of 3 minutes, Longzang gently stroked Longlinger and spoke. Okay. Upon hearing this, Longlinger obediently nodded. My dear, I trust you have not faced any grievances during your time among the humans? As they boarded the small supersonic aircraft, Longzang, seated in the pilot's seat, slowly closed the cabin door while smiling and inquiring. Longlingo did not rush to respond. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as they rested on Gu Qingxian. Young Master Gu, you haven't been secretly bullying her, have you? Longshang's brow furrowed slightly. Not at all. Qingxian treats me very well, and the humans here are quite amiable, essentially akin to our dragonkin. Noticing Gu Qingxian's sweaty demeanor, Longlinger gently leaned against his shoulder, smiling as she spoke. That's good. We will be flying for over an hour. You must have worked hard this morning, so you can catch up on some sleep, Longzang remarked casually. I understand. Longlinger reclined leisurely against Gu Qingxuan's shoulder. An hour should suffice, Gu Qingxian thought to himself. He was merely one step away from the martial sect realm, and this hour would surely allow him to reach his goal with ease. Subsequently, he closed his eyes. Activating the automatic cultivation mode of his newly awakened divine spirit, spiritual energy began to converge around him. Longzang was somewhat astonished upon witnessing this. What is this spiritual energy? It is all gathering around the asleep, Gu Qingxian. Such automatic cultivation has only been possessed by ancient terrifying races, and even then, it could not match the intensity exhibited by Gu Qingxian. This young master is truly unfathomable. Longshang's attitude towards Gu Qingxian shifted slightly. Time passed swiftly, and before long. An hour had elapsed. Gu Qingxian slowly opened his eyes. I still haven't broken through here, he murmured, wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he ultimately decided to alter his plan. Are you not going to break through? Longzhang noticed. No rush. I shall find a safer location to do so. Very well. A faint smile graced Longshang's lips as she accelerated the aircraft. She had a premonition that Gu Qingxian would undoubtedly bring immense surprise to the family head. Initially, it was rumored that Gu Qingxian had suffered severe damage to her bloodline talent yet managed to awaken a divine-level spirit. She maintained a stance of profound skepticism, believing it to be a deliberate falsehood propagated by the human race. However, upon witnessing Gu Qingxuan's performance firsthand, she found it impossible to disbelieve. Lingling, we have arrived at your domain. The aircraft descended gracefully, and Gu Qingxian, with a beaming smile, playfully pinched the soft, fair cheek of Long Linger. Long Lingo, groggy, slowly opened her eyes. Upon glimpsing the enchanting scenery outside, a radiant smile illuminated her exquisite face. Now that you know this is my territory, you must listen to me closely over the next few days. Is that agreeable? Long Linger inched closer, pouting slightly as she inquired. Agreed. Observing Long Linger's enthusiastic demeanor, Gu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Miss, young master, we have reached our destination. Please follow me. Longshang opened the cabin door, adjusted her attire, and stepped out first, bowing respectfully. Chapter 44, Rescuing the Father-in-Law. As they followed Longshang down the street, Gu Qingxian distinctly sensed the gazes of numerous Dragon Clan members fixated upon her. Is this indeed our young lady's fiancé? Of course. I have heard much about the young master's handsome visage, and today, it truly lives up to the tales. He may be pleasing to the eye, but who knows if he is truly capable? What do you mean by that? The young master is an awakened divine-level spirit. How could he lack capability? Do you genuinely believe this? The human race is notoriously cunning. There's a 99 chance this is a fabrication. How could someone with severely damaged bloodline talent possibly awaken a divine-level spirit? A few individuals debated from a distance. Fortunately, they kept their voices low enough that Long Linger and the others did not overhear. Otherwise, the consequences for those individuals would have been dire. To Gu Qingxuan's astonishment, in just a few hundred years, the technological prowess of the Dragon Clan had nearly caught up with that of the human race. Observing her surroundings, she marveled at the rapid advancements. It seemed that when the Dragon Clan descended upon Blue Star, they had brought with them a significant portion of their technological achievements. Otherwise, such swift development would have been inconceivable. Longshang, you have worked hard these past few days shuttling us around. You may take the rest of the day off. Thank you. Mississippi. Longshang smiled and bowed. With only a few minutes remaining until they reached the Long family estate, she was more than willing to comply with the Mrs.'s request for an early dismissal. What plant is that? At that moment, Gu Qingxuan's gaze fell upon a nearby pool, where a cold, white mist lingered, illuminated by the blue glow emanating from numerous lotus flowers nestled within. Such a wondrous plant was unlike anything Gu Qingxian had ever encountered. Even as she approached, the lotus flowers did not exhibit the aggressive tendencies of mutated plants. This is the ice lotus I planted during my childhood. This plant was brought to Blue Star when our Dragon Clan descended. Would you like to have a bloom? Long Linger, with her long, delicate legs, bent down by the crystal-clear pond and, brushing her silky hair, asked with a smile. No, since you nurtured it with your own hands, let it flourish here undisturbed. Very well, you are quite considerate, Qingxian. Long Lingo playfully pinched the handsome face of Gu Qingxian. Upon their entrance into the Long family estate, several servants who were tidying up immediately ceased their tasks and bowed respectfully. All right, you may rise. Long Lingo waved her hand dismissively, never one to regard such trivial formalities. Lingling, Long Qianwei, hearing the commotion, joyfully stepped out and opened her arms to embrace Long Linger. Mother. A blissful smile spread across Long Linger's adorable face. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Uncle. Gu Qingxian felt a twinge of nervousness, not for any particular reason, but because the presence of his future father-in-law was overwhelmingly formidable. At that moment, Long Outyin stood with arms crossed, his icy gaze fixed upon him, the scar on his face a testament to his battle-hardened past. In response to Gu Qingxuan's greeting, he merely nodded with a scrutinizing glance. Qingxian, this is your son-in-law, so do not regard him with such demeanor. He must have had a tiring journey. Let us invite him inside for a warm cup of tea, shall we? Long Qianwei smiled. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingxian appeared even more striking in reality than in photographs. When she first viewed his information, she had thought it merely a flattering image. There are still many messes left by the Dragon Clan, and I have no desire to treat him kindly. These troubles are hardly the fault of the human race. Long Outyin continued, oblivious to the subtle change in Long Qianwei's expression. By the time he registered it, it was too late. You need not join us for tea. Tend to your own mess instead, she replied coolly. She then led the two into the living room on the first floor, effectively shutting Long Outyin outside. You truly locked me out? Is this really happening? Long Outyin exclaimed. Witnessing this scene, Gu Qingxian couldn't help but swallow hard. It appeared that this mother-in-law wielded more power than the father-in-law. Qingxian, please enjoy some tea. Long Qianyue poured a cup and offered it with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Qingxian accepted the tea with a gentle nod. By the way, I heard that you and Lingo met online a year ago. Surely this news is not a fabrication by this girl to deceive me? Long Qianyue gently covered Long Linger's mouth, denying her the chance to speak. Lingling did not deceive you. This matter is indeed quite coincidental, something I initially did not foresee. Gu Qingxian nodded earnestly. Very well. I trust that both of you would not mislead me. Observing Gu Qingxuan's serious demeanor, Long Qianyue hesitantly nodded in agreement. Ding. The system is initiating the rescue of the future father-in-law. Task details. Proceed to the ancient dragon plane, where a formidable beast tide is about to erupt. The host's esteemed father-in-law cannot handle it alone. Reward. Celestial grade revitalizing ointment 1 what? Upon hearing the sudden notification from the system echoing in his mind, Gu Qingxian, who had just brought the teacup to his lips, abruptly halted his movement. Auntie, do you know where the ancient dragon plane is? Gu Qingxian asked anxiously. How did you know there is a place called the ancient dragon plane nearby? Long Qianyue inquired, her face displaying a look of confusion. Isn't this your first visit, son-in-law? You previously mentioned that you were not colluding with each other to deceive us. Gu Qingxian has been to the dragon clan before. Long Qianyue's expression turned aggrieved. No, Qingxian. What is really going on? Long Linger asked softly. Uncle is in danger. Take me with you. At that moment, Gu Qingxian was already adorned in the dragon-scale divine armor, conjuring the divine spear from his consciousness without a hint of jest. All right, seeing this, Long Linger no longer hesitated. As she executed her martial technique, a white ice lotus gradually appeared beneath their feet. Before Long Qianyue could comprehend the situation, the two figures had already vanished from sight. Up ahead is the ancient dragon plane. Good. You stay here and wait for my return. I can manage alone. Allow me the opportunity to prove myself. Gu Qingxian gently patted her head. Opportunity to prove yourself? Very well. Long Linga merely bestowed all the blessings of the ice lotus upon Gu Qingxian, saying nothing further. Chapter 45. The father-in-law's attitude turns upside down soon after. The dark red power of thunder coursing through the dragon-scale divine armor surged rapidly with his breaths. With a slight twist of his toes, he transformed into a streak of dark red light and vanished in an instant. All that remained visible to Long Linger was the deeply sunken ground left in the wake of his power accumulation. Why does it feel like Qingxian has grown stronger again? Long Linger murmured to herself. At this moment, upon arriving at the ancient dragon plane, Gu Qingxian stood rooted to the spot, not for any other reason, but because what lay before him was not a boundless expanse of verdant grass, but rather thousands of dilapidated high-rise buildings. System, how am I supposed to find anyone here? Gu Qingxian swallowed hard and asked helplessly. Before him stood over 1,000 abandoned buildings, each towering 7 or 8 stories high. He certainly could not inspect each one floor by floor. Ding. Let the system guide you, esteemed host. Please take out the true dragon jade and infuse it with a trace of the residual spiritual energy from the nearby dragon Aotion's movement, and you shall instantly discern the location of your adversary, to better assist you in making a favorable impression before your father-in-law. This system has decided to temporarily activate the Eye of Spiritual Insight for a duration of 10 minutes. Indeed, the system proves to be quite reliable. Upon hearing its voice, Gu Qingxian smiled with satisfaction. In the next moment, he felt a subtle transformation in his surroundings. Everything appeared shrouded in shades of gray, with a distinct blue spiritual energy swirling in the air. Gu Qingxian took out the true dragon jade, raised his hand, and the azure energy promptly coalesced, merging into the exquisite jade. A remarkably detailed map materialized within Gu Qingxuan's mind. He was pleasantly surprised to discover this alternative application of the true dragon jade. Hurry. Time is running short. Do not linger, host. Very well, Gu Qingxian nodded gently. He then accelerated his speed once more. A minute later, a sudden surge of beasts erupted. Countless 3rd and 4th tier ferocious creatures poured forth from the derelict buildings. Dragon Aotion, who was conducting an investigation, stepped outside, puzzled by the commotion. Where did this horde of beasts come from? He cursed under his breath. The distance from here to the nearby residential area was merely 2 to 3 kilometers. Although he possessed the strength of a martial king, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and he could not ensure that none would slip through his grasp. It was crucial to note that the residents within those apartment buildings were all ordinary individuals, utterly defenseless. While the bloodline talent of the dragon clan was indeed formidable, it was still preposterous to expect them to contend with 3rd-tier beasts without any training. Cursed be the circumstances. Gripping his long blade, Dragon Aotion swiftly dispatched the beast before him. A towering ice wall erupted from the ground, claiming the lives of more than 10 ferocious creatures with that singular move. However, as time passed, the number of beasts charging toward him increased, revealing the inadequacies of his defense, with 2 or 3 beasts already having escaped. Just then, another figure appeared in the distance, effortlessly dispatching the beasts that had fled moments ago. Who was this person? Dragon Aotion felt a sense of relief. Though unaware of the stranger's identity, their willingness to assist in slaying the beasts indicated a sincere goodwill. You handle the beasts behind us. Leave the ones at the front to me, Dragon Aotion commanded. Understood, Xue'er replied with a gentle nod. Upon the release of the divine judgment, the dark red lightning power surging from the god-slaying spear escalated to an unprecedented height, instantly creating a secure zone. Dragon Yichen, who was fiercely unleashing martial techniques ahead, turned back to witness this spectacle, momentarily struck dumb. Setting aside the formidable nature of the battle armor and the god-slaying spear adorning the individual, the sheer prowess of the opponent's supreme martial arts was enough to leave one in awe. After a span of over 40 minutes, it was only when they joined forces that they managed to subdue this formidable beast. Thank you, young brother. Might I inquire your name? After the battle, Dragon Yichen dusted off his hands and approached with a smile. Uncle, do you not recognize me? Xue'er stowed away the dragon-scale divine armor. What? Upon realizing that the person before him was Xue'er, Dragon Yichen stood frozen. Was that truly your own strength just now? No. You must answer how you anticipated the beast tide in this area. Do not attempt to divert the topic. Dragon Yichen spoke coldly on the surface, though inwardly he was elated. Based on the prowess Xue'er had just exhibited, it was evident he was indeed a god-level soul awakener. Indeed, that was my own strength. As for how I sense the impending beast tide here, I am not quite certain. Perhaps it is a gift of insight bestowed by the god-level soul. Xue'er quickly explained. Very well, well done. Dragon Yichen coughed lightly, somewhat pridefully patting Xue'er on the shoulder, his lips curving upwards in a smile. Uncle, what brings you here? Xue'er inquired curiously on their way back. Ahem, usually when your aunt scolds me, I like to come here to clear my mind. This was my childhood residence, and even though it was laid waste by ferocious beasts many years ago, I still hold it dear in my heart. Dragon Yichen replied with a wistful smile. Oh, I see. Uncle, your aunt isn't truly angry. She probably just enjoys pretending to be strong, much like Lingling. Xue'er remarked. Haha, indeed. I hadn't realized Lingling had inherited that trait from her mother. By the way, the lightning martial technique you unleashed earlier seemed quite distinct from others. Thus, the two conversed back and forth. Before long, they spotted the figure of Lingling. What are you doing here? Dragon Yichen looked at Lingling and then back at Xue'er. A nagging feeling arose within him that these two little ones were concealing something from him. Xue'er was lost, so I brought him here. Why were you so harsh with him earlier? Lingler's adorable face displayed a hint of discontent. Haha, Daddy acknowledges his mistake, Dragon Yichen said with a resigned smile. I don't care. I'm taking Xue'er back first, Lingling declared, shaking her head as she took Xue'er's hand and led him away. Only Yichen stood there, somewhat taken aback. Alas, daughters grow up too quickly. Indeed, my daughter has matured. However, this afternoon, my inquiries were rather misplaced. Following the two, Yichen helplessly shook his head. I must find an opportunity to sincerely apologize to Xue'er. Soon, the two returned to the dragon clan ahead of them. Xue'er, I trust you both are unscathed? Xue'er exclaimed as she hurried towards them upon spotting their figures. Neither of us was harmed, nor did we spare any ferocious beasts. Xue'er replied with a smile. Xue'er's prowess in battle is truly remarkable. Not only is his combat technique exceptionally seasoned, but he is also a divine-level spirit awakener, with a battle awareness that surpasses his peers. At this moment, Yichen strolled in at a leisurely pace, filled with admiration. His attitude towards Xue'er had undergone a radical transformation. Truly worthy of being my son-in-law, Yichen remarked, patting Xue'er on the shoulder. What is this? Why has your attitude changed so swiftly? Lingling, sitting nearby, playfully wiggled her delicate feet, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly. Ahem, was that not a bit impulsive? Yichen chuckled awkwardly. Today, he genuinely felt grateful to Xue'er. Had Xue'er not arrived, he would have certainly struggled against the multitude of ferocious beasts alone. Even if just one beast had slipped into the living area, the ensuing casualties would have been catastrophic. Xue'er, what are your thoughts on our lingo? At the lunch table, Xue'er, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, inquired with a curious expression. From Xue'er's subtle actions, it was evident he was a man adept at caring for girls, coupled with his striking appearance and divine-level spirit. If he wished to annul his engagement to Lingling and pursue 2 or 3 girlfriends simultaneously, the human realm would undoubtedly have no objections. Rather, they would rejoice. for it would signify that the next generation would at least awaken spirits of a superior grade. Auntie, I find Linger to be quite adorable at times. Her vivaciousness radiates throughout, and her smile is utterly sweet. I wish to be with her for a lifetime, Gu Qingxian. Slightly intoxicated from the homemade high-proof liquor Long Outyin had poured him, earnestly declared. Father, so you intentionally fed him alcohol. Long Lingo's fair and gentle face flushed a deep crimson upon hearing his words. This was not intentional. It was merely a matter of kindred spirits sharing drinks merrily. What a delight. Long Outyin chimed in, engaging in jovial banter. Are both of you intoxicated then? Allow me to pose one more question. How do you perceive the current relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Human Clan? Long Qianwei rested her chin on her hand, leisurely crossing her legs. Mother, please don't inquire further. I concede, it was indeed your idea. I will take Qingxian upstairs for a nap now, and please advise father to refrain from drinking as well. At that moment, Gu Qingxian was about to speak, but was interrupted by Long Linger. I believe the past grievances between the human and dragon races will gradually fade. In this world, there exists no absolute right or wrong. In the future, I will treat the dragon folk as if they were my own kin. As Long Linger tugged him upstairs, he spoke in a hushed tone, seriousness etched on his face. Mind your footing, you're leaning entirely on me. Long Linger retorted with a hint of annoyance. Upon reaching the second floor, a satisfied smile graced Long Qianyue's face. Truth emerges after wine. It's no wonder my daughter is so fond of Gu Qingxian. At this moment, Long Linger struggled to place Gu Qingxian on her bed. I'm utterly exhausted. You truly are a handful, she huffed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Why don't you sleep beside me? Gu Qingxian, lying on the bed, spoke in a dreamy haze. Upon witnessing his state, Long Linger was first taken aback, then intrigued. This was the first time she had seen Gu Qingxian intoxicated. She locked the door, removed her shoes, and with her delicate feet gracing the clean floor, approached the bedside. What should you call me? Long Linger leaned slightly over the bed with one leg draped over its edge. Ling incorrect. Try again. Wife. Correct, but I need you to say it once more. Long Lingo picked up her phone, first capturing a photograph of Gu Qingxian, and then began recording a video. Such a rare sight deserved to be documented, perhaps. In the future, this video could be used to coax Gu Qingxian into fulfilling her requests. Wife. Gu Qingxian merely turned his head away and mumbled softly. What do you wish to do? I want to sleep with my wife. Very well, I shall reluctantly indulge you. Observing Gu Qingxian on the video, Long Linger nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, Long Qianyue stood outside the door holding a hangover remedy. What on earth are these two up to? A blush crept onto her face. She realized she should not have come up. Subsequently, she placed the remedy at the door and quietly departed. How is it? My bed is quite spacious, isn't it? Long Lingo asked with a smile as she lay beside Gu Qingxian. Gu Qingxian embraced her soft form, murmuring drowsily before drifting into a deep slumber. I shall sleep as well. Long Linger pulled the blanket over them, contentedly declaring. If only life could unfold in such a simple and tranquil manner. With the exceptional spirit of Gu Qingxian and her own celestial spirit, the days ahead are destined to be anything but ordinary. Such tranquil moments must be cherished dearly. As for herself, she must strive to keep pace with Gu Qingxuan's progress. This morning, Long Linger also rose early, and within minutes, both succumbed to slumber once more. Perhaps the after-effects of the wine took hold, as Gu Qingxuan's body temperature surged unexpectedly, leading him to unwittingly shed his upper garments. Fortunately, Long Lingo's celestial spirit activated a passive effect, swiftly restoring his temperature to normal. After a considerable time, Gu Qingxian awakened from his slumber, sitting up in bed, his hand absently grazing his bare torso. Oh no. It seems he had done something regrettable while intoxicated. Shoo, let me sleep a little longer, Long Linger murmured, rolling over. Soon. She noticed the bewildered expression on Gu Qingxuan's face and appeared to grasp the situation. Do not entertain any frivolous thoughts. You must have removed your own shirt in your drunken state. Nothing untoward occurred. I am not particularly fond of the scent of alcohol on you. Perhaps a shower is in order? Long Lingo nestled deeper into the covers, speaking softly. For reasons unknown. She felt as though Gu Qingxuan's perplexed expression resembled that of a young man who had been playfully teased. Is that truly the case? Gu Qingxian asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is. I am not the type to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities, Long Linger replied, her annoyance evident as she sat up in bed. That was not my intention. I merely wish to confirm, should any mishap have occurred, I would certainly take responsibility for it, Gu Qingxian stated with earnestness. All right, go take a shower, Long Linger urged, gently pushing him, wishing to curtail his serious demeanor. Having reassured himself that nothing was amiss, Gu Qingxian dismissed further thoughts and retrieved a clean set of clothes from his storage ring before heading to the bathroom. Just then, Long Qianwei gently knocked on the door. Linger, have you not seen the hangover soup I left at the door? She inquired softly. Huh? What hangover soup? Long Linger asked, puzzled, as she opened the door. I reheated it. Hurry and bring it to Gu Qingxian. I fear for his well-being otherwise. Also, as a member of the Dragon Clan, you are likely more susceptible to emotions. Certain matters require moderation, Long Qianwei advised, entering the room while holding the bowl of soup, her tone reminiscent of a seasoned elder. Mother, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Long Linger, standing by the bed and preparing to tidy up, wore a bemused expression. Very well, as long as you two are happy. Enjoy the Yuan festival tonight with Qi Xian, your father, and I shall not intrude upon your time together. Long Qianyue cast a fleeting glance at the discarded garments of Gu Qingxian on the bed, shaking her head with a hint of resignation before departing the room. Lingling, what is the Yuan festival? Gu Qingxian inquired, emerging from the bathroom after his bath, eager to learn more about the traditions of the Dragon Clan. You'll find out tonight. After all, you are certainly unmatched among your peers, replied Long Linger, seated on the sofa with her plush toy. All right, then I shall begin my training, he responded. Not allowed, she countered. Why? Gu Qingxian turned back, puzzled, having already advanced halfway into the training room. I'll join you. You can't outshine me in front of me. Long Lingo's adorable face was etched with determination. She then set down her toy and trotted to follow Gu Qingxian. She was resolute in not allowing the gap between them to widen. Otherwise, he would bully her every day, and she would have no strength to resist or counteract. All right. I can sense your diligence in training, Gu Qingxian chuckled, allowing her to enter the training room first. Such ambition is commendable. As for himself, he could only devise a suitable training plan for Long Linger and provide the resources within his capacity. Upon entering the training room, Long Linger removed her shoes and sat cross-legged on the soft mat, closing her eyes to diligently refine the beast crystal core. Gu Qingxian gently ruffled her hair, finding her earnest dedication to training quite beautiful. Really? She asked, her eyes brightening. Indeed. Ahem, these are the training resources I prepared for you at this stage. I will also train, but first, a kiss. Gu Qingxian, momentarily taken aback, blushed and then leaned in closer, closing his eyes as he pressed his lips against her alluring, glistening mouth. You rogue, Long Linger murmured, pouting slightly. However, she said nothing further, feeling an unexpected joy within. Since Gu Qingxian had taken the initiative, she would no longer hold back. If he desired a kiss, then so be it, no more restraint. 10 minutes later, the energy within Gu Qingxian had refined to a new height. The tumultuous dark red lightning surged under his command, nearly engulfing the entire training room. Am I about to enter the sea of consciousness again? Gu Qingxian mused aloud. Gradually, the previously pitch-black scene before him began to clarify. After a few seconds, the true visage of the sea of consciousness materialized before him. The god-slaying spear expanded to nearly 300 meters, standing majestically at the center of the consciousness sea. Its body crackling with ferocious dark red lightning, exuding an aura of overwhelming might. More significantly, near the god-slaying spear, a divine general clad in white armor sat serenely on the ground, gripping a long spear. Was this a resonance with me? In an instant, Gu Qingxian felt a complete connection to the sensory consciousness of this divine general. He was drawn before him by an invisible force. Several blue energy strands sprouted forth, entering Gu Qingxuan's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the innate martial technique. Eye of Temporal Spirit. Quality. Level. Effect mark. Able to deduce the origin and creation process of an object in a short time, as well as perceive details invisible to ordinary people and rapidly comprehend martial techniques. As the system notification echoed, Gu Qingxian had automatically exited the sea of consciousness. Finally, I am in touch with my innate martial technique again. Gu Qingxian felt a surge of excitement. The innate martial technique, once awakened and fused with one's soul, can be successfully activated once it reaches a certain level, regardless of rank, making it the most suitable for the current state. At last, he had entered the first layer of the martial sovereign realm. Gu Qingxian rose from the soft cushion, gently throwing a few punches to loosen his muscles. The sound of explosive impacts resonating loudly, his internal energy surging abundantly. Upon entering the martial sovereign realm, he felt his combat power had achieved a qualitative leap. Qingxian, I have broken through to the 7th layer of the martial master realm. An hour later, Long Linger spoke to herself, falling asleep again. At that moment, she noticed Gu Qingxian, who was resting his head on the small table, waiting for her. You call me lazy, but you are the same. Long Lingo poked his cheek with her slender, delicate fingers, pouting with indignation. They had agreed to cultivate together, yet Gu Qingxian had been slacking off. However, it was a relief that he had not left the training room. At least he was willing to wait quietly for her to finish her training. What did you just say? Gu Qingxian propped himself up, still drowsy. Oh, nothing much. Did you really break through to the martial sovereign realm? Perceiving the aura of his realm, Long Lingo curiously inquired. Yes, I have broken through, and so have you. That is wonderful. Gu Qingxian sincerely praised her, gently pulling her soft form into his embrace. Let go of me first, it's almost time. We should go celebrate the Yuanlong festival. Last time, I spent it alone at home and was quite unhappy. Will you accompany me this time? Long Linger shyly tilted her little face upward, softly pleading. Chapter 48. Why is the top of my head so pointy? All right, I will go with you today. Gu Qingxian smiled. He thought the Yuanlong festival was merely a day for leisurely outings, so he believed fulfilling such a small request from Long Lingo was certainly within his means. That is a promise, no backing out. The corners of Long Lingo's soft lips curved upward slightly as she took Gu Qingxian's hand and led him downstairs. The streets have come alive with a vibrant atmosphere, predominantly filled with couples, while only a few adult dragonfolk remain alone, engaging in play with the children. Suddenly, a dense crimson mist envelopes the sky above the dragon realm. Gu Qingxian, upon witnessing this, stands frozen in astonishment. What is this phenomenon? Why does it emanate such a potent celestial aura? Could it be that a demon god intends to breach the very fabric of space and descend upon the dragonkin? Do not be alarmed. Simply stand here and wait for me. Long Linger seems to sense his unease, tightening her grip on his hand and speaking gently. Subsequently, the dragonfolk on the street, regardless of age or gender, collectively close their eyes. Gu Qingxian, momentarily bewildered, follows suit and shuts his eyes. Little did he know. This action has startled the system. Ding. Host, you are not a dragonfolk. Do not mimic their actions. Open your eyes, quickly, open your eyes. The system's alert echoes in his mind with fervor, initiating a bombardment of notifications. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Qingxian finds himself unable to open his eyes even if he wishes to. What should he do now? Never mind. The host may proceed as he desires. The system's tone shifts to a calm demeanor, as if it has discerned something significant. Gu Qingxian breathes a sigh of relief. It is the first time he has encountered such an agitated tone from the system, and now its voice has settled into tranquility. A minute later, the dark red mist above the dragon realm dissipates. The blessing ceremony of celestial aura commences. Gu Qingxian feels an overwhelming pressure on his heart, as if some force is constricting him, nearly rendering him breathless. Fortunately, this sensation gradually fades, leaving him with a peculiar sharpness in his head. From another's perspective, Long Linger and Gu Qingxian's intertwined hands resemble the connection of electrical wires, with red and blue energies intertwining. What an extraordinary sensation! Gu Qingxian is profoundly astonished. The torment he felt earlier has vanished, replaced by a profound sense of fulfillment, as if the ocean of his consciousness has expanded, filled with a new energy. At that moment, Gu Qingxian delves back into his consciousness. A massive dark red dragon, comparable in size to the eternal spear god, hovers nearby, eyeing him with intent. Roar. The celestial-level dragon lunges toward Gu Qingxian. The oppressive force is overwhelming, rendering his legs immobile. In the next instant, the towering figure of the eternal spear god, standing hundreds of meters tall, activates and swiftly appears before Gu Qingxian, conjuring a remarkably blunt spear in his hands. The aftershocks of their battle abruptly expelled Gu Qingxian from the realm of consciousness. Qingxian, what just happened? I called out to you for so long without a reply. It frightened me, Long Lingo exclaimed, visibly relieved when Gu Qingxian finally opened his eyes. I'm fine. For some reason, I was suddenly transported back to my own consciousness. Gu Qingxian replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. That's good to hear. Let us quickly proceed with the challenge, otherwise the rewards will be snatched away by others. All right, Gu Qingxian nodded with a grin. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of thumb-sized, dark red, crystalline dragon horns had sprouted from his forehead. By the way, did you notice any changes in my horns? Long Linger, trailing closely behind him, smiled and looked up to inquire. They look better. Gu Qingxian scrutinized them and awkwardly replied. That answer feels a bit dismissive. Never mind. Let me tell you, my horns have grown 1 millimeter taller. Long Linger declared proudly. Haha, congratulations. Seeing her earnest expression, Gu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle and affectionately ruffle her hair. At that moment, Long Linger sensed something amiss. Oh my, how come your horns are longer too? How unfair, they're 10 millimeters taller than mine. She tiptoed to examine them closely, her tone shifting from surprise to indignation. Hearing this, Gu Qingxian initially thought Long Linger was playing a prank. Yet, upon noticing the envy in her eyes, he hesitated. Here is a mirror for you. Long Linger pouted slightly and handed him a small mirror with a pink casing adorned with strawberries from her pocket. All right, let me take a look. Gu Qingxian took the mirror with skepticism and curiously opened it. No way, my horns really are pointy. Gu Qingxian exclaimed as he gazed at his reflection, unable to stifle a laugh. However, it must be said that these dark red dragon horns indeed elevated his demeanor, complimenting his strikingly handsome face and exuding a regal aura. Let us set aside how your horns grew for now, but may I have a taste? Long Lingo tilted her face upward, pursing her soft lips. What? Gu Qingxian took a cautious step back upon hearing this. This girl surely seeks revenge, but I never actually bit her horns or feet. I just want to confirm whether they are real or not. Not letting me taste them means she doesn't love me. Long Lingo feigned seriousness but couldn't help but chuckle. You fine, just a nibble will do. After a moment of inner turmoil, Gu Qingxian closed his eyes. Having prepared himself mentally, he was taken aback by the soft sensation that enveloped him the next moment. What was happening? Did Ling Ling just kiss him? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Gu Qingxuan's face as he became acutely aware of the numerous gazes from the nearby dragonfolk directed at him. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Let us proceed, Long Lingo said, resuming her grasp of his hand. At last, they arrived at the venue for the Yuanlong Festival, designated for those aged 18 to 20. This expansive area stretched over 3 kilometers, featuring a total of 20 grand arenas, each manned by a fully armed dragon warrior, with substitutes standing by to take over when needed. Ling Ling, why does it feel like a fight is about to break out? Isn't this a festival? Gu Qingxian inquired softly, swallowing hard as he observed the scene. Our Yuanlong Festival is just like this. Battles and festivities occur concurrently, Long Linger replied with a smile. Gu Qingxian finally grasped the situation. No wonder Long Lingo had previously claimed that she was invincible among her peers. Is there any reward for overcoming these arenas? He stretched his limbs slightly, smiling as he asked. There is no need to conquer them all. Merely passing 12 of the Guardian arenas will earn you a spot on the top 20 reward list. The highest ranked will receive a portion of the Dragon God's legacy. Long Linger said, her clear eyes shimmering with a hint of longing. All right, I shall secure the first place for you, Gu Qingxian stated nonchalantly. To enter this area, one must not only be aged between 18 and 20, but also meet stringent requirements regarding talent and cultivation level. Thus, the number of participants was relatively modest, totaling perhaps 100 dragonfolk, although the onlookers nearby were plentiful. Just then, a wave of gasps erupted from a distance. Truly impressive, young Master Long Gu. Within a mere 20 minutes, he has already defeated the 4th Guardian arena. Indeed, he can be regarded as a prodigy of our dragon clan, another voice chimed in. Gu Qingxuan's expression turned one of surprise upon hearing their discussion. If he wasn't mistaken, the arenas were equipped with an acceleration formation. A 30-minute battle could be resolved in 5 minutes as merely standard practice. Young master, miss, are you not joining in? A gentle voice called from nearby. Turning around, he saw Longshang standing at the edge of the area. Having had a leisurely day, she had come specifically to observe. Sister Longshang. I'll wait for Qingxian to make his move, Long Linger said with a smile. Gu Qingxian responded with a calm smile. I shall step him once he completes his challenge. Haha, splendid. I reckon he may soon reach his limit. I eagerly anticipate your performance, young master, Longshang remarked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Moments ago, she distinctly sensed that Gu Qingxuan's aura had ascended to the first level of the martial sovereign realm. It was almost unimaginable how breathtaking the ensuing scene would be. A martial sovereign under the age of 20 would undoubtedly be regarded as a top-tier powerhouse wreaking havoc in a novice village. Alas, young Master Long Gu was defeated on the 14th level. It was a pity he fell just shy of breaking his own record. Indeed, individuals who could reach the level of Long Gu are exceedingly rare. Many lamented the missed opportunity. In the center of the arena, the golden leaderboard gradually revealed Long Gu's name, currently ranked first, rated as level S. As anticipated, Long Gu, upon seeing this result, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke with great pride. All personnel have been replaced. New challengers are advised to enter the stage promptly. The resounding mechanical announcement echoed. Gu Qingxian stepped forward, becoming the first to arrive at the initial combat arena. Let us begin, Gu Qingxian said calmly. At that moment, many spectators turned their attention to him. This figure seemed familiar, resembling the human youth who recently entered into a union with Miss Long Linger. One person quickly deduced his identity. I am curious to see if his divine spirit is truly authentic, Long Gu remarked casually. Some members of the human race would go to any lengths to achieve their goals, fabricating all manner of lies, thus one cannot take such matters at face value. Guardians of the arena, prepare yourselves. I am about to commence, Gu Qingxian declared, donning the dragon-scale divine armor, while the dark crimson god-slaying spear materialized in his hand. Ha! Young Master Gu, commence at will. I am ready as well, the guardian chuckled, assuming a defensive posture. In the next moment, terrifying dark crimson lightning erupted from Gu Qingxian, fully showcasing his martial sovereign strength. To everyone's astonishment, this young master had already attained the first level of the martial sovereign realm. Indeed, Gu Qingxuan's figure moved like a specter, wielding his spear with the grace of a swimming dragon, dispatching opponents at an average rate of 1 per minute. Such a pace of clearing the challenges was utterly astonishing. Indeed, putting aside his cultivated realm, his martial skills and spear techniques alone would overwhelm the Guardians, several spectators mused. Gu Qingxian had already reached the 12th battle arena. Consequently, many withdrew from the fray, their focus entirely on Gu Qingxian. At this momentum, it was certain that Gu Qingxian would break the record. One must note that the 14th level, rated SSS, had not been achieved by anyone in over a decade. I never imagined the young master could possess such prowess. Longshang remarked with a smile. Sister Longshang, how far do you think Qingxian can reach? 20. Longshang responded with remarkable decisiveness. I find it rather improbable. Longlinger's gaze drifted into the distance, her anger evident as she ground her pair of sharp canines. Upon hearing this, Longshang, slightly taken aback, followed her line of sight. There, the middle-aged challenger at the 20th arena had stealthily undone the seal on his cultivation. Ascending directly from the 9th level of the Martial Master Realm to the 1st level of the Martial Sovereign Realm. It is important to note that the disparity between the Martial Master and Martial Sovereign Realms is not to be underestimated. Damn it, how audacious of him. My lady. I shall address this matter immediately, Longshang declared with grave seriousness. All right, go ahead. Longlinger nodded slightly. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Gu Qingxian. Leaving little notice of the goings-on at the 20th arena. Adhere to the rules and revert your cultivation back to its original state. Longshang donned his white gloves, coldly transmitting his words. Simultaneously, a frigid and fervent gaze landed upon the man. How could we, of the Dragon Clan, allow him to shatter records during our festival? The man crossed his arms, fully aware of Longshang's ruthless nature when it came to handling matters, yet he mustered his courage and showed no signs of retreat. Are you unaware that Gu Qingxian and my lady have already been betrothed? Given this, he is not an outsider. I hope you can comprehend that. Unbeknownst to him, an egg appeared in Longshang's hand, and in the next moment, the terrifying water attribute's spiritual energy in his palm shattered it into fragments. Witnessing this scene, the man swallowed hard. Was this a threat? No, Longshang was not one to jest, and he could not afford to gamble with his life. How about this? I will first observe Gu Qingxuan's true strength, and then I will restore my cultivation. What do you think? The man awkwardly chuckled and inquired. In response, Longshang merely shook his head dismissively. Very well. The man sighed in resignation, refraining from further commentary, and restored his cultivation to its normal state. Once Longshang departed, he finally exhaled in relief. Who would have thought that during a mere Yuanlong festival, Longshang would also make an appearance? As time elapsed, Gu Qingxian successfully broke the long-standing record at the 15th arena, achieving victory. With the crescendo of astonished exclamations rising from the crowd, Longlinger couldn't help but smile, her soft lips curving upwards. Truly worthy of being my man. Chapter 50. I fear you might disdain me after conquering the 14th arena. Everyone presumed Gu Qingxuan's pace would slow. However, to their astonishment, not only did his speed not diminish, but it accelerated even further. Senior, let us proceed. Moments later, Gu Qingxian arrived at the final arena, raising his spear and speaking calmly. In a mere 20 minutes, Gu Qingxian shattered the record. And news of his impending challenge to the final barrier swiftly spread throughout the Dragon Clan. Outside the activity area, throngs of spectators had gathered. In fact, many heads of prominent families from the Dragon Clan had come personally, united by a singular purpose, to witness the birth of a new record. The guardian of the arena smiled wryly, taken aback by the presence of several seasoned veterans. He realized that if he attempted to secretly lift the seal's restrictions, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the crowd in an instant. With no choice but to brace himself, he hoped that Gu Qingxian would refrain from being too ruthless. Wearing S-grade gauntlets, he infused them with metallic spiritual energy, unleashing a terrifying golden radiance as he swiftly appeared before Gu Qingxian. Senior, do your best. Gu Qingxian responded with a faint smile. No matter how rapid his opponent's punches were, he effortlessly countered with his dark red spear, occasionally sending the man staggering several meters back. Had it not been for the opponent's middle-aged experience and considerable combat skills, he would have been eliminated within a minute. Phantom fire wings, Gu Qingxian shouted. Behind him, a magnificent pair of wings formed from emerald flames coalesced from his white dragon-scale armor. In an instant, all attributes surged, and dark red lightning gathered at the spear's tip. With a flash of crimson lightning, the gauntlets on his opponent shattered, flying from his grasp. I concede. Fearing Gu Qingxuan's potentially more devastating moves, the man raised his hand in surrender. What? The spectators were momentarily stunned. Surrender just like that? In all the previous Yulong festivals, they had never witnessed such a scenario. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. With Gu Qingxuan's first-level martial sovereign prowess, he was indeed an overwhelming force. Continuing the fight would only result in injury and damage to weapons without any meaningful outcome. Moments later, the The colossal golden leaderboard at the center of the arena displayed Gu Qingshuan's name as the new champion. My apologies, senior. I couldn't contain my strength earlier. Gu Qingxian remarked respectfully as he raised his spear and bowed. It's fine. I can repair it. Could you share with me the source of your combat techniques? The man chuckled helplessly, releasing his martial king aura while employing his skills to mend the spirit weapon, curiosity evident in his voice. This young man, barely in his 20s, possessed combat skills and awareness far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. A portion of it comes from my own experimentation, while the other half stems from diligent study of various texts, applied in practical scenarios for continuous refinement. Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, the man acquiesced. The man chuckled softly. A testament to one of the extraordinary talents bestowed upon divine spirits, the remarkable ability to create and enhance formidable martial arts. What more was there to be done? Gu Qingxian approached Long Linger with a smile, inquiring gently. Nothing much. Once the festivities conclude, we can collect rewards based on the rankings. You've worked hard. Let me treat you to some fun, Long Linger replied, taking Gu Qingshuan's hand and, on tiptoe, pressed her lips against his. The kiss lingering for several minutes before she finally pulled away. At a distance, onlookers were rendered speechless by their brazen display of affection in such a public setting. Heavens! I feel flush just from watching, they thought, astonished at how swiftly their relationship had progressed since their engagement. All right, Gu Qingxian murmured, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded. This is truly addictive. Let us go. I know a splendid place, he added. As Long Lingo leaned softly against his shoulder, her delicate features nearly brushing against him as she began to act coyly. Be careful walking. Don't trip, Gu Qingxian cautioned, turning to gently lift her into his arms. Okay, Long Lingo replied, her mind becoming slightly clearer, her cheeks flushed as she pouted playfully. Soon, they arrived at the base of a grand mountain. Gazing upward, they beheld an endless stone staircase. This is the place, Long Lingo pointed excitedly at the stone steps. Very well, I shall carry you up, Gu Qingxian declared. Before Long Lingo could respond, he effortlessly swept her into a princess carry and began ascending the mountain swiftly. Perhaps you should set me down. You fought for so long and must be weary, she urged, her delicate arms wrapping around him in a flurry of concern. Not at all. You may not realize it, but holding you feels invigorating, as if your presence replenishes my energy, Gu Qingxian replied earnestly, swallowing hard. All right. Long Lingo conceded, her cheeks tinged with shyness as she nodded, unable to articulate her thoughts further, feeling that the comparison to a power bank was somewhat peculiar. After a considerable ascent, they finally reached the summit, where, due to its seclusion and the lengthy climb, they found themselves alone in this serene expanse. The view here is indeed splendid, Gu Qingxian remarked, gazing at the vibrant lights below, genuinely moved. Shortly, we shall unveil the fireworks crafted by our dragon clan. Long Lingo said, gesturing for him to sit beside her on a wooden bench, her sweet face slightly flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ahem. The scenery is truly captivating, Gu Qingxian acknowledged, taking in the breathtaking panorama. Gu Qingxian attempted to shift the topic. What are you pretending for? Long Linger stood up and walked over, but in the next moment, her foot slipped, and she fell directly into his embrace. I told you to be careful of your footing, Gu Qingxian chuckled helplessly. Who told you to pretend not to hear? Ouch, I think I twisted it. Long Linger, originally determined to appear strong, immediately yielded upon feeling the pain in her ankle. She placed one hand, somewhat aggrieved, on Gu Qingshuan's shoulder. Let me take a look. Gu Qingxian gently lifted Long Linger back onto the wooden chair. He removed her little leather shoe, revealing a delicate foot clad in silk. Just as he reached out to remove it, Long Linger shyly pulled her foot back. What's wrong? I don't know if it smells. If it does, I'm afraid you'll dislike me. Her foot arch, clad in silk, was tense as she spoke earnestly. Rest assured, even if it smells, I wouldn't think less of you, Gu Qingxian said with a sincere smile, admiring Long Linger's adorable demeanor. Then I'll do it myself. Long Linger hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. No need. He shook his head and skillfully removed the lace-trimmed white stockings from her leg, revealing a pristine and lovely foot. At that moment, the once fair ankle bore signs of bruising, prompting Gu Qingxian to furrow his brow with concern. This expression was misinterpreted by Long Linger, who instinctively pulled her foot back, feeling as though he was rejecting her. Don't move, it might hurt a bit. Just endure for a moment, Gu Qingxian said with a hint of frustration as he brought her foot back. He then activated his spirit eye, his clear pupils flashing with a hint of blue light, enabling a semi-transparent effect. He first set her ankle back in place, expelling some of the blood accumulation, and then retrieved a bandage from his storage ring to dress it. How do you know how to treat these? Long Lingo lifted her little foot, moving it around, her cute face shifting from tension to surprise. When I practiced martial arts in the past, I often got injured, so I'm quite familiar with these treatments. Your blood circulation needs to be stimulated. Don't move around. Gu Qingxian sat beside her, resting her small foot on his thigh. One hand channeled a bit of fire attribute spiritual energy, gently applying pressure. That feels nice. Long Lingo closed her eyes, her face displaying a look of enjoyment and satisfaction. At that moment, in the distance, countless fireworks ascended into the sky, bursting into beautiful blooms. It must be said that the Dragon Clan's fireworks are indeed quite different from those of the human clan. The effects of these fireworks, once exploded, were truly stunning. And they remained in the air for a longer duration. How about it? Isn't it beautiful? Long Linger also opened her eyes, propping herself up with her hands on the chair, gazing at Gu Qingxian beside her. How beautiful, but from where were these fireworks ignited? Gu Qingxian inquired with curiosity. Judging by the explosion points, the launch sites of these fireworks were certainly not from the previous activity area. Oh. These fireworks were ignited by the ordinary citizens of the Dragon Clan, who possess no cultivation talent. They gather every year to express gratitude for the protection and blessings of the extraordinary beings. Long Lingo replied with a smile. No wonder, it all makes sense now. Gu Qingxian chuckled in response. Could you please hand me my phone? It seems there is a call coming in. Just as Long Lingo leaned against Gu Qingxian's warm embrace to admire the fireworks, a sudden ring of the phone pierced the air. All right. Since Long Lingo was in uniform, Gu Qingxian had no idea where her pockets were, so he could only nod awkwardly. He then placed his hands on Long Linger's waist. How can you be so improper? Long Linger's adorable face flushed with embarrassment. I don't know where your pocket is. Gu Qingxian hurriedly defended himself. Oh, upon hearing this, a hint of mischief flickered in Long Linger's clear eyes. Very well, it seems you have never been in a relationship before. I shall not make it difficult for you. Long Lingo feigned a sigh of resignation and opened the pocket above her skirt, retrieving her phone. Lingo, where are you in Qingxian right now? If you're in a less crowded place, stay put and wait for us to come. If there are many people, hurry home. As soon as the call connected, Long Qianyue's anxious voice came through. What's wrong, mother? Long Linger asked, somewhat puzzled. Currently, you and Qingxian are not truly married, and in the eyes of many, he is still considered an outsider. An outsider who has broken the long-sealed record of the Yuanlong festival will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Long Qianyue's voice was grave. Someone is coming. Through the eye of time, Gu Qingxian distinctly sensed several martial masters approaching the foot of the mountain. Find a place to hide. It is likely that Long Shang will arrive before me. With that, Long Qianwei ended the call. Why are they treating you this way? Long Linger's face reflected a hint of grievance. It's all right. Let us just heed Auntie's advice for now. Gu Qingxian gently patted her head. He then lifted her in his arms, utilizing the eye of time to swiftly survey the surroundings, realizing they could only take refuge in a dense patch of grass. Would you prefer to hide above or below? Gu Qingxian inquired. There weren't many suitable spots. Some were too overgrown, clearly ideal for hiding, while others were too shallow and exposed. Only this particular location could accommodate both of them. I'll choose above, Long Linger reluctantly decided. All right. For a moment, Gu Qingxian lay concealed within the grass, allowing the soft form of Long Linger to rest in his embrace as they awaited in silence. Indeed, it was not long before a group of individuals clad in Black Knight attire from the Dragon Clan approached. Strange, boss, why haven't we seen anyone here? One among them inquired with a hint of confusion. The voice emanating from the leader was distinctly feminine. She picked up the white stockings that Long Lingo had recently discarded on the wooden chair and scrutinized the faint traces of bruising that had emerged from her ankle. Her brow slightly furrowed. It seems these two may have completed their clandestine rendezvous and returned home. The stockings still retain a hint of warmth, suggesting they have not ventured far. Pursue them in this direction, she instructed, gesturing toward the nearby stone steps leading down the mountain. Yes, the others behind her, initially taken aback by her words, promptly nodded solemnly and began to hasten down the mountain. A few minutes later, they confirmed that the individuals had departed entirely. Damn it. She is slandering me. Long Lingo's charming face flushed a deep crimson as she indignantly pushed against Gu Qingxian's chest. Wait, Qingxian, did you foresee this all along? She suddenly realized upon emerging from the foliage. This was a necessary stratagem on my part, Gu Qingxian admitted, his own cheeks tinged with a blush. I concede. Let us tidy up swiftly, lest Sister Long Shang arrives and discovers us, Long Linger urged with a hint of urgency. She attempted to move quickly, but her sprained ankle and the prolonged position rendered her delicate legs shaky and slow. This scene, compounded by her earlier remark, left Long Shang utterly bewildered. Sister Long Shang? Observing her rapid approach, Long Linger's voice trembled slightly as her face grew even redder, leaving her at a loss for how to explain the situation. Fear not. I have seen nothing. Upon returning, I shall not mention this to the clan leader or anyone else, so please rest assured, Miss and young master. Long Shang quickly turned away. No, It's not as you think. Long Lingo exclaimed in a flurry of anxiety. All right, Lingo, I am ready. Xue'er announced as he returned. Then let us hasten our return, Long Shang suggested. Indeed, Xue'er nodded, gently lifting Long Linger in his arms and following closely behind Long Shang. Before long, the anxious silhouette of Long Qianwei came into view. I trust you are all unharmed? She inquired as she approached. Andy, we are all fine. It was merely that Lingo accidentally twisted her ankle. I apologize. It was my oversight, Xue'er replied, lowering his head. Just a sprained ankle, then? Yes. Long Linger, with her delicate and charming visage, nestled her soft cheek against Xue'er's chest, saying, It was my own carelessness. The ground was quite slippery, and it has nothing to do with Xue'er. All right, let us return home, Long Qianwei replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, the group of cloaked figures had returned to the mountaintop, each wielding their respective spiritual weapons as they commenced a thorough search of the surroundings. Damn it, we've been outsmarted, boss. Xue'er and the young lady of the Aotion family have vanished. One of them gritted his teeth. In that case, there is no need to dwell on it. You all should know how to explain this when we return, the woman stated calmly. The Aotion family was growing increasingly powerful. She was quite aware of the stakes involved, whether it was wealth or life. At this moment, Xue'er and Long Lingo had returned home. Xue'er, what is the story behind the dragon horn on your head? Long Qianwei inquired, reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed, her gaze fixed curiously on Xue'er's forehead. Auntie, I'll take Linger upstairs to rest, and I'll come back down shortly, he replied. No need. I'm also curious, Long Linger interjected, turning over on the sofa with a serious expression. Very well, Xue'er chuckled helplessly. The red mist that appeared in the sky earlier was, in fact, a blessing of celestial spirit level. For some unknown reason, when I held Lingo's hand, I was able to absorb it successfully. And it seems I've established a connection with a massive dark red dragon. He recounted everything in detail, despite finding the situation absurd. He recalled that members of the dragon clan could awaken human heroic spirits, making it less strange. So, your dragon horn is indeed real? Long Qianwei asked with intrigue. Yes. But I can retract it, Xue'er replied, and as he spoke, he channeled energy within him, causing the lustrous dark red dragon horn on his forehead to vanish into thin air. How infuriating. Why does your dragon horn have an extra function compared to ours? Long Lingo exclaimed, her envy evident as she watched this unfold. Linger refrained from interrupting. Let me clarify this matter first. Xue'er, after your dragon horn appeared, did you perceive anything mystical? Long Qianwei waved her hand, and a somewhat blurred holographic projection of a gigantic dragon gradually materialized before them. The imagery was unclear due to the passage of time, yet Xue'er could unmistakably ascertain that this dragon was identical to the one residing in his sea of consciousness. This dragon still dwells within my consciousness, Xue'er stated. What? Long Qianwei's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing this. Subsequently, she stood up excitedly, placing her hands on Xue'er's shoulders. Xue'er, you're not jesting with Annie, are you? Certainly not, Xue'er chuckled. The flowing energy drew her directly into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, Xue'er's consciousness realm had undergone yet another transformation. The eternal gun god, previously clad in white armor, had subdued the enormous dark red dragon beneath his feet. In the next instant, the eternal gun god seemed to notice the outsider, Long Qianwei, and severed her connection to the sea of consciousness. The bloodthirsty celestial dragon, Long Qianwei, was momentarily rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle. Auntie, are you all right? Xue'er asked with concern. I'm fine. Once the corresponding rewards are distributed based on the rankings tomorrow, you should be able to bind the bloodthirsty celestial dragon akin to the heroic spirits of the human race. During this time, please inform me whenever you go out. I will arrange for someone to protect you. Long Qianwei said, her legs trembling slightly as she forced herself to open her bedroom door and step inside. It was not for any other reason but the sheer pressure she felt from witnessing both the eternal gun god and the bloodthirsty celestial dragon, legendary entities of immense power. Xue'er, I would also like to see it, if that's possible. Long Linger, having risen from the sofa, asked with eager anticipation. That's not possible. I will carry you upstairs to rest, and once I fully master the energy of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon, I will show it to you. Xue'er replied as he picked up Long Linger from the sofa and descended the stairs. All right, I understand. Long Linger nodded obediently. By the way, Xue'er, if you have some free time, please buy me a few pairs of stockings that you would like to see me wear. I only have one spare pair left. Long Lingo said shyly as she removed the remaining white stocking from her delicate leg. Will you wear any style for me? Xue'er asked with a smile. Yes, but nothing too extravagant. Okay, I understand. Are you not going to sleep with me? I want to watch my phone for a little while longer. Perhaps for about half an hour. Can't you cuddle with me while browsing? Of course. Upon hearing this, Xue'er nodded in agreement and sat at the head of the bed, allowing Long Lingo to drape her long, fair legs over him. As they were in such close proximity, Xue'er was enveloped by Long Linger's faint fragrance, completely losing interest in watching videos. While Long Lingo focused intently on her screen. Why aren't you swiping away from this video? You've watched it several times already. Long Lingo tilted her face upward. Xue'er responded, perplexed as he glanced down. At that moment, the phone was playing a transformation video, somewhat risky in nature. Earlier, Long Lingo had taken control of the phone, yet when this video appeared, she had relinquished it. You really enjoy watching her, don't you? Long Lingo asked. Her tone slightly irritated. No, I was just watching you. If you didn't swipe away, it must mean you like it. Xue'er hurriedly explained. Oh. So you were watching me all along. What were you trying to do? Long Linger's expression transformed from one of inquiry to a bashful demeanor. Chapter 53. You have already become an adult dragon. Who permitted you to be so stunning? I can hardly focus on my phone. Xue'er remarked seriously as he turned off his device. The silver-tongued rogue. Upon hearing his words, Long Lingo blushed, curling herself deeper into the covers and turning away without uttering another word. Observing this scene, Xue'er seemed to grasp something profound. Seizing the moment, he took a warm shower, then slipped into bed, enfolding Long Linger in his arms, his chin contentedly rubbing against her fluffy, white hair. Soon, dawn arrived. Outside the villa, a cacophony of sounds filled the air. Xue'er pressed a gentle kiss on Long Lingo's soft jade-like hand before rising from the bed and approaching the expansive window. Drawing back the curtains. To his astonishment, a multitude of people were tossing red envelopes at the entrance of the villa, which were beginning to pile up into a small hill. What is happening? Xue'er stood frozen, bewildered. I want a kiss. Xue'er, come here quickly, I desire it. Long Linger murmured, having awakened in a daze due to the absence of Xue'er's warm presence. What's wrong? This was the first time he had witnessed such vulnerability in Long Linger, and concern washed over him as he approached her. Just one kiss. I can endure, she replied. Her face flushed as she leaned closer. Before Xue'er could react, Long Lingo closed her alluring eyes and pressed her lips against his with an almost reckless fervor. Minutes later, Xue'er could distinctly feel his lips becoming reddened from her passionate kisses. All right, that was a bit too long, he said, worried that if it continued, his lips might bleed. He gently pushed her away. You're disgusted with me, aren't you? Fine, just lock me in the room. A hint of disappointment flickered in Long Linger's gaze as she nestled back into the covers. Ding. Long Lingo has entered a state of heat. Host. Please make a choice. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Seeing this, Xue'er hesitated briefly. All right, if you need anything, just call for me, he spoke softly. Since Long Lingo had indicated that he should leave the room, remaining would be irresponsible should anything unexpected occur. Not long after leaving the room, he encountered the figure of Long Qianwei. Where's Lingo? Typically, these two little ones were inseparable, so today's anomaly was quite unusual. I'm not certain. But Lingo seems to be in distress, Xue'er replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing those words, Long Qianwei's face displayed a complex expression. She then donned a pair of high heels and stepped outside the room, listening to the sounds emanating from within. Ever since Long Linger turned 18. The day following the Yuanlong festival each year marked the onset of this state for her, while she too experienced it. Long Outyin could assist her in alleviating it at any moment. Ahem, you should head to the first floor. I will go in and keep Lingo company. Long Qianwei said softly. All right, if you need anything, Annie, feel free to call me up, came the reply, nodding as she observed Xue'er's hesitant departure. Long Qianwei then pushed open the door and entered. At that moment, Long Lingo was already drenched in fragrant sweat, her face still flushed. Lingo, would you like me to speak to Xue'er and have him come over? Long Qianwei inquired, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter's distress. After all, the two were already betrothed. Such occurrences were merely a matter of timing. No, it's fine. I'm almost through this. Long Linger resolutely shook her head. Well, remember what your mother once taught you. Take deep breaths, clear your mind, or think of something else to distract yourself. Yes, I understand, Mom, Long Linger replied, nodding obediently. An hour passed, and Long Linger's expression gradually returned to normal. Ugh, I'm at my wit's end. Why must we, of the Dragon Clan, endure this? She lamented before falling into an exhausted slumber. Long Qianwei, who had remained by her side, gently stroked her head and kissed her cheek. The fact that dragon can enter this state signifies that you have become a mature dragon. Rest well, I shall step out for now. Adjusting the air conditioning back to a comfortable temperature, she tucked her daughter in and exited the room. Auntie, Linger should be all right, correct? Xue'er asked anxiously upon noticing Long Linger was absent. She is fine. She simply needs to rest well today, Long Qianwei replied with a smile. All right, I understand. Gu Qingxian nodded gently at her words. Come with me. The reward distribution begins at 10 o'clock this morning, and it's already 8:30. After glancing at her watch, Long Qianwei spoke slowly. Understood. Gu Qingxian followed her. Auntie, why were there so many people throwing red envelopes this morning? As they reached the courtyard, Gu Qingxian gazed at the mountain of red envelopes piled at the entrance, unable to contain his curiosity, even during the New Year celebrations among the human race. I have never witnessed such an abundance of envelopes. It could practically be weighed by the pound. Even if each envelope contained just a single coin, that would amount to several thousand. This is a custom of our dragon clan. You have broken the record of the Yuanlong festival, advancing to the 20th combat arena. These accolades and blessings are a testament to your achievements, earned through your own merit. However, these red envelopes must await collection until tomorrow morning. A practice known as receiving fortune and blessings, Dragon Shallow Moon remarked with a smile. I see, Gu Qingxian replied with a grin. Indeed. It appears to be a most spectacular event. Having met the head of the Shallow Moon family and the son-in-law, many along the way exchanged greetings. The majority of gazes remained fixated upon Gu Qingxian. Very well, this area will soon serve as the venue for the reward distribution. We only need to wait 3 more minutes, Dragon Shallow Moon informed Gu Qingxian as they approached a vast stone platform. After glancing at the time, she continued, Yes. He nodded. If all goes as planned, I should awaken my second spirit today, becoming one among countless others as a dual spirit awakener. Chapter 54. The Holy Son of the Dragon Clan. Gu Qingxian. Time passed swiftly, and an enigmatic elder of the Dragon Clan stepped down, materializing at the center of the massive stone platform, where a magnificent golden leaderboard simultaneously appeared. Initially, he bypassed the top 3, offering encouragement to those ranked 4th to 10th, inviting them to ascend the stage to receive their rewards. The remaining ranks, 11 to 20, would have their rewards delivered directly via storage rings. The main event revolved solely around Gu Qingxian. For the 3rd place, Long Gu, the rewards included 2 vials of S-grade body tempering elixir, 1 opportunity to enter the Dragon Clan's martial arts secret repository, and 10 top-tier 4th-grade beast cores. For the 2nd place, Long Yichen, the rewards comprised 3 vials of S-grade body tempering elixir, 2 opportunities to enter the Dragon Clan's martial arts secret repository, and 20 top-tier 4th-grade beast cores. Soon, the 3rd and 2nd place winners ascended the stage to receive their rewards. Standing below, Gu Qingxian felt a sense of anticipation. He had not expected such generous rewards for the 3rd and 4th places in a mere festival event. His own 1st-place reward promised to be even more impressive. For the 1st place, Gu Qingxian, the rewards included 4 vials of S-grade body tempering elixir, 2 S-grade bone forging pills, 3 opportunities to enter the Dragon Clan's martial arts secret repository, and 1 blessing ceremony from the Celestial Dragon. Please step forward to receive the final reward. The elder chuckled, announcing loudly. Then, Gu Qingxian stepped forward, his figure instantly appearing before him, first bowing respectfully to the elder. In the next moment, the elder gently raised his hand. A brilliant crimson light erupted across the expansive stone platform. Blood ritual, Long Zhou proclaimed loudly. As the words fell, a stream of crimson blood began to flow down the stone pillars, gradually spreading across the engraved grooves on the platform, forming a fearsome array that exuded an aura of terror. Are you prepared? Long Zhou asked with a smile. Elder, I am ready, Gu Qingxian replied, settling into a meditative stance. Good. Upon witnessing the scene, the dragon boat promptly activated the formation. The familiar aura of the celestial spirit once again surged forth, swiftly entering Gu Qingxuan's body. At that moment, Gu Qingxian had once more entered the depths of his consciousness sea. However, upon entering this realm, the vision before him was transmitted from the perspective of the eternal spear god, revealing that he had indeed gained control over his own body. As for the bloodthirsty celestial dragon beneath his feet, it became increasingly agitated with the influx of celestial spirit energy. It flapped its enormous wings, breaking free from the eternal spear god. Subsequently, a terrifying, dark red energy pillar rapidly coalesced in its mouth, hurtling directly toward him, riding the eternal spear god. Gu Qingxian swiftly evaded, his hand gripping the god-slaying spear as he instantaneously appeared above it, channeling his energy for a decisive strike. Due to the suppression of levels, after 8 minutes, Gu Qingxuan's consciousness returned to tranquility, automatically withdrawing from that realm. Ding. Current binding progress of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon, 99. Host. Please seize the moment and act decisively. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Gu Qingxian felt a surge of resolve, gritting his teeth. A massive dark red vortex of mist gradually materialized above his head. Witnessing this, astonishment filled the faces of all present. Could it be that this human scion was genuinely on the verge of receiving a blessing? Initially, they had come merely to witness the spectacle. Yet they found themselves bearing witness to history. Excitement radiated from everyone's expressions. They never imagined that, in their lifetime, someone could truly attain a celestial spirit-level blessing. In the next moment, Gu Qingxian successfully completed the binding. A colossal dragon, hundreds of meters long, manifested above him. The overwhelming and terrifying pressure instilled a profound sense of dread in all, compelling some to kneel involuntarily. Elder, has the binding truly succeeded? Gu Qingxian inquired, his eyes wide with confusion. Indeed, the binding was successful. The dragon boat took several seconds to recover from its earlier shock, nodding with a smile. I refuse to accept this. Why should this outsider receive a celestial spirit-level blessing? At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the crowd. The dragon poison lunatic lunged at him, channels of green toxic mist coalescing with all its might. However, Gu Qingxian did not even glance in his direction. There was no need for him to intervene, as the dragon boat struck with a single palm, forcefully slamming him to the ground, emanating a terrifying killing intent. Gu Qingxian had already formed a bond with the young lady of the Aotian family, and their hearts were intertwined. They would soon be one family. Should anyone harbor objections, let them step forward now. The dragon boat called out coldly. Its piercing gaze seemed to convey that anyone daring to emerge would meet their end. Very well, since no one dares to show themselves now, if I ever discover anyone who dares to lay a hand on our dragon clan's holy son in the future, exterminating their entire family shall be deemed just. The dragon boat stated with solemnity. Holy son? Upon hearing those two words, Long Qianyue's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement. Being bestowed with this position signified that Gu Qingxian would henceforth be able to consult various esteemed elders of the dragon clan regarding cultivation matters, granting him access to numerous sacred grounds. After a ceremony that lasted an extensive 40 minutes, Gu Qingxian and Long Qianyue finally returned home. At that moment, a medal adorned his chest. Auntie, I'm feeling a bit weary. I shall head upstairs to rest, Gu Qingxian stated, slightly adjusting his panel with a sigh of resignation. During the ceremony, it felt as though the dragon boat feared he might flee, meticulously orchestrating every detail without affording him any opportunity for rest or refusal. Very well. You go upstairs and rest. You've worked hard today, Long Qianyue said with a smile, gently patting his shoulder. Watching him ascend the stairs. A smile crept upon Long Qianyue's lips. Her daughter had indeed found great fortune. Not to mention Gu Qingxian's terrifying talent for cultivation. His unparalleled visage and physique were not something ordinary individuals could rival. The position of the dual clan's ruler was undoubtedly destined for Gu Qingxian. Long Qianyue mused affirmatively to herself. Lingling, are you feeling better? Gu Qingxian inquired with a smile as he entered the room. At that moment, Long Ling-er was lounging on the bed, her delicate feet playfully raised as if engrossed in a particular manhwa. Ahem, I'm feeling much better. But you should have knocked before entering. Long Ling-er's lovely face flushed with a hint of panic as she hurriedly tucked away her tablet. It's all right. After all, we will be husband and wife in the future, Gu Qingxian chuckled lightly. I insist. It's a rule, when I'm alone in my room. You must knock before coming in, Long Ling-er said earnestly. All right, understood, Gu Qingxian replied, seemingly grasping the underlying meaning of her words. Gazing upon her fair and alluring face, he swallowed hard, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss. Long Ling-er, initially flustered, struggled for a moment before decisively surrendering. It seemed she had also kissed Gu Qingxian for an extended duration earlier, so she deemed this as a form of compensation. However, upon noticing Long Ling-er's lack of resistance, Gu Qingxian mistakenly believed he could proceed further and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. That's inappropriate. You rogue. Long Ling-er instinctively kicked out with her delicate foot. Ahem, very well, Gu Qingxian winced as if an egg were about to crack, suppressing the intense pain, and turned away slowly to speak. Chapter 55, Band-Aids should not be applied to this area. Are you all right? Sensing something was amiss, Long Ling-er quickly withdrew her foot, inquiring anxiously. I'll step outside for a moment. I'm fine. Gu Qingxian wiped the fine sweat from his forehead with one hand and reluctantly exited the bedroom. Observing his limping silhouette, Long Ling-er's cherubic face was suffused with a sense of guilt, the reason for which eluded her. Each time she encountered an unexpected situation, particularly involving Gu Qingxian, she would instinctively react with stress, her strength fluctuating unpredictably. I've caused trouble again, she murmured to herself while sprawled on her bed. Fearing Gu Qingxian's reproach, she remained in her room post-bath, engrossed in her phone, too timid to venture outside. Her device was fervently searching for answers. That last episode had equated to excruciating pain of level 10. What should she do? Oh dear, I truly did not intend for this to happen. Why is it like this? Long Ling-er failed to notice the subsequent note indicating a recovery time of about 3 minutes, fixating instead on the daunting level 10 pain. Mistakenly believing Gu Qingxian would henceforth walk with a limp. No, I must take responsibility for him, she declared resolutely, slipping her petite bare feet into slippers and opening the bedroom door. However, a glance around revealed Gu Qingxian's absence. Where has he vanished to? She pondered, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. After changing into a fresh outfit, she set out in search of him. Entirely unaware that Gu Qingxian was deeply engrossed in training within the cultivation chamber, having just bonded with the bloodthirsty celestial dragon. He felt compelled to master this newfound power swiftly. After more than half an hour, he gradually opened his eyes, marveling at the exquisite sensation of possessing two distinct powers within him. How intriguing, he mused aloud, and with a hint of anticipation, he accessed his current status panel. Name, Gu Qingxian, age, 19, realm, martial sovereign, first layer, spirit, eternal spear god, bloodthirsty celestial dragon, items, phantom fire wings. Dragon scale divine armor, strength, 1100100000, agility, 1100100000, defense, 100, 010000, speed, 1200100000, eternal spear god spirit skills, god level 31 thunder spin stab, 31 space binding, 31 celestial judgment. A level 31 spirit concealment, 31 temporal eye cultivation speed exceeds the normal rate by 6-fold, special talent, eternal. Within the eternal space, external time flow can be paused. Current operational duration, 20 minutes, bloodthirsty celestial dragon spirit skills, celestial level 31 bloodthirsty dragon claw, 31 blood sacrifice dragon blast, 31 reverse world blood flame, special talent. Bloodthirsty in combat. Inflicting injury on the opponent allows for a degree of self-recovery of spiritual energy. Gu Qingxian's focus was primarily drawn to the panel of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon. System. Can I utilize the martial skills of both spirits simultaneously? He inquired with curiosity. Beep. At present, it remains unattainable, yet I believe that with sufficient effort, the host will undoubtedly achieve this goal. Acknowledging this, Gu Qingxian nodded. It is indeed prudent not to rush. The innate abilities of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon are simply extraordinary. Not only does it possess close combat skills, but it can also absorb the spiritual energy within its adversaries. Stepping out of the training room, Gu Qingxian first proceeded to the bedroom, but did not find the presence of Long Linger. The rain outside heightened his anxiety. Just then, soft, delicate sounds emanated from beyond the door. Rushing over, Gu Qingxian opened it to reveal Long Linger, her body dampened, her fair face seemingly flushed as though inebriated. Forgive me, she murmured, clutching a freshly purchased band-aid in her soft hand before collapsing into his embrace. Surprised, Gu Qingxian pondered, did Linger go out to buy a band-aid? Surely, she could not expect me to apply it to her recent injury? Regardless, the priority is to ensure she has a warm bath. He swiftly lifted her in his arms and made his way to the bathroom, aware that with the temperature dropping, any delay could increase the risk of her catching a cold. Once inside, he seated her in a chair and knelt before her, gently removing her damp shoes and socks. Qingxian, you needn't trouble yourself, Long Lingo drowsily protested, her cheeks flushed. Leave it to me, Long Chuanyu interjected as she entered. Noticing the wet footprints on the stairs, she had suspected something amiss. Indeed, Long Linger had returned drenched from the sudden downpour. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Auntie, Gu Qingxian replied, standing aside without further comment. No, that's not necessary, Long Linger insisted shyly, shaking her adorable little head. Rest assured, if my dear is feeling bashful, all Mother needs to do is close her eyes. You are merely a piece of meat that fell from Mother, so there's no need for concern. Long Chuanyu smiled as she affectionately patted Linger on the head. After 20 minutes of waiting outside the bathroom, Long Linger emerged from her warm bath, clad in fresh sleepwear, and was gently carried to bed by Long Chuanyu. Qingxian, you should also retire early tonight. Stay close to Linger. It will be warmer that way, she suggested with a smile. Indeed, Gu Qingxian nodded in agreement. Closing the door, he adjusted the room's heating to a comfortable temperature before lying down, gently cradling Long Linger's soft form in his arms. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to today. Let me assist you with the band-aid, he offered, as she clutched it tightly in her delicate hand, her voice sweet and endearing. I understand that you did not intend any harm. It is quite all right. No need for a bandage. I have already recovered. Gu Qingxian affectionately pinched her soft, fair cheek. Really? Upon hearing this, Long Lingo lifted her adorable little face. Indeed, you have worked hard today. Make sure to rest early and refrain from speaking. Observing Long Lingo in his embrace, appearing as if she had consumed an elixir of inebriation, Gu Qingxian found himself unable to suppress the urge to tease her, resorting instead to holding her a little tighter. All right. Long Lingo obediently nodded. However, just a few minutes later, feeling somewhat shy, Long Linger shifted her position and could not help but inquire. We are returning tomorrow afternoon, right? Gu Qingxian nodded. Yes, that is correct. The 3 days spent in the Dragon Clan had proven to be immensely fruitful. Tomorrow they would primarily accompany Long Lingo to the Dragon Clan's martial arts treasure vault for selection and refinement, leaving the remaining time for relaxation. Chapter 56. How many little babies would be ideal? Having nearly fully recovered, Long Lingo was the first to awaken the following morning. Her eyes fluttering open in a drowsy manner. Xian, why is the blanket not covering me? Attempting to rise, she realized she could hardly move. Turning her head, she discovered that Xian had covered himself entirely with the blankets, while she was left to rely on the warmth of the heater against her back. Xian. It's time to get up, Long Lingo called softly. After several futile attempts, she leaned in and kissed his enticing lips. At the moment of contact, Xian had indeed awakened, but his desire led him to keep his eyes closed, indulging in the moment. How peculiar. Why is he still not awake? Observing Xian lying motionless, Long Linger's charming face displayed a look of confusion. He couldn't possibly be dead, could he? Her soft voice trembled slightly. I'm sorry, Xian. I shouldn't have kicked you yesterday, nor should I have pilfered the snacks you bought, taken your clothes, or spoken ill of you behind your back. Long Lingo gazed earnestly at him, entering her phase of repentance. What? Xian, perplexed by her words, finally opened his eyes. Huh? Long Linger's cute little face mirrored his bewilderment, before realization dawned upon her. How wonderful, you are all right. Xian nodded. Were the things you just mentioned true? What? Long Linger, initially poised to embrace him, suddenly feigned ignorance. Cunning little spirit. Xian playfully pressed her down onto the bed, letting out a mischievous chuckle. Help. What are you planning to do? Long Linger struggled briefly, her voice laced with feigned grievance, though her eyes betrayed her excitement and anticipation. What do you think I intend to do? Xian leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Upon hearing those words, Long Linger's delicate form could not help but tremble slightly. A rogue, typically so serious, yet now he had managed to render her weak at the knees. What do you wish for me to compensate you? As long as it is not excessively unreasonable, I shall oblige, Long Linger murmured softly. Prepare breakfast for me, and once it is ready, feed it to me. How does that small request sound? Surely it is not too much to ask. Xian replied with a smile. Such treatment was rare and must be savored. He then released his hold on Long Linger. Hee, you big rogue, wishing for me to feed you? What a thought. Long Linger retorted playfully, her expression shifting dramatically as she swiftly opened the bedroom door, attempting to escape. However, after several futile attempts, the door remained stubbornly shut. What is going on? No way, she exclaimed, her charming face displaying a look of confusion. It seemed her sudden change of demeanor had made her anxious. Come here. Xian beckoned. I was just joking, Long Linger said, her fair cheeks slightly flushed. She felt as though Xian had seen through all her actions. What a vexing man. Would you prefer breakfast or me? Choose wisely, she teased. Xian adjusted his attire and stepped down from the bed. Breakfast, for it is far more nutritious than I. Of course. Long Lingo quickly responded. Then let us go. Xian followed her closely. Long Lingo cast a discreet glance at him. Humph. I shall allow you to be dominant for now. Once we are married, we shall see whether it is I who pleads for mercy or you. What are you daydreaming about? The eggs are burning, Xian remarked, snapping Long Lingo from her reverie as he playfully flicked her forehead. Ah, she exclaimed, hastily flipping the eggs. I cannot hold it any longer. I must use the restroom. You cannot possibly follow me in there, can you? Long Linger asked with a smile. Yes, go ahead, Xian nodded, taking the spatula from her. Seeing this, the corners of Long Linger's soft lips curled into a slight smile as she turned and entered the bathroom. There. She retrieved a storage ring and began rummaging for something. Found it, Long Lingo exclaimed, her gaze falling upon a mesmerizing potion, anticipation sparkling in her eyes. She wondered what Xian would be like after consuming this potion. Surely, he would gaze at her with longing, pleading for her to kiss him. At that moment, no matter what demands she made, he would comply. Hee. Ling Ling, the sandwiches are ready. Okay, I've finished eating. I'll meditate for half an hour. You should hurry out, or it will lose its flavor. Upon hearing this, Long Linga tilted her head. How can I administer the drug after I've eaten? Very well. I shall reluctantly let you off the hook for today. Half an hour later, the two emerged from the training chamber together. Xian. I heard from my mother that you have fully received the blessing of the bloodthirsty immortal dragon and have become the holy son of our dragon clan. Is this true? Long Lingo inquired with curiosity. Indeed, today I will take you to the dragon clan's martial arts secret repository to claim your reward, Xian replied, gently ruffling her hair. I feel increasingly unworthy of you. In the future, you might take a concubine, right? Long Linger asked, lowering her head and momentarily setting aside her mischievous demeanor. Now a bit concerned. Such instances are commonplace, both among humans and dragons. A child born of a powerful and exceptionally gifted warrior will inevitably inherit over 80% of their parents' talent, suggesting that Xue'er could very well become an excellent progenitor. Listen to yourself. You are also an awakened being of celestial-level spirit, having surpassed countless others. You are still so beautiful and possess a wonderful character. What is there to feel unworthy about? I should be the one secretly rejoicing, Xue'er earnestly stated. Then, will you take a concubine in the future? Long Linger, touched by his words, pressed the question again. Why would I take a concubine? Xue'er replied, displaying a look of confusion and perplexity. Because your martial talent is of high quality, both humans and dragons would surely not want to waste your potential. Long Linger sighed softly. I have no desire to take a concubine. That decision rests solely with me. Besides, wouldn't it be better for us to have several little ones? Xue'er said, stroking her delicate, fair face before leaning in to kiss her. I understand now. Upon hearing his response, Long Lingo's cheeks flushed crimson. You need not feel pressured. The number of little ones is entirely up to you. Yes, I understand. Please take me to the martial arts secret repository. I cannot find my way. However, I still need to think about how many little ones would be best. Perhaps after we marry, she concluded. Very well. Long Lingo nodded obediently, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 57. Thankfully, I am astute just as they stepped outside the courtyard. The figure of Long Shang appeared not far away. Miss, young master, the family head has specifically instructed that I accompany you for the entire day to ensure your safety. Long Shang respectfully stated. That's unnecessary. Xue'er and I are merely going to select some martial arts techniques and will return shortly. It wouldn't be appropriate to have you as a third wheel. Long Lingo shook her head. After a moment of contemplation, Long Shang replied, very well. But should you encounter any danger, do not hesitate to contact me. Understood. Long Lingo nodded obediently. Before long, they arrived at the Dragon Clan's martial arts secret repository. Before them stood a colossal and ancient tower, adorned with the intricate carvings of a massive stone dragon, exuding an imposing aura. Xue'er presented the entrance token and, accompanied by Long Linger, stepped inside. You have arrived, a gentle and benevolent voice resonated as they entered the tower. I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed elder. No need for excessive formalities. Come closer, the elder replied with a warm smile. I have already selected 3 Dragon Clan martial arts techniques that are most suitable for you. With a wave of his hand, 3 volumes of martial arts appeared before them. Xue'er's gaze swiftly scanned the titles. 2 were of S rank, and 1 was of SS rank. This one is indeed commendable. However, for the remaining 2 techniques, I kindly request your assistance in selecting for Linger, as I do not require such an abundance of martial skills. After choosing the most formidable S-rank technique, Blood Dragon Frenzy, based on his attribute panel, he spoke with a smile. Oh, the elder's face registered a flicker of surprise. It is well known that acquiring a martial technique from the Dragon Clan's treasury is an arduous task, typically reserved for those who have fought countless battles or excelled in traditional activities. Each additional technique enhances a warrior's strength incrementally. Some techniques, when paired, can yield astonishing effects, especially within this treasury, where the variety of techniques is vast and conducive to synergistic combinations. If it is a bother, I shall take care of it myself. Xue'er offered, noticing the elder's hesitation. Possessing a system, he could efficiently locate suitable martial skills for Long Lingo by consuming some points. Not at all, allow me. The elder replied, wearing a maternal smile. The young lady should circulate her internal energy. I need to perceive it better to filter the martial skills effectively. All right. Long Lingo obediently complied, subsequently emanating the aura of her celestial grade spirit. The shock was evident on the elder's face. What is this? Have you awakened a celestial grade spirit? He inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. Previously, he had heard that the young lady of the Aoteon clan had awakened an SS grade spirit, and this revelation was already astonishing. Yet now, to behold a celestial grade spirit was truly unexpected. Yes, it is all thanks to Xue'er, Long Linger replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. Haha, splendid. Truly splendid. Why not have him as the holy son of the Dragon Clan, and you as our holy daughter? The rarity of SS grade spirits is astounding, and celestial grade spirits are even more extraordinary. Moreover, with Long Lingo engaged to Xue'er, their pairing as holy son and holy daughter would certainly elevate their status. I do not wish to, Long Lingo pouted. Just the inauguration ceremony takes an hour, and one must stand throughout. Haha, very well. I shall first assist you in selecting your martial skills. We can discuss this matter later. With a chuckle, the elder began to choose techniques for Long Lingo based on her attributes. Before long, 2 A-rank techniques and 1 SS-rank technique appeared in his hands. Xue'er's gaze swiftly swept across the surroundings, and the system's book panel materialized instantaneously. Although this manual was merely of A-rank martial arts, its synergy with the accompanying S-rank martial art was undeniably formidable. Long Zhou smiled and spoke. Very well, thank you, senior. Long Ling'er accepted it with a smile. Indeed. At that moment, Gu Qingxian was examining the effects of the A-rank martial art. Name: Extreme Cold Cage, Incomplete State, Current Quality, A-rank, Effect, conjures a century-old cold current, instantly forming a cage that restricts the enemy's actions. Hint: the host currently possesses a total of 200 points. It is recommended that the host expend 200 points to repair it. Does the host agree? On the way back, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. Agree. Gu Qingxian, holding the martial art in hand, did not hesitate and immediately consented. In the next moment, a mist of icy blue enveloped the entire manual, and the visibly damaged areas began to mend at a remarkable pace. Why have you stopped? Long Ling'er, who had been trailing behind him, bumped into him as he suddenly halted, her delicate hand reaching up to touch her exquisite dragon horn with a hint of grievance. Here. I have evolved this martial art for you. Gu Qingxian handed over the repaired technique. What is this? Upon seeing the now S-rank extreme cold cage in his possession, Long Ling'er blinked her beautiful eyes, her lovely face reflecting incredulity. Repairing a martial art was no trivial feat. It required profound insight into the intricacies of all things and a wealth of combat experience. Particularly with techniques that had aged significantly, restoration became exceedingly challenging. Yet, Gu Qingxian had merely walked a few steps to achieve this repair. If others were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be whisked away to a research institute. You must not display such abilities in public again, do you understand? Long Ling'er first tucked the martial art away and then spoke earnestly. I understand. This time, he did not refute her. After all, Long Ling'er had a valid point. At times, human hearts could be more perilous than ferocious beasts. On their way back, due to Gu Qingxuan's identity as the Dragon Clan's holy son, he found that passers-by would bow respectfully every few steps. He began to comprehend why the holy maidens in fantastical novels often appeared aloof. Responding to every bow would indeed be exhausting. Fortunately, I am clever enough not to be a holy maiden. Upon returning to the living room on the second floor, Long Ling'er lay on the sofa, gazing at the somewhat fatigued Gu Qingxian, her adorable face revealing a hint of pride. Come here, reward me. Gu Qingxian regarded her smug demeanor and replied nonchalantly. What are you saying in broad daylight? As soon as Long Ling'er regained her senses, her adorable little face flushed with embarrassment. Can I come over? Gu Qingxian made one last inquiry. Chapter 58. A candid confession. Long Ling'er found herself engulfed in a struggle within her mind. During this period, Gu Qingxian had been exceedingly helpful to her, be it in daily life or cultivation, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness. To be candid, it would not be unreasonable for him to seek some form of reward from her. What kind of reward do you desire? Long Ling'er approached him, lifting her little face as she asked. Observing her obediently walk towards him, a barely perceptible smile graced Gu Qingxuan's lips. She was indeed becoming increasingly compliant. Do you recall what you said previously? Gu Qingxian gently pulled her soft form into his embrace, smiling as he inquired. I don't remember. Long Ling'er pondered seriously for a moment before shaking her head. That's all right. I can help jog your memory. At that time, you mentioned that I should help you buy socks, and regardless of the style, you would personally wear them as a reward for me. Gu Qingxian smiled mildly. I was just speaking whimsically. Taken aback that Gu Qingxian remembered this detail, Long Ling'er immediately switched to a skilled mode of playful defiance. If we're being playful, I've learned from you. Gu Qingxian effortlessly captured her delicate, soft hands. Then, with a slight exertion, he pressed her onto the sofa. At this point, Long Ling'er finally settled down. I won't be playful anymore, she said, turning her head away, her tone soft with shyness. I still prefer your honest and obedient demeanor. Upon hearing her satisfactory reply, Gu Qingxian relaxed his grip. I yield. How is your strength so formidable? Feeling a slight ache in her wrist, her charming little face revealed a hint of grievance. Despite her extensive theoretical knowledge, she found it utterly ineffective against Gu Qingxuan's overwhelming strength, leaving her with no choice but to assert herself while he was in a weakened state. There are two styles, both must be shown to me. Aware that Long Ling'er was feigning distress, Gu Qingxian paid her no mind and retrieved the white butterfly socks and the white tube socks from the system mall. The first pair was alluring, while the second exuded a sense of purity. All right, Long Ling'er replied, her cheeks flushed. Subsequently, she shyly changed into the first pair. To be fair, the socks were indeed quite beautiful. They perfectly accentuated the curves of her legs, especially the white butterfly on her thigh, which added an alluring charm. What do you think of my taste? Gu Qingxian asked with a smile. Not bad, Long Ling'er replied, swaying her delicate little feet adorned in white silk on the coffee table. Then wear this pair in the morning, and switch to the other pair in the evening. Oh. Long Ling'er obediently nodded. Qingxian, do you have a moment? Auntie needs to discuss something with you. Just as Gu Qingxian was about to approach Long Ling'er for a closer observation, The untimely voice of Long Qianwei erupted from outside the living room. If you have time, come here. Gu Qingxian let out a resigned sigh, adjusted his demeanor, and turned to open the door. Upon seeing the despondent expression on his face, for reasons unknown, Long Lingo felt a surge of happiness within her, and the corners of her soft, pink lips lifted into a delicate arc. Lingers. I have repeatedly taught you that the coffee table is meant for tea. Do not place your feet upon it, as it is impolite. Upon entering the living room, Long Qianwei immediately noticed Long Linger, who was lounging on the sofa with her delicate feet resting on the coffee table. Hearing these words, Long Lingo immediately lost her cheerful demeanor. I understand, she pouted helplessly. Auntie, regarding tea, if there are no pressing matters, I would like to take Linger back this afternoon. Gu Qingxian handed over the freshly poured tea and took a seat. All right. I came to inquire whether you and Lingo have considered staying at the prestigious academy of the Dragon Clan. Long Qianwei asked with a smile. Mom, the martial academy here is too stringent. I do not wish to remain. Long Lingo shook her head decisively. At the S-rank Xingyao Martial Academy, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can easily keep pace with the curriculum. Teachers would hardly intervene whether one slept or daydreamed in class. They might even presume that one was too exhausted from late-night training, which caused the distraction and drowsiness in class. In contrast, the corresponding S-rank academy of the Dragon Clan resembles an early entry into the military, with classes starting at 6 in the morning and ending at 4 in the afternoon, accompanied by relentless training in physical fitness and combat skills. You impudent girl. Long Qianwei was momentarily exasperated by her words, but then couldn't help but chuckle. Qingxian, think carefully before you speak. As Gu Qingxian appeared ready to respond, Long Lingo placed her petite white silk-clad foot directly on his thigh, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of menace. Ahem, I shall heed Linger's wishes. Gu Qingxian nodded affirmatively. Haha, very well. Observing this, Long Qianwei chose not to elaborate further. If Lingo tends to be lazy in her training, I hope you can supervise her more closely. Gu Qingxian quickly shook his head. No, Lingo only becomes a bit lazy during her breaks at home. She has always been diligent in her training, so there is no need for Annie to worry. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Long Linger bit her lip. After returning home for the holidays, she had not been lazy. She simply believed in balancing work and rest. Yes, exactly. Just wait until Mom leaves the room. I shall find a way to retaliate against your words. All right, I understand. However, there are still about 10 days left until the date of your engagement with Linger. Besides diligently training, you both must remember to nurture your relationship. Yes, I understand. Auntie, rest assured, I shall not disturb you any longer. Please remember to inform me before you set off. All right. Gu Qingxian nodded. Shortly after Long Qianwei departed, Long Lingo approached with her delicate figure. You just said I would be lazy at home during my break, right? Long Lingo questioned, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Indeed. But I find it rather endearing, Gu Qingxian replied, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace and kissing her. What's this? Why did you suddenly kiss me? Long Lingo stood frozen, her fair face visibly flushed with embarrassment. Initially irritated, her annoyance dissipated completely. As she prepared to feign a reprimand for Gu Qingxian, her thigh vibrated unexpectedly. Her phone was trapped beneath it. Yao Yao, what is the matter? She asked with a hint of confusion upon answering the call. Ling Ling. Tomorrow our class is going to compete against the elite class of another S-level martial arts academy. When are you two coming back? I wish to cling to you for support, Su Yao Yao inquired eagerly. We'll return this afternoon, no worries. Feel free to cling to both Gu Qingxian and me. Long Lingo assured her. Great. You two are the best. I must hang up now. I need to discipline Qingxian. Su Yao Yao paused in surprise as the call was abruptly disconnected. I was about to discuss something important with you, and yet you suddenly kissed me. Confess. Where did you learn that? Long Lingo asked earnestly, holding his face in her hands. I simply kissed you because I wanted to, with no other reason. Gu Qingxian stated seriously, his expression unwavering. If you dare speak like that again, I shall no longer wear white stockings for you. Upon witnessing his serious demeanor, Long Lingo withdrew her hands. As long as he hadn't learned it from some other wicked woman, it was acceptable. Do you dare to threaten me? She suddenly recalled her superior strength over Long Linger, and it seemed she understood. Long Lingo feigned composure, scooting back slightly. I am not threatening you. The next moment, her balance faltered, and she tumbled from the sofa, her soft form wedged between the coffee table and the couch. Oh, are we beginning a performance? Gu Qingxian smirked as he approached her. What do you intend to do? Quickly help me up, Long Linger implored, her beautiful legs unable to find leverage. You shall never again backpedal without watching where you are going. Call me master, and I shall assist you immediately. How does that sound? He leaned down to caress Long Linger's soft face, slowly proposing his condition. Master. After a brief moment of hesitation, Long Linger shyly acquiesced. Ah, such a good girl. Gu Qingshuan's heart blossomed with joy as he embraced her delicate, silky legs and waist, pulling her from the wedged gap. In the ensuing moments, Gu Qingxian reclined with his head resting on Long Linger's thighs, clad in white butterfly-patterned stockings, indulging in his game with a look of pure contentment. Unbeknownst to him, the warmth of his breath lingered on Long Linger's sensitive thighs, causing her cheeks to flush slightly, as if she were enduring something. At last, after their dinner, they returned to the realm of humanity. Miss, young master, I have enhanced the spiritual energy throughout the entire villa, allowing you to cultivate here more often. Long Shang, adorned in white gloves, addressed them with utmost respect. I understand. It's getting late. You should head back soon, Long Linger replied, her charming face already appearing drowsy. If needed, Miss and young master can contact me at any time. All right. After a brief exchange, Long Shang piloted the supersonic aircraft back along the same route. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now, Long Linger said, her bare, silky feet padding up the stairs, her soft voice sounding adorably sweet. Yet, she felt that Gu Qingshuan's demeanor today was somewhat unusual. The Gu Qingxian of old would never exhibit such fervor in her presence. Continuing this way left her concerned that something impulsive might occur prematurely. Gu Qingxian remained silent, simply following her upstairs until they entered the bedroom. Put on your stockings, and then give me a back rub, and I won't trouble you further. Long Lingo noticed the pristine white stockings in his hands, her face flushing with embarrassment. I don't know what you mean by a back rub, and besides, my feet are non-hygienic. That's all right. A back rub just means treating my waist and back like a floor for you to step on. I don't believe your feet are unclean. Don't think I don't know you use body lotion every day to care for yourself. Fine, I'll wear them, but you must fulfill one request of mine. All right, what request? Then you must take off your shirt before I'll agree to give you a back rub. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian promptly shed his shirt, revealing his toned physique, and leisurely sprawled on the bed. Oh my goodness! Long Linger, standing not far away, found herself unable to tear her gaze away. Who would have thought that only a few days had passed, and Gu Qingshuan's physique had improved so remarkably? She felt fortunate to behold such a sight in the future. My back aches from cultivating these past few days, and I must battle with others from the martial academy tomorrow. I need to make the most of my time. Gu Qingxian murmured softly. All right, don't rush, Long Linger replied as she took the unopened white stockings to the living room to change before leisurely returning to the bedroom. From the moment she entered, Gu Qingxian's gaze was drawn to her legs. His discerning eye for selection truly was exceptional. The white knee-high socks adorned Long Lingo's slender, straight legs, revealing a portion of her snow-white calves to the air, enhancing the youthful innocence of the girl. Wouldn't it be sufficient this way? Having never offered a back massage to anyone before, Long Linger, fearing to cause discomfort to Gu Qingxian, consistently applied gentle pressure. Increase the strength. You are too gentle, Gu Qingxian remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Long Lingo shed her hesitation, and as time elapsed, her footwork became increasingly agile and adept. Gu Qingxian found the experience far more pleasurable than at any massage parlor. Well done, esteemed Master Long, Gu Qingxian expressed contentedly. Since daily martial training necessitated muscle relaxation, many practitioners frequented specialized massage establishments. However, Gu Qingxian had once visited a parlor where the technician's hands had strayed, leaving him startled, which deterred him from returning to such places. For an additional fee, I can provide you with an even more exquisite service, Long Linger teased. Seizing the opportunity for roleplay, what service could Master Long offer me for 10,000? Gu Qingxian, undeterred, waved his hand, conjuring a bank card out of thin air and handing it over. You'll find out shortly, Long Lingo said, her gaze fixated on her toes. The dawn of the next day arrived swiftly. After rising, Gu Qingxian rushed to the bathroom for a shower, surprised to find that following the generous payment the previous night, Long Linger had become somewhat intoxicated with the experience. However, it was quite worth it, Gu Qingxian mused with a smile. Qingxian, you were so adorably flustered last night, Long Linger remarked with her lovely eyes slightly squinting in amusement as she emerged from bed. All right, hurry and freshen up, we must head to the martial academy. I wonder if we've missed any classes these past few days? Gu Qingxian blushed slightly, coughed, and then patted her head. Very well, Long Linger nodded obediently. Soon, the two returned to the Xingyu Martial Academy. Qingxian, have you already reached the first level of the martial sovereign realm? Lu Man exclaimed, her mouth agape as she sensed the aura emanating from him. It's only been a few days. This rate of cultivation is unprecedented and extraordinarily impressive. I broke through the day before yesterday. The pace was a tad slow, Gu Qingxian replied, shaking his head. Goodness, you broke through just the day before yesterday? What are you saying? Such a rate of cultivation cannot possibly be deemed slow. Lu Man lamented. I really cannot bear to be around someone with such immense talent. The disparity is too stark. Well done, Lu Man praised enthusiastically. Chapter 60. You two are going to exhaust me. You two have just returned today. There may be something you are unaware of. On the podium, Lu Man gracefully stepped forward, her legs encased in sheer black stockings, and with a swift motion, she activated a holographic projection screen. The screen displayed the information of 8 warriors. This afternoon, the students of our elite class were to engage in combat against those from the Imperial Yuan Martial Academy's elite class, competing for the sole SS level enrollment spot. The format would be one-on-one, with the defeated stepping down while the victors continued to fight. Lu Man waved her hand, transmitting the details of the warriors. Rest assured, teacher. Gu Qingxian merely glanced over the information, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The realms of these individuals ranged from the 5th to 6th tier of martial masters, with the highest merely at the 7th tier, a stark contrast to Gu Qingxuan's 1st tier of martial sovereign, rendering them negligible. If Gu Qingxian were to take the stage first, it was likely that Su Yaoyao and the others would have no opportunity to participate. Lu Man held unwavering confidence in him. Ling Ling, it's been a while. May I pinch your cheeks? While Lu Man was expounding on combat techniques, Su Yaoyao spoke softly. Of course, Long Lingo nodded, not thinking much of it. Subsequently, Su Yaoyao gently pinched her soft, fair cheeks, an expression of satisfaction illuminating her face. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she even extended her delicate tongue to lick her palm. This scene, however, caught Gu Qingxian's eye. Hey, isn't that a bit much? Yaoyao, do you have feelings for Ling Ling? Gu Qingxuan's brow furrowed slightly. What? No, I don't. Su Yaoyao's face turned tense upon hearing his words, and she hastily shook her head. Yaoyao, doesn't he like me? A hint of disappointment flickered in Long Linger's eyes. Clearly, she interpreted liking as a platonic affection, while Su Yaoyao perceived it as a romantic inclination, leaving them on entirely different wavelengths. Su Yaoyao's previous statement was akin to a self-revelation. I'm sorry, I do indeed have feelings for Ling Ling, but I have never acted inappropriately towards her. As she uttered this, Su Yaoyao resolutely lifted her head. She was fully aware that her affection for Long Linger would forever remain unrequited. Long Linger was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. I want to linger around you both in the future, Su Yaoyao muttered through clenched teeth. Yaoyao, do you truly have feelings for me? Long Lingo inquired. MHM. Su Yaoyao nodded. I'm glad you like me, but I prefer boys. However, if it's agreeable, we can still be normal friends. In the future, I can introduce you to my cousin. She has liked me before as well, Long Linger said with a smile. Really? Su Yaoyao's face brightened with surprise. All right, thank you. Ling Ling Long Lingo smiled. You should have said so earlier. At that moment, Gu Qingxian shook his head in resignation. Qingxian, can I still be friends with Linger in the future? Su Yaoyao looked up at him. If it's just as ordinary friends, that's fine. I won't interfere. Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly, setting aside the fact that Long Linger was far superior in realm to Su Yaoyao, and could resolve any infringement of her bottom line with force at any time. It was already a wonder if true damage could occur in a clash of shields. Thank you, Qingxian, Su Yaoyao said. All right, for the time being, you may freely form teams to enter the combat room. It is best to use weapons of the same type for the battle to yield the most effective results. At this point, the explanations and discussions led by Lu Man came to a halt. Gu Qingxian stood up. By the way, let me remind you that both the training room and the combat room are equipped with high-definition surveillance. I need to observe each of your performances through this, so please be mindful. Lu Man coughed lightly. Upon hearing this, Long Linger clearly sensed that it was directed at her. So, there were cameras in the combat room. How infuriating. All right, let's go. Gu Qingxian gently patted her head and smiled. Upon feeling the warmth of his touch, Long Linger, who had initially been somewhat sulky, instantly calmed down, her expression turning one of comfort and enjoyment. If you keep touching me, I suspect you will know my body inside out. As they walked toward the combat room, Long Linger muttered seriously. Gu Qingxian was already aware of several ways that made Long Linger feel most at ease, caressing her head with his fingertips, gently stroking her neck, and firmly embracing her waist. All right, let's get down to business and see what effects your newly acquired martial techniques combine to produce. Gu Qingxian chuckled, saying no more as he stepped into the combat room, where the dragon-scale divine armor and phantom fire wings materialized instantaneously, transforming into the bloodthirsty celestial dragon spirit. I don't want to fight. I'm afraid I'll make you cry, Long Lingo said earnestly as she gazed at Gu Qingxian, who was fully armored. All right. Then I must test your strength. Gu Qingxuan's lips curled slightly. Long Ling, who seemed to have the toughest mouth among her entire being. But what if I cry? Seeing his serious expression, Long Linger's beautiful face clearly showed a hint of anxiety. Fine, I won't tease you anymore. Gu Qingxian couldn't help but laugh as he retracted the dragon-scale divine armor and phantom fire wings. This girl actually thought he would go that far. She really didn't trust him at all. Come on. Long Linger let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing this, adjusted her stance, and conjured the Frost Lotus longsword from her consciousness, readying herself for battle. Come. Gu Qingxuan's expression turned serious. Soon after, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from his body. Bloodthirsty Dragon Claw. The martial technique was unleashed in an instant. A pair of semi-transparent dark red dragon claws enveloped his hands, and a hint of crimson light flickered in his originally clear and bright eyes. Bang! The crisp sound of collision echoed repeatedly. How are you so strong? Long Lingo gradually began to struggle. As time passed, she could even feel her internal spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Do not focus solely on defense. Learn to seize the opportunity to attack, Gu Qingxian commanded. Upon hearing this, Long Lingo quickened the pace of her swordplay. Indeed, it became less strenuous. I'm exhausted. After more than 20 minutes, Long Lingo gasped for breath, leaning back against Gu Qingxian's embrace, feeling as if she had been completely drained by this scoundrel. Chapter 61. Winning the game beyond the board. Now you should understand the effect of my heroic soul, right? Gu Qingxian smiled as he rain-fused the spiritual energy he had just absorbed back into her. Isn't it just secretly absorbing spiritual energy? I actually did it on purpose. Long Lingo said, a subtle smile gracing her soft lips. Oh, still prefer to be stubborn? However, in the next moment, the spiritual energy transmitted from Gu Qingxuan's hand instantly crystallized into ice, a sharp pain causing him to quickly withdraw his hand. How did you do that? Gu Qingxian asked, somewhat astonished. If Long Lingo had truly wanted to harm him, she could have easily used her spiritual energy to pierce through her own wrist, rendering her entire arm incapacitated. How about it? Am I not impressive? If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Long Lingo teased, her adorable face revealing a hint of pride as her soft lips curled upwards. To be honest, you are indeed remarkable, Gu Qingxian generously praised. Do you want to learn? Taking a few graceful steps forward, Long Lingo playfully poked his chest with her slender finger. My thunder attribute heroic soul can do this too? Gu Qingxian inquired curiously. Not at all, Long Lingo chuckled mischievously. Do not sweet-talk me here, be serious. Also, this martial skill can serve as your trump card, so do not use it casually. Surprised that Long Lingo dared to tease him, Gu Qingxian lightly tapped her little head in annoyance. I understand, Long Lingo replied with a charming smile. Next, Gu Qingxian summarized her performance in the recent battle. Her physical strength was somewhat lacking, preventing her from executing the sword's unexpected offensive potential. It was time to conduct specialized training in these areas. Get up, we're doing push-ups. As Gu Qingxian meticulously crafted his plan, Long Lingo had already curled up in a nearby corner. The fatigue from her flight back last night weighed heavily upon her, and in her eagerness to surpass Gu Qingxian, she had recklessly channeled all her spiritual energy to unleash her self-created martial technique. She was truly exhausted. If you insist on making me train, I shall return to my mother's house, Long Lingo declared, tilting her delicate face and gazing intently at him with an affectation of seriousness. What? Gu Qingxian was utterly taken aback by her audacity to use such a threat, seemingly drawn from some obscure skit. I really do not wish to move, she lamented, her soft, white hand gently tugging at the corner of his garment, before she playfully clung to his thigh. Ahem, very well then, let's postpone today's specialized training plan. He relented, but refrained from clinging to my leg so indiscriminately. Clearly, this tactic was highly effective on Gu Qingxian. Yea, Long Lingo, who had appeared somewhat fatigued moments before, instantly regained her vitality, rising from the pristine floor and heading towards the bathing area. Gu Qingxian chuckled helplessly and followed her. It seemed she had no intention of putting on a pretense in front of him. Before long, afternoon arrived, and both Gu Qingxian and Long Lingo found themselves in the preparation room, quietly awaiting their turn. The expressions of those within the room were charged with excitement. The number of spectators for the upcoming event would undoubtedly be considerable. A stellar performance in this competition would signify a preferential right in mate selection. Qingxian, come here for a moment, Lu Man beckoned from outside the door. All right, Lingo, you stay here and wait for me, Gu Qingxian nodded. Then noticed Long Lingo attempting to follow him. With a gentle smile, he affectionately ruffled her hair. I wish to accompany you. I can protect you if needed. Long Lingo insisted, shaking her head resolutely. Haha, very well, Gu Qingxian acquiesced, allowing her to join him due to her earnest demeanor. Teacher, is there something you need from me? Gu Qingxian inquired curiously as he stepped out of the preparation room, meeting Lu Man's scrutinizing gaze. I just reviewed the surveillance footage, and it indicates that you possess another spirit skill? Lu Man responded, her curiosity piqued. It was perplexing. He had departed the martial academy as a god-class spirit of the eternal spear god, yet upon returning from the dragon clan, his spirit had not only changed in attributes, but had also weakened. Could it be that he had been possessed by those old geezers of the dragon clan? During his brief time in the dragon clan, He had inadvertently received a celestial-level blessing, coincidentally awakening yet another celestial spirit. In response to his teacher, Gu Qingxian chose not to conceal the truth and spoke candidly. Coincidentally? Lu Man's eyes widened further in astonishment at his revelation. Are you suggesting that after celebrating a festival in the Dragon Clan, by a series of fortuitous coincidences, I returned with an ethereal-level spirit within me? If this is a sensitive matter, it is perfectly acceptable. The teacher will not disclose it to others. However, the impending duel between the two academies may require your utmost efforts. Lu Man spoke gently. Rest assured, teacher, Longlinger replied confidently. As long as either my name or Gu Qingshuan's is drawn in the battle roster, it signifies the conclusion of this challenge. Naturally, the adversaries from the Emperor Yuan Martial Academy were also aware of this. Thus their preparation room was filled with fervent prayers. What are you all praying for? At that moment, the principal of the opposing academy entered their preparation room, his icy gaze sweeping over each student, revealing a hint of disdain in his eyes. The original purpose of establishing the Martial Academy was to cultivate a spirit in the younger generation that fears no difficulty and dares to resist. Yet here were these students, facing challenges and placing their hopes in metaphysics. Principal, I have just gathered some intelligence. There is a student named Gu Qingxian on the opposing side, who is already a first-layer martial sovereign. If we encounter him, defeat is inevitable, exclaimed a leading man, visibly agitated. After all, with a multitude of spectators expected, he could only hope not to be the first one to confront Gu Qingxian. How can you all be so inept? Don't you have any strategies? The principal, witnessing their lack of fighting spirit, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Principal, what do you expect us to do? The man replied helplessly. Such individuals typically possess immense inner confidence, believing themselves invincible. You should provoke him a few times, giving him the illusion that he alone can defeat 10 of you. After pondering for a few moments, the principal's lips curled into a smirk. If we cannot win through direct confrontation, we must approach it from a psychological angle. Sometimes, to win a game, one need not remain on the board. Chapter 62. The Starry Martial Academy an absolute disadvantage indeed. The principal is right. Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across their faces, and after a moment of realization, they nodded with excitement. With ample time remaining while the battle roster was still being drawn, it was time to take action. Let us get to work. Wang Hao, the leader of the elite class of the Emperor Yuan Martial Academy, declared solemnly. What the principal said is undoubtedly correct. Generally, the higher the martial talent of a warrior, the stronger their sense of pride, especially someone like Gu Qingxian, who has faced ridicule and risen from the depths after suffering severe damage to his innate bloodline. Who among you is Gu Qingxian? Wang Hao asked coldly as he entered the preparation room of the Starry Martial Academy, thrusting the door open. At that moment, Longlinger was nestled in Gu Qingshuan's embrace, taking a light nap. Upon hearing the commotion, she quickly awoke, her adorable face displaying a look of curiosity. Is there something you need, classmates? Gu Qingxian furrowed his brow in confusion. Kid, you've elevated yourself a whole realm above us. Engaging in combat like this would be utterly unfair. How about you take us on, 1 against 10? If you can prevail, we would willingly become your loyal servants right after school. As for funding, we can offer you 6 million Dragon Country coins. Their faces bore an expression of shrewdness. Gu Qingxian merely mouthed the words, fools. Why on earth would I challenge all 10 of you at once without reason? Seeing that their provocation had no effect on him, Wang Hao grew increasingly anxious. He promptly presented a bank card, stating, this card contains 100,000. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Oh, you may leave now, Gu Qingxian replied coldly as he accepted the card. What? That means you've agreed, right? With this thought, Wang Hao said no more and happily led his group back. Why do I get the feeling that the students from the Imperial Yuan Martial Academy's elite class are not particularly bright? At that moment, Longlinger, nestled in his embrace, couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this group was willing to engage in close relative breeding to ensure better martial genes for the next generation. Such behavior was rather commonplace. Gu Qingxian shook his head helplessly, realizing that they genuinely believed he would be willing to take them all on alone. The crucial point was that when Wang Hao handed him the bank card, calling it a meeting gift, it implied that Gu Qingxian was under no obligation to reciprocate. Class leader Gu, the battle roster has been released, came Wang Haitao's voice a few minutes later. Gu Qingxian, who had been resting his eyes while holding Longlinger, slowly opened them. A holographic projection displayed the upcoming matchups, revealing that both he and Longlinger were slated to fight last. This certainly felt like a manipulation of the matchups. He had already gathered information on his classmates, and a quick glance confirmed that their team was arranged in ascending order of strength, while the opposing team was in descending order. Infuriating. No wonder I heard that someone influential was involved at the Imperial Yuan Martial Academy. Xue'er bit her silver teeth in frustration. It's all right. Just adjust your mindset. Give your all in the battles. I will ensure your safety, Gu Qingxian reassured, noticing their troubled expressions. With his martial sovereign strength, combined with the dragon-scale divine armor and the god-slaying spear, taking on all 10 of them simultaneously posed no significant challenge. After hearing this, the dissatisfied expressions on Su Yaoyao and the others began to fade. At that moment, Lu Kong entered the room. Qingxian, the current battle order is undoubtedly manipulated. This places an immense burden on you. Shall I intervene to halt the competition? Lu Kong spoke with earnestness. No need. If they can manipulate it this time, they can do so in the future as well. Rest assured, I can handle these matters, Gu Qingxian replied candidly. At this moment, the grand arena was filled with first-year students from both institutions, eagerly occupying the spectator seats. Presiding over the competition was the highly esteemed Mr. Ming. The first match featured Su Yaoyao from the Xingyu Martial Academy facing off against Wang Hao from the Diyuan Martial Academy. The resounding announcement echoed through the preparation room as Su Yaoyao let out a helpless sigh, feeling the weight of immense pressure. Yaoyao, don't worry. Even if you lose, it doesn't matter. I'll help you deal with them afterward, Long Linger encouraged, embracing Su Yaoyao warmly. All right, I understand, Su Yaoyao replied with a smile, glancing down at the adorable Long Linger before conjuring her spirit weapon and stepping out into the arena. The hug had fortified her spirit, and she hoped for no injuries. Long Linger's gaze fell upon the holographic display, and she quietly inquired, what about that person named Gu Qingxian from your class? Wang Hao, puzzled, replied. What's the matter? Didn't he say he would take on 10 of us by himself? Huh. He merely accepted the gift you offered and never stated he would face you all alone. You're being overly sentimental, Su Yaoyao retorted coldly. In the next moment, her dark green staff touched the ground lightly, causing the earth to tremble as 6 tendrils, adorned with black iron thorns, shot forth towards her opponent. A powerful sound wave erupted. At that instant, Wang Hao's great sword burst forth with a golden radiance, enveloping him entirely as he braced himself against the onslaught. Soon, a colossal golden Buddha appeared behind him, wielding a great sword and engaging Su Yaoyao in close combat. Before long, Su Yaoyao found herself at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat, given that her awakened spirit was a healing type would attribute. She was ill-equipped to contend with a warrior-type gold attribute like Wang Hao, especially in such close quarters. Yuxingyao Martial Academy are nothing but mediocre, Wang Hao scoffed coldly. Yaoyao, are you alright? Long Linger hurried over to support her as she re-entered the preparation room. It's nothing serious. My spiritual energy is just a bit depleted. I'll adjust my state, but it seems I'll need your and Qingxian's help later, Su Yaoyao said, settling into a cross-legged position to circulate her energy. Her tone tinged with resignation. Take this pill. Gu Qingxian approached with a bottle of nourishing spirit pills, offering one to Long Lingo to feed to Su Yaoyao. These pills are here. You can choose based on your needs after your match. Gu Qingxian placed several types of pills on a nearby table. Captain Gu, you're too kind. Boo-hoo, Wang Haitao exclaimed, excitedly embracing him. All right, you're up next. Give it your all, Gu Qingxian said, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he patted Wang Haitao's shoulder. In the ensuing battle, the Starry Radiance Martial Academy found itself in an unequivocal disadvantage, leaving many observing students furrowing their brows, while the students from the Imperial Yuan Martial Academy reveled in jubilation. Chapter 63, Exhausted. Let Qingxian take over. Additional update. Gifts appreciated. Ling Ling, forgo the match and let me take over. I can no longer contain myself. Gu Qingxian watched the brash Wang Hao on the screen, clenching his fists in silent frustration. It's all right. I can handle him, Long Linger replied with a gentle smile. During the duel, remember my words. Prioritize your safety and refrain from overexerting yourself. I understand, but I'll come down after I finish him. Otherwise, it might become a bit tiresome. Haha. Sounds good. Gu Qingxian chuckled. Now, Long Linger had already ascended to the 8th level of the Martial Master Realm, a celestial level soul awakened, making her more than capable of dealing with someone of Wang Hao's caliber. Before long, only Gu Qingxian and Long Linger remained from the Starry Radiance Martial Academy. Hee. It's my turn to shine now. A hint of excitement danced across Long Linger's exquisite features. Upon entering the Starry Radiance Martial Academy, Gu Qingxian, as a divine-level soul awakener, became the focal point of everyone's attention, overshadowing even Long Linger's own radiance. Although he was her fiancé, and she didn't mind being eclipsed, Long Linger felt compelled to demonstrate that both she and Gu Qingxian were equally formidable, without any distinction of superiority or inferiority. With this thought in mind, she walked with renewed purpose. Wow, a beauty from the Dragon Clan. I can't believe such a level of enchanting presence exists in the Starry Radiance Martial Academy. Their standards are truly remarkable. Shush, don't say that. With legs like those, even I, as a girl, can't help but feel envious. Don't just focus on her looks. I've heard she's the one engaged to Xue'er. A celestial-level soul awakener. A celestial-level soul? Indeed, perhaps thanks to Xue'er's support, her profile has ascended from a mere level to a celestial-level soul awakener. It mattered not that Xue'er did not initially participate. When she finally appeared, the previously drowsy students were instantly revitalized. A girl as stunning as Xue'er would captivate admiration whether among dragons or humans. Especially in her current guise, her sweet and adorable face juxtaposed with a gaze that was decidedly frosty. I don't fight girls. Hurry and forfeit, so your fiancé can come in. Wang Hao scrutinized her, laughing boisterously. As his little darling, shouldn't you serve him well instead of brawling? What if he has lost interest in you? Noticing Xue'er's silence, he intensified his taunts. Had this been in the past, Xue'er would have charged forward without hesitation, irrespective of the match's commencement. However, she had grown wiser and more composed with time. There exists an ancient saying among humankind: impulsiveness is the devil. Acting in such a manner may very well result in disqualification from the match. Thus, at this moment, Xue'er merely clenched her small fists in indignation. Both parties, please inspect your spirit weapons and prepare for battle, Elder Ming announced. His gaze fixed on Xue'er's longsword, a smile gracing his lips. My spirit weapon is intact. Let us commence, Xue'er replied. A hint of embarrassment evident in her tone. Some seasoned anime enthusiasts in the audience chuckled at the sight. How adorable. We should simply have Captain Wang concede, one suggested. Nonsense. He ought to kneel and apologize instead, another retorted. Nearby, Wu Yu observed with a furrowed brow. You lot are truly terrifying. On the battlefield, Elder Ming cleared his throat, a touch of awkwardness in his smile. It was the first time he had encountered a spirit weapon adorned with cracks, emanating a blue glow. Yet he chose not to intervene further. With a resounding mechanical alert, the battle commenced. Beneath Xue'er's lotus-like stance, a white ice lotus materialized, exuding a chilling aura, directly enhancing her attributes by over 15. With a swift strike, hundreds of ice swords, forged from spiritual energy, surged towards Wang Hao. Apologies, but this is rather amusing. Wang Hao scoffed, disdain evident in his laughter as he beheld her martial technique. A swordsman, resorting to such a collective attack against me? It seems she wishes to engage in long-range combat. People like you are hardly worth my ire, Xue'er retorted, her anger escalating. In the next moment, her delicate hand rose. The multitude of white icy mist swords erupted in a violent explosion, swiftly enveloping the arena in a relentless chill. Wang Hao, momentarily blinded, exhibited a clear expression of panic, flailing like a headless fly after summoning a golden giant Buddha. Ah! A scream pierced the air as Xue'er's longsword made contact with blood, the blue luminescence of her blade intensifying. For the next minute, Wang Hao's cries resonated incessantly, revealing that Xue'er was genuinely furious. Grandma, I was wrong. Please, spare me. For the sake of mercy, just use your technique to send me flying. Amidst the white mist, Wang Hao knelt, tears streaming down his face. A mere sword wound would not have been particularly painful, however, in her fit of rage. Xue'er allowed the sharp, icy mist to seep into his wounds, exacerbating his agony to the point where he could barely vocalize his suffering. Useless, Xue'er uttered coldly, raising her delicate hand to unleash an ice dragon for the final blow. A resounding explosion ensued, the white mist receding, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause. What a shock. They have reduced our esteemed Wang Hao of the Yuan Martial Academy to this state. Hold on, my friend. Are you not a student of our Yuan Martial Academy? What does your applause signify? Have you been bribed? Quite alarming. Indeed, the more beautiful one is, the fiercer their combat prowess. The audience murmured among themselves. Next, we have Xue'er from the Xingyu Martial Academy, set to battle. Elder Ming had yet to finish his statement. Elder Ming, I am weary. Let Yichen take my place. I forfeit. Xue'er lazily declared as she sheathed her spirit weapon. What? Upon hearing her words, Elder Ming's face momentarily reflected astonishment, followed by a resigned smile. These two little ones are rather playful, yet it matters not. Either one of them, when singled out, would be an invincible force in the freshman year. What is happening? She is so beautiful, and her combat techniques are visually stunning. I wish to observe her a while longer. At this moment, the audience, witnessing Xue'er turn to leave the arena, was filled with confusion. Xue'er has chosen to forfeit. The next match will feature Xue'er from Xingyu Martial Academy against Xue'er from Yuan Martial Academy. Elder Ming slowly announced. Chapter 64. The battle concludes before it begins. Upon hearing the name Xue'er, the smiles on the faces of those from Yuan Martial Academy faded entirely. What a farce. We are surely defeated. One individual could not help but exclaim. Silence. Perhaps Xue'er will exhaust his spiritual energy, allowing us to seize victory. Another person retorted with discontent. At this moment, Xue'er, adorned with the dragon-scale divine armor, emerged from the entrance to the arena, wielding the god-slaying spear. The instant he set foot on the combat stage, ethereal wings ignited with emerald flames rapidly unfurled. This combination captivated many young men present, for no other reason than the lethal allure of the mech and spear pairing, not to mention the striking wings that adorned his back. This ensemble is indeed visually arresting. Yet even more, I yearn to see his handsome visage with my own eyes. Mere photographs online do not suffice. Fear not, dear sister, after the battle concludes, Xue'er will surely stow away these items. Ah, that would be utterly delightful. Several young women from Yuan Martial Academy engaged in lively discussions, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Observing this scene, the previously retorted young men wore expressions of disbelief. It seems that while boys are labeled perverse for admiring beauty, girls are merely accused of being infatuated. We cannot compete. It is utterly hopeless. He enters fully armed. This indeed piques my interest. At this moment, both sides had taken their positions. Xue'er's previously indifferent demeanor shifted to seriousness upon seeing Xue'er. Come, give it your all, Xue'er stated calmly. As the match alert sounded, an explosive noise erupted instantaneously. In this match, the prestigious Yuan Martial Academy, led by Xue'er, emerged victorious. Elder Ming proclaimed the results. What is this? Did the battle conclude before it even began? Moreover, judging by Elder Ming's demeanor, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago. Who among you clearly witnessed Xue'er's techniques? At this moment, someone could not help but inquire. Elder Ming, let all the remaining elite students of the Yuan Martial Academy come forth. Rather than wasting time one by one, it would be more efficient to resolve this collectively. Xue'er stated calmly. Very well, I hereby invite the students of Yuan Martial Academy to simultaneously challenge Xue'er to determine the ultimate victor, Elder Ming announced cooperatively. Without further inquiry. After all, Xue'er's audacity to engage in such a manner stemmed from the undeniable prowess he possessed. Had an ordinary elite student dared to utter such words, Elder Ming would likely have silenced them with his spiritual power. It appears that our junior's strength may have already surpassed that of the majority of second-year students. Yu, seated in the audience, mused with a smile. Please prepare for battle. The match is about to commence. Elder Ming's voice resounded gradually. The remaining 8 elite students from Yuan Martial Academy unleashed their martial techniques simultaneously, hurling them towards Xue'er. The colorful array of martial skills intertwined, creating a dazzling yet perilous spectacle. Divine judgment. Instantly, a colossal shadow of the eternal spear god materialized behind Xue'er. With a single hand raised, an immense barrier emerged, effectively repelling all incoming techniques, followed by a series of explosive sounds. In the next moment, a dark crimson thunderous force manifested beneath Xue'er's feet, swiftly propelling him to the rear of the group. With a sweeping strike, he eliminated 4 opponents in an instant. Terrifying, truly terrifying. In the span of merely 5 minutes, all the students from Yuan Martial Academy faced elimination. A middle-aged man seated in the front row clenched his fists in frustration. How foolish of the principal of Yuan Martial Academy to resort to underhanded tactics when faced with a student of such formidable talent. Now, not only did this scheme yield no assistance, but it might also provoke Xue'er's revenge in the future. With this thought, he slammed his fist on the table. Is something troubling you, leader? Asked Teacher Lu Man, seated beside him, with a hint of confusion. Nothing at all, haha. I am simply astounded by Xue'er's outstanding performance. It is truly remarkable, he replied, a bit awkwardly clearing his throat before speaking earnestly. Indeed, Xue'er's display today has been exceptional, Lu Man remarked with a faint smile. Please, Comrade Lin Feng, take the stage to announce the results of this advancement. Elder Ming gestured towards him. Haha, certainly. Lin Feng nodded lightly, as he prepared to rise. A chorus of surprised exclamations from the girls suddenly erupted. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced at the thought that this group of students held him in such high regard. However, when he cast his gaze towards the audience, he discovered that their attention was fixated on Xue'er instead. How disappointing. I was just excited a moment ago. A hint of helplessness flickered across Lin Feng's face. Meanwhile, in the preparation room, Long Linger observed this scene and secretly ground her attractive canines. Bad boys will always be bad. Why not wait until we are in the preparation room to shed the dragon scale armor? Why do it outside? I shall devise a punishment for you when we return home. At this thought, a subtle smile graced Long Linger's soft lips. Class Monitor Gu, you were absolutely magnificent just now. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would have surely lost this time. The students expressed their excitement as Xue'er entered the preparation room. Haha, well done everyone. As your class monitor, I have decided to let you leave school early today. Observing the expressions on their faces, Xue'er spoke with a smile. Hooray! The room erupted with cheers upon hearing this announcement. Soon, they returned to the classroom to organize their belongings in preparation for departure. At that moment, Lu Man entered the room. What is going on here? She glanced around and, noticing everyone packing their bags, adjusted her glasses with a hint of confusion. Alas, it seems I cannot escape now. Lu Man had not anticipated that she would walk in at such a critical moment. Teacher, I believe the students are quite fatigued today. So I suggested we let them leave early as a reward for our successful advancement to the Starshine Martial Academy. Gu Qingxian explained with a smile. All right. We shall heed your suggestion, Class Monitor Gu. However, once you return home, do not indulge in mere play. Take some time to reflect on today's combat experiences. Lu Man's demeanor softened dramatically upon realizing it was Gu Qingxuan's proposal. You are too kind, teacher. Wang Haitao exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Class Monitor Gu is wonderful too. Long Linger's beautiful face broke into a sweet smile as she dashed into Gu Qingxuan's embrace, her pink backpack slung over her shoulder. Chapter 65. Hope is my illusion on the way home. Long Lingo displayed a clingy and gentle demeanor, but once they arrived home, she was ready to change her tune. You go in first and wait for me. Long Lingo stood at the entrance, one hand propped against the wall as she removed her shoes. All right, Gu Qingxian, carrying her pink backpack, stepped into the room ahead of her. Oddly enough, he sensed that the weight of the backpack felt somewhat off. Typically, when he helped her carry it, it contained only a box of chips and a thermos. Puzzled, Gu Qingxian unzipped the bag. What? Upon seeing the contents inside, an expression of disbelief spread across his face. A diminutive chain, no larger than a thumb, lay quietly in the corner of the backpack. How did you manage to open my backpack? Upon discovering her own bag was missing, Long Linger hurried in barefoot, her delicate white feet unshod, and seized the backpack. I sensed an unusual weight within it. Gu Qingxian refrained from disclosing what he had seen inside, feigning ignorance and asking with a puzzled expression, you must have misperceived it. You should refrain from tampering with my belongings. Long Lingo held the backpack behind her, leaning closer with a serious demeanor as she tilted her small face upward and spoke earnestly. Oh. Gu Qingxian pretended to feel a tinge of disappointment and chose not to elaborate further. All right, don't be disheartened. I shall gift you this box of chips. After placing the backpack down, Long Linger retrieved a box of chips and gently extended it towards him. Thank you, but I'll pass. I'm a bit fatigued today. I'll take a shower and retire early. Gu Qingxian smiled and shook his head at the offering. He harbored grave suspicions that something peculiar was concealed within the box of chips. Noticing his hesitation, Long Lingo said nothing more, instead cuddling a plush toy and languidly reclining on the sofa as she turned on the television. While showering, Gu Qingxuan's mind raced with questions. Why had such a strange item appeared in Ling-Er's backpack? Could it be that she had stumbled upon some odd comic and wished to incorporate its narrative and gameplay into her life? No, that was implausible. How could such a well-behaved and charming girl engage in such antics? It must be some sort of special weapon, he concluded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Why are you still in there? 10 minutes have passed. Long Linger knocked on the bathroom door. I'll be out shortly. Gu Qingxian ceased his frivolous thoughts, donned a clean set of pajamas, and, towel in hand, exited the bathroom. My darling smells delightful, Long Linger remarked, her lips curling into a charming smile as she wrapped her arms around his waist. After feeling the warmth emanating from him, she pressed her soft cheek against him. Stop that. I need to sleep. Gu Qingxian gently ruffled her hair. If I don't shower, would you still want to sleep beside me? Long Linger inquired sweetly. Lifting her head. I'll just take a whiff. You still smell quite nice, and I wouldn't mind. Gu Qingxian leaned down to inhale her fragrance, smiling as he asked. Then I shall wash up and become even more fragrant. Long Lingo playfully pouted. As she entered her room, Gu Qingxian seized the opportunity to once again examine Long Linger's pale pink backpack. He opened it and began to rummage through its contents. Where did it go? How peculiar. Where could it have been hidden? System, could you please retrieve the attribute panel for the chain I found in Linger's backpack? Gu Qingxian placed his hopes upon the system. Ding. Of course, it is possible. However, this will require the esteemed host to expend 10 points. May I inquire if the host agrees? Why is there a charge this time? Gu Qingxian felt a twinge of confusion. It was not that 10 points were exorbitant. Rather, he sensed that the system had changed from its previous demeanor, and he merely sought a modicum of acknowledgement. It is because the esteemed host cannot locate that chain. Had the chain been within your line of sight, this system would assuredly not impose any charges. The system's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. Ahem. Well, I misunderstood you. I consent to the deduction of 10 points. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian awkwardly nodded. Name, chain, quality, level, ordinary household item, effect, can be used to bind a pet dog. Upon viewing the attribute panel before him, Gu Qingxuan's anxious heart finally found solace. It seemed that Long Linger merely wished to acquire a pet dog. At last, he could enjoy a proper rest. Gu Qingxian lazily tucked himself beneath the covers. Qingxian, drink some water. A few minutes later, Long Linger emerged from the bathroom, holding a pristine glass, and approached the bedside, sweetly saying, "Thank you." Just as Gu Qingxian felt a bit parched, he accepted the glass and took a hearty sip. "Hiki." Long Linger chuckled softly. At that moment, Gu Qingxian, snugly nestled in his blankets, began to drift into a haze of slumber. He thought little of it, attributing his drowsiness to a good night's rest that awaited him. In truth, Gu Qingxian had been rendered unconscious. "Qingxian, are you asleep?" Long Linger leaned closer to the edge of the bed, gently caressing his handsome cheek with her hand. Upon confirming his lack of response, a triumphant smile graced Long Linger's adorable face. The potion had been retrieved from her storage ring, entirely harmless and free of adverse effects. As a little dragon girl, what ill intentions could she harbor? She merely noticed Gu Qingxian's fatigue and wanted him to sleep soundly. "When you make your appearance today, many girls were gazing at you with such longing. They could never imagine that the seemingly aloof Qingxian has completely fallen into my grasp." Reflecting on the comic plot she had read, Long Linger feigned a wicked demeanor. Subsequently, her delicate, fair hands skillfully unfastened Gu Qingxuan's shirt, conjured chains, and expertly bound him while recording a video. It appeared rather playful. Gu Qingxian resembled a model to be toyed with at will. Yet, it still felt somewhat lacking. A few minutes later, Long Linger retrieved a white cloth strip to blindfold him and gleefully snapped photos with her phone. If these images were compiled into a video and shared, they might just go viral. Long Linger gazed at the photographs on her phone, her satisfaction evident. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Qingxian dear, I finished my work and I'm back to check on you. May I come in?" The gentle voice of Su Zhixia rang out. Long Linger, who had moments ago been rather smug, now found herself in a state of sheer panic. Should Aunt Su discover how she had treated her son, she might reconsider her acceptance of Long Linger as a daughter-in-law. No, it was absolutely imperative that Aunt Su not see him. In a moment of desperation, Long Linger hastily concealed Gu Qingxian within the wardrobe. Chapter 66. Understanding Aunt Su. "Andy, good evening." Once she had composed herself, Long Linger adjusted her demeanor, quickly donned her shoes, and approached the door to open it. "Ah, good evening. By the way, where is Qingxian?" Su Zhixia's gaze swept the room, failing to catch sight of Gu Qingxian. Typically, the two were inseparable, making this absence rather peculiar. "That rascal, he had a quarrel with you, has he?" Su Zhixia inquired with concern. No. Qingxian is busy focusing on his studies at school today, so I'll be sleeping alone tonight." Long Linger's mind raced as she fabricated a seemingly plausible excuse. "Honestly, how could he leave you alone at home? He is such a straightforward boy. I'm glad I came today." At that moment, Su Zhixia settled down, appearing ready to share the night with Long Linger. Faced with this situation, Long Linger was at a loss regarding her next move. Directly stating her preference for solitary slumber might lead Su Zhixia to misconstrue it as disdain for her company. Conversely, agreeing to let Su Zhixia sleep beside her would mean Gu Qingxian would have to remain hidden in the wardrobe throughout the night. Upon awakening the next day, he would certainly bear the unmistakable marks of restraint. "Auntie, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Realizing that concealment was futile, Long Linger resolved to confess, vowing to be more rational and refrain from such antics in the future. What is it?" Su Zhixia inquired gently, before Long Linger could articulate her thoughts. The wardrobe door swung open abruptly. To her astonishment, Gu Qingxian, his robust frame ensnared by chains the size of a thumb, leaned forward and collapsed to the ground. "Oh my goodness!" Su Zhixia gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "What on earth is happening?" She rushed over, extending her fingers to check for life at Gu Qingxuan's nose. Sensing his breath, she exhaled in relief. "Annie, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have used drugs to incapacitate Qingxian and bound him with chains." Long Linger stood a short distance away, her head bowed, her delicate hands clenched into anxious fists. Hearing her confession, Su Zhixia, who had almost regained her composure, felt her heart once again thrown into disarray. "Is it true that my daughter-in-law enjoys such frivolous antics? Had I known, I would have refrained from coming today. No matter. It is quite natural for young people to indulge in some fun. Ahem, in light of this, I shall retire downstairs to rest while you continue." Su Zhixia blushed and coughed lightly, hastily donning her high heels before exiting. "Oh?" Dragonling's cherubic face displayed a hint of surprise. "Andy isn't angry with me after all." "Hiki, Qingxian, does this imply that regardless of my antics, your mother has no objections?" Dragonling's smile turned mischievous. However, upon noticing Gu Qingxian's slightly furrowed brow, she recorded a few more videos before liberating him from his chains. "Consider yourself fortunate today," Dragonlinger said, using her spiritual power to place him on the bed. Her lips pursed in satisfaction. Subsequently, with a click, she extinguished the bright lights in the room, nestled into Gu Qingxian's warm embrace, and, tucking herself under the covers, bestowed a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Morning swiftly arrived, and Su Zhixia knocked on the door. "Mom, I'm getting up." In a daze, Gu Qingxian roused from his slumber. I've prepared chicken soup today. You all may enjoy some in the morning, it's quite nourishing. Su Jixia said gently, nodding. Just as she returned downstairs, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Glancing at the screen, she saw a call from her sister-in-law, Xue'er. Is there more to attend to already upon my return? Su Jixia sighed lightly, her brows knitting slightly, yet she answered the call. Sister, what is the matter? Xia, the Xingyu Martial Academy wishes to apply for several entry quotas into the virtual spirit domain network, apparently for Xiaoxian and your daughter-in-law, Xue'er replied, glancing at the application form on her computer with a smile. The virtual spirit domain network has been sufficiently researched and is now at a stage requiring practical samples for improvement. Thus, the testing version has been initiated. Absolutely. And please include 2 of the finest connectors as well, Su Jixia responded with a smile. Of course, I knew you would agree, Xue'er nodded. Her smile unwavering as she refrained from elaborating further. This research endeavor had been shelved for a year. Initially, Su Jixia had focused on restoring the damaged bloodline talents of martial artists and enhancing genetic abilities. Only after Gu Qingxian successfully awakened his divine-level spirit soul did she redirect her energy back to the nearly completed research project. Meanwhile, in the upstairs bedroom, Gu Qingxian stood before the full-length mirror, scrutinizing his reflection with keen eyes. Qingxian, what are you doing? Hurry up and wash up for breakfast. Dragon Ling exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him from behind in an attempt to divert his attention. After all, the remnants of the chains on his body would surely be discovered if observed too closely. All right. Gu Qingxian reached up to touch the strawberry mark left on his neck by Long Linger, dismissing any further thoughts. He merely assumed that Long Lingo had stolen a few kisses while he was asleep the previous night. Did you feel any discomfort upon waking today? Long Lingo inquired. Aside from a slight ache in my neck, I have no other issues. Next time, could you use a bit less force when you kiss? At that moment, Gu Qingxian had finished his morning routine and stepped out from the washroom. Haha, all right, I understand. Long Lingo replied, her exquisite visage betraying a hint of bashfulness mixed with a sense of addiction. What Gu Qingxian was unaware of was that Long Lingo had not applied much pressure during her kisses last night. It was merely the frequency that had made the mark so prominent. After all, he had looked rather enticing after his bath, and that was simply unavoidable. You two have finally come down. I've reheated the chicken soup. Hurry and drink it up, as school time is approaching, Su Jixia said, rising from her seat as she noticed the pair descending the stairs. She had prepared 2 bowls of delicious chicken soup, enriched with rare medicinal ingredients such as 4-turn Xianyang ginseng, thunder-pattern ginger, and Shiyuan goji berries. Remarkably, the broth appeared not greasy but rather clear. Thank you, Auntie. This chicken soup is truly delightful, Long Linger exclaimed, her clear, beautiful eyes brightening after tasting it. The flavor was subtly sweet, infused with the unique aroma of the chicken, and the legs and wings had been simmered to a tender perfection. You should try some as well. Long Lingo slipped off her shoes and placed her delicate, sheer-socked feet on Gu Qingxian's thigh, swaying joyfully after savoring the delectable soup. Chapter 67. Have goblins come to school? Ahem, all right. Gu Qingxian glanced down at the mischievous little feet resting on his thigh, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement as he gently grasped them. His eyes conveyed a silent request for her to behave a little more modestly. Long Linger simply pouted, choosing not to respond further. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. After breakfast, I will take you both to school, Su Jixia said softly, observing the two as they relished their meal. No need, Auntie. You returned home quite late yesterday, and getting up early to prepare breakfast for us must have been exhausting, Long Linger replied with concern in her tone. In truth, besides this reason, there was another. By taking the special bus to school, Long Linger felt she could do whatever she pleased with Gu Qingxian. All right. Linger truly is a considerate one. Su Jixia felt a wave of emotion at Long Linger's words. In this day and age, having such a thoughtful daughter-in-law was indeed a stroke of good fortune. On the way back to school, Gu Qingxian found himself inexplicably bleeding from his nose. What on earth did my mother put in the soup? He wondered. It was puzzling why Long Lingo seemed unaffected after drinking it. Alas, merely sipping a bowl of soup has led to a nosebleed. It seems that our dear Gu Qingxian has been somewhat weakened of late. One wonders how he will fare once he is wed. Long Linger, elegantly crossing her shapely legs, teased playfully. What nonsense. I have been celibate for an entire month. How could I possibly be weakened? Gu Qingxian retorted with indignation. Oh, a month, you say? This implies that on a certain day a month ago. Do not gaze at me with such sultry eyes. As Long Lingo gazed up at him with her delicate face, Gu Qingxian felt an inexplicable flush of shyness. Very well then, Long Linger chuckled softly. A month ago was indeed the day of their engagement, which meant that since that moment, Gu Qingxian had remained in a state of abstinence. In comparison, her own resolve seemed somewhat lacking. How peculiar. Could it be that her charm is insufficient? How has he managed it? On her way back to school, Long Linger pondered this question incessantly. Even upon arrival, it was Gu Qingxian who helped her out of the car. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the Xingyao Martial Academy was bustling with more activity than usual that morning. Goblins. As they drew closer, she noticed 3 green-skinned humanoid beings standing amidst the crowd. Gu Qingxian instinctively blurted out those words. What did you say? Due to their racial talents. The beings could easily hear his words despite a distance of several meters. Thus, one of the taller men swiftly approached Gu Qingxian. I am an exchange student from the Patterned Beast clan. Please ensure you speak clearly. The man pointed to the peculiar dark golden patterns on his skin, speaking excitedly. Ahem. My apologies, good sir. Gu Qingxian offered a wry smile. Then allow me to inquire, what is my clan? The face of the Patterned Beast showed keen interest in this matter. The Beast clan? Indeed, that is correct. The Patterned Beast nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Lu Kong's figure also appeared. I did not expect you 3 to arrive so promptly. I am Lu Kong, the principal of Xingyao Martial Academy. And I extend a warm welcome to you. Based on my assessment of your abilities, I recommend you join the second-year elite class for your studies. Fellow students, please take good care of our new classmates, and should they have any questions, they are welcome to approach me or any other faculty members. Lu Kong said with a smile. The newcomers nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, Lu Kong led them towards the teaching area designated for second-year students. Why has an exchange student program been established? Upon returning to the classroom, Gu Qingxian felt a twinge of confusion. It appears that the crisis facing humanity is indeed escalating. As all inherently kind races begin to draw closer together. Qingxian, what does goblin mean? Long Linger, sitting beside him, inquired with a puzzled expression. You watch comics every day and don't know? I only read Korean manhwa, and there is none of that. Well, it's not appealing. Just forget it. It's merely another type of small, green-skinned creature, Gu Qingxian replied helplessly, gently stroking her soft cheek. Oh, as her warm, slender fingers caressed her face. Long Linger's mind went blank, a look of bliss washing over her features. Just then, Lu Man strode into the classroom, her high heels clicking urgently against the floor. From her expression, it appeared she was somewhat anxious. A swarm of void insect creatures has appeared in the Jinan district of Jiangbei City. The higher-ups have issued orders for first- and second-year martial arts students to assist. However, since you are the elite class, you may choose to remain if you feel your safety cannot be assured. Standing at the podium, Lu Man scanned the faces of the students, her tone serious. I'll go. Gu Qingxian was the first to rise. In the future, when entering the military, we will also confront these ruthless alien creatures. This is a rare training opportunity for me. I'll go too. Soon, everyone stood up in unison. Well, if that is the case, I will transport you directly using the teleportation array. Remember to stay vigilant and be prepared for battle, Lu Man said. Nodding with satisfaction as she gathered her formidable spiritual energy, her tone grave. A dark red array appeared beneath their feet, and in the blink of an eye, their surroundings began to change. Not far away, a dense mass of darkness was rapidly approaching Jiangbei City. More and more martial artists were being transported in. Behind them, civilians were fleeing in haste. If even a single void insect were to escape, it might result in the injury or death of 5 or 6 innocent people. Ordinary individuals had seldom experienced such an oppressive atmosphere, particularly the first-year students, who felt a profound sense of anxiety. Only Gu Qingxian and Long Lingo appeared remarkably calm. If we can't handle it, that's okay, but we must prioritize safety, Gu Qingxian expressed his concern for her. I understand. You've mentioned it 3 or 4 times already. If you say it again, be careful, I might just kiss you a few times when we get home. Long Lingo pouted her soft lips and threatened in a low voice. Then punish me now, Gu Qingxian replied, his eyes revealing a longing. All right. I'll indulge you this once. Long Lingo tiptoed and kissed him directly. The students standing beside them felt as though their defenses were crumbling. Damn it. I'm already on edge, and now I have to witness this display of affection. I must slay several void insects later to vent my frustration. Chapter 68. Choose any racial talent Lingling. How many individuals can benefit from your Frost Lotus blessing simultaneously? After their affectionate exchange, Gu Qingxian smiled with satisfaction. It can enhance up to 12 individuals at once, or concentrate the augmentation effects on a single person. Long Lingo beamed with pride. Ding. System task activated. Task name: Direct assault on the Yellow Dragon. Follow the map's guidance and infiltrate the depths of this ferocious beast territory to slay the 6th-tier insect general of the Void Insect Clan. Completion reward: 1 racial talent of your choice. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Gu Qingxuan's mind, along with a sudden influx of location information. Excellent. Can all enhancements be applied to me? I need to penetrate the heart of these ferocious beasts to eliminate the insect general. Gu Qingxian inquired with a grin. Once the insect general is slain, the remaining insect soldiers will lose their command and their combat effectiveness will plummet. In a one-on-one scenario, Gu Qingxian would undoubtedly prevail with ease. However, given the current situation, entering the depths of the Void Insect clan necessitates carving a bloody path, which would require considerable energy. No, the teacher said it's enough to stay here and eradicate the insect soldiers. You must not go. What if there's danger? Long Linger's previously gentle tone turned fervent. Rest assured, I never undertake ventures without confidence. Do you not trust my prowess as a martial sovereign? Gu Qingxian attempted to soothe her concerns. At his words, Long Linger's expression momentarily froze, as if realizing the truth in his statement. Very well. But please prioritize your safety. Long Linger earnestly advised. No need to worry. Gu Qingxian chuckled. Then, the battle commenced in earnest. The ranged attack skills unleashed a barrage, obliterating a significant number of the shadowy, blade-like creatures of the Void Insect clan from a distance. Once Long Linger released her Frost Lotus blessing, Gu Qingxian grasped the god-slaying spear and unfurled his phantom fire wings, swiftly making his way toward the location signal in his mind. Crimson bolts of violent thunder surrounded him, and with each thrust of his spear, he felled 3 or 4 ordinary third-tier ferocious beasts. The augmentation effect of this girl's martial skills is becoming increasingly pronounced. He mused amidst the fray. His speed had increased by at least 30. In the next moment, a multitude of thick crimson lightning lashed out from its center, wreaking havoc in the vicinity and creating a no-man's land. Simultaneously, the overwhelming chaos drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Is he insane? The battle has only just begun, and he is already unleashing his ultimate techniques. What is the difference between this and treating a marathon like a sprint? Moreover, judging by his trajectory, he appears to be heading straight toward the heart of the Void Insect clan to slay the insect general. What? Isn't he just a first-year student? As all present witnessed this scene, expressions of disbelief manifested upon their faces. In their eyes, Gu Qingxian's actions were tantamount to courting death. It is well known that even second-year students would not dare to venture into the heart of the vicious beast horde of the Void Insect clan. Such recklessness is a profound disregard for one's own life. At this moment, in the distance, Wu also took note of this unfolding drama. After a brief contemplation, a subtle smile graced her lips as she strode purposefully towards Gu Qingxian. Lingling, what is happening with Qingxian? Xue'er inquired as she fought off the ferocious beasts. Moving closer to Long Linger, he intends to slay the insect general. It's all right. I have faith in him, Long Lingo asserted with unwavering conviction. At this juncture, Gu Qingxian, wielding the god-slaying spear, had forged a path through the bloodshed, penetrating into the core area. He was not alone in this endeavor. Apart from the 3 newly transferred students from the Starry Martial Academy, there was also a distinguished sophomore from the Imperial Yuan Martial Academy. What brings you here? The beast master of the insect clan expressed astonishment upon seeing Gu Qingxian's silhouette, his nostrils flaring in surprise. I have come to slay the insect general. You need not concern yourselves with me, for I can ensure my own safety, Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. Are you not a first-year student? The insect beast master queried, his expression betraying further confusion as he and his companions followed suit. Does being a first-year student preclude one from slaying an insect general? Gu Qingxian countered with a smile. Not necessarily, but the difficulty is considerable, he scratched his head. I thrive on such high-stakes challenges. We shall meet again shortly, Gu Qingxian said with a faint smile. Activating the Eye of the Spirit, he locked onto an entrance to a cave and, without hesitation, accelerated towards it. The insect beast master halted in his tracks, remaining rooted to the spot. It appears that the human clan possesses such valiant subordinates. I certainly made the right choice in coming here. In the next moment, the interior of the cave trembled violently. Due to poor visibility, after provoking the insect general, Gu Qingxian swiftly maneuvered the battle outside. Ding. Name, 6th grade soul-devouring giant armored insect. Talent, A-class. Description, its formidable armor can withstand powerful attacks, and its mantis-like physique grants it exceptional agility. Its racial talent enables it to teleport. Upon emerging outside the cave, Gu Qingxian finally discerned its true form. It bore a striking resemblance to a mantis, with its segmented shell appearing razor-sharp, akin to a mobile cutting machine. In the next instant, its massive figure abruptly vanished before Gu Qingxian. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted. Without even glancing back, Gu Qingxian unleashed the Thunder Spiral Strike, driving the god-slaying spear through the body of the 6th grade soul-devouring giant armored insect that had launched a surprise attack against him. Divine Judgment, Gu Qingxian intoned in a low voice. Once again, the ethereal blue silhouette of the eternal gun god materialized behind him. Goodness, is this truly the prowess of a mere freshman? One individual could not restrain their astonishment. Danger, be cautious. The ancient inscriptions on the body of the great beast suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, and a colossal lion-like phantom emerged behind him. It swiped at the air, directly repelling a concealed 5th-tier winged spirit ant. Is this the source of the strength of the Beast Clan? Gu Qingxian mused. Given that each race possesses distinct sources of power, perhaps he could one day learn from them as well. Roar. Sensing the disdain directed towards it, the spirit-devouring giant beetle surged forward, its arms sweeping perilously close to Gu Qingxuan's face, sparking golden flames in their wake. Seeking death, Gu Qingxian retreated a step. The god-slaying spear hovering between his hands, quickly coalescing with the dark red thunderous force infused with apocalyptic might. The spirit-devouring giant beetle detected the imminent threat to its life, releasing a pungent odor. In the distance, 3 matriarch insect generals suddenly appeared. What is happening? Gu Qingxian was taken aback by this scene. The intel received had stated there would be at most 2 generals. Now, with 4 present, it implied that many more soldier insects lay hidden beneath the earth, poised to emerge and slaughter once vigilance was lowered. Chapter 69. Choosing Wedding Jewelry. Making preparations, this is quite troublesome. Gu Qingxian furrowed his brow. Regardless, slaying one yields a reward. With this thought, he activated his spiritual aura to achieve complete invisibility. Roar. From the perspective of others, the spirit-devouring giant beetle-s form was suddenly pierced by a terrifying energy. Its formidable shell exploded into fragments scattered in every direction. Invisibility? Wu Yu, who was poised to assist Gu Qingxian, froze in place upon witnessing his sudden disappearance. She had never seen a human warrior achieve such a technique of invisibility. Wu, thankfully you've arrived too. Let us retreat, called out the little beast. No, you all go and send word. I will stay behind, Wu Yu declared with determination. Little beast, middle beast, you 2 head back and report. We 3 will hold them off for now. And I, added Lu Cheng, the prodigious son of the Di Yuan Martial Academy, with an air of calm. Big brother, please be careful. After a brief internal struggle, the 2 exerted all their strength and began sprinting back toward their original headquarters. Stay safe. At that moment, Gu Qingxian dispelled his invisibility and swiftly arrived behind Wu Yu, thrusting his spear to send a 5th-tier hidden dragon soldier flying. Thank you, thank you. Wu Yu gazed at Gu Qingxuan's silhouette, momentarily entranced. In just a few short moments, Gu Qingxian had rescued the group of them at least 3 or 4 times. The invisible insect soldiers proved to be exceedingly difficult for them to contend with. At this juncture, the maternal insect queen seemed to have discerned that Gu Qingxian was the most formidable presence on the battlefield. In an instant, they launched a simultaneous assault towards him. Gu Qingxian was wholly focused on the battle, yet in a moment of distraction, the great beast was pierced in the arm by a ferocious creature that had rendered itself invisible. Following closely were Wu Yu and Lu Cheng. System, allocate points. Gu Qingxian called out softly upon witnessing this. Ding. Current total points, 2,500, allocation in progress. Level 3 of the Martial Sovereign Realm. Gu Qingxian unleashed spatial restraints, condensing his spiritual energy. Once again, he eliminated a soldier general. As he sensed his internal spiritual energy nearing exhaustion, he swiftly switched to the bloodthirsty, immortal dragon. At that moment, Elder Ming's figure suddenly appeared. Withdraw with the 3 of them. Leave this to me, Elder Ming stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian hesitated not. He manipulated his spiritual energy into fine strands, binding the 3, while simultaneously forging a path to facilitate their rapid retreat. Just after they had made a short distance, a terrifying explosion erupted, followed by a dreadful shockwave and a golden radiance. Was this truly the extent of Elder Ming's power? How formidable! Ding. System task completed. Task name, strike at the heart of the dragon. Follow the map's guidance, penetrate into the depths of this beast-infested area, and directly slay the 6th-tier insect general of the Void Insect Clan. Post-task reward, 1 talent from any race. Reward has been stored in the system backpack. Please check. Post. The system notification resonated in his ears. After ensuring the safety of the 3, Gu Qingxian retrieved the true dragon pendant hanging from his waist. Sensing the location of Long Ling-er, he hastened towards her with utmost speed. There, he found Long Ling-er seated upon a clean stone slab, one hand cradling her delicate chin, while the other nonchalantly wielded the Frost Lotus sword, unleashing sword chi. She appeared remarkably leisurely. Yet the damage inflicted upon the horde of ferocious beasts had not diminished in the slightest. You're not injured, are you? Gu Qingxian approached with a smile. Of course not. I should be the one asking you that. Earlier, a researcher came with Elder Ming, claiming that an incident had occurred. Upon seeing Gu Qingxian suddenly appear before her, Long Ling-er stood up in surprise, embracing him and whispering, a researcher? What could they be doing here? Answer my question. You're not injured and afraid to tell me, are you? Long Ling-er, puffing her cheeks in indignation, reached her soft, nimble hands beneath her clothing to begin her examination. Ahem, no. The emergency has been resolved, and I am unscathed. You needn't worry. In contemporary public settings, Long Ling-er has become audacious, leaving Gu Qingxian to ponder how she might torment him post-marriage. Fortunately, he remains unscathed. With satisfaction, Long Lingo withdrew her hand and pressed it against her cheek. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Gu Qingxian and Long Lingo re-entered the fray, successfully vanquishing nearly 100 ferocious creatures from the Void Insect clan. Subsequently, after Lu Man had accounted for the class attendance, she led everyone back through the teleportation portal. Qingxian, Linger, please accompany me to my office. The remaining students may return home after their examinations and treatments, Lu Man announced slowly. Long Linger, who was about to indulge in her comic on her phone, paused at the teacher's words. Teacher, I assure you I did not slack off during the battle today. I am aware. I have other matters to discuss with the two of you. Come with me, Lu Man replied. All right. Long Linger exhaled in relief, nodding obediently. Upon entering the office, Gu Qingxian inquired with curiosity, Teacher, is there something secretive afoot? This box contains 2 virtual spirit domain network connectors equipped with internal testing qualification chips. Henceforth, you two may engage in autonomous learning from home using these, Lu Man stated, opening a drawer to reveal an exquisite box. The virtual spirit domain network? Gu Qingxian recalled hearing about this during his first year of high school. It could automatically scan and assess a martial artist's innate talent and lineage, formulating suitable training plans, and even conjuring various creatures for combat. At that time, it had caused quite a stir among the human race, but news of it had dwindled over the years. Currently, these opportunities are exceedingly rare. Here, take them, Lu Man continued. Thank you, teacher. Gu Qingxian acknowledged the preciousness of the item, accepting the box and stowing it in his system backpack with gratitude. Do not mention it. The credit belongs to the researchers at the institute. I merely facilitated its transfer to you, Lu Man replied. Qingxian, I have something further to discuss with you. Your performance today was indeed remarkable, but do you not perceive the danger in such recklessness? Had Elder Ming not arrived in time? Lu Man's expression turned grave. Should he have encountered an unfortunate event, it would have resulted in the human race losing a future martial emperor. Such a price is far too great for our kind. I understand. Gu Qingxian nodded nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. On his way back, his phone rang. Qingxian, Elder Ming should have resolved the situation by now, correct? Upon answering, Su Zhixia's anxious voice came through. Yes, it has been resolved. Linger and I are on our way home, Gu Qingxian replied truthfully. Certainly, it has been resolved. By the way, if you are free today, why not take Lingling to select some wedding jewelry, such as diamond rings and bracelets, to prepare in advance? Sensing that her previous words might inadvertently reveal her identity, Su Zhixia promptly shifted the topic. Chapter 70. There are 5 dominant races without providing Gu Qingxian with much opportunity to respond. Su Zhixia hung up the phone and directly transferred 2 million into his account. Upon receiving the text message, Gu Qingxian was engulfed in suspicion. Had his mother, who used to allocate merely 1,500 a month during high school, really just transferred him 2 million? What did Annie say on the phone just now? Long Lingo curiously leaned her head closer. My mother suggested we both pick out some wedding jewelry. Do you want to go today? Gu Qingxian asked softly, glancing at the adorable Long Linger. Not wanting to overthink it. It felt like a stroke of luck to spend money on such a lovely fiancée. However, the battles earlier had drained much of his spiritual energy, and if Long Lingo felt fatigued, they need not rush to shop today. Clearly, Long Lingo was still bursting with energy. I want to go, but is that how it is for your human customs? Long Lingo nodded before tilting her head in confusion. Yes, it has always been this way. A few years ago, it was 3 golds, and now it has evolved into 5. What do the 5 refer to? Gold rings, gold necklaces, gold earrings, gold bracelets, and gold anklets, Gu Qingxian patiently explained. I understand, Long Lingo nodded thoughtfully. On the day of the wedding, the dragon brides do not need to prepare the 5 golds, but they must present 3 golds to the groom, a gold ring, a gold necklace, and a gold bracelet. However, she chose not to inform Gu Qingxian, intending to surprise him on their wedding day. All right, since we've made a decision, let us hasten our departure. Gu Qingxian hailed a ride, taking Long Lingo's soft, delicate hand as they set off towards the commercial street of Xingyu City. Qingxian, when teacher Lu Man gave you the box before school ended today, did she not mention that we could study at home independently in the future? On the way, Long Linger wrapped her arms around Gu Qingxian's, her gentle form leaning against him, inquiring with a playful tone. That is indeed the implication, but I shall monitor you. Gu Qingxian replied, suppressing his inner excitement upon feeling the warmth of her touch, trying to maintain a facade of calmness. All right, I knew Qingxian would be the best. With the desired response, Long Linger's mood brightened even further. After alighting, the two made their way directly into the jewelry store. Welcome to our store. Please enjoy a cup of tea, the staff greeted them with a professional smile, showing no signs of indifference upon seeing the young couple. There is no need for any trouble. Let us take a glimpse at the gold necklaces and bracelets that girls tend to favor. I do not wish to waste time. Gu Qingxian shook his head. Are you two preparing for marriage? The shop attendant inquired. Yes, Long Lingo nodded first. Well, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you both on your upcoming nuptials, wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Please follow me. We have a variety of styles available in our store. The saleswoman smiled, a hint of envy sparkling in her eyes. In her mind, she had already envisioned a complete love story, childhood sweethearts who entered university together, overcoming numerous obstacles, and ultimately, through their own efforts, found their way back to each other after graduation. Xian, what do you think of this necklace? Long Linger asked, holding a delicate butterfly gold necklace with a smile. I think this one is quite beautiful, Xian responded, pulling out a gold chain the thickness of his pinky finger. What is this? It would be far too heavy to wear around the neck. Please, do not jest, Long Linger chuckled lightly. All right, I believe the necklace you chose is splendid, he said, accompanying her as they quickly selected 4 pieces of gold jewelry. The only item left to consider was a gold ring. Standing before the display, Long Linger appeared somewhat hesitant. What is the matter? Xian asked with concern. I prefer diamond rings. Must all the jewelry be made entirely of gold? Long Linger inquired softly. While the gold rings here were exquisite, she still held a preference for diamond rings. After all, the allure of something sparkling is undeniably powerful. Let us purchase both. But for today, we shall acquire the gold ring first, Xian smiled. Yay. Long Linger beamed at his words. After completing their selections, the two returned home. At that moment, Xia had prepared an array of delectable dishes in the living room on the first floor. Upon entering, Long Lingo caught a whiff of the delightful aromas, causing her stomach to emit a soft growl of hunger. Ling, Xian, please wash your hands and come to eat. You both have worked hard today, Xia said gently. All right, thank you, Andy. Long Linger nodded contentedly. It must be said that Annie's culinary skills were truly remarkable. Each dish brought out the inherent flavors of the ingredients to perfection, complemented by various accompaniments, creating a rich tapestry of tastes. Even the carrots, which Long Lingo typically disliked, were prepared in such a way that she found them quite enjoyable. Mom, I'm going upstairs to cultivate, Xian declared after finishing his meal. Observing Long Lingo, who was still savoring her food delicately, Long Lingo, tilting her lovely face upward, was the first to ask, have you had enough to eat? Xian nodded gently, reaching out to wipe the rice from the corners of her soft, rosy lips. I'm full, so there is no need for you to rush. Take your time. All right, all these dishes are mine. Long Linger's lips curled into a smile. Soon after, Xian entered the training room and directly opened the system backpack, selecting the opportunity to replicate a random racial talent awarded by the system earlier. System, could you recommend a particularly powerful race for me? Xian inquired. Ding. Yes, host, there are indeed several formidable races to choose from. Totaling 5. The host may select a fierce beast to tattoo, unleashing terrifying beastly power while channeling spiritual energy. Capable of briefly creating a duplicate, allowing simultaneous combat. Efficiency during training can be increased by more than double. Can transform into an imagined form based on one's own strength and spiritual energy, including aura and pressure. Existing between reality and illusion, attacks carry a phasing effect, with a chance to breach defenses directly. Absorbs nuclear energy to rapidly enhance personal strength, though each individual S-body can only withstand a limited amount of it. A stream of racial information appeared on the system panel, leaving Xian momentarily stunned. Are they all this powerful? How am I to make a choice? Faced with the formidable capabilities of 5 races, Xian found herself in a quandary. Gentle and understanding system, could you perhaps offer me a few more options? She tentatively asked. However, after a lengthy silence of several seconds without a response from the system, Xian felt disheartened. I understand that it's not easy for you to work, so I won't press you further. Seated upon the soft mat, she spoke in a pitiful tone. Ding. Thank you for your kind words and understanding. Sob, you are the best host I have ever encountered. In light of this, I shall allow you to select 2 racial talents, though you must grant one to Long Linger, as you cannot absorb them both alone. The system's voice conveyed a sense of emotion. All right, I understand. Thank you, system. Surprised by how easily the system could be moved, Xian nodded, her lips curving upward in delight. Although she could not fully bestow both abilities upon herself, granting one to Long Linger would make little difference. After careful deliberation, Xian chose the racial ability of the Radiant Spirit Clan for herself, and then selected the Beast Tattoo Clan's ability for Long Linger. I shall begin the fusion now. Xian swallowed hard. Ding. The racial ability of the Radiant Spirit Clan is being activated. Please prepare for some pain. It may hurt initially, but it will subside shortly. Yes, I understand. Seated cross-legged upon the meditation mat, Xian gently nodded before closing his eyes in deep contemplation. A wave of golden energy coursed through every cell in his body, accompanied by a sharp pang of discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, a transformation was quietly unfolding within his consciousness. The once transparent and hollow sea of awareness suddenly revealed a colossal golden heart in the distance. Thump, 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 thump. The heart, pulsating with a potent life force, resonated like a rhythmic drumbeat. Simultaneously, the eternal spear god and the bloodthirsty celestial dragon, who had been in slumber within the sea of consciousness, stirred awake, their gazes instinctively drawn to the magnificent heart. What could this signify? Xue'er suddenly sensed both entities gravitating toward the enormous golden heart, causing his heart to tighten with trepidation. Yet, in the next instant, the eternal spear god and the bloodthirsty celestial dragon merely resumed their positions on either side of the heart, descending back into slumber. Notably, a faint golden radiance began to emanate from their chests. Xue'er felt the piercing pain that had gripped him dissipate almost instantaneously, replaced by a comforting warmth enveloping his entire being. Following this, a powerful resonance born of their trinity generated an overwhelming pressure, instilling in him a profound sense of suffocation. Ding! The abilities of the Radiant Spirit Clan have been successfully activated. The system notification chimed. Xue'er emerged from the sea of consciousness, rising from the mat, his eyes wide open as he gasped for breath. What had he just witnessed? At that moment, Long Linger entered with a cheerful stride. What? I thought you were diligently cultivating, yet here you were slacking off. What is wrong with you? Noticing his unusual state, she pressed her soft, white hand against his perspiring forehead. I'm fine, just awakening my martial skills, Xue'er replied, grasping her hand and shaking his head. Ling, would you like to possess the same source of abilities as the Pattern Beast clan? After taking a few deep breaths, Xue'er inquired nonchalantly. What? For a moment, Long Linger was taken aback. If it's possible, I would certainly wish for it, as it would greatly enhance my strength. That way, I could help you shoulder many challenges, and we could fight side by side in times of danger. At this, her expression turned earnest. All right, I understand. Xue'er smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The awakening of the Pattern Beast clan's abilities differed from those of other races, requiring the slaying of a formidable beast with a strong bloodline. The beast's innate talent also determined the potency of the clan's abilities. Thus, Xue'er needed to make a judicious choice. After practicing together for over an hour, Long Linger was the first to leave the training room to take a bath and prepare for sleep. As for Xue'er, he produced the connector for the virtual combat network. It remains uncertain whether it resembles the features announced 3 years prior. Gazing at the intricately designed connector in his hand, a flicker of anticipation appeared in Xue'er's eyes. Ding! Welcome the 100th player to the virtual combat network. The scene before him transformed rapidly, accompanied by a mechanical voice reminiscent of a system prompt. The 100th? It seems the current slots for the virtual combat network are indeed limited. After nearly 10 minutes, Xue'er successfully loaded a one-to-one replica of his character and entered his identity information. In an instant, he was transported to an initial city. Xue'er could distinctly feel a breeze brushing against his face. The visuals and sensations surpassed many holographic online games. Brother, it seems someone is approaching. Not far away stood 3 men, with Jiang Ming at the forefront, heralded as the strongest prodigy of the Eastern Domain. With an awakened level of spirit soul talent, he was now a formidable warrior at the 8th stage. As for the 2 subordinates beside him, their abilities were unknown. Yet their entrance into the virtual combat network indicated their spirit soul talents were certainly not lacking. Who is this kid? I don't recognize him. Let him handle his business first. Jiang Ming cast a disdainful glance at Xue'er before turning his heated gaze toward a girl nearby. All right, as you command. The 2 lewdly chuckled, then swiftly dashed towards the golden-haired maiden. What are they planning? Xue'er, who had intended to challenge alien creatures, halted in his tracks upon witnessing the scene before him. Help! You perverted fiends. This is just a game. Don't come any closer. The golden-haired girl brandished her spear, her skirt marred with dirt. You understand this is a game, and it won't significantly impact reality. So why are you running? Could it be you've maxed out your sensory experience? Jiang Ming smirked, excitement lacing his tone. Be careful. I'll expose you once I get out. Chu Lingling shouted again, her voice echoing in desperation. Miss Chu, do you believe they will trust your words or mine, the Eastern Domain's foremost genius? Moreover, how many people can know what transpires within the virtual combat network? Jiang Ming replied with a sinister grin, his iron claw effortlessly knocking her weapon away. At that moment, Chu Lingling spotted Xue'er not far off. Help me. If you assist me, I can offer you 200,000. In pursuit of optimal training outcomes. Chu Lingling had maxed out her sensory experience. She certainly did not wish for such actions to occur within the game. ISNT it shameless, Jiang Ming. To do such things in broad daylight within a game? Xue'er sighed softly, his brows knitting together. Who are you to interfere? I comprehend your thoughts. Once we have indulged ourselves, I shall grant you some amusement as well, Jiang Ming laughed heartily. In any case, once we enter the virtual combat arena, we must wait at least half an hour before we can exit. It would not be impossible to spare a few minutes for Gu Qingxian. At this moment, upon hearing these words, Chu Lingling's fleeting glimmer of hope extinguished. Faced with such temptation, no man could possibly resist. You wretched harlot, what are you still struggling for? Two lackeys firmly restrained her hands on either side. I will count to 3. Release her, Gu Qingxian coldly declared. Initially, he had intended to explore the functions of the virtual combat arena, never anticipating such an encounter. It seemed he had no choice but to intervene. Haha. Truly believing yourself to be the protagonist here, thinking mere counting would frighten us away. What a jest, Jiang Ming mocked. Ignoring Gu Qingxian, he gripped Chu Lingling's delicate waist and leaned in towards her soft lips. Seeing that the warning had gone unheeded, Gu Qingxian no longer held back. The god-slaying spear in his hand erupted with terrifying thunderous power as he flashed before the group. Jiang Ming's 2 lackeys had yet to react when their bodies were severed by the spear. You are Gu Qingxian? Jiang Ming gazed at the god-slaying spear in his hand, disbelief flooding his expression. What ill fortune had befallen him? Just yesterday, he had encountered no interruptions while engaging with 3 women using the same approach. Yet today, he found himself against the formidable Gu Qingxian. Knowing me is sufficient, Gu Qingxian's action showed no hesitation as he struck once more with the spear. Prepare for the 4 domains young hero competition in 2 months. You will remember this. With Jiang Ming's reluctant roar echoing, his connection to the virtual combat arena was abruptly severed, a sharp pain jolting through his real body. At that moment, within a villa in Nanyang of the Eastern Domain, Jiang Ming collapsed to the ground from the meditation mat, clutching his chest as the stabbing pain persisted. With all his strength, he reached up to remove the virtual combat connector from his ear, believing this would alleviate the agony. However, the pain within him showed no signs of abating. Unbeknownst to him, from the instant he entered the virtual arena, every cell in his body had forged a close link with its essence. Young master, are you all right? A flamboyantly dressed woman, hearing the commotion from the meditation room, hurriedly pushed the door open. Pain relief medication, now, Jiang Ming shouted softly. In response, the woman swiftly retrieved potent analgesics from her storage rings, promptly placing 3 pills into his mouth, allowing him to gradually regain his composure. Young master, who harmed you? The woman cradled Jiang Ming in her arms, somewhat astonished, and inquired. This young master was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional prodigies among the youth of the Eastern Domain. Logically, it seemed impossible for anyone to inflict harm upon him. Silence. I withdrew of my own accord. Chen Ming, upon hearing her words, was infuriated and raised his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her cheek. Yes, young master, I understand. Please forgive me, the woman pleaded, one hand covering her reddened and swollen face, her heart heavy with humiliation as she knelt in supplication. For the next 3 months, gather all the finest cultivation resources of the Jiang family. I shall enter seclusion, and in 3 months, Gu Qingxian will be doomed. Jiang Ming felt his vengeance was insufficient and delivered another kick to the woman. As you command, young master, she responded, enduring the excruciating pain. Meanwhile, within the virtual combat arena, Gu Qingxian sheathed his god-slaying spear and aided Chu Lingling to her feet. Are you all right? He inquired with a calm demeanor. I'm fine. Thanks to you. Thank you, Chu Lingling replied, brushing off the dust from her clothes and bowing gratefully to Gu Qingxian. It was a mere gesture. In the future, whether online or offline, remain vigilant of others to prevent such incidents. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Gu Qingxian stated. Wait a moment. You are Gu Qingxian, correct? As Gu Qingxian turned to depart, Chu Lingling stepped forward and grasped his arm. Yes, what is it? Gu Qingxian politely withdrew his hand and asked, puzzled. I just wanted to confirm. All is well now, thank you. We shall meet again in 3 months at the 4 Domains Grand Competition, Chu Lingling said, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Gu Qingxian nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The 4 Domains Grand Competition, he suddenly recalled the event was merely 3 months away. This competition would segment the entire human race into 4 regions, East, South, West, and North, commencing with regional elimination rounds, ultimately culminating in a contest among 5 prodigies from each domain. Held once every 3 years, he had fortuitously timed his participation this time. It was said that during the finals, numerous formidable warriors at the emperor level would be present, some offering guidance to participants they favored, while others might directly take them as disciples. Victorious competitors would be rewarded with countless top-tier cultivation resources. The pressing matter at hand was to swiftly elevate his own strength. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Qingxian mused to himself. Following the map's guidance, he arrived at an A-level ferocious beast forest. He was eager to ascertain whether the points earned from slaying beasts within the virtual combat arena could still be credited to him in this realm. In the virtual arena of combat, The energy expended is not genuine. Thus, if possible, this would imply that Gu Qingxian could earn points both online and offline. Upon stepping into the A-grade beast forest, a cacophonous cry from a flying beast echoed above, seemingly heralding his arrival. Observing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Qingxuan's face. The beasts within this virtual arena appear to have been meticulously rendered to mimic the instincts and intelligence of their real counterparts. Should this technology become widespread, it is likely that humanity's overall prowess could experience a significant enhancement. After all, one can engage in life and death battles here. And dying in the virtual arena merely results in a few moments of pain, leaving little lasting impact on the body. At this moment, clad in the dragon scale armor and wielding the Godslayer's spear, Gu Qingxian was fully prepared for combat. A resounding roar of a lion emerged from the depths of the A-grade beast forest. Almost instantaneously, the sounds of colossal trees crashing to the ground reverberated through the forest, drawing ever closer to Gu Qingxuan's position. Chapter 73. 2 divine-level spirit treasures as a wedding gift, shocking the world. The arrival was swift. Gu Qingxian tightened his grip on the spear. In the next moment, a massive fire lion, nearly 300 meters in size, came into view. This was a 7th-tier beast, its flames having escalated from a mundane yellow to a striking blue. Eager to test a new application of the Godslayer's spear, Gu Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. He raised the spear, aiming at the approaching fire lion while channeling the formidable, tyrannical power of red lightning into its tip. In an instant, boom, a deafening sonic explosion erupted. The enormous red lightning sphere sped forth from the spear's tip like a bullet. Roar. The 7th-tier fire lion, unable to evade due to the lightning sphere's velocity, hastily conjured a blue flame barrier before it. The two forces collided, and it was evident from the lion's expression that it was struggling, having been pushed back several meters. The blue flames that once engulfed it were now largely concentrated in the barrier before it. Since I can employ this skill, I shall not hold back. A slight smile graced Gu Qingxuan's lips as he conjured another lightning sphere and launched it forth. Boom. Cracks appeared in the barrier before the 7th-tier fire lion. Seizing the opportunity, he activated Divine Judgment. A colossal ethereal manifestation of the eternal spear god materialized behind him as he stepped forward to confront the fire lion directly. At this moment, its fiery power was diminished, presenting the perfect opportunity for an assault. Due to its delayed reaction, it could only shift its body and endure the attack with its more resilient parts, blood gushing forth from within. This strike utterly enraged it. With a terrifying display of fangs, it lunged toward him. Undoubtedly, the strength of this inferno lion was formidable. Gu Qingxian engaged in a fierce struggle with it for nearly 10 minutes before the outcome was determined. Ding. The host has slain a 7th-tier inferno lion, earning 85 points. HM? Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Gu Qingxuan's lips curled into a smile. This was splendid. His total points had exceeded 3,500. And without hesitation, he spent 2,000 points to exchange for 4 spins on the super lottery wheel. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Intermediate martial technique, Thunder Dragon Strike. Just as he drew one, the system seemed to freeze, suspended in a series of ellipses. HM? Gu Qingxian, who was elated at receiving an intermediate martial technique, was momentarily taken aback. Host, how about we just count this one draw? And I'll give you 10,000 points along with this martial technique? The system's pleading voice resonated. No hesitations, continue drawing. Gu Qingxian remained resolute. Although the offer was indeed tempting, the system dared to impede him, suggesting that the subsequent items would surely be extraordinary. All right, continuing the lottery. Ding. Divine Treasure, 9 Nether's Dragon Spirit. Divine Treasure, Yin Yang Divine Pearl. S-Class Martial Technique, 100,000 Thunder Stabs. What? 2 divine grade items? Surprise illuminated Gu Qingxuan's face. Well done, system, you dare to deceive your host. I'm sorry, it was a mistake. As long as the host is happy. That's what matters. The system's tone was somewhat aggrieved. Even it could not fathom why Gu Qingxian's luck was so remarkable. Drawing a divine item was fortunate enough, yet to draw 2 consecutively was akin to having a cheat activated. At this moment, Gu Qingxian satisfactorily exited the virtual combat network. Glancing at the time on the wall, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Hoo-hoo. At that moment, a gentle, tranquil breathing sound emerged. A soft touch radiated from his thigh, prompting him to lower his gaze in confusion. Why does she cling to me so? Observing Longlinga, who had fallen asleep on his lap, he chuckled helplessly. HM. In the next instant, Longlinga simply rolled over. Oh no. Gu Qingxian quickly shifted his hips back, cradling her delicate form in his arms. That was close. He sighed in relief. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Longlinga was quietly grumbling about Gu Qingxian, dressed in her pajamas. He pondered how he could overcome the desires within him, especially after having awakened a divine spirit. Longlinga sighed in resignation within her heart, unaware that after carrying her to the bed in the bedroom, Gu Qingxian quietly removed the true dragon jade and entered the bathroom with his phone. The following morning, both of them rose late. Qingxian, why do I sense a peculiar scent on you, particularly around your abs? Longlinger was the first to lift the covers and stretch, revealing her exquisite figure. She then leaned closer to him, her enchanting face marked by a hint of suspicion. You're being ridiculous, Gu Qingxian coughed and turned away silently. All right, I want to hold it against you. Turn around and give me a hug, Longlinger said, a sweet smile gracing her lips. If you don't hug me, be careful, I might check your browser history. She teased alluringly, leaning close to his ear and speaking in a playful tone. Hug me, she insisted. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian decisively turned to embrace her soft form in his arms, though he was somewhat confused about why he felt increasingly passive in her presence. Experiencing this sensation occasionally was rather delightful. Lingo, I have 2 gifts for you, Gu Qingxian said, cradling her delicately as he spoke with a smile. Don't talk. Let me nap a bit longer, Longlinger replied, draping one leg over him and pulling the cover snugly, her voice becoming languid once more. Very well. It was a rare opportunity to stay home. Allowing her to rest a bit longer was only fitting. As for the 2 divine treasures he had obtained the previous day, Gu Qingxian planned to present them as gifts on their wedding day. The emergence of a single divine treasure could incite fierce competition among the warriors of the Blue Star, and the rarity of 2 such treasures was even more pronounced. Hence, if he were to give them, it would have to be done discreetly. He found himself increasingly anticipating their wedding day. To others, it might seem hasty to marry under such circumstances, but a union between their clans could not be postponed any longer. Fortunately, the 2 had spent several years discussing matters online before their engagement. In the subsequent 5 days, Gu Qingxian primarily took Longlinger to the virtual spirit realm to slay ferocious beasts or to various lower-tier secret realms. Most of the points he earned were spent on lottery draws. Currently, he possessed 8 items of level 1, 10 items of level 2, and 12 items of level 3 in his system backpack. Notably, there was 1 item classified as a sword-forging spirit pill, which could be utilized to repair damaged sword-type spiritual treasures. Perhaps it could assist in restoring the seemingly battered treasure in the hands of Elder Ming. Having decided to retain a few items for himself, Gu Qingxian resolved to entrust the remainder to Longlinger as parents. Elder Ming, are you there? At this moment, Gu Qingxian stood outside Elder Ming's office, gently tapping on the door. Since becoming a freshman at the Starry Martial Academy, Elder Ming had been of considerable assistance to him. Whenever Gu Qingxian had inquiries regarding martial arts, Elder Ming exhibited an unwavering willingness to share his knowledge. Had Gu Qingxuan's spiritual weapon been a longsword, Elder Ming would have gladly accepted him as his sole disciple. Come in. The door is ajar, Qingxian. Elder Ming's steady voice resonated. All right. Gu Qingxian pushed the door open and entered. Before Elder Ming sat Principal Lu Kong and Zhu Jingyin, whom he had encountered previously during the God-slaying Corps. Are the esteemed seniors discussing something of importance? Gu Qingxian ventured to inquire. Nothing of concern. Comrade Jingyin wishes to persuade me back to the God-slaying Corps, but Principal Lu disagrees. Now, please share the reason for your visit, Elder Ming said, handing over a cup of tea with a warm smile. Elder Ming, I have come to propose the restoration of your spiritual weapon, Gu Qingxian stated earnestly. What? Upon hearing this, the faces of those present reflected a shared surprise, followed by gentle smiles exchanged amongst them. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have sought the expertise of no fewer than 100 weapon spirit restorers for its repair, and the results have been minimal. Some even exacerbated its damage, Elder Ming lamented, conjuring the longsword that had accompanied him through numerous trials over the years, his hand caressing its blade with evident reluctance. Indeed, Elder Ming has resigned himself to its state, only resorting to wielding the longsword in dire circumstances. Zhu Jingyan interjected from the side. Qingxian, you should return and focus on your training. There is no need for you to concern yourself with these matters. Principal Lu nodded in agreement. Elder Ming, they do not believe in my abilities, do you? Observing the reactions of those present, Gu Qingxian stood up, his excitement palpable, and asked with a serious tone. This, clearly unprepared for Gu Qingxuan's resolute attitude, Elder Ming hesitated. I believe you. Give it a try. Ultimately, he chose to hand over the spiritual weapon, harboring a degree of trust in Gu Qingxian, whose unwavering confidence was unusual without absolute assurance. Yet, one point of doubt remained. Gu Qingxian was merely at the martial master level. Could he truly restore his spiritual weapon? Very well. Gaining Elder Ming's trust, Gu Qingxian took the severely damaged longsword into his possession. Subsequently, with his other hand, he grasped the sword-forging elixir. The aura of such a spiritual treasure? Upon sensing the precious aura emanating from the item, Elder Ming promptly retracted his spiritual weapon. At my advanced age, it matters not whether this weapon is restored. It is unworthy of your invaluable resources for my sake, he said with a resigned shake of his head. Initially, He had presumed that Gu Qingxian had acquired some technique to mend spiritual weapons, only to discover that he had obtained an extraordinarily potent spiritual artifact capable of such restoration. Even if his long sword were to be restored, it would scarcely be at a grade deserving of employing such a high-grade spiritual treasure for the task. I appreciate your intentions, but you should retain this spiritual treasure. Should either you or Longlinger encounter any damage to your weapons in the future, it may prove useful. Elder Ming smiled gently. Elder Ming, let us discuss the future at a later time. Please hand me the spiritual weapon. Gu Qingxian replied somewhat helplessly. Had he known earlier, he would have grasped the weapon more firmly, as he was so close to completing the restoration. With this thought, Gu Qingxian decided to utilize his spatial attribute spiritual power to teleport the long sword back into his hands. He then raised his right hand and directly infused the sword-casting elixir into the flawed blade. In the next moment, the once rust-covered long sword radiated a brilliant golden light. The formerly damaged areas of the blade, edge, and hilt began to fill in gradually. You young man, alas, this is truly unworthy, Elder Ming sighed, witnessing the scene before him with a hint of resignation. In a mere half-minute, the long sword underwent a qualitative transformation. The previously damaged sections were completely restored. The blade once again emanated a dazzling sharpness, and distinct golden patterns adorned its surface. It could be said that the Dawn Spirit Sword was not only restored, but had become even more formidable than before. Thank you, my old friend. It has been far too long, Elder Ming exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy upon seeing his spiritual weapon restored. Haha, Qingxian, you truly are remarkable. It has been ages since we witnessed Elder Ming so elated. It is astonishing that you were indeed able to repair this weapon, remarked Lu Kong and Zhu Zhengyan, who were seated nearby, their faces reflecting admiration. By the way, Qingxian, in just a couple of days, it will be the wedding of you and Longlinger, correct? Elder Ming suddenly recalled and inquired. Yes, if you esteemed elders are available, you are most welcome to join us for the celebratory feast. Gu Qingxian smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall certainly make an appearance in a few days. Elder Ming laughed heartily. Lu Kong, Zhengyan, you two need not linger here. I will not be visiting the god-slaying troops for the time being. Please attend to your matters and prepare for the wedding festivities. Elder Ming said amicably after Gu Qingxian had taken his leave, sipping his tea with a smile. Understood, they replied. Lu Kong gently nodded. This lad is truly fortunate in terms of romantic prospects and martial destiny. Ah, the youth is formidable, evoking envy in others, Zhu Zhengyan remarked with a smile. Chapter 75, shall we rehearse in advance? Upon returning home, Gu Qingxian did not see Longlinger's figure and proceeded directly to the bedroom upstairs. This girl seems to be acting strangely. Recently, she always rises quite late, despite my strict supervision ensuring she goes to bed on time without any late-night indulgence. At that moment, Longlinger lay on the bed, and upon sensing his entrance, her delicate white hands clutched the sheets tightly. Have you caught a cold? We've been sleeping by 10 o'clock at night lately, so why do you still wake up at 11 in the morning? Gu Qingxian inquired. Sitting at the edge of the bed, his hand resting on Longlinger's thigh, patting it curiously. Because this is a normal physiological phenomenon for our dragon clan. If you don't understand, it's best to remain silent. I am in a growth phase, Longlingo grumbled, covering her head with the quilt. Oh. So now you dare to speak to me in that tone? Gu Qingxian raised his hand and playfully swatted at her. I'm sorry. Longlingo peeked out from under the covers, rubbing her thigh with one hand, speaking softly. I'm not teasing you anymore. Get up and change your clothes. My mother and my aunt are coming back today. If you continue to linger in bed, I'll have to personally assist you in getting dressed. Gu Qingxian said with a mischievous smile. I'm not afraid of you, but if you help me put on my socks, I won't make it too troublesome for you, Longlinger replied, trying to appear indifferent. You truly are a kind little dragon, Gu Qingxian remarked, seeing her shy yet expectant demeanor, and he chuckled helplessly. With one hand holding a pair of clean white cotton socks, he gently grasped her soft, fair feet, skillfully slipping the socks on in no time. You're remarkably quick, Longlingo said, sitting up on the bed and playfully poking his chest with a slender finger. Let us see how stubborn you can be on the last day. Hee, I've prepared your clothes, so I'll step out now for you to change. Gu Qingxian grinned, clapping his hands before leaving the room. Seated on the bed in a duck-like posture, Longlingo felt a twinge of uncertainty upon hearing his words. What did he mean by being stubborn? Just wait. She chuckled mischievously to herself. An hour later, Su Rou and Su Zhixiao arrived as promised. Qingxian, which one is auntie? Longlinger asked in a soft voice, feeling a bit shy as she followed Gu Qingxian. Due to the fact that Su Rou and Su Zhixiao are twins, their resemblance is strikingly uncanny. Furthermore, their casual style of dressing makes it exceedingly difficult to differentiate between them. No need to speak just yet. Let them initiate the conversation, he suggested. casting a glance at the somewhat anxious Xue'er. He smiled and gently took her delicate, soft hand in his. Is it permissible to do so? Upon hearing his words, Xue'er regarded him with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Ling, I am Qing Xian's aunt. Here is a red envelope for you, wishing you both a joyful marriage in advance. Xue'er's gaze fell upon Xue'er, who was adorned in a sailor uniform, and her eyes sparkled with unmistakable satisfaction. Thank you, aunt, Xue'er replied as she accepted the envelope. All right, let us sit down and converse. I would like to understand your thoughts on the wedding ceremony and decorations, Su Jixia said, settling onto the sofa in the living room with the others, a smile gracing her lips. I believe it should not be overly complicated, Xue'er expressed, cradling her teacup and savoring a sip, thus revealing her preferences. I concur. Let us hold the wedding at home, casually decorating both the interior and exterior, and keep the ceremony as succinct as possible, Gu Qingxian agreed. He found it perplexing why some people felt compelled to orchestrate such elaborate and torturous rituals for weddings. The thought of forcing the groom to consume numerous shots of liquor, binding him to a utility pole for punishment, and various bizarre wedding pranks was enough to make one's scalp tingle with discomfort. Understood, Su Jixia remarked, putting away the notepad she had intended to use for note-taking, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She had initially anticipated a multitude of requests from them and had brought along her work notebook. Haha, enjoy your secret delight. Encountering a daughter-in-law who alleviates your worries makes you luckier than I am, Xue'er chuckled. Well, in the next couple of days, I may need your assistance in hanging some decorations around the house. Qingxian, you and Ling must not interrupt your training. Stay diligent, Su Jixia said, placing several prepared storage rings on the coffee table before rising to her feet. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed. Xue'er replied as she stood as well. Indeed, thank you, Mom and Aunt. Gu Qingxian nodded in acknowledgement. After briefly discussing the finer details for another 10 minutes, Gu Qingxian and Xue'er retreated to the second floor. Darling, where are you pulling me to? Noticing that Gu Qingxian was leading her towards the training room, Xue'er halted, her voice soft and timid. You've had the virtual combat network connector for 3 days now, yet you still haven't registered an account. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Anticipating her next move as she prepared to cling to him, Gu Qingxian preemptively pinched her cheek. All right, I understand, she relented. Upon hearing these words, Xue'er shyly pouted her small lips. She obediently nodded and followed Gu Qingxian into the training room. In truth, she did not wish for things to unfold this way. However, due to the physiological traits of the Dragon Clan and her current developmental stage, she required ample sleep during this period. Although she could automatically absorb spiritual energy to cultivate even while asleep, her progress inevitably lagged behind the diligent Gu Qingxian. Why can't I register an account? At that moment, Xue'er sat beside Gu Qingxian on a soft cushion, her beautifully shaped eyebrows slightly furrowed. The name she entered was Diligent Little Dragon. Yet the system indicated a registration failure. Did you use your online name as your actual name? Gu Qingxian inquired with a hint of confusion. And no, wait. It has been successfully registered now. It must have been a glitch earlier, Xue'er replied, clearing her throat with a touch of embarrassment, speaking earnestly. That's good to hear. Gu Qingxian, choosing not to press the matter, nodded in agreement. After a moment, both entered the virtual combat arena. Xue'er curiously reached out and touched his cheek, her face reflecting astonishment. If I didn't know this was a virtual world, I would certainly mistake it for reality. The technological advancements of your human race are astonishing. Feeling the sensation from her palm, Xue'er murmured in quiet admiration. After all, each race possesses its own advantages. Gu Qingxian replied with a smile. Well, how about we find a secluded spot to rehearse some things in advance? At this moment, Xue'er shyly tilted her face upward. What are we rehearsing? Gu Qingxian momentarily failed to grasp her suggestion as Xue'er approached him step by step. Of course, practicing a kiss. What did you think it was? We don't even know if there are any surveillance cameras here, Xue'er said, a slight smile gracing her lips as she spoke softly. I thought it was indeed a kiss, Gu Qingxian admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Oh, then let us proceed. Xue'er stood on her tiptoes and directly kissed his lips. As she felt the passionate and unrestrained kiss, Gu Qingxian's eyes widened slightly. Was this girl secretly practicing techniques in this regard? No wonder she suddenly expressed the desire to rehearse with him. A notification echoed throughout the virtual combat arena. Loading dual combat arena module, expected to unlock in 3 minutes. What? Many were taken aback upon hearing this news. Their expressions blank. The single combat arena module had yet to be unlocked, yet the dual combat arena module was being activated first. Wasn't this process a bit out of order? Ling, I concede that your skills have improved more than just a fold since our last encounter. However, there remains a distinction between the virtual realm and the tangible world. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Gu Qingxian lightly traced his fingers across his lips. Apprehensive that if he continued in such a manner, desire might overwhelm him, and he promptly sought to divert the conversation. Indeed, well then. It seemed that Long Linger had realized her earlier impulsive behavior, and she refrained from further commentary. By the way, when you registered and entered the virtual combat arena earlier, did the system inform you of your entry rank among the players? Gu Qingxian was curious to see how many new participants had joined the virtual combat arena over the past 3 days. I recall it being 1001. Long Linger reflected. What? Gu Qingxian was astonished. He had not anticipated such a rapid increase in numbers. He had thought that after 3 days, the registration count would at most triple, but instead, it had surged tenfold. Although he was taken aback by this outcome, Gu Qingxian's expression revealed nothing but anticipation. The exponential growth in participants indicated that several regional dungeons within the virtual combat network had yet to be opened, suggesting that they were nearly complete. Yesterday afternoon, while I was engaged with my mobile device, I heard that the researchers of the virtual combat network had divided it into 3 zones, one for ages 18 to 20, another for ages 20 to 25, and a third for those over 25, with no interference among them. Is there any mention of whether I can challenge opponents from different age groups if my strength matches theirs? As far as I know, it seems that one must complete a specific challenge to do so, but no one has accomplished it yet, so the details remain unclear. Truly, my dear Lingling, you managed to remember so much useful information while playing on your phone. Gu Qingxian affectionately stroked Long Linger's fluffy head and gently ruffled her delicate dragon horns, offering sincere praise. Thus, playing on my phone can also be considered part of my cultivation journey. At this moment, a delightful expression of joy and comfort adorned Long Linger's adorable face as she stubbornly chimed in softly. Dual combat module successfully unlocked. The rankings for the top 50 are updated in real time. Players are welcome to challenge. The familiar mechanical announcement echoed in their ears once more. Although the others were uncertain as to why the virtual combat arena had prioritized dual combat, they recognized it as an excellent opportunity to hone their combat skills. After a mere 10 minutes, most had formed their teams. As for Gu Qingxian and Long Linger, they utilized this interval to slay several ferocious beasts, followed by a few alien creatures, before leisurely making their way toward the dual combat arena. Qingxian, what rank should we aim for today before we cease our efforts? Long Linger inquired with a smile. Today, we shall strive for a place among the top 3. Gu Qingxian flashed a confident smile and responded affirmatively. Long Linger nodded in agreement. If the virtual combat arena had not been divided by age, there might have been some degree of challenge for both Gu Qingxian and herself. However, with the current divisions in place, their chances of securing a position in the top 3 were as easy as sipping water. Before long, the two entered the dual combat arena, confirmed their team, and began the matchmaking process. In the following hour, without any surprises, they achieved 16 overwhelming victories in the combat arena. Meanwhile, on the massive golden leaderboard outside, the rankings of Gu Qingxian and Long Linger began to soar rapidly. What was the story with these two? Just 10 minutes ago, their names had been absent from the leaderboard, yet now they were rising abruptly. Many observers gasped in astonishment. It is noteworthy that those capable of entering the virtual combat arena typically possess a commendable level of heroic spirit talent, qualifying them as geniuses. To dominate a host of such talents requires an extraordinary level of heroic spirit ability. Due to geographical reasons, the onlookers were unfamiliar with Long Linger and Gu Qingxian, leading several players to wait outside the arena, eager to catch a glimpse of them. Upon confirming their ascent to the top rank, Long Linger was the first to sheath her frost spirit sword. The two exited the virtual combat arena. Qingxian, speak honestly, how did I perform in today's battles? Long Linger inquired proudly, removing the connector from the virtual combat arena. You demonstrated significant improvement, especially in the control of your strength, Gu Qingxian praised earnestly. Hee. That is the innate talent of our dragon clan. Moreover, during this growth phase, even if I merely sleep each day, my attributes will advance, Long Linger remarked, her beautiful face adorned with a sweet smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian seemed to realize something. No wonder he felt that Long Linger's physique had been approaching perfection recently. He had not anticipated that she was already 19 and still developing. At what age do members of your dragon clan cease to grow? Gu Qingxian asked curiously, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. I'm not quite sure. Each individual's physique varies. However, I might have another 2 years of growth, Long Linger murmured softly. She raised her hand to touch the delicate little dragon horn on her forehead, letting out a resigned sigh. Why do I get the impression that you are rather concerned about the length of your dragon horn? Gu Qingxian inquired, intrigued by the scene before him. Because I believe a longer horn would be more aesthetically pleasing. Alas, its growth is quite slow, Long Linger replied with a hint of disappointment. Let us assist Auntie and the others in arranging the room. She stood up and spoke calmly. Indeed, Gu Qingxian agreed. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingxian smiled and nodded. Chapter 77. High heels are quite uncomfortable. One day later, the villa, both inside and out, had been meticulously adorned by Su Zhixia and Xue'er. Thanks to their ability to manipulate spiritual energy, the decoration was accomplished in a short span of time. As for the chef, makeup artist, and etiquette instructor, all had been arranged by Gu Qingxian in advance. The bedroom on the second floor was transformed into a bridal suite, and Long Lingo was dressed in an exquisite traditional Chinese wedding gown, resembling a half-qipao design, complemented by a stunning pair of high heels. The makeup artist was diligently enhancing her beauty. Qingxian, do you think this outfit is beautiful? Long Lingo asked earnestly, turning to Gu Qingxian beside her. You look absolutely stunning today, Gu Qingxian praised with utmost sincerity. The traditional wedding attire, paired with the high heels, dramatically transformed Long Lingo's aura, shifting from the image of a pure school beauty to that of an adorable bride. Of course, even more significant was Long Lingo's breathtakingly beautiful visage, which effortlessly complemented any attire she donned. With a playful smile, Long Lingo glanced at the earnest Gu Qingxian, her face radiating charm. As the auspicious hour in the afternoon arrived, the wedding ceremony commenced in earnest. Due to the union of two clans, the guest list was quite extensive. Esteemed heads of dragon clans and notable figures from human families were in attendance, along with several news media outlets eager to capture the headlines. Gu Qingxian and Long Lingo engaged in wedding rituals that spanned over an hour. Qingxian, when we toast later, I'll pour for you. I've replaced the white wine my father gave me with Sprite, Long Lingo said, pulling Gu Qingxian aside during a brief respite. What did you just call me? Qingxian. Are you even listening to me? We're married now. Are you sure you want to stick with that address? Gu Qingxian replied with a smile. At his words, Long Lingo's lovely face showed a moment of surprise. Hubby, she instinctively uttered. Indeed, very obedient, Gu Qingxian said, leaning down to plant a kiss on her soft, rosy lips. Unbeknownst to them, this tender moment was captured by a media outlet. I can't believe my luck. All right, let us wrap this up. The higher-ups merely want us to report on their harmonious relationship. Don't capture too much, one of the reporters advised. Understood. But the relationship between the young master of the Gu family and the young lady of the Aotian family is evidently more affectionate than that of ordinary couples. Not necessarily, perhaps they are just putting on a show for everyone, another reporter whispered. Why have you taken so long to speak? I can hardly catch my breath. Long Lingo finally managed to regain her composure after a full 4 minutes. Did you not claim to have learned many techniques from the comics? Gu Qingxian inquired with a smile. Time had elapsed, yet Long Lingo remained quite inexperienced in managing her breath during kisses. Forget that for now. Did you actually hear what I said earlier? Long Lingo gently patted her flushed cheeks with her delicate hands and, after adjusting her demeanor, posed the question. This white wine was brought by my father. Its alcohol content is undoubtedly quite high. With so many guests today, if we are to toast, we will surely end up consuming at least a dozen cups. I do not relish the thought of sharing a bed with a drunken Gu Qingxian. I understand. But isn't it quite obvious with the bubbles and Sprite? Gu Qingxian asked curiously. I have shaken out all the carbonation. You need not worry about that. Long Lingo replied with a hint of pride. Indeed, my wife is quite capable. Gu Qingxian smiled and nodded in agreement upon hearing her words. When the evening's toasting ceremony commenced before dinner, Gu Qingxian and Long Lingo made their rounds at nearly every table, consuming no less than a dozen cups. Many were astonished to see Gu Qingxian drink so much without a hint of intoxication on his face. Truly a divine spirit awakener, his capacity is remarkable. Several guests remarked in awe. Father, mother, I promise to treat Lingo well from now on. These 2 cups are a toast to you. Gu Qingxian raised his glass and earnestly drank 2 cups. Well, we, as her parents, appreciate your intentions towards Lingo. Please, drink in moderation today. Long Qianwei was the first to respond. Understood, Gu Qingxian replied, suppressing a smile at his mother-in-law's words. Mr. Ming, Principal Liu, General Zhu Zhengyan. Thank you for attending the wedding of the younger generation. I toast to you all, Gu Qingxian said. Haha, make the most of your time, go and toast others. Every moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, the 3 chuckled in response. At this, a hint of shyness crossed Long Lingo's face. All right, may you 3 enjoy your meal and drinks, Gu Qingxian said without elaborating further. After completing the toasts and engaging in some simple rituals, Gu Qingxian and Long Lingo ascended to the wedding chamber on the 2nd floor. In-laws, I would also like to toast you. From now on, our 2 families shall be one. Should you need assistance or have any concerns, do not hesitate to reach out. Su Zhixiao approached with a tall wine glass filled with red wine, striding gracefully towards them. Indeed, splendidly generous. In-law, Long Qianyue stood to return the toast. At that moment, Mr. Ming rose from his seat without uttering a word. Mr. Ming, The meal is not yet finished. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Lu Kong inquired with a smile. Outside, a pack of wild dogs roamed, prompting Elder Ming to step out, assuring others he would return in 3 minutes. With a measured stride, he advanced. In the next moment, faint sounds of a skirmish echoed from a nearby alley. Elder Ming's frigid gaze swept over the faces of these high-ranking members of the illusion insect clan. You dare to transform into human form and brazenly enter the city? His brow furrowed slightly. We must leave. This individual is formidable. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Elder Ming, the high-ranking illusion insects attempted a few probing moves before hastily retreating. Recognizing he was alone and uncertain of their strength, he chose not to pursue them. Instead, he stealthily conjured a few tracking talismans and quietly infused them into their bodies. He then returned to the villa. What transpired just now? Why do I sense an unusual aura? Zhu Jingyan, seasoned in the battlefield, was acutely aware of the sense emitted by foreign beings. A few high-ranking members of the illusion insect clan had fled the vicinity, but he had left tracking marks on them. They would not dare to act recklessly first. They would feast. Elder Ming took a sip from his wine glass and spoke calmly. Observing this, the two others refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, in the bridal chamber, Long Linger kicked off her high heels as she entered, lazily collapsing onto the bed. Darling, could you come over and massage my feet? These heels are unbearably uncomfortable. I never wish to wear them again. Her soft voice resonated. Of course. Gu Qingxian replied with a gentle smile as he tidied her discarded heels before sitting at the edge of the bed and earnestly beginning the massage. Long Linger turned her head to glance at Gu Qingxian, remarking, "You truly resemble a husband in this moment." To this, Gu Qingxian simply smiled. "We are married now. It is only natural. All right, go take a shower first. I'll rest for a bit and join you afterward." Long Lingo playfully hooked the covers with her beautiful jade foot, draping them over herself. "Can't we shower together? It would save time and conserve water." Gu Qingxian, now beside her, spoke softly as she lay on the bed with headphones on, listening to music. "Don't be a rogue in front of me. You should shower first." Long Lingo rolled her eyes dramatically, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "Very well." Gu Qingxian chose not to press further, clapping his hands as he took a clean set of pajamas and headed towards the bathroom. Tonight, he would finally embody the long-desired Dragon Knight. Feeling slightly fatigued, he entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and a look of enjoyment spread across his face. Thank goodness Linga swapped the liquor for Sprite. Otherwise, it would have been unbearable. Gu Qingxian gently massaged his slightly sore shoulders and spoke with heartfelt appreciation. Usually, Long Linger appeared indifferent to anything beyond her cultivation and sleep. Yet she showed considerable care for him. Soon, both had finished their baths. Long Linger, donning an exquisite white lace-trimmed nightgown, showcased a silhouette that evoked exclamations of perfection. At that moment, she was seated at the computer desk, her delicate hands cradling her slightly flushed face, seemingly lost in thought. "It's time to turn off the lights and sleep," Gu Qingxian suggested softly. "Oh," Long Lingo obediently nodded. After ensuring the door was securely closed and the curtains drawn, she nestled into the blankets. "Your body is quite warm. Allow me to assist you with your top," she offered. Under the gentle glow of the nightlight, Gu Qingxian could see Long Linger's bashful expression and her serious demeanor. "That's very considerate of you," he replied, a soft smile gracing his lips as he felt her gentle touch. Moments later, Long Linga skillfully removed Gu Qingxuan's top and nestled against his strong, perfect frame. Her rings had been set aside on the nightstand. With a slight prop of her body, Long Linger closed her eyes and pressed her soft, rosy lips against his. The following day arrived. "It hurts so much," Long Linga lamented, nestled in Gu Qingxuan's embrace, her adorable face reflecting a sense of grievance, her tender eyes slightly squinting. She had anticipated being completely overwhelmed by Gu Qingxian for 3 hours the previous night. The cunning Gu Qingxian had concealed such formidable strength. "Well, I didn't expect you to be so inexperienced," he teased, observing the resentful look on her face. "Don't get too smug. You'll have your share of consequences in the future," Long Linger retorted, playfully punching his chest. "All right, I understand," Gu Qingxian replied with a chuckle, although a hint of helplessness lingered in his smile. Meanwhile, in the guest room on the first floor, Long Yaotian awoke in a daze. As he rose from bed, the first sight that met his eyes was Long Qianwei approaching him with a bowl of hangover soup. "I've noticed your drinking habit is getting worse. You seemed to enjoy yourself last night. Now, waking up, I suppose you feel rather unwell?" Long Qianwei remarked, handing him the soup with a hint of annoyance. "Sigh. Daughters grow up and leave home. This will be the last time I indulge in such excess," Long Yaotian replied, somewhat resigned. "All right, after breakfast, we should return to the Long clan. There are still many matters left unresolved," Long Qianwei stated simply. Upon hearing this, Long Yaotian refrained from further discussion, and soon both families gathered together. They enjoyed a light breakfast before spending over 2 hours playing and chatting at a nearby mall. After finishing lunch, Long Aotian and Long Qianwei took their leave. By the way, Qin Xian, why didn't Ti Lingling come down for lunch today? She should be all right, right? Su Zhixia, who was tidying up documents, paused her movements. Lingling is fine. She was simply too busy yesterday and wishes to spend some time alone in her room today to rest. Gu Qinxian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and fabricated an excuse. All right, as long as she is okay. You all have indeed worked hard these past few days. Let us put the training aside for now and take a good rest. Yes, I understand, Mom. Are you leaving today as well? Yes, I'll be leaving shortly. Why? Do you already miss your mother? Su Zhixia asked with a smile. Well, even if I miss you, there is nothing I can do. Mom, please pay attention to your safety while working. Perhaps you could hire more warriors for protection. All right, I understand. Don't worry. Goodbye. After tidying up her things, Su Zhixia gently embraced him. Goodbye. There was a hint of reluctance in Gu Qingshuan's tone. Watching Su Zhixia's departing figure, he sighed helplessly. To be honest, after all these years, apart from knowing that Su Zhixia is engaged in exploration work, he had no idea what exactly she did. At the same time, he felt a pang of curiosity. How could she manage the Gu family's assets and her own career single-handedly? Shaking off these thoughts, he decided to head upstairs. During lunch, Long Ling mentioned that she was in pain and didn't want to get out of bed to eat. She must still be hungry now. Indeed. Upon opening the door, Long Ling was sprawled on the bed, covering her little belly with a pitiful expression. I'm so hungry. Seeing Gu Qinxian enter the room, Long Ling said in a small, aggrieved voice. I bought milk tea and grilled sausages before I stepped out. Have a few bites while I prepare the next bowl of noodles. Gu Qinxian looked at Long Ling, who was on the verge of tears from hunger, and quickly stuffed the grilled sausage into her mouth. All right. As the flavors danced on her palate, Long Ling, sitting on the bed, nodded obediently and began to eat. I want beef noodles, without scallions. Long Ling said softly. Okay, I understand. Gu Qinxian nodded with a smile. By the way, your health should have improved by now. Right? No, it's all because of you, you big rascal. At this, Long Ling took a fierce bite of the food in her mouth, looking quite annoyed. Hearing this, Gu Qinxian, who was in the kitchen preparing the noodles, couldn't help but chuckle, hastening his pace. Chapter 79, Finding the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl Before Long. A bowl of fragrant beef noodles was brought out by Gu Qinxian from the kitchen, gazing at the generous slices of beef on top. Long Ling felt that the grilled sausage in her mouth suddenly lost its appeal. Thank you for making the noodles. I'll give you this grilled sausage. Long Ling smiled as she carefully placed the grilled sausage back into its packaging, speaking in a half-joking tone. She then took the beef noodles and began to eat. All right. The noodles are still quite hot. Take your time. If you need more, there's plenty left in the pot. Gu Qinxian showed no signs of disdain as he took the sausage, which Long Ling had only nibbled on, and swiftly finished it in just a few bites. Upon witnessing this, Long Ling paused for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sense of pity for Gu Qinxian. With this thought in mind, she picked up a generous piece of beef with her chopsticks, blew on it gently, and offered it to him. You should have a bite too, she said softly. No need. There is still much more in the pot, Gu Qinxian replied with a smile, shaking his head. All right then. After hearing this, Long Ling said no more. The corners of her soft lips turned upward slightly as she happily resumed eating her noodles. She was pleasantly surprised by Gu Qinxian's culinary skills. The beef noodles he had prepared were nearly indistinguishable from those served in a restaurant. 10 minutes later, Gu Qinxian asked with a smile, Are you finished? Your cooking is indeed quite good. It's delicious, Long Ling said, wiping her mouth with a napkin, shedding her usual haughty demeanor to lavish him with genuine praise. As long as you're satisfied. I have 2 treasures I wish to present to you, Gu Qinxian said, feigning mystery. He had postponed discussing the 2 divine treasures the night before due to time constraints. What are they? Long Ling inquired curiously, tilting her adorable little head. The Yin-Yang Divine Pearl and the 9 Nethers Dragon Spirit, Gu Qinxian stated calmly. 2 treasures exuding a divine aura gradually materialized before them. How could you possess such formidable treasures? Long Ling stepped closer in disbelief, fully aware of the status of divine treasures in the martial world. Many martial emperors and martial sovereigns exerted all their might for such items, yet Gu Qinxian produced 2 at once. The surprise was akin to an ordinary person winning a fortune of 1 billion. It might be due to the bloodthirsty celestial dragon and the eternal gun god. I'm not quite sure why they suddenly appeared in my consciousness. Gu Qinxian scratched his head and spoke earnestly. Could these be treasures born from the bloodthirsty celestial dragon and the eternal gun god? Long Ling suddenly entertained this audacious thought. Coughing in surprise, Gu Qinxian nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of agreement. I must say, this girl has quite the imagination. Let us buy these 2 Yin-Yang Divine Pearls first. I intended for them to be a betrothal gift for you, but I've been rather busy these past few days. Gu Qinxian first reached for a Crimson Yang Spirit Pearl, smiling as he spoke, Is it truly within my grasp? Long Lingo inquired tentatively. She had witnessed instances where high-level soul awakeners were consumed by energy after utilizing powerful spiritual treasures. With her own soul merely at the celestial level and her current cultivation still relatively weak, she was uncertain if she could withstand the capabilities of two divine-grade treasures. Absolutely. Have no fear, Xue'er assured her. Seeing his confidence dispel her hesitation, Long Lingo gracefully parted her soft, pink lips and swallowed the azurine spirit pearl. Their actions synchronized in perfect harmony. Come a little closer, Xue'er urged, feeling the formidable energy coursing through his body, his tightly shut eyes furrowing slightly. No, I cannot. My body has not yet fully recovered. Please, do not come so near, Long Lingo replied, sensing a warm intensity radiating from Xue'er. Rest assured, this is merely a necessary step in the binding process, he explained quickly, noting her apprehension. At last, as their bodies made contact, a powerful energy surged through their meridians, intertwining instantaneously. This caused Long Lingo's sensitive form to tremble slightly. It felt as though the essence of two entities had fused seamlessly, establishing a myriad of intricate connections. That should suffice, Xue'er declared after 10 minutes, opening his eyes first. At that moment, both of their chests emanated a soft glow of exquisite runic symbols. Wait. The function and purpose of this divine-grade treasure seem rather peculiar, Long Lingo remarked, exhaling a slight mist of white vapor, her expression one of confusion. Just moments after the binding concluded, an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy had entered her body the instant she drew near to Xue'er. And the speed of this transfer was extraordinary. The function of this treasure was that any warrior bound to both the yin and yang spirit pearls would experience a remarkable automatic cultivation effect as long as they remained within a meter of each other. The closer they were, the faster the cultivation progressed. Having reviewed the attributes of the yin and yang spirit pearls, Xue'er smiled and elucidated, indeed, it is true. Henceforth, you need not engage in active cultivation. Simply resting in my embrace will suffice to elevate your prowess. The thought ignited a smile on Long Lingo's soft lips. I cannot thank you enough, my dear husband, she exclaimed, opening her arms to embrace him. No worries, there is yet another divine-grade treasure. You should store it away for now, as your current level does not require it, Xue'er indicated towards the divine 9 Nirvana dragon spirit, smiling as he spoke. Based on the results he obtained from the system, this entity can establish an extraordinarily robust foundation when a martial artist breaks through to the martial king realm, allowing them to reach ever greater heights in the future, provided there are no unforeseen circumstances. Allowing Long Lingo to borrow the 9 Nirvana dragon spirit to enter the martial king realm gives her a remarkable probability of becoming a martial emperor, estimated at around 80 to 90%. Very well, I understand. Long Lingo remained nestled against him, burying her little head in his embrace, unwilling to let go. Softly murmuring in a vague tone, ding. The system task is being issued. Eliminate a 9th-tier high-level creature of the illusion insect clan. Task rating, level, task completion reward, phantom spirit mirror, task time limit, 6 hours. If the time limit is exceeded, both the reward and task will become void. Suddenly, the content displayed on the system interface before Xue'er changed. A 9th-tier creature? How could I, at the martial sovereign realm, possibly contend with that? Just as he was taken aback, Lu Kong's call came through. Chapter 80, 10th-tier Insect Emperor Principal Lu. Is there something you need? Xue'er inquired, somewhat perplexed after answering the call. Do you and your classmate Long Lingo have time to come to the school now? We have some matters to discuss with both of you. Lu Kong's serious voice resonated from the other end, with faint sounds of discussions echoing in the background. Very well. We will head over immediately. Upon hearing this, Xue'er nodded in agreement. What is it? Long Lingo, resting in his embrace, peered up at him with a hint of confusion on her small face. Perhaps they wish to discuss something important with us. How is your current physical condition? Are you able to get out of bed and walk? Xue'er gently inquired. Of course. Our dragon clan possesses exceptional recovery abilities, Long Lingo replied, her soft voice tinged with pride. All right then, let us return to school together. Xue'er nodded in affirmation. However, the sheets have not been tidied up. Long Lingo pointed with a finger at a red stain on the sheets, her voice slightly embarrassed. I'll take care of it when we return. Let's not worry about it for now. All right, Long Lingo obediently nodded. Meanwhile, within the Starry Martial Academy, in the conference hall, Xue'er and Elder Ming sat in distress at their respective seats. Elder Ming, what is your perspective on this matter? Xue'er inquired. Let us wait until Xue'er arrives to discuss further, Elder Ming replied, rubbing his temples and sighing in resignation. Following the tracking marks left on several high-level creatures of the Illusion Insect clan, Elder Ming had traced them to their destination only to discover a pinnacle 10th-tier creature of the Illusion Insect clan in that suburban area. The two had battled for no less than an hour, yet neither had managed to gain the upper hand. What infuriated Elder Ming even more was that several of the illusion worm creatures had stealthily captured nearly 600 individuals as prisoners. They demanded that he bring Gu Qingxian before them, threatening that should this not occur, they would unleash indiscriminate slaughter upon these innocent souls. Elder Ming, do you understand the primary objective of the other party in seeking Gu? Lu Kong inquired, sipping his tea. They likely intend to utilize Gu Qingxuan's genetic material to cultivate a new batch of worm-like beings. Regardless, I shall not surrender him, Elder Ming declared solemnly. Let us ponder a solution. Lu Kong nodded in response to his resolute stance. If the adversary were not in possession of hostages, the three of them could coordinate a surprise attack to resolve the matter with ease. However, the presence of 600 innocent civilians complicates the situation significantly. Acting rashly could result in catastrophic consequences. At that moment, Gu Qingxian pushed open the door to the conference room, accompanied by Long Linger. Principal Lu, is there an urgent matter at hand? Gu Qingxian inquired with curiosity. Upon their arrival, Elder Ming recounted the sequence of events. So, the main force opposing us is a peak level 10 stage worm emperor? Gu Qingxian asked in astonishment. To contend with such a foe, a martial artist must at least be at the second level of martial emperor. Previously, Elder Ming demonstrated strength barely reaching the 9th level of martial king. Why would they suddenly focus on me? Under normal circumstances, the awakening of my divine-grade spirit should have been internally sealed, known only to members of the human and dragon races. The illusion worms are seldom seen and rarely appear on the battlefield at the borders. My Dawn sword has now been fully restored. I should be able to handle him using my full strength, Elder Ming asserted. The remaining worm kings can be dealt with by Zhu Jingyan and me, Lu Kong added with a smile. However, the pressing issue remains. If we engage, it would immediately lead to the deaths of over 1,000 innocent civilians, Zhu Jingyan noted, furrowing his brow. Then bring me before her, Gu Qingxian replied calmly. That is too dangerous. Long Lingo immediately shook her head in protest. It is the best solution to our current dilemma. Zhu Jingyan, I will need you to have the god-slaying unit lying in ambush outside. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must intervene immediately, Gu Qingxian said, directing his gaze toward Zhu Jingyan. With the system at his disposal, he could swiftly and accurately ascertain the location of the captives. Once they are rescued, it would be essential to delineate the specific distribution of their forces, after which the external team could provide support. Faced with the objections of several individuals, Gu Qingxian candidly revealed his plan in its entirety. My dear, is it truly possible for your heroic spirit abilities to discern such a plethora of information? Long Linger inquired, her elegantly arched brows knitting together, her expression reflecting skepticism. Indeed, it is possible. Trust me, Gu Qingxian replied with unwavering conviction. At that moment, Zhu Jingyan's face bore no trace of hesitation. This was undoubtedly the most viable course of action. Even if Gu Qingxuan's endeavor were to fail, it would merely result in the loss of 1,000 ordinary lives, a small price to pay for the existence of such a divine awakened soul as Gu Qingxian. Casualties on the battlefield were commonplace. He too might meet his end on some distant front. Moreover, an instinctive trust in Gu Qingxuan's words resonated within him. Having made this decision, we shall act tonight. I will return to request reinforcement from my superiors, Zhu Jingyan declared, rising from his seat. Yes, Jingyan. It would be prudent to inquire if a martial sovereign can be dispatched. Elder Ming's age is advancing, and we cannot afford any unforeseen incidents, Lu Kong interjected. Currently, martial sovereigns are primarily engaged in combat on the battlefield. I shall do my utmost, Zhu Jingyan replied. Very well, that is all we can do, Lu Kong nodded. Refraining from further comment, I wish to accompany Qingxian, Long Linger suddenly stated with determination. No, it is far too perilous. I cannot guarantee your safety should you go. Gu Qingxian insisted. You were aware of the dangers, yet can you ensure your own safety? She retorted, a hint of tears shimmering in her eyes. I cannot. But I absolutely cannot allow you to take such risks alongside me. Why not? I am on the verge of breaking through to the martial disciple realm. My cultivation is not vastly inferior to yours, Long Lingo pleaded. I can manage alone. I promise to return safely. Trust me, will you? Gu Qingxian embraced the weeping Long Linger. I still worry for you, she murmured, her voice tinged with discontent. I possess 2 grade instant teleportation talismans. If Long Lingo insists on joining, it would not be too much of an issue. Here, take these, Elder Ming interjected, waving his hand as 2 grade instant teleportation talismans materialized before them. Thank you, Elder Ming, Long Linger responded eagerly, reaching out to take the talismans. Elder Ming, are you certain this is not too precious? Gu Qingxian inquired. The grade teleportation talismans, once activated, could transport one several dozen kilometers away, a veritable life-saving artifact. Their utility was even greater in the midst of fierce confrontations among powerful beings. With a single infusion of spiritual energy, one could effortlessly evade an incoming formidable martial technique. It is of no consequence. Previously, to repair my dawn sword, did you not utilize a great spiritual treasure? I hope you too will not need to employ these. Prepare well upon your return, Elder Ming advised. Elder Ming smiled gently as he patted his shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. The probability of success is indeed greater when two individuals embark on the journey together. Especially with the teleportation talisman in hand, Elder Ming felt a sense of reassurance. Very well, he concluded. Observing this, Gu Qingxian chose not to elaborate further. Upon returning home, he took the soft, fair hand of Long Linger and settled on the sofa. Linger, have you truly made up your mind to accompany me? Well, now that we possess this life-saving artifact, you wouldn't still try to persuade me to stay, would you? Long Linger replied warily, clutching the teleportation talisman. Sighing, Gu Qingxian remarked, since you've made this decision, there's little I can say to alter it. However, please refrain from acting impulsively should we encounter danger. All right, I can manage that. I trust you. But before we proceed, I must significantly enhance your strength. Looking at Gu Qingxian, who was rummaging through his storage ring, Long Linger's curiosity piqued. Subsequently, he produced 4 vials of body refining elixir and 2 vials of bone forging pills acquired during the Dragon Clan's Dragon Yuan festival. Isn't this what you received as a reward at the festival? Why haven't you used them yet? Long Linger inquired, her interest evident as she gazed at the items in his hands. I was so engrossed in training at the virtual combat arena that I forgot about these resources. Why not refine them all this afternoon? He uncorked a vial and handed it to her. All of them? Long Lingo exclaimed in surprise. Yes, rest assured and drink. Once finished, you can lie down and sleep beside me, allowing for automatic refinement, Gu Qingxian replied with a grin. After all, Long Lingo's spirit was already at the celestial level. Consuming 4 vials of body refining elixir at once would pose no significant issue. Moreover, with her proximity to him, her cultivation speed would increase to some extent. It was anticipated that after a mere afternoon's rest, Long Lingo's realm would ascend directly to the martial sovereign level. This was essential to ensure her safety during the nighttime mission. Upon hearing she could activate automatic refinement, Long Lingo's hesitation vanished, and she obediently nodded, bringing the vial to her soft lips and drinking it down in one go. I feel a bit full, she murmured, wiping her rosy lips after the 3rd vial. Then let's refine these 2 vials first. You can treat the remaining 2 as refreshments later, Gu Qingxian suggested with a smile. If others were to learn of how they consumed the body refining elixirs, they would undoubtedly be astonished. All right, Long Lingo said, rising from the sofa. Shall we retire to the bed? Indeed. Gu Qingxian gently kneaded his shoulders before lifting the delicate form of Long Linger into his arms, striding into the bedroom. First, let me change the sheets. You can sit on the chair for a moment. He placed Long Lingo on the chair before his computer desk. How did you manage to store the sheets in your storage ring? Long Linger, suppressing her shyness, asked with a flushed face as she noticed Gu Qingxian's movements. A keepsake. Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. You win, Long Linger said, her fair cheeks a deep crimson as she looked at him with a hint of exasperation. How can something like this be a keepsake? All right, all set. Before long, Gu Qingxian had neatly replaced the sheets and blankets on the bed. After drawing the curtains, he took Long Linger into bed. My energy is a bit unstable right now, so it might feel a little cold. Let me know if it's too much for you. Long Linger murmured softly, nestled in Gu Qingxian's embrace. It's all right. The coolness is quite pleasant, he replied, tightening his hold around her slender waist. Rogue, Long Linger said, looking up at him with a hint of helplessness in her gaze. Cradling Long Linger in his arms, Gu Qingxian succumbed to slumber before her. Not for any other reason but the sheer comfort of her soft, slightly cool body, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. It was simply too comforting to sleep with her. Before long, Long Lingo sensed that her internal energy was nearly refined and opened her eyes, waking from Gu Qingxian's embrace. Just a little more. And I will catch up to my husband, she declared earnestly. Reaching for a bottle of advanced body refining elixir, she uncorked it and slowly poured it into her mouth. Cough. Cough. The elixir flowed a bit too quickly, spilling golden liquid from the corner of her soft lips. There's no tissue, and it can't be wasted. Leaning gently forward, Long Lingo pressed her lips against Gu Qingxian's. What is happening? Gu Qingxian, still in a dreamlike state, felt the soft sensation on his lips and opened his eyes in confusion. Before him was Long Lingo's exquisitely beautiful face, slightly flushed. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Is this a state of arousal? A memory of her appearance during the Dragon Clan's Dragon Yuan festival flashed in his mind, leading him to this conclusion. Some of the elixir spilled from my mouth. There was no tissue, and I had no choice but to do this, Long Linger said, shyly turning her head away, yet speaking with utmost seriousness. Chapter 82. The great battle is about to commence. Understood, Gu Qingxian replied. Observing the resolute Dragon Linger, Gu Qingxian pressed his lips together and then examined her attribute panel. At this pace, after refining this bottle of advanced body refining elixir in 15 minutes, her realm would ascend directly to martial sovereign. Would her body be able to withstand it? Gu Qingxian gazed down at Dragon Ling, who lay nestled in his embrace like a cat seeking affection. She should be able to endure it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dragon Ling resolutely nodded. Following the successful refinement of 2 bottles of body refining elixir, the sea of consciousness within her had already expanded to a certain extent. Even the firm constraints of her realm had begun to loosen. Soon, the time reached the 15-minute mark. Dragon Lingo sat cross-legged on the bed, her enchanting eyes gently closed. With unwavering focus, she concentrated all her energy, attempting to break through to the martial sovereign realm. At this moment, within her sea of consciousness, the frost ancestor dragon unfurled its massive wings, which glimmered with azure veins that radiated brilliant light, while a terrifying chill emanated from its colossal form. All the spiritual energy within Dragon Linger swiftly converged towards its location. "Husband, could you draw a little closer? I'm cold," she softly murmured, her delicate body trembling slightly after 3 minutes. As the ice attribute's spiritual energy gathered towards the frost ancestor dragon, Dragon Lingo was on the verge of losing control over her power. All right. Observing her condition, Gu Qingxian immediately embraced Dragon Lingo tightly. Simultaneously, he began to channel his own spiritual energy into her at a gentle pace, ensuring that no chaos would ensue during her breakthrough. Ding! Dragon Lingo has successfully broken through to the martial sovereign realm, with the system notification echoing in Gu Qingxuan's mind. The aura of her realm surged dramatically from martial master to martial sovereign. Am I impressive? Dragon Linger opened her eyes, gazing at Gu Qingxian with an expectant look. Very impressive. It won't be long before you surpass me, Gu Qingxian encouraged. With a personality akin to that of a child, Dragon Linger thrived on encouragement, leading to ultimately positive outcomes. I will definitely not hold you back. Her soft, fair face pressed against his sturdy chest as she murmured softly. Feeling the previously vacant spiritual energy within her beginning to coalesce anew, she comfortably closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. So adorable. Gu Qingxian gazed at Dragon Linger in his arms with affection. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned down and planted a kiss on her pristine forehead. This afternoon, they would rest for a few hours, and by evening, they would officially commence their mission. To speak frankly, this task poses considerable difficulty and psychological pressure for Gu Qingxian. A single misstep could result in the obliteration of the lives of thousands of ordinary citizens. After gently placing Long Linger on the bed and tucking her in, he quietly sat at her bedside, his gaze intently fixed on the information displayed on his laptop. The classification of the illusion insect clan, their racial characteristics, reproductive habits, nest architecture, offensive strategies, and compiled vulnerabilities. Upon reviewing this information, the tension in Gu Qingxuan's heart eased slightly, as he felt he had gained a foundational understanding. He muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the high-ranking martial artists in the imperial capital, several officers were engaged in a heated discussion. Among them was Zhu Jingyan. Old Zhu, you're entrusting the lives of thousands of ordinary citizens to a freshman martial arts student who hasn't even fully matured. Are you not overestimating him? One officer argued. Who said that? Freshmen have already matured, another retorted. Let us stay on topic and not indulge in idle chatter, Old Zhu. I am merely stating a fact. Who says I am here to support Old Zhu's nonsense? I do not wish to engage with you. Do not divert the topic. Even if this freshman possesses divine talent, he has never encountered the true brutality of the other races. If anything goes awry, you will bear the consequences. A middle-aged man and woman standing opposite Zhu Jingyan began to bicker. Enough, Old Chen. Zhu Jingyan observed the two squabbling incessantly, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration as he lit a cigarette. I understand your concerns. You are primarily worried about being held accountable if something goes wrong. However, I ask you, apart from this approach, what alternative do you propose? Zhu Jingyan inquired coldly with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, General Chen's face fell into deep contemplation. Therefore, you should promptly act according to the request I just made. I have great trust in this student, Gu Qingxian, Zhu Jingyan asserted with unwavering conviction. But have you considered the scenario where all those thousands of captives perish? Can you shoulder the consequences of that? General Chen took a deep breath and asked slowly. Yet, Old Chen, war itself demands sacrifice, does it not? Zhu Jingyan replied nonchalantly. At this remark, General Chen fell silent. Old Chen, after all these years, why do you still remain so indecisive? I have already issued the orders to mobilize forces. You may continue to dither, remarked a female general, casually resting her leg on the conference table with a smile. In that case, I shall refrain from saying more. You are certain that the Gu Qingxian you speak of possesses the means to ensure his own safety, correct? Indeed, if you were to witness his displayed prowess, you would undoubtedly be astonished. All right, it just so happens that there have been no issues in the Northern Emperor District recently. I will accompany you on this mission to meet the esteemed Gu Qingxian. This is indeed the best arrangement. Zhu Zhengyan nodded with a smile. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Lu Kong, Ming Lao, Zhu Zhengyan, Chen Long, Gu Qingxian, and Long Linger gathered at the Xingyao Martial Academy. In just one afternoon, Long Lingo had already achieved a breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm. At that moment, Lu Kong, sensing the fluctuations emanating from Long Linger, inquired with astonishment. Yes, I just broke through not long ago, still a bit shaky, Long Linger replied, though the corners of her soft lips were already curving upward uncontrollably. Indeed, as expected of you, your talent for cultivation is nearly on par with Gu Qingxian, Lu Kong remarked in agreement. Hearing this, Long Linger's lovely visage brightened even more. General Zhu Zhengyan, the reinforcements assigned by the higher-ups should have arrived by now, Gu Qingxian asked with a serious tone. Rest assured, they are already concealed 10 kilometers away from the enemy's forces. Once the battle commences, we will trouble Ming Lao to transport them, Zhu Zhengyan affirmed. Turning to glance at Ming Lao, who was polishing his longsword. Consider it done, Ming Lao replied with a calm smile. It had truly been a long time since he had taken a battle so seriously. Chapter 83, The Queen of the Illusion Insect Clan, Part 1, half an hour later. The group briefly briefed Long Linger and Gu Qingxian before boarding the aircraft, setting off toward the Illusion Insect Clan's nest they had previously discovered. Have both of you reached the martial sovereign realm? Chen Long, seated not far away, asked with curiosity. Indeed, Gu Qingxian replied after a moment of contemplation, nodding in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Chen Long involuntarily gasped. In his own time, he had been considered a prodigy by others. Yet it had taken him nearly a year to progress from the martial master realm to the martial sovereign realm. Gu Qingxian, on the other hand, had achieved this in less than a month since entering the Xingyu Martial Academy. What was even more remarkable was that Gu Qingxian did not merely attain the martial sovereign realm alone. He had also facilitated Long Linger's simultaneous breakthrough. Achieving such a feat was truly beyond what one might expect from a freshman. The young man before him was indeed inscrutable. Initially skeptical of Zhu Zhengyan's prior assessment of Gu Qingxian, Chen Long now found himself convinced after merely glancing at him. You two may rest for a while. We will conduct a more thorough examination, Zhu Zhengyan instructed. All right, Long Linger replied. Her soft lips curving into a slight smile as she leaned her delicate frame against Gu Qingxian's embrace, contentedly closing her eyes to drift into slumber. Simultaneously, the operation speed of the Yin-Yang Divine Pearl accelerated noticeably. Soon, the aircraft reached its destination. Qingxian, Ling-Er, we are almost there. Please awaken, called Elder Ming. Upon hearing his summons, Long Ling-Er and Gu Qingxian stirred from their slumber. Once we disembark, it is imperative that the two of you learn to navigate the situation. As long as you ascertain the location of the captives and relay that information to us, the rest will be manageable. We shall devise a solution, Elder Ming asserted firmly. Understood, Long Ling-Er promptly nodded. Stretching her limbs before meticulously adjusting the ultra-micro communication devices for herself and Gu Qingxian. All right, let us commence our journey, she declared, pleased with her preparations as she clapped her hands. Subsequently, the hatch opened. Zhu Zhengyan and Chen Long remained aboard the aircraft while Elder Ming guided Long Ling-Er and Gu Qingxian down. In the next moment, Elder Ming produced the teleportation talisman he had inscribed in advance, and with a flick of his hand, a brilliant golden light erupted beneath their feet. In an instant, they were transported several kilometers away. It was at this moment that Gu Qingxian truly beheld the lair of the advanced insectoid species. Several mountains had been hollowed out, revealing countless intricately designed chambers before them, resembling an expansive labyrinth. How many insectoids could possibly inhabit this place? Gu Qingxian pondered, momentarily taken aback and slightly anxious. Approximately around 10,000, but fear not. Should a confrontation arise, we possess sufficient forces to contend with them, Elder Ming reassured him. He then conjured the Dawn Blade, recently restored, and an overwhelming aura of a first-tier martial sovereign radiated from him, exerting a formidable pressure that even influenced the movements of Long Ling-Er and Gu Qingxian. Oh, they have arrived so swiftly? Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated with a languid grace. A swirl of dark green mist materialized before the trio, emanating the same first-tier martial sovereign presence. Why have you brought two individuals with you? Insect Yao emerged from the mist with a graceful demeanor, her previously smiling visage now replaced by a vigilant gaze scrutinizing the surroundings. Simultaneously, she discreetly employed her spiritual energy to conduct reconnaissance in the vicinity. Fortunately, their forces were concealed 10 kilometers away, adequately hidden, and Insect Yao detected no immediate threats. They are a couple. Does the Empress not know they are wed? Elder Ming seemed to grasp a crucial piece of information, inquiring with a smile. I'm well aware. I simply did not anticipate the depth of affection between this young couple, willing to face the challenges together. Insect Yao replied coldly, taking a step forward. or half-human, half-insect form casting a captivating allure upon Gu Qingxian. What are you staring at? Long Linger, with her exquisite willow-like brows furrowed, swiftly positioned herself before Gu Qingxian. Haha. Who would have thought you would feel jealous? Chong Yao chuckled, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of light. In an instant, a wealth of information about Long Linger's extraordinary spirit entered her mind. An immortal great spirit? Upon realizing this, surprise etched itself across Chong Yao's face. Old man, are you certain about the challenges this little one is about to face? Chong Yao inquired with a smile. Silence. Of course, I am aware. However, ensure that half of the captives are returned first. Once this matter is resolved, allow these two little ones to return safely. Ming feigned anger, pretending to conceal something from Gu Qingxian. Haha, very well. Observing this scene, Chong Yu nodded in delight. With a wave of her hand, nearly 500 captives, bound and restrained, appeared in the distance, terror evident in their eyes. Take these 500 away. The remaining 700, along with Gu Qingxian and Long Linger. You shall return for tomorrow night, Chong Yao stated calmly. Understood. Ming patted Gu Qingxian and Long Linger on the shoulders, refraining from further words, and turned to depart. Wait. I have a question for you. Are you truly willing to entrust me with this divine spirit awakener for a day? A day's time. Provided you ensure the safe return of both individuals and all captives, this deal is worthwhile. Good. It's best you think that way. Chong Yu nodded, saying no more. With that, Ming activated the teleportation array, transporting the captives away from the scene. Long Lingo conjured the frost spirit longsword in her hand, steadfastly standing before Gu Qingxian. Why so much hostility, little one? All right, put away your weapon. Let us return to our room for a proper discussion, Chong Yao remarked, her smile not reaching her eyes as she approached the two. Chapter 84. Are you really that impressive? You lead the way ahead. Long Lingo spoke with unwavering determination, her tone devoid of fear. Very well, I shall lead. Chong Yao, taken aback by Long Linger's demeanor, smiled and nodded, suppressing the aura of her realm as she guided them deeper into the lair. This little girl is merely at the martial sovereign level. She truly shows no concern about the possibility of being gravely injured and then enduring repeated torment while I utilize my spiritual energy to heal her. Nonetheless, it is evident that their bond is indeed strong. Following Chong Yao's lead, they arrived at the foot of a grand mountain. And as the array beneath them was successfully activated, they were immediately transported into an intricately designed edifice. Countless insectoid beings were diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Many gazes were drawn to Gu Qingxian and Long Linger, filled with a curious glint towards these two beings of an alien race. It was unexpected that this region inhabited by the insectoid species would exhibit such prosperity. Gu Qingxian felt a twinge of astonishment in his recollection. The living conditions of the insectoids were akin to that of primitive tribes. However, the current scene resembled the living environment of humanity from decades past. With their orderly and harmonious manner of working, it would not take long before they might catch up to the human race. Come here, you too, Insectio said, standing before an exceptionally lavish entrance and gently pushing it open. Qingxian, let me go ahead, Long Linger insisted, attempting to stride past him. There's no need, rest assured. Gu Qingxian replied softly, taking her delicate hand in his grasp. Why are you two still lingering? The tea is ready. Insect Yao's gaze settled on them. We shall forego the tea. Please proceed directly to the matter at hand. Gu Qingxian stated first. Very well. Under these circumstances, I will leave a mark upon you both. You may rest here, and tomorrow at noon, I will require 5 milliliters of your blood, Insect Yao replied, lifting her teacup to sip casually. At that moment, Gu Qingxian inquired within his mind, System, what exactly is the purpose of the mark she intends to leave on us? Ding. Rest assured, esteemed host. You may accept the mark without concern. For the remainder of the time, you can confidently utilize your points with me. Do not underestimate the bond we share. All right. I place my trust in you, Gu Qingxian responded, not dwelling further on the matter. You should at least enlighten me on the mark's function. Long Linger, with a hint of suspicion etched on her adorable face, chimed in, Are you planning to take our lives? Insect Yao chuckled lightly. I would not go that far. I will explain shortly. For now, simply accept the mark. Leave the rest to me. I assure you these concerns will be addressed. Gu Qingxian then conveyed his thoughts to Long Linger using his spiritual energy. Upon hearing his words, she calmed slightly. All right, please release the mark swiftly. I am rather fatigued and wish to retire, Long Linger acquiesced. Indeed, the little girl shows considerable insight, Insect Yu nodded approvingly. Subsequently, she conjured 2 emerald green marks in her hands, which swiftly integrated into the foreheads of Gu Qingxian and Long Linger. Why do I sense a resonance with my gun mark? Gu Qingxian pondered. Rest well, and do not entertain thoughts of escape. If I do not see your figures by tomorrow, I will not spare the lives of those captives, Insect Yao declared as she rose from her seat, her tone indifferent. Subsequently, with a single step, he vanished before the two, and the door closed instantly. Qingxian, did you find that mark a bit peculiar? After Chong Yao departed, Long Linger gently touched the mark on her forehead and, tilting her little face upwards, inquired with some confusion. Does it resonate with the heroic spirits within your consciousness? Gu Qingxian asked with curiosity. Are you experiencing the same? A hint of skepticism appeared on Long Linger's charming face. Not far off. Why don't you rest on the bed for a while? I should be able to resolve these matters in about 5 minutes. The items and food in this room are perfectly fine, Gu Qingxian said with a smile as he inspected the room, sitting at the edge of the bed. Are you truly that capable? Observing the serious and resolute expression on Gu Qingxuan's face, Long Lingo leaned in a little closer, softly asking, All right then. Let me help you take off your shoes so you can sleep. I will stay right by your side, Gu Qingxian offered, gesturing for her to sit beside him. Very well, I shall not be polite and will sleep now. However, you need not assist me with my socks, Long Lingo replied with a lovely smile. She then spread her arms and lay on the bed, her face displaying a contented expression. Allow me to cover you with the blanket. With a resigned sigh, Gu Qingxian reached for a corner of the blanket, draping it over Long Linger. He then turned his attention to the system. Ding. Dear host, by spending 50 points, you can directly learn how to resolve the issue of this mark. All right, deal. Gu Qingxian promptly agreed to the transaction. Well, it appears that the esteemed host has great faith in this system. Next, the host merely needs to expend 1,000 points to elevate their realm. Current host's attribute panel. Name, Gu Qingxian. Age, 19. Realm, second layer of martial sovereign. Ethereal spirits. Eternal spear god. Bloodthirsty, celestial dragon. Affiliated items. Enigmatic fire wings. Dragon scale divine armor. Yin Yang divine pearl. Strength, 1200100000. Agility, 1200100000. Defense, 1200100000. Speed, 1200100000. Eternal spear god. Ethereal spirit skills. God level 34 thunder spin stab, 34 spatial binding, 34 divine judgment, a level 34 spirit breath concealment, 34 temporal spirit eye. Cultivation speed exceeds the normal rate by 7-fold. Special talent, eternity, upon entering the eternal space. External time can be paused. Current operational time, 22 minutes. Bloodthirsty celestial dragon. Ethereal spirit skills. Celestial level 34 bloodthirsty dragon claw, 34 blood sacrifice dragon explosion, 34 reversal blood flame. Special talent, bloodthirsty, in the midst of battle, when an opponent is injured. It allows for a certain degree of recovery of one's own spiritual energy. It is estimated that expending 1,000 points will elevate the realm to the third layer of martial sovereign. Bundled sales? Gu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. What is the matter? Does the esteemed host disagree? Of course, I agree. Let us proceed. Gu Qingxian smiled. After all, his realm would eventually require points for elevation, and even if the system were to enforce bundled sales, it would pose little issue. Chapter 85. Embryo of Celestial Spirit. Subsequently, a slight surge of attribute energy arose within Gu Qingxian. In that fleeting moment, the enormous golden heart within his sea of consciousness seemed to have been successfully activated. A powerful and life-infused resonance echoed continuously. What is happening? Ever since he acquired the racial talent of the Radiant Spirit Clan, this massive golden heart residing in his consciousness had remained dormant. Could it be that only during a breakthrough can it be activated? Before he could fully comprehend this revelation, the radiant mark left by the insect queen on his brow began to visibly dissipate at an alarming rate. Is this the energy being refined from the mark? Upon realizing this, Gu Qingxuan's face displayed a hint of astonishment. System, will this action alert the insect queen? Gu Qingxian voiced his concerns inwardly. Ding. The esteemed host need not worry. As long as she does not utilize spiritual energy to detect you, this matter is fundamentally undetectable. At this moment, the host should focus on refining this mark without delay. Very well. With the system's words resonating in his mind, he cast aside any hesitation. In an instant, upon the rapidly pulsating golden heart within the sea of consciousness, green ethereal veins emerged, brewing something profound. Huh? Dragon Lingo, who had been lying on the bed and was on the verge of drifting into slumber, suddenly sensed Gu Qingxian placing his palm upon her forehead. With a hint of drowsiness, she opened her eyes to gaze at him, her expression tinged with confusion. I shall assist you in absorbing and refining this mark. You need not concern yourself, simply continue to rest, Gu Qingxian gently explained upon noticing Dragon Lingo had awoken. Refining? Dragon Lingo inquired, her curiosity piqued. The mark was implanted by a 10th-tier illusory insect queen. Correspondingly, the martial realm it represented was at the first layer of the martial sovereign realm. To dispel the mark, it would likely require the presence of a formidable figure like Elder Ming, let alone the feat of refining the mark and claiming its energy as one's own. Even with Gu Qingxuan's divine spirit being extraordinarily powerful, His current martial realm was merely that of a martial scholar. Could it truly be accomplished? Dragon Linger harbored doubts in her heart. The eternal spear god within me transcends these marks, thus I am able to refine them. Why do you regard me with such disdainful and wary eyes? Xue'er once again attributed the credit to the eternal spear god. Observing the expressions flitting across Dragon Linger's face, he inquired with curiosity. Because I somewhat doubt that you are indeed Xue'er, Dragon Linger continued. Previously, I encountered a similar instance on a forum where a martial artist, after awakening a powerful spirit, was overtaken by a strong entity upon exiting a secret realm. Moreover, I have observed other formidable beings who awakened divine spirits. Their cultivation speeds were not nearly as rapid as yours, nor did they possess such an array of formidable and terrifying abilities. As she spoke, Dragon Linger grew increasingly resolute in her convictions. Am I, in fact, being mistaken by Ling Ling as someone who has been possessed? Xue'er's mind raced, and he proposed a rather compelling theory. Could it be that even divine spirits possess a more intricate classification of qualities, and my eternal spear god stands as the mightiest among them? Is that truly so? Dragon Linger's adorable visage softened, her wariness noticeably diminishing upon hearing his words. Indeed, it is true. Now, I must prepare to undertake the final step. Sensing that the energy absorption was nearing completion, Xue'er closed his eyes and re-entered the vast expanse of his sea of consciousness. Upon entering his consciousness, the golden heart had undergone a monumental transformation. Within it, a green sphere was gradually coalescing, poised to break free. Cell division? Xue'er exclaimed instinctively at the sight before him. Indeed, it appears to be strikingly identical. The embryo of the celestial spirit has successfully coalesced, with a remaining incubation period of 1 month. During this month, the host may infuse various crystal cores from ferocious beasts and alien races as nourishment. From another perspective, this celestial spirit embryo has absorbed the essence of your and Long Linger's heroic souls, akin to being your child. What? Upon hearing this, Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. The celestial spirit embryo? A flicker of excitement ignited within him. He had some recollection of this spiritual treasure. It was said to be a fusion of both parties' heroic soul essences, capable of inheriting a portion of the formidable abilities awakened by both, and could grow stronger during the incubation period through the feeding of crystal cores. Xue'er, has the issue been resolved? Long Linger inquired, retrieving a small mirror from her storage ring. After a brief examination, the mark on her forehead had vanished. Yes, it has been resolved, Xue'er affirmed. First merging several crystal cores from his possession into the celestial spirit embryo within his consciousness, then slowly opening his eyes. Then hurry to bed and keep me company. Long Lingo pouted slightly. The task is not yet complete. Observing Long Lingo appearing somewhat languid on the bed, Xue'er playfully tapped her head. All right, I understand. Long Lingo replied with a hint of resignation. System, could you assist me in mapping out a holographic representation of this insect tribe? Xue'er inquired curiously in his mind. Ding. Certainly, but the host must move approximately 500 meters within this area for the system to generate the map by consuming 2,000 points. And it can also label detailed names of various locations. Upon hearing this, Xue'er rose from the edge of the bed. What are you going to do? Long Linger noticed his movement and quickly reached out with her soft, delicate hand to grasp his clothing. I need to conceal my presence and scout the surroundings. You should remain here and wait for my return, Xue'er said with a smile. Will you be able to find your way back? Long Linger asked quietly. That's why I need you to stay here. Don't you remember giving me the true dragon jade? Xue'er pointed to the true dragon jade adorning his waist. Oh, fine, but you must ensure your safety. Do not act recklessly. I will wait for your return here. Long Linger responded obediently, nodding her head. All right. Xue'er gently patted her head before activating the concealment of his presence. He then boldly walked outside. To his surprise, he discovered that the insect queen had been lingering just outside this room. He swallowed hard, uncertain whether the 10th tier illusion insect queen would be able to detect him. Chapter 86. The bloodline talent of the Radiant Spirit Tribe. At this moment, the icy voice of the insect queen resonated. What are you doing out here? What? Has she noticed me? At this moment, Xue'er felt his heart racing with unusual intensity. He had encountered the Empress, and due to a shortage of provisions at home, he needed to venture out for supplies. He humbly sought her understanding. Just then, he was oblivious to the sudden voice of another female insectoid creature nearby. Very well. Go ahead, but return within 10 minutes. I shall grant you this concession this time. Thank you, your majesty. Xue'er stood rooted in place. And upon witnessing this scene, the tension within him dissipated in an instant. It appeared that he had not been detected after all. As long as one did not specifically employ spiritual power to scout him, you should be safe. Subsequently, Xue'er proceeded in the direction of the individual he had just encountered. It was merely a matter of procuring food. The surroundings should be relatively secure. What were these individuals engaged in during the night? Following closely behind the woman, Gu Qingxian surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. At this moment, within the expansive corridors, aside from some distinctive buildings in the distance, low-tier insectoid beings were busily wielding shovels, attending to various tasks. Ding. Detection indicates the presence of a certain level of radiation within 10 kilometers of the host. Approaching within 1,000 meters allows for the direct utilization of the radiation spirit's abilities for absorption. Just then, the system's gentle voice echoed in his ear. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian suddenly understood. No wonder Chuang Yao was able to establish such a vast territory belonging to her illusionary insectoid race in this area. It seemed that this region was initially a suburban zone designated for human nuclear waste management. Few humans would venture near this area without reason, as the dangers of nuclear radiation were well known. However, Gu Qingxian was a notable exception, having acquired the bloodline talent of the radiation spirit race. He could absorb and transform the terrifying energy contained within radioactive materials. After traversing approximately 500 meters, the cartographic structure of the area came into view. Achieving his objective, Gu Qingxian immediately turned back and retraced his steps according to the direction indicated by the true dragon jade. Along the way, having activated his now S-rank martial skill, Spirit Breath Concealment, the patrolling guards remained utterly oblivious to his presence. Just as he approached the entrance, Gu Qingxian suddenly spotted Chuang Yao striding toward the courtyard. This was not good. He absolutely could not allow Chuang Yao to precede him. Yet, no matter how swift Gu Qingxian was, Chuang Yao had already pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. With no other choice, he could only discreetly follow in her wake. Seated at the bedside, engrossed in a novel on her phone, Longlinger was momentarily struck dumb upon witnessing Chuang Yao's sudden entrance. Is it really appropriate for you to barge in like this? The soft voice of Longlinger resonated. What's the matter? Kiki, why haven't I seen your boyfriend? Chuang Yao's gaze lingered upon her. At that moment, she noticed that the true dragon jade adorning Gu Qingxian was positioned remarkably close to her own. Subsequently, Longlinger pointed towards the nearby bathroom. He taking a shower. You cannot enter. Now, please hurry and leave, she said, feigning a bashful yet serious tone. Chuang Yao naturally followed her gesture and glanced in that direction. In that fleeting moment, Gu Qingxian slipped beneath the covers. I can hardly breathe, he pretended. Emerging from the blanket to gasp for air, his performance quite commendable. You two should hasten to sleep. Do not compromise the quality of my harvest of the Yingyuan tomorrow. Should the quality be subpar, do not expect to return so easily, Chuang Yao remarked, stifling a laugh initially before her tone turned icy. Understood. Next time, please knock before entering. Let us avoid this again, Longlinger replied, casting a glance at Gu Qingxian, who lay beside her, then looked back at Chuang Yao, speaking shyly. Of course, Chuang Yao sneered lightly. With a step forward, she vanished from their sight. Unbeknownst to her, these two young individuals were engaging in quite a playful act. The absence of Gu Qingxian earlier had been due to his concealment beneath the covers. Qingxian, we truly excel at this charade, Longlinger proclaimed proudly once she confirmed Chuang Yao had departed. I owe it all to you, Gu Qingxian smiled in return. Previously, you had no intention of bringing me along for this mission. How do you plan to express your gratitude now? Longlinger inquired, her adorable face tilted upwards, her enchanting eyes revealing not only shyness but also a hint of anticipation. Once we return, feel free to request any reward you desire. However, I must first organize the information we've gathered and relay it to Elder Ming and the others, Gu Qingxian stated earnestly while accessing the system panel. Any reward I desire? That sounds delightful, Longlinger responded, her soft lips curving into a satisfied smile. Gu Qingxian, engrossed in his task, remained oblivious to her gleeful expression. In the captive zone. 2 kilometers southeast, 6th level. 2 kilometers northeast, 3rd level. Personnel count. Area 1, 500. Area 2, 500. Gu Qingxian was taken aback upon reading this information. Wasn't it stated that only a little over 600 human captives were taken? How is it possible that after retrieving 500 captives, there are still 1,000 remaining? Of paramount importance is the fact that the distribution of these 1,000 captives varies across different locations and levels, presenting considerable obstacles to our operations. Gu Qingxian furrowed his brow, conjuring a sophisticated communication device in his hand. By utilizing his accrued points, Gu Qingxian directly commanded the system to transmit an extraordinarily detailed map. Each holographic map is adorned with meticulous annotations. One can only hope that Elder Ming and General Zhu Zhengyan will allocate additional personnel. At that moment, Gu Qingxuan's gaze was drawn to another location on the map, the area designated for the storage and transportation of radioactive materials. which extended a full 600 meters in radius. As for the distance to himself, it was a vertical descent of 1,000 meters. If he were to completely absorb and refine this energy, Xue'er could elevate his realm to the 8th level of the martial sovereign stage. Chapter 87, Xue'er, who is unruly after 3 days of inaction. Dear, why do you seem so happy? Xue'er inquired. Her curious gaze fixed on his delightfully handsome face as she tilted her small head in wonder. Given the current pace, once Xue'er transmits the precise coordinates, the human extermination forces, along with Elder Ming, will undoubtedly launch an assault. A fierce battle is inevitable. Shouldn't Xue'er be feeling anxious instead? Are you aware that I possess the bloodline talent of the Radiant Spirit clan? Xue'er asked with a smile. Impossible. Please don't treat me like a fool. I possess some common sense. It is already a rarity for one to simultaneously inherit the bloodline talents of both the human and dragon races, Xue'er retorted, crossing her arms and huffing in irritation, mistakenly believing Xue'er was teasing her. From the onset of the spiritual awakening era on Blue Star to the present day, not even historical records have documented a single individual possessing the pinnacle bloodline talents of 3 distinct races. Although Xue'er is indeed formidable, the notion of him creating such a precedent left Xue'er skeptical. What if it is true? Xue'er leaned in closer. If it were indeed true, feel free to ask for any reward you desire. I shall fulfill your wish. But think carefully, I am not jesting, he asserted with unwavering resolve. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xue'er, convinced that Xue'er was merely attempting to deceive her, responded confidently, all right, I accept. Xue'er flashed a broad smile. At that moment, Elder Ming's communicator connected with his own. The voice from the other end spoke first. Xue'er, is this map genuine? Xue'er inquired incredulously. He had expected Xue'er to provide only the general locations of the captives, but to his astonishment, Xue'er had sent an entire holographic map of the insectoid territory, complete with detailed annotations for every minute location. It is simply astonishing. It seems the Zerg Queen possesses no knowledge as detailed as this. Truly, this is one of my ethereal abilities, Xue'er patiently remarked. Goodness, your divine spirit is indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, several exclamations arose from the opposite side. Well then, Ming Lao, when do you plan to initiate the surprise attack? Xue'er inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone as he coughed lightly. That depends on you. If you are prepared, we can split our forces and advance immediately, Ming Lao replied with unwavering resolve. All right, let us decide on 10 minutes from now. I will also attempt to deal with the captives in the first area, and you shall simply be responsible for the extraction. Xue'er suggested after a brief contemplation of the forthcoming events. Agreed. We shall follow your command. Xue'er laughed heartily, his words laced with satisfaction. Cut off the communication. Wait, so soon? Upon hearing this, Long Lingo quickly sat up from her bed. Well, there is no need to rush. Our mission has already been accomplished. If we can assist further, we shall do so, Xue'er explained with a smile, observing Long Lingo anxiously donning her socks at the bedside. Phew, all right, she sighed, albeit with a hint of reluctance. After she had put on her shoes and socks, a Frost Lotus longsword materialized in her hands. Do not venture ahead. Simply follow my lead. At that moment, Xue'er had donned his dragon-scale divine armor and conjured the god-slaying spear. Noticing Long Linger's intent to walk ahead, he quickly grasped her hand. Very well, she pouted slightly. As they stepped into the courtyard, Xue'er first employed his temporal spirit eye to conduct a cursory scan of their surroundings. The night had grown deep, and the figure of the Zerg had vanished within a 3-kilometer radius. The soldiers patrolling along the road appeared utterly devoid of energy, wearing drowsy expressions, with only a few remaining alert, puffing on cigarettes from years past. I will cloak you with spiritual concealment. Strive to make as little noise as possible during our movements. Can your invisibility technique be applied to me? Long Linger inquired. It should be feasible. This technique has now advanced from A rank to S rank. Furthermore, I can render certain objects invisible, so a human form should be no different. If I become invisible, will you still be able to see me? At this, a look of eager anticipation graced Long Linger's adorable face. Of course. Oh, she responded, her head drooping slightly in disappointment. No. I must learn an invisibility technique myself when the opportunity arises. She vividly recalled how Xue'er had previously taken advantage of her with his invisibility skill. Extend your hand. You can still read minds, right? Oh, I apologize. Long Linger took a step back, then straightened her posture, exuding an air of dignified composure. With her eyes closed, she extended a delicate, soft white hand forward, mentally preparing herself for the impending impact. Huh? Upon hearing her unexpectedly apologize, Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. Before seemingly grasping the situation, I merely activated the spiritual concealment on you. There is no need for alarm. It was only then that Long Linger raised her head. Subsequently, Gu Qingxian gently cradled her soft little dragon hand and kissed it lightly, successfully activating the S-grade spiritual concealment. You rogue, behaving like this at such a moment. Long Linger's voice trembled slightly, tinged with shyness. Honestly, typically, he appeared so honest and gentlemanly. He should be the one playfully teased by her in various ways. But now, it seemed the tables had turned completely. All right, it is only through our physical contact that I can initiate the S-grade spiritual concealment. Gu Qingxian smirked, his expression earnest. I concede. Long Linger blushed, playfully punching him lightly on the arm. Just wait for it when we return. For now, we must proceed with the task. Well, I shall await with anticipation. Gu Qingxian grinned widely. Long Linger's words were undeniably a bit boastful. Simply put, this was akin to the saying that 3 days without punishment leads to the roof being lifted. As for who had begged whom previously, he chose to remain silent. After Long Linger cast the Frost Lotus blessing, the two began to swiftly make their way toward the first prisoner area, where the patrolling guards were as unresponsive as wooden figures. In a mere 3 minutes, they effortlessly arrived at the entrance of a cave. Huh? Why have you stopped? Gu Qingxian halted, and Long Linger collided into him, touching the delicate, crystalline horns on her forehead, speaking in a slightly aggrieved whisper. Chapter 88, Reinforcements. 10,000 swords entangle and slay. We shall strike simultaneously. You handle the 2 guards on the left, while I take care of the remaining 3. Aim for a swift kill to avoid drawing excessive attention. Gu Qingxian glanced at his watch and gestured for Long Linger to follow his gaze. At that moment, at the cave entrance, the 2 left guards of the illusion insect clan appeared to be at approximately the 8th level of the martial master realm, while the 3 on the right seemed to have just broken through to the 9th level. Given that the captives were primarily ordinary individuals utterly defenseless and had been bound for 2 to 3 days, they posed no threat. Thus the guards were more than sufficient. However, the only point Gu Qingxian and Long Linger needed to be cautious of was to prevent the battle from creating too much noise that would attract overwhelming reinforcements. All right. Can I stack the Frost Lotus blessing entirely on myself? Long Linger asked with a smile. Certainly. Gu Qingxian nodded. Subsequently, he seamlessly transitioned his spirit into the bloodthirsty celestial dragon. The dragon's horns on his forehead gleamed resplendently, while a powerful and robust tail extended behind him. More significantly, a faint crimson glow flickered within his eyes, rendering him a veritable demon descended from the depths of hell to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. Long Linger first cast a glance at his magnificent dragon horns, then at her own diminutive, crystalline horns, which were but a few centimeters in size, inducing a profound sense of inferiority and envy within her. Stop daydreaming. Count to 3 and then act, Gu Qingxian urged in a subdued tone. All right, Long Linger obediently nodded. The count was completed swiftly. In an instant, both figures flickered, manifesting as streams of blue and red light. The Frost Lotus sword in Long Linger's grasp was imbued with razor-sharp, ice elemental spiritual energy. The blade's light merely grazed the 2 adversaries, yet they collapsed immediately. More critically, the white ice crystals froze the blood that was about to spill from their bodies in place. As for Gu Qingxian, his movements were remarkably swift. In a mere 3 seconds, he dispatched the 3 illusion insect clan members with ease, claiming their lives one by one. Afterwards, Gu Qingxian and Long Linger lifted the S-grade spiritual concealment, activating the temporal spirit eye to retrieve the key, which he grasped firmly as they proceeded towards the cave entrance. Shoo! Pausing before a massive iron door, Gu Qingxian's gaze swept over the trembling captives, and he immediately gestured for them to remain calm. Upon seeing that the newcomer was a young human, the captives' hearts settled slightly. He inserted the key and unlocked the iron door, stepping in alongside Long Linger. Shortly, the main force of the God-slaying brigade will arrive to assist. I will first help you remove the chains binding you, but please maintain silence, Gu Qingxian whispered urgently. Understood. The group nodded rapidly, as if they had grasped a lifeline while teetering on the edge of a precipice. Observing this, Gu Qingxian refrained from further words. Employing the temporal spirit eye, he quickly examined the chains binding them. The iron rings clamped tightly around their wrists, connected by a metallic chain as thick as half a palm, threading through the gaps of the rings. This arrangement facilitated management for the illusion insect clan, but rendered the captives utterly immobile. Some had wrists that were already bruised and swollen, with the iron rings having embedded painfully into their flesh. It was unfathomable how they had endured such torment. You have suffered greatly. I will free you from these chains immediately, Gu Qingxian said, crouching down to gently grasp the main iron chain. He then unleashed the full power of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon spirit, allowing its formidable energy to surge through the entire chain. In the next moment, boom! The sound of iron shattering echoed continuously. Thank you. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Even if I were to perish now, it would suffice. Many individuals knelt down, tears streaming down their faces. Do not kneel before me, quickly rise. The main force will arrive shortly, Xue'er spoke. Yes, thank you, benefactors. They murmured as they stood back up. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound of cannon fire erupted. The technological might of the human race unleashed a barrage of artillery upon them. Following this, a cacophony of fierce combat ensued. Elder Ming's figure appeared before the crowd in an instant. I shall first unleash my martial arts to transport you, then leave the rest to us. As soon as he finished speaking, a teleportation array materialized beneath their feet. The crowd was transported almost instantaneously. Elder Ming. This area was originally a suburb where nuclear radioactive materials were buried. I have awakened the bloodline talent of the Radiant Spirit clan. Can you take me to the 6th level underground? As soon as the teleportation was complete, Xue'er immediately inquired. Really? Elder Ming gazed at him incredulously. Indeed. I am absolutely certain, Xue'er replied with unwavering conviction. Very well, I shall accompany you. Elder Ming chuckled heartily. As the two prepared to set off, Long Linger anxiously grasped his hand. Stay here and wait for my return. With Elder Ming by my side, you need not worry. The reinforcements have also arrived. You will follow them back, Xue'er gently reassured her, patting her head. Everyone, quickly get in the vehicle. The voice of the earlier female general rang out. Before Long Linger could voice her concerns further, Elder Ming activated the teleportation array with Xue'er, swiftly heading towards the location indicated on the previous holographic map. What appeared before them was a heavy iron door, guarded by nearly 100 Zerg individuals still handling the radioactive materials. Noticing the sudden arrival of the two, they hesitated momentarily before simultaneously launching an all-out assault towards Xue'er and Elder Ming. Go ahead and absorb the energy, I will handle the rest. Elder Ming gripped the Dawn Blade firmly. Understood, Xue'er nodded lightly. Channeling the sanguine powers of the bloodthirsty celestial dragon, he clenched his fists. A terrifying aura of blood erupting forth as he relentlessly battered the enormous iron door, a colossal dragon shadow gradually materializing behind him. As the dragon's illusory form solidified, Xue'er unleashed a punch, and the already strained iron door shattered, creating a gaping hole through which he dashed inside. Upon his entry, Elder Ming fully unleashed the formidable aura of the martial Emperor realm, sparing no restraint. With a mere thought, lethal attacks surged forth. As countless golden sword glimmers tore through the fabric of space. 10,000 swords annihilation. Elder Ming raised his hand and uttered a low command. In an instant, thousands of golden sword rays rained down upon the insectoid beings, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries. Meanwhile, Xue'er, having breached the iron gate, found the thick green radioactive mist coiling around his dragon horns like a sentient entity. His spirit eye automatically activated, revealing faint golden patterns reminiscent of atomic structures within his pupils. Drawing a deep breath, the swirling plutonium-239 in the waste pool transformed into myriad flickering fireflies within his vision. So, this is how the Radiant Spirit lineage's bloodline abilities function. He spread his arms wide, dark red veins surfacing on his skin, while the colossal golden heart within his sea of consciousness began to pulse with life. Suddenly, the waste pool erupted in a frenzy, as dozens of streams of radiation, akin to serpents detecting prey, frantically penetrated the pores of his body. Elder Ming, having dispatched the last insectoid guardian, turned to witness Xue'er enveloped in a cocoon of green light. The radiation levels potent enough to instantly slay a martial sovereign were somehow coalescing into a miniature star within Xue'er's body. The elder's hand trembled slightly around his sword, as golden sword energy wove an intricate net around him, realizing that even Principal Liu might be unaware of the secrets concealed within this young man's divine spirit. The 6th subterranean level suddenly trembled violently, the dome above fracturing like a spider's web. 3 jet-black insectoid mechas erupted from the ground, their quantum cores pulsating with an eerie blue luminescence. Leading them was the Blade Queen, unfurling her 4-meter-long bony wings, her 6 multifaceted eyes locking onto Elder Ming. Is this the martial emperor of the human race? She declared, swinging her long blade, which cleaved the air and rent purple fissures in space. Just perfect as nourishment for the matriarch. Elder Ming's pupils constricted. The weapon was unmistakably the long-lost greatsword, the 9 suns severing heaven. How could it be in the possession of this aberrant insectoid creature? As the blade pivoted, 9 golden suns rose behind her, illuminating the entire subterranean expanse in blinding brilliance. Elder Ming, sword aloft, charged forward. Meanwhile, within the cocoon of light, Xue'er felt the radioactive energy within him metamorphosing into pure energy, surging towards his sea of consciousness. Yet, the pace was insufficient. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, his spirit eye evolving into a second tier of perception. The waste pool erupted violently. Liquid radiation cascading like a waterfall, coalescing in his palm into a white, formless spiritual energy. The lead plates on the walls began to melt. As the entire 6th underground level underwent quantum collapse, the Blade Queen's bony wings froze in place, her eyes widening in horror as she sensed the ground trembling beneath her. The youth ensconced in radiation now emanated an aura of profound transformation. Peak 9th layer of the martial sovereign realm. It is now my turn to join the fray. Gu Qingshuan's voice resonated with a metallic hum. He stepped forth from the light cocoon, soaring towards the rapidly converging insectoid army. The bloodthirsty celestial dragon manifested its dark crimson scales, and wherever its tail swept, the insectoid mech shattered like butter meeting a heated knife. The Blade Queen, filled with trepidation, let out a sharp shriek and pursued Gu Qingxian. Just as the level 9 sword, Jiuyang Duantian, made contact with his body, the blade fractured into a web-like pattern. Gu Qingshuan's eyes sparked with a golden brilliance. His spirit eye had fully awakened, revealing the sword's most vulnerable point. With a swift strike, he shattered the long sword in the Blade Queen's grasp. This Jiuyang Duantian sword was utterly deceptive, its actual quality far inferior to its rank. Elder Ming, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a decisive blow to seal her throat. Qingxian, I leave this to you. I shall seek the illusion insect queen. Elder Ming declared. Understood, Gu Qingxian replied with a subtle nod. At this moment, there were still about 100 illusion insect soldiers flooding in. Their realms generally lower than Gu Qingshuan's. Their prideful shape-shifting ability proved ineffective in such a battle. More critically, Gu Qingshuan's awakened bloodthirsty celestial dragon spirit not only endowed him with formidable power, but also with a miraculous ability to automatically replenish his spiritual energy. In combat, he functioned like a relentless machine, operating continuously without fatigue. Ding! Killed a 6th level illusion insect creature, awarded 62 points. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. As time passed, the residual waves from the battle between the two martial emperors outside grew increasingly intense. To shield himself from their effects, Gu Qingxian unleashed the 39th level of reverse blood flame, then switched his spirit to the eternal gun god. Qixian, quickly stow your spirit weapon. The insect queen's power is formidable. We must flee. Elder Ming's figure suddenly appeared within his line of sight. All right, let's escape. With the spirit eye in operation, Gu Qingxian, upon witnessing this, felt a barely perceptible smile tug at the corners of his mouth. He released his phantom fire wings and pretended to be in a state of acute tension as he followed closely behind. Bang! Lightning flickered, and a shot pierced through his body. Crimson blood oozed from the wound, and Gu Qingxian grimaced in distaste as he withdrew his spear. Ding! Killed a 7th level illusion insect creature, awarded 72 points. The kill notification resonated in Gu Qingshuan's mind. With the spirit eye active, he could easily discern the transformations of these lower-tier illusion insect creatures, perhaps aided by the bloodline talents of the Radiant Spirit clan. An hour later, the tide of battle had dramatically turned. The insect had swollen to nearly 600 meters in size. Its lower half resembling spider legs while its upper half bore a human likeness. Its carapace was riddled with cracks, and Elder Ming bore injuries as well. Retreat to the outskirts. The insect Yao's piercing voice rang out. Beyond the suburbs he spoke of lies an uncharted territory of humanity, 50 kilometers away. Slay the Phantom Blade. Elder Ming, wielding a longsword, pursued relentlessly, unleashing martial techniques as a colossal golden sword soared through the air with great speed. With both combatants of equal prowess, neither could inflict fatal wounds upon the other, resulting in their fierce clash being propelled several kilometers away. The aftermath of their battle nearly obliterated the 3 great mountains, reducing them to mere heaps of earth. Elder Ming, the unknown region is fraught with peril, and considering your numerous injuries, it would be wise to cease your pursuit for now, Lu Kong interjected. Upon hearing these words, Elder Ming, who was prepared to continue his relentless chase, halted and sighed in frustration. Should he persist, the queen of the Phantom Insect clan might resort to self-detonation, a challenge he could hardly withstand in his current state, compelling him to seek alternative measures. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Gu Qingxian, clad in dragon-scale armor and wielding the god-slaying spear, navigated through the throngs of beasts. Accompanied by reinforcements from the god-slaying legion, swiftly decimating the remaining forces of the Phantom Insect clan. Has this lad's strength surged yet again? Qianlong mused, taken aback by the spectacle. Are you jesting with me? How is it that you doubted Gu Qingshuan's capabilities from the beginning? Zhu Jingyan chimed in, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. Old Xu, spare me your banter. Given the sheer terror of this young man's exhibited prowess, it is no surprise that disbelief would arise. Qianlong replied with a wry smile, feeling quite helpless. To be honest, I too was skeptical at first. Now, let us focus on the task at hand and direct efforts towards clearing the battlefield. Zhu Zhengyin's gaze swept over the expanse littered with the corpses of the phantom insect clan. The next steps involved documenting the battlefield for preservation. Subsequently, submitting the records to the Dragon Kingdom Martial Artists Association for reporting and archiving, followed by a meticulous tally of fallen warriors, among a myriad of other tedious tasks. Thanks to the exceptionally detailed map provided by Gu Qingxian, the human martial artists suffered fewer than 100 casualties. Had they relied solely on brute force, the losses would have been significantly greater. As the battlefield neared completion, Lu Kong remarked, "Qingxian, classmate Long Lingo has already returned safely to Starry Martial Academy. I shall pilot the aircraft to escort you back." He brushed off the dust from his hands, his gaze settling on a row of aircraft nearby. "Thank you, Principal Lu," Gu Qingxian responded. With the battle concluded and the battlefield nearly cleared, it was indeed time for him to return. "There is no need for such formality between us. It is thanks to your presence that this battle was so manageable," Lu Kong said, placing a hand on Gu Qingxuan's shoulder as they walked toward the aircraft. His smile barely contained. It is crucial to recognize that the individual who contributed so significantly to this success was indeed a student from Starry Martial Academy. Once the news report is released, the reputation and fame of Xingyou Martial Academy will significantly rise, and as the principal, he will bask in the glory as well. After boarding the warplane, Gu Qingxian took out his mobile phone. "Dear, why haven't you returned yet? Please don't get hurt. Dear, if you don't come back soon, I'll be angry, and you know the consequences. Why aren't you answering my calls? I'm so upset. Had I known, I wouldn't have listened to you and followed you." Seeing a string of messages on his phone, Gu Qingxian couldn't help but chuckle with a touch of helplessness. It was indeed as he had anticipated. Within 10 minutes of being away from Long Linger, she would feel dejected and wronged. With a hint of tenderness, he redialed her number. "My love, everything has been taken care of. Principal Lu is on his way to take me back to Xingyou Martial Academy. It should take about 10 more minutes." As soon as the call connected, Gu Qingxian spoke gently. "I understand. You haven't been hurt, right? By the way, I've arrived home. Can you come back directly?" Long Linger inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. "I'm unscathed." Gu Qingxian glanced at Lu Kong, who was piloting the aircraft, and saw him give a thumbs up. "All right, I'll head straight home." "Okay, I'll wait for your return, but could you please not hang up? I'm a bit scared to shower alone." "Then wait until I get back to shower. It's about 8 minutes more." "All right." Long Linger replied obediently, her tone laced with a hint of shyness. After hanging up, Gu Qingxian smiled affectionately. "By the way, Qingxian, are you aware of the 4 Domains Grand Competition in 2.5 months?" At this moment, Lu Kong, in the pilot seat, asked. "I've heard a little about it, but I'm not very clear on the specifics and rules. I wish to participate," Gu Qingxian replied nonchalantly. "That's fine, just participate. I'll explain the details and rules to you later." Hearing the response he desired, Lu Kong laughed heartily. As the principal, encountering both Gu Qingxian and Long Linger, 2 prodigies defying the natural order, felt like a stroke of luck. The 4 Domains Grand Competition is a grand event hosted by all human martial academies across Blue Star. When Gu Qingxian and Long Linger represent Xingyou Martial Academy and secure a top position, the principal will certainly gain widespread recognition. Perhaps then, Xingyou Martial Academy could be elevated to a prestigious institution, gaining access to richer and more powerful cultivation resources and benefits. Thinking of this, Lu Kong couldn't help but chuckle. Observing his demeanor, Gu Qingxian shook his head in mild exasperation. Military aircraft? As the fighter jet approached the Gu family courtyard, astonishment spread across the faces of the onlookers in the streets. I had suspected that the young scion of the Gu family, who originally suffered from diminished bloodline talents, could suddenly awaken a divine-level spirit soul, and it now seemed evident that he must have consumed some forbidden substance, which the military had discovered. And it declared with unwavering conviction, "Do not look, do not look. We must not get involved." Upon hearing this, the remaining spectators hastily dispersed, bowing their heads in haste. Gu Qingxian, who was preparing to disembark from the aircraft, inexplicably sneezed. "Principal Lu, please take care on your way back. I will bid you farewell for now." "Indeed. Thank you for your efforts. Do rest well upon your return." With a thud, the hatch opened, and Gu Qingxian leaped down, tracing a graceful arc in the air. A ripple of spiritual energy manifesting as he landed steadily. The fighter jet began to turn and depart. Nearby, a woman on the street gasped in astonishment. "Fu Guei, did you just see that?" The Gu family boy leaped directly from a military aircraft. "Xue'er, I thought my eyesight was failing me. The military is merely here to escort the young man. What on earth has transpired?" Her earlier conjecture was swiftly overturned. If Gu Qingxian had indeed taken illicit drugs, how could the military so casually allow him to disembark? One must commend the vivid imaginations of the elderly bystanders. At that moment, Gu Qingxian had taken only a few steps when he spotted Long Lingo sitting in a daze on the stone steps at the entrance. Lingo, you were waiting here for my return? Darling, hug me. Upon hearing his footsteps, Long Lingo sprang to her feet in surprise, arms outstretched as she rushed toward him. All right. A hug. But why were you sitting on the steps waiting for me? Gu Qingxian welcomed her delicate form into his embrace, curiosity piqued. Firstly, I wanted to see you sooner. Secondly, I lost my keys. Long Lingo, with her soft and adorable cheeks pressed against his chest, shyly confessed. Chapter 91. The showerhead is broken, huh? Chuckling at Long Lingo's serious expression, Gu Qingxian couldn't help but emit a few amused sounds. I wondered why Lingo was acting so unusually today. After descending from the battlefield, I had expended considerable energy. Yet she was willing to wait at the entrance for my return. Under normal circumstances, she would have already been sprawled lazily on the bed. Are you mocking me? Long Lingo glared up at him in indignation. She distinctly remembered placing her keys in her pocket before leaving, as she always did without mishap. Oh, no, absolutely not. How could I possibly mock you over such a matter? Ha ha cough. As the conversation progressed, Gu Qingxian could not help but emit a few soft chuckles. Hand me the key. Once I finish my shower, you shall be in for it. Long Lingo was evidently taken aback, realizing that Gu Qingxian had grown so audacious, mocking her without even the pretense of acting. So wicked. With a playful gesture, she rummaged through his belongings, securing the key before stepping through the door. My dear, I merely recalled something amusing. I was not laughing at you. Do you not trust me? As Long Lingo ascended the stairs to the foyer, preparing to remove her little leather shoes, Gu Qingxian hastily offered his explanation. Do you truly think I could believe that? Holding the small white sock she had just removed from her delicate, fair feet, Long Lingo cast him a slightly resentful glance. Your socks are rather dirty. At that moment, Gu Qingxian noticed the faint discoloration on the small white socks in her hand. Deliberately, he feigned a look of distaste, waving a hand in front of his nose. They're not dirty. Even if they were, they wouldn't smell. Long Lingo, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of embarrassment and irritation. She longed to silence Gu Qingxian with those very socks. If you saw it, why must you vocalize it? Such a detestable man. Having fought on the battlefield for so long, perspiration was inevitable, making the sock's discoloration a mere normality. Moreover, her awakening to the ice attribute spirit power ensured her body maintained a suitable temperature. If truth be told, she didn't smell at all. It should be the ice cream that had that pleasant aroma. Just you wait, she declared, assuming a cute yet fierce demeanor. After retrieving a fresh set of clothes from her storage ring, she donned a pair of bunny slippers and entered the bathroom. Gu Qingxian, already seated on the sofa, couldn't help but smile at her retreating figure. It seemed that Long Lingo intended to tidy herself up. Yet, he had not forgotten the wager they had made. As long as he could prove that he had awakened the bloodline talent of the Radiant Spirit clan, Long Lingo had promised to fulfill any one of his wishes. Qingxian, come here for a moment. Why has this showerhead become so peculiar? A soft voice floated from the bathroom a few minutes later. Let me see. Gu Qingxian slipped on his shoes and rose from the sofa, then pushed open the bathroom door with both hands. What are you doing? Long Lingo, still wrapping herself in a towel, felt her fair cheeks flush with embarrassment. The bathroom was unexpectedly filled with a thick white mist, obscuring Gu Qingxian's view of what lay ahead. Having already retracted his spirit, he could not discern the objects around him. Quickly, shut your eyes. Oh. Gu Qingxian seemed to grasp the situation, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes. All right, you can open your eyes now, Long Lingo said softly, her voice tinged with shyness. A minute later, moments ago, she had instinctively called out for Gu Qingxian, never expecting him to arrive so promptly. Fortunately, the bathroom was shrouded in mist, so he likely did not see her clearly. Why must I close my eyes? Gu Qingxian inquired, feigning ignorance as he gazed at Long Lingo, who was merely draped in a white towel. It's nothing, Long Lingo replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. It appeared that her husband had indeed not caught a glimpse of her. A sigh of relief washed over her at this realization. The white mist felt somewhat peculiar. At that moment, Gu Qingxian activated the eternal spear god's spirit and detected something amiss with the mist in the air. I was just playing with the water using ice elemental energy, and it turned out like this. The showerhead seems to be leaking, she explained. Resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, her adorable head bowed. The cool, refreshing mist wafted through the bathroom, and she found it delightful. Regrettably, she had not managed her energy well today and had inadvertently damaged the showerhead. I suppose I should try replacing the showerhead and the hose. Your ice elemental energy is truly powerful, Gu Qingxian said, gently patting her head with a warm smile. He used 10 points from the system store to acquire the necessary items and began the process of disassembly and replacement. I'm sorry, I want to do this again. Long Lingo murmured softly. It's nothing. It's merely a showerhead and hose. If it breaks, I can replace it at any time, Xue'er reassured her, showcasing his understanding. Since Long Lingo enjoyed it, and the task was within his means, why not indulge her? Yay. Hearing his words, Long Lingo smiled joyfully. Forgetting that she was only wrapped in a white towel, she opened her delicate arms and embraced Xue'er. Feeling that this gesture did not fully convey her affection, she pressed her soft lips against his cheek. All right, you can continue your shower. I shall step out for now, Xue'er said, forcing calmness despite the tumult within as he exited the bathroom. Due to the droplets of water clinging to her body when she had embraced him, his upper body was now slightly damp. My wife looked so beautiful just now, he murmured, swallowing hard. His mind began to wander into peculiar thoughts, prompting him to swiftly grab a cup of water from the table and drink deeply. At last, Long Lingo emerged from the bathroom clad in fresh garments, her expression one of complete contentment. Do you have time to help me dry my hair? She asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Of course, I have time, Xue'er replied, seizing the opportunity as he walked over with a smile. You're such a good husband. Enjoying the gentle ministrations of Xue'er, Long Lingo felt the corners of her soft, crystalline lips subtly lift. Suddenly, a warm sensation grazed her cheek. Huh? Long Lingo, perplexed, opened her eyes. What are you doing? Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. At that moment, Xue'er leaned slightly forward, as if savoring a piece of bread, planting tender kisses upon her fair, delicate face, unwilling to cease his affectionate gestures. Chapter 92. The hope of the entire clan after her bath. Long Lingo exuded an irresistible fragrance, more alluring than cake itself. Concerned that he might inadvertently swell her cheeks from his kisses, Xue'er reluctantly paused. Next time, you need not dry my hair. Long Lingo, her face a rosy hue, shyly touched her cheek where he had just kissed her. Then I shall sleep in my clothes. You shall not see my abs. Xue'er smiled as he replied. No. If you enjoy kissing, continue, but be gentle. You must still remove your shirt before sleeping. Taken aback by a sudden reversal and threatening her with this matter, Long Lingo quickly shook her head in refusal. Thus, it seems we are mutually beneficial. While using the hairdryer to dry her hair, Xue'er grinned. Long Lingo enjoyed admiring and touching his hands and abs, while he relished kissing her soft cheeks, a fair exchange. Wait, something suddenly comes to mind. Did you not claim to possess the bloodline abilities of the Radiant Spirit clan? Why have you not demonstrated it to me? As she closed her eyes once more to savor the moment, Long Lingo recalled their previous wager and looked up at him with a triumphant expression. After returning for so long, he had yet to prove his words. He had surely lied to her, perhaps believing she had forgotten. My memory is quite sharp. Oh. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Observing the pride on her petite face, Xue'er struggled to suppress his laughter. Subsequently, a powerful aura, indicative of the ninth peak of the martial sovereign realm, emanated from him, revealing golden energy coursing through his veins beneath his skin. You truly were not deceiving me? Long Lingo hesitated, confirming several times. To elevate one's cultivation to such heights in a short span, with the visible flow of golden energy within. This undoubtedly signified the bloodline abilities of the Radiant Spirit clan. Of course, why would I deceive you? Xue'er beamed with joy. My parents have told me that gambling is illegal, so let us refrain from that. Just as her hair was fully dried, seizing the opportunity, Long Lingo rose from her seat, her dainty, bare feet making a swift escape. It must be said, Long Lingo had become quite adept at changing her demeanor. So much so that Xue'er was momentarily taken aback. Do you believe you can evade me? Xue'er inquired with a smile. Subsequently, his figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of Long Lingo. I did not intend to evade. I merely wished to retrieve my phone from the bedroom. Indeed. Long Lingo asserted with unwavering conviction. Very well, take your phone, Xue'er replied, unable to suppress a smile at her earnest facade of deception. You should take a shower first, Long Lingo noted, observing that Xue'er had yet to bathe. Ah, that is indeed a reminder, Xue'er acknowledged with a gentle nod. He then removed his shirt with a swift motion and, clad in a clean bathrobe, made his way toward the bathroom. As she beheld the robust muscles adorning his frame, Long Lingo stood rooted, slightly embarrassed as she wiped her mouth and turned away. You insufferable man, tempting me, she mused, spreading her arms wide before collapsing onto the bed. With a hint of exasperation, she covered herself with the blanket, only to emerge a few minutes later, peeking from her cocoon to engage with her phone. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bathroom, Xue'er contemplated the existence of any other burial sites for radioactive materials in the Dragon Kingdom. Feeling the potent essence of energy coursing through him, he spoke to himself with eager anticipation. The Radiant Spirit clan, due to their exceptionally powerful bloodline, had been besieged by several races over a century ago. It was estimated that no more than a handful of them remained. The original Radiant Spirit clan, having absorbed too much radioactive material, often succumbed to chaos and internecine strife. What set Gu Qingxian apart was his unique ability to perfectly transmute radioactive substances into energy within his body, akin to the results of his own painstaking cultivation. Moreover, it was crucial to note that he only possessed the bloodline abilities of the Radiant Spirit clan. His identity would always remain that of a human. This signified that he could easily access most places, particularly the outskirts where radioactive materials were buried, which were seldom guarded. In due time, he could seek an opportunity to break through to the Martial King realm, while also activating Long Linger's Beast Pattern clan bloodline abilities. Gu Qingxian briefly outlined his forthcoming endeavors, noting that with 2.5 months remaining until the 4 regions' grand competition, he could enhance their strengths significantly alongside Long Linger. Why are you sprawled on the bed watching your tablet again? Sit up, it could harm your eyesight. Gu Qingxian remarked in mild irritation as he approached the bed, giving a gentle tap to the bundled figure of Long Linger, who was peering at the screen with her head poking out from the covers. Our dragon clan possesses excellent vision. It matters not how I view it. I have maintained this habit since middle school without any issues, Long Linger replied, casting a playful glance over her shoulder and pouting mischievously. Are you certain it's not because that woman took away your electronic devices, allowing only books? And you ended up dozing off after a few glances while lying on the bed? How do you know that? The aunt informed me to call and ask whether her daughter had yet to abandon that bad habit. No, I have already corrected that flaw. Long Linger, in a huff, emerged from her cocoon of blankets, clutching her tablet and obediently perching at the head of the bed. Observing this, Gu Qingxian, seated on the edge of the bed, nodded in satisfaction. It was easier to persuade Long Linger by invoking her aunt's authority regarding such matters. He then turned to his mobile device as well. After browsing through a few videos, Gu Qingxian sensed something amiss. News report, the hope of all humanity? Gu Qingxian, upon encountering these 3 key phrases, coupled with an image captured by an unknown source at an undetermined time, Gu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback. The video succinctly summarized the events of the battle, predominantly centering on Gu Qingxian himself. A segment depicted Gu Qingxian single-handedly confronting nearly 100 illusion insect warriors. With the barrage of comments entirely inundating the screen, exclamations of astonishment from other martial arts academy students filled the space. After all, in this combat footage, Gu Qingxian exhibited prowess nearing the threshold of a semi-king in martial arts. It is worth noting that most second-year martial arts students only possess a cultivation level of 5 or 6 in the martial sect, let alone Gu Qingxian, a freshman. What are you watching? A pair of soft, delicate feet unexpectedly rested on his thigh, and Long Linger inquired curiously. Since earlier, Gu Qingxian seemed particularly engrossed. Chapter 93, the battle segment of Barrage 99. I just came across a news report video, and for some reason, my combat segment appeared, with the comments overwhelmingly at 99. Gu Qingxian handed his phone over. Oh, I see. It appears that many girls have become your admirers, Long Linger remarked, flipping through the comments on his phone. Most of them appeared to be users with anime-themed avatars. However, what struck her as peculiar was that the majority of these individuals seemed more focused on Gu Qingxian's dragon-scale divine armor and his dazzling martial techniques. Dear, do you think it's possible that those sporting anime avatars are actually seasoned otaku? Gu Qingxian replied with a smile, following Long Linger's gaze. Long Linger's face displayed a hint of perplexity upon hearing this. Is that so? After clicking into their personal profiles, she acknowledged Gu Qingxian's assertion. Their favorites included various anime compilations and exhilarating military combat clips. The evidence strongly suggested they were indeed male. So this is what boys are fascinated by, top-tier military equipment, intense battles, and sweet romances. Perhaps Gu Qingxian shares similar interests? All right, I understand now. Here is your phone back, Long Linger said, returning the device to him. Why haven't you withdrawn your foot yet? Gu Qingxian's gaze fell upon her small foot, which was occasionally swaying left and right atop his thigh. With a hint of exasperation, he gently patted it. I prefer to rest my feet on something. Otherwise, I'll just curl back under the covers. Long Ling replied earnestly. All right, let us refrain from watching television and go to sleep. He chose to disregard the conventional approach and slowly began to remove his upper garment. Long Linger did not anticipate such an action from Gu Qingxian. In her clear and enchanting eyes, a mixture of 3 parts anticipation and 7 parts shyness shimmered. You just returned from the battlefield today? Aren't you tired? She shyly inquired. Not at all. You wouldn't be feeling faint, would you? Gu Qingxian asked casually. Don't joke. How could I possibly be faint? Long Linger retorted bashfully as she observed Gu Qingxian inching closer. Then don't hesitate. With a soft click, the bright lights of the bedroom dimmed. In that moment, the air was filled with a subtle fragrance, creating an unusually tranquil atmosphere. Gu Qingxian leaned in and kissed her soft, cherry-like lips. All right, good night, he said contentedly. Was that merely a good night kiss? A hint of confusion appeared on Long Ling-er's adorable face. What else did you think it was? Rest well tonight. In the faint glow of the nightlight, Gu Qingxian noticed a fleeting look of disappointment in her eyes. He smiled gently and tucked her in with care. Fine, good night. Once she regained her composure, Long Ling obediently nodded, but please don't stay so far away from me. Noticing the nearly 20-centimeter distance between them, she instinctively shifted her soft body closer. Only after nestling in his embrace did a satisfied expression grace her face. The following morning, as Gu Qingxian awoke from his slumber, he felt Long Ling-er's soft cheek nuzzling against him, resembling a playful kitten. Qingxian, my stomach hurts, she said, looking up at him with a pained expression. What's wrong? Did you catch a chill? Gu Qingxian asked, concerned. Typically, when Long Ling-er slept alone, she often tossed and turned, leaving her blankets in disarray and exposing herself to the cold. However, with her nestled in his arms, she usually slept soundly, keeping the covers in place. Logically, she should not have caught a chill. I don't want to talk to you, Long Ling-er huffed, turning her head away. It seemed she was enduring something, as fine beads of sweat began to appear on her forehead. System, what is happening? Gu Qingxian silently inquired, observing Long Ling-er's discomfort in his arms. Ding. Host, you truly embody the essence of a straightforward man. Long Ling-o is experiencing her menstrual period. Would you be so kind as to warm her abdomen with your hands and prepare some ginger tea with brown sugar? The system's voice resonated in his ears. It dawned upon Gu Qingxian. How cold? He placed his warm palms on Long Ling-er's delicate abdomen, distinctly sensing a different sensation than before. It felt somewhat comforting. Long Ling-o's soft body quivered slightly as she closed her eyes and whispered, as long as it feels good. Concentrating a modicum of blood attributes spiritual energy in his palms to achieve warmth and nourish her vitality. Gu Qingxian could perceive that the slight furrow in Long Ling-er's brow had eased a bit. Shall I prepare a cup of ginger tea for you? Gu Qingxian inquired gently. No need. That remedy is not particularly effective. Just hold me a little longer. I already feel much better. Very well. Since you are being so understanding, I shall reward you. Long Ling-er leaned in and kissed him softly. Gu Qingxian instinctively swallowed, his attractive Adam's apple bobbing, which inadvertently provoked Long Ling-er further. With her delicate hands, Long Ling-er wrapped around his shoulders, deepening the kiss with unabashed fervor. You mustn't act impulsively. Aware of Long Ling-er's restless hands attempting to unfasten his clothing, Gu Qingxian, struggling to contain his emotions, gently grasped her wrist. I am not being impulsive. You may undress if you wish. I merely wanted to touch you. I fell asleep last night due to exhaustion without having the chance. Long Ling-er's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her soft tone betraying a hint of reluctance. My dear, this exchange seems rather unfair to me, Gu Qingxian chuckled. In the future, I will wear whatever clothes or skirts you desire. That way, we shall be even. Long Ling-er spoke with restraint. Agreed. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxian removed his shirt. After lying in bed for another hour, Long Ling-er was the first to rise from his embrace, her body glistening with fragrant perspiration, her freshly changed socks slightly dampened. This is quite torturous. In her current state, resting beside Gu Qingxian felt akin to a cat unable to reach the delectable fish just out of paw's reach. Why are you sweating so much? Noticing Long Ling-o had gotten up, Gu Qingxian followed suit, descending from the bed, curiously placing his hand on her forehead. Her temperature was indeed a tad elevated compared to normal. It's nothing. I will take a shower. Long Ling-o took his shirt and her own clean uniform. Heading towards the bathroom,